The video paused on him holding the item while advertising appeared on screen. Special discount. Hearthstone now 20% off, only 5,000 coins. A girl standing across the table leaned forward. "Take me there," she said firmly. Jin-hyuk lowered his head slightly. "You can't." Teresa slammed both hands on the table. "I already know you're going to the 5th floor," she said. "But you're not going alone." He frowned, confused by her sudden determination. "No," he said firmly. "Even if you keep asking. I can do this alone." She grabbed his hand. "Promise me," she said quietly. "Don't try anything impossible." Jin-hyuk stared at her for a moment, then smiled faintly. Just then, a system window appeared. Support gift received from the Kingdom of Caladium. His expression sharpened immediately. Caladium was an enemy faction of the Miram Alliance. Why would they help him? Another notification appeared. Item obtained, clouded scent, conceals smell, breath, and presence. Restriction on 5th floor partially bypassed due to higher power intervention. Jin-hyuk smiled slowly. So the higher factions had started making contact with players again, just like Miram once did. A car moved through the city later that day while he considered the implications. This ability could provide enormous advantages. Soon after, space distorted. System message: you have entered the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Starting location: random. Skill usage: blocked. Random rank item granted. A book appeared in his hand. System message: player possesses Macedrian's grimoire. Skill unlocked: greedy sight. Jin-hyuk tucked the book into his coat. This was exactly why he had chosen it in the library. Several other players materialized nearby, groaning as they stood. "It's damp," someone muttered. "And dark." A glowing ring suddenly formed near Jin-hyuk's hand. Tracking scroll activated. Teleportation in progress. His eyes widened. "You stubborn woman," he muttered. A figure materialized in front of him. Teresa. She smiled sheepishly. "I wasn't sure you'd keep your promise," she said. "So I followed you." Jin-hyuk rubbed his neck. "I told you not to come," he said. "What were you thinking?" "Don't scold me," she replied. "I came because I was worried." He sighed. Now he would have to change all his plans. Behind them, other players checked their pockets. "I got something," one said. Teresa pulled out a flashlight. "What about you?" she asked. Jin-hyuk held up a pen. She blinked. "That's your item?" "We'll survive with this," he said calmly. Someone lit a lighter nearby, creating a faint circle of visibility. "This place is weird," another player whispered. Suddenly, voices echoed. "There." Victims. Figures emerged from the darkness, rushing toward them. "Turn off the light," someone shouted. Panic erupted. They ran through narrow passages until finally diving behind a stack of crates. Jin-hyuk and Teresa crouched together, peeking out carefully. Footsteps passed nearby. Then, someone tapped Jin-hyuk's back. A teammate pointed toward the distance where other players were being chased. "Should we help them?" he asked quietly. Since she had insisted on coming, he made one thing clear immediately: if she stayed, she followed his lead. No arguments. Keeping his voice low, he explained that the 5th floor wasn't a place for reckless heroics. They were surrounded by unknown enemies, their abilities were restricted, and Teresa wasn't ready for a direct confrontation with whatever monsters ruled this level yet. Avoiding attention was their best chance to survive. Teresa's expression tightened. She closed her eyes for a moment, clearly annoyed. "Are you underestimating me?" she asked, then opened her palm. 2 small stones rested there, faintly glowing. "I prepared 2, she said. "These are return stones. Emergency items for this floor. I bought one for you." For a second, he just stared at them. Then he dragged a hand down his face with a sigh. Somewhere nearby, wood splintered. A group of players were bracing a door with furniture, panic written across their faces. One of them looked over his shoulder and shouted that the enemy would break through any second. They needed help, now. Before anyone could react, a girl smiled slightly, as if she'd already solved the problem. "I'm leaving," she said. She crushed the stone. A sharp crack echoed. The stone shattered into fragments, and nothing happened. No teleportation. No system prompt. No escape. The man who had also bought one cursed under his breath. His hadn't worked either. Then the door exploded inward. The barricade flew apart as something massive forced its way through. A gigantic hand reached into the room, followed by the hulking body of a giant, towering, grotesque, and very real. Every player froze. Teresa stared at the broken stone in disbelief. "I didn't think it could be fake." He gave her a flat look. "You trust everything you see on TV?" A scream cut through the tension. Teresa turned just in time to see a cultist loop a rope toward her neck. She moved first. Her hand shot out, grabbing his clothes, and with a sharp twist she slammed him into the ground. The impact knocked the air from his lungs, and his body skidded across the floor. 2 more cultists rushed in with torches raised. "We've been spotted," she muttered through clenched teeth. "Yeah," he agreed calmly. One of the cultists clasped his hands together, eyes shining with fanatic devotion. He began ranting about holy blood, sacrifice, and the resurrection of a king who would bring eternal happiness. A pen appeared in the protagonist's hand. A blur. The cultist collapsed, the pen embedded in his neck. The second fell before he could even scream. The third backed away in terror as the young man smiled faintly. "Anyone else want to preach?" Heavy footsteps thundered behind them. The deputy, the giant enforcer, had arrived. He extended one enormous arm toward a trembling follower, who stammered excuses about being afraid. The giant didn't even acknowledge him. His focus locked entirely onto the protagonist. The atmosphere changed instantly. Danger. Real danger. The young man slipped his hand into his pocket and spoke casually to Teresa, as if they weren't facing a monster capable of crushing them both. "Ever played hide-and-seek?" he asked. She blinked. "That big guy wants to play," he continued, pointing. "So don't get caught." The hammer came down. They sprinted. Elsewhere, deep within the cult's headquarters, their leader watched multiple surveillance screens. His followers reported that victims were being captured successfully. The time for their god's revival had finally arrived, especially now that the tower had opened and more players were entering their domain. Then a new feed appeared. 2 figures dodging the deputy with impossible agility. The leader leaned forward, intrigued. "I've never seen him struggle like that," he murmured. A man beside him stared at the screen and spoke a single name. Recognition flickered. The leader turned slowly. "You know him?" "Yes." The man's voice was calm, certain. "He will be the greatest obstacle to our plan." In his hand, he held a strange mask. Back in the corridors, the giant's hammer smashed into the ground again, missing Teresa by inches. She looked back, shocked. "For something that big, he's fast." "He's not a normal cultist," the protagonist replied. "We can't fight him head-on right now." They needed distance. They needed time. He grabbed her wrist. "Borrow that." They rounded a corner just as the giant followed. A blinding flash exploded in the hallway. The giant roared, covering his eyes. The hammer struck empty air. When the light faded, only the shattered remains of a lantern lay on the ground. From above a ledge, the 2 watched him stumble in frustration. "Bought us a few seconds," he said. They crouched together while he outlined the plan. "I'll draw him away," he explained, pointing to himself. Her eyes widened. "What? We just escaped. You want to run again?" "We'll have to face him eventually to clear this floor," he said simply. "This just changes when." Then his expression softened slightly. "You need to find the other players," he continued. "Get them somewhere safe. Everyone who came here trusted those fake return stones. They're trapped now." The giant's footsteps echoed closer. Time was up. He stood. "Go," he said. The young man averted his gaze and spoke in a calm, controlled tone. He would clear the 5th floor as fast as possible. The situation had become more complicated than expected, but there was no turning back now. Beside him, the girl lowered her head. Guilt weighed heavily on her chest. This entire mess had started because she insisted on coming along. If she had just listened? He noticed her expression immediately and turned toward her. Before he could say anything, a mechanical rumble echoed through the hall. An escalator slowly slid into place ahead of them, metal steps clanking into alignment as if the tower itself was rearranging the battlefield. "Remember one more thing," he said quietly. A heavy footstep interrupted him. The massive enemy advanced into view, scanning the area with irritation. "Where are my sacrifices?" A stone suddenly slammed into the side of its head. "Hey, idiot," a voice called out mockingly. "You're terrible at hide-and-seek." The young man grinned and bolted down the corridor. Behind him, the girl froze for a moment, eyes wide. He stopped just long enough to turn back toward her, pressing a small object into her hands. "Use this at the right moment." "When?" she asked anxiously. "You'll know." Without another explanation, he shoved her toward a large storage container nearby. She hesitated, then climbed inside as instructed, heart pounding. He was trusting her to understand on her own. Moments later she sprinted away down another passage, mind racing. First priority, save the trapped survivors. Meanwhile, he glanced back over his shoulder. The giant was already pursuing him, heavy footsteps shaking the floor. Good. That meant she had enough distance now. His eyes flashed crimson as he activated greedy gaze. A translucent system window materialized over the monster's body, and then... Warning, action detected that violates the causality of the 5th floor. Another notification overlapped it. The rotting heart is showing interest in you. Secondary condition for activity conversion has been created. He kept running, but his expression darkened. The rotting heart. One of the absolute entities that ruled the upper floors. In other words, the Demon King. A new prompt appeared. The rotting heart offers you a contract. Become a sword. Become a black apostle. Information flooded his mind instantly. If he accepted, he would gain tremendous new abilities, but in exchange, he would become the Demon King's servant for eternity. A memory surfaced. A girl's face. He smiled faintly. How would a tiger bow to a stray dog? He waved his hand dismissively. Refusal confirmed. For a brief moment, the world went silent. Then, the Demon King is enraged. A violent pressure exploded inside his chest. Black energy erupted outward like smoke from a ruptured furnace. Curse of the Demon King applied. You are now the target of all demons. Duration, until death. He staggered, dropping to one knee. Blood burst from his mouth, splattering across the floor. Damn. That hurts. He wiped his lips with the back of his hand, breathing hard. Footsteps approached. Several cultists surrounded him cautiously, weapons raised. One of them trembled. We made a mistake. Please. Another victim was dragged across the ground nearby, screaming. A cultist grabbed the man by the hair, shouting about sacrifices for their god. Suddenly, a blur shot through the air. Teresa. She launched forward like a projectile, her first punch smashing into an enemy's face with bone-crushing force. The man flew backward, collapsing in a heap. She landed in the center of the room, shoulders squared, eyes blazing. Protect the survivors, she shouted. One of the trapped players sobbed in panic. It's useless. We're all going to die here. A cultist swung a heavy weapon down toward her head. She blocked. Her weapon cracked under the impact, fractures spreading across the metal. But she didn't retreat. With a shout, she drove her fist into the attacker's chin. The force launched him off his feet, body slamming into the wall. The survivors stared in shock. Don't give up. Teresa yelled. We can all make it out alive. She tossed a weapon toward one of them. Take it. Go upstairs. My partner is already clearing the 5th floor. Elsewhere, the young man had lost consciousness briefly. The deputy carried him slung over one shoulder. Soon, prison cells came into view, rows of iron cages filled with terrified players. They're going to kill us, someone sobbed. We shouldn't have come here. I only wanted a few items. A cultist slammed a sickle against the bars. Silence. Make another sound and you'll be tortured first. Another bowed respectfully to someone nearby. They've been subdued. We may continue. The leader narrowed his eyes at the unconscious captive being dropped into a cell. Is this the one? Yes, the priest replied. First time I've met him in person. The young man slowly regained awareness inside the cage, rubbing his shoulder. He squinted toward the priest. His mana, human. But he was cooperating with the 5th floor boss. That meant one thing. One of the main conspirators. His eyes glowed red again as he activated greedy gaze. The entire figure appeared shrouded in darkness. Cannot open status window. Target is protected by a high-level mental barrier. He clicked his tongue and pulled out a small tablet. Crushing it between his fingers, he swallowed the white pill inside. White pill used. One attribute doubled for 10 minutes. Adaptation increased from 10-20. He looked again. Greedy gaze is penetrating the target's defense. A full status window finally opened. Recognition struck instantly. Ever since the round table incident, this man must be the influential figure Molina mentioned. And apparently far more powerful than expected. His gaze locked onto one ability. Mental barrier. A perfect counter against divine interference. He wanted it. Badly. A new system prompt appeared. Copy conditions. Target must reveal their true name. User must behave like a Chunibu schoolboy until the name is spoken. Reward, copy 1 skill. He rubbed his nose. What kind of lunatic designed this system? He muttered that he could only fulfill such a condition after drinking 6 bottles of soju. A cultist suddenly asked why he was so quiet. He lowered his head, letting his hair cover his eyes. Sorry. I'm busy suppressing the darkness inside me. Silence. 2 cultists stared at him. The leader frowned. This is the famous player? He looks insane. Even the priest hesitated slightly. Inside, the young man was dying of embarrassment. He could practically hear Alice laughing at him. But he committed to the act. Throwing his head back dramatically, he declared, "Do you truly believe you can imprison my destructive madness?" The priest studied him carefully. Maybe, he was hiding something. Given his previous feats, that was entirely possible. The priest's eyes suddenly turned white as he spoke. "We know your abilities. With your skills sealed, you will not survive here. A distant scream echoed through the halls. One cultist frowned. Did you hear that? The ritual has begun. You'll all die slowly, painfully. The priest produced a key. I can give you freedom, he said. Tell me about the unknown entity. A smile spread across the prisoner's face. You want to know its true name? He asked softly. Then reveal yours first, overseer. The masked man considered briefly. He would die anyway. He removed the mask. I am Hosenfeld. Notification appeared instantly. Conditions fulfilled. S-rank skill copied, mental barrier. Now, Hosen said, your answer. The young man raised one finger. Listen carefully. I will only say it once. He whispered something. The knight behind Hosen stiffened slightly. The key clattered into the cell afterward. Our deal is complete, Hosen said coldly. Enjoy your death. He turned and left. A grin slowly formed on Jinhyuk's face. The moment they were gone, a man snatched the key. But when he reached the door, there was no keyhole. Figures. Just then, a lever outside was pulled. The cell door opened automatically. One cultist commented, never seen a sacrifice resist this much. Another nodded. That girl alone defeated 20 people. Elsewhere, Teresa wiped blood from her face as guards approached. God will be pleased with such vitality, one said. She glanced toward the other prisoners. Where are the rest? Suddenly someone screamed from inside a cage. It's all because of you. Another prisoner kicked a companion in panic. If you didn't exist, everything would be fine. Fear was beginning to turn the victims against each other. Teresa stood in front of the trembling prisoner, her voice rising sharply as she demanded to know what the girl had been doing. The question burst out of her in a mixture of anger and confusion. The player beside her widened her eyes in surprise and hurriedly explained that she simply hadn't known the truth about something earlier. Turning back toward the frightened girl, she clarified that the creature they were looking at was actually a resident of the tower. The saint slowly turned around. Tears streamed down her cheeks as the weight of the situation sank in. Seeing her cry, the girl immediately lowered her head, ashamed and frightened. The player's own voice trembled as she began to cry as well. She said that if creatures like them had never existed, then none of them would have been trapped in this terrible place. The first girl continued sobbing, blaming herself and saying that everything happening right now was her fault. Hearing this, the prisoner's body began to shake even harder. Her shoulders trembled violently, and eventually her eyes squeezed shut as if she could no longer endure the pressure. Suddenly, someone reached out and grabbed the player's hand. It was Teresa. Holding her firmly, Teresa spoke in a steady voice despite the tension around them. She explained that it didn't matter whether the girl was a resident of the tower or an outsider like them. Surely the fanatics had not captured her willingly either. She must have been dragged here just like the others. The girl slowly lifted her head. The fighter's hand that held her was shaking slightly. The saint frowned, troubled by what she was seeing. Teresa, staring straight ahead, suddenly asked the trembling prisoner for her name. Teresa looked at the girl gently and reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. After a moment of hesitation, the prisoner spoke quietly without lifting her eyes. My name is Andrea. Teresa closed her eyes briefly and nodded. That's a beautiful name, she said softly. Encouraged slightly, Andrea finally began to speak about what had happened to her. She explained that one day the cultists had come to her village. They arrived in large numbers, gathering everyone in the center of the settlement. Standing before the terrified villagers, the believers proclaimed that they would spare the lives of everyone, if the village offered them a single sacrifice. Andrea's voice trembled as she recalled that moment. The villagers had all turned toward her. She told them that after hearing the cultists' demand, the people of her village began insisting that she should be the one to go. They said it would be for the sake of everyone else. Since she had no family, they believed her life mattered less than the others. Her eyes widened with lingering fear as she repeated the words they had told her. They claimed it was a great honor and that she should feel proud to save the entire village. According to them, there was simply no other choice. Listening to the story, Teresa slowly wrapped her arms around Andrea and pulled her into a gentle embrace. You must have been very lonely, she said quietly. Her gaze drifted forward as she realized something important. Even though Andrea technically belonged to the tower, she was no different from an ordinary human being. At that moment, a cultist appeared behind the iron bars of the cell. He announced coldly that it was time to prepare the next sacrifices. One person would be chosen from each cell. Another fanatic stepped closer to the prisoners and added that if no one volunteered, then everyone in the cell would be taken to participate in the ritual together. If they wanted to survive even a little longer, they should choose wisely. The prisoners immediately panicked. One of the players began trembling violently and screamed in terror. Another woman cried out that she didn't want to go. Her voice cracked with fear as she stared helplessly to the side. Then someone shouted something that made Teresa's eyes widen in disbelief. They suggested sacrificing the child, claiming that she wasn't even human anyway. Teresa instantly stood up. "Stop," she shouted. "Don't rush into this." The others frowned and demanded that she come to her senses. They insisted that sacrifices had to be made if anyone wanted to live. Meanwhile, the cultist outside the cell raised his fists enthusiastically, encouraging them to fight each other. According to him, their god would be even more pleased if the victims struggled. Another fanatic narrowed his eyes. Someone in the cell slowly raised their hand. The hero closed his eyes calmly. "I'll go," he said. Then he asked quietly if anyone had a problem with that decision. The others exchanged glances before squinting at him and agreeing that he could go if he wanted. Soon his hands were bound with ropes. A long line of prisoners began moving down the dark corridor toward the ritual chamber. As they walked, a small pill suddenly appeared inside the protagonist's mouth. Without hesitation, he spat it out. The pill flew through the air and landed in the nearby water. A cultist turned around sharply, but the young man simply smiled to himself. Everything he needed had already been prepared. While walking forward with the others, the player thought about his friend. By now she should have been captured and locked in another cage. Knowing her personality, she would almost certainly volunteer to become a sacrifice as soon as the opportunity appeared. At that moment, a translucent system window appeared in front of him. It displayed information about a hidden quest. For every enemy he killed, 1/10 of a point would be added to his adaptation attribute. If he eliminated the leader of the cult, he would gain an additional 30 points. The young man blinked in surprise. This was the first time he had ever cleared this section of the game in this particular way. Licking his lips slightly, he realized he hadn't expected the reward to be related to the adaptation stat. His eyes shifted forward just as a loud scream echoed through the arena ahead. The cultists, their eyes shining with fanatic devotion, began praising their god loudly. In the center of the arena stood a man surrounded by chains and stone pillars. Raising his head, the player glanced around and thought that there were far more cultists here than he had anticipated. One of the prisoners suddenly vomited violently, stomach acid spilling from his mouth. Seeing this, the young man realized that the situation might not be as hopeless as that man's reaction suggested. The chains attached to the pillars began rising with a heavy metallic sound. Someone shouted that it was time for the next sacrifices. The massive gates slowly opened. The prisoners were pushed forward and thrown into the arena. Two fighters stationed nearby watched them closely while cultists shoved people forward with sharp weapons. The protagonist casually rubbed his now freed hand. Turning his head slightly, he heard someone shouting praises to their god again. Chains wrapped tightly around the pillars as a man screamed that their god desired victims filled with terror. His eyes widened dramatically as he looked toward the crowd. One of the cultists lifted a microphone and shouted a question. "What kind of victims bring the greatest joy to our god?" The crowd raised their hands enthusiastically and shouted in response. "Majestic victims. Victims worthy of God." The fanatic lifted the microphone again and screamed that everyone should witness such a glorious moment. Then he pointed directly at Teresa. His voice echoed throughout the arena as he announced that she had willingly sacrificed herself for a child she didn't even know, and such an act was truly worthy of their god. Another cultist threw his head back and declared that the blood of such a magnificent person would mark the perfect climax of their sacrificial ritual. Meanwhile, the hero quietly slipped his hand inside his coat. He understood that the time had come to clear this floor. After distributing all of his remaining attribute points, the ancient book in his hand began to fade away into particles of light. At the same time, a system notification appeared before his eyes. The ancient grimoire of Macedrian had been activated. A furious expression appeared on the protagonist's face. The constant noise, the endless prayers, the hypocrisy of the cultists, and now Teresa, he had finally had enough. "I'm tired of this," he muttered coldly. The moment those words left his mouth, a series of system notifications flashed before his eyes. Restrictions of the 5th floor have been lifted. All sealed abilities have been released. Remaining time, 10 minutes. A fierce flame suddenly erupted from his hand as he activated the element of fire. Without hesitation, he thrust his burning palm toward the drainage opening in the arena floor. The fire shot downward and struck the small pill that had fallen there earlier. A message appeared instantly. "Red fire pill activated." At that exact moment, the stone floor beneath the cultists began to tremble. Thin cracks rapidly spread across the ground like spiderwebs. Then, boom! Massive jets of flame exploded upward through the cracks, bursting into the air like volcanic eruptions. The cultist who had been holding the microphone stared in disbelief, his voice trembling as he shouted, Is that a skill?" His expression twisted in panic as he continued yelling into the microphone. That's impossible. According to the commandments of God, abilities cannot be used on this floor. But reality was already shattering their beliefs. A weapon slowly materialized in the young man's hand, formed from pure energy. Without even glancing at it, he hurled the weapon forward. The blade spun through the air and struck its target with perfect precision. Clang! The chains binding the girl's hands snapped apart instantly. Her body collapsed forward. Blood was already running down her face. Before she could fall to the ground, the player stepped forward and caught her. Her eyes were still closed. Silently, he placed 2 fingers against her neck to check her pulse. His eyes were hidden beneath the shadow of his hair. He took a single step forward, and dust rose from the ground under the force of it. In his other hand, he held another pill. Staring at it calmly, the warrior spoke under his breath. At this point, I don't care about any of these attributes anymore. His voice became colder. They're all going to die anyway. He tossed the pill into his mouth. Crunch. He bit down on it without hesitation. A new system message appeared. Black pill of darkness activated. Dark energy immediately began pouring out from his body like a storm. Black mist spread across the arena as another notification appeared. Black barrier has been deployed. The cultists panicked and raised their arms to shield themselves from the suffocating pressure. Steam slowly escaped from the young man's mouth as he exhaled. A blade formed instantly in his hand. He raised it calmly in front of himself. The entire arena was now drowning in thick black smoke. One of the cultists dropped his weapon, the metal clattering loudly against the stone floor. Another enemy collapsed to his knees in terror. Great God of Darkness, he cried desperately. Please answer our call. One by one, the cultists fell to their knees and began praying frantically. Save us. Show us your power. Suddenly, all of them turned in the same direction. Through the dark smoke, a silhouette slowly stepped forward. Their eyes widened in awe. That energy. It belongs to the Demon King. Excitement spread through their voices. He has answered our prayers. But before the last word could fully leave their mouths, slash, the hero moved. The attack was so fast that most of them didn't even see it. A thin cut appeared across one cultist's face. At the same moment, a system notification appeared. Adaptation plus 0.1. Another symbol appeared in the air. Adaptation plus 0.1. The young man's eyes began glowing with a deep purple light. Meanwhile, the girl still lay unconscious in the center of the swirling black smoke. Her lips were slightly parted, her body completely still. Elsewhere, chaos erupted among the prisoners. One player suddenly shouted loudly. We should send that child first. She isn't even human. Another voice hesitated nervously. Is that really okay? The girl trembled in fear. But then a furious voice cut through the noise. She's still a child. The others stretched out their hands angrily. She's just a non-player character. Give her up. Teresa suddenly pressed her body tightly against the ground. The next second, boom. 2 players were violently thrown backward, crashing into the iron bars of the cell. The saint covered her eyes briefly. So they thought I'd be powerless without my skills. Her fists clenched tightly. I'll defeat all of you, she said firmly. Even if you attack me together. One of the players spat blood and asked through gritted teeth. Are you seriously going to choose the victim yourself? Yes, Teresa answered without hesitation. Another player wiped blood from her mouth and sneered. You're no different from the rest of us. You just pretend to be kind. Teresa ignored the insult. Her eyes were fixed only on the child. A gentle smile appeared on her face. The girl stared at her with wide eyes. The saint gently placed her hand on the child's head. I'll come back, she whispered. Near the bars, the cultist continued watching with a twisted smile. What a magnificent sacrifice, he said happily. One truly worthy of God. But as he spoke, blood began spreading beneath his feet. The smile froze on his face. The other enemies sitting in the stands suddenly fell silent. Teresa slowly began to rise. Her eyes widened when she heard someone speaking. You really tried to do the impossible. She looked forward. The hero was sitting right in front of her, smiling casually. Her friend smiled back at him. I knew you would come. In the next instant, slice. The chains binding her hands were cut apart. Another system window appeared in front of Jinhyuk. Adaptation points gained, 23. He glanced at the notification briefly. So all that's left is the cult leader. Then they could leave this floor. Behind him, the girl suddenly spoke. I need to go somewhere else. The cage door creaked open. The prisoners slowly began stepping out one by one. The saintess quickly ran toward the child and called out to her. Tears filled the girl's eyes. Andrea hugged Teresa tightly. I'm glad you're alive, she said with relief. Standing nearby, the protagonist frowned slightly. What's going on here? His companion explained. That child is a resident of the tower. Those believers captured her. They were planning to sacrifice her next, or turn her into one of them. The young man sighed. I can't believe I'm wasting my precious 10 minutes on this. At that moment, another system message appeared. Remaining duration of the ancient grimoire of Makidrian, 2 minutes 30 seconds. His eyes widened slightly. Then he looked toward the girl again. A memory surfaced in his mind. She was a resident of the tower. Slowly, a wide smile spread across his face. He walked closer to her. What's your name again? He asked. Then he glanced down at her and asked another question. If all the locals here believe in that god so fanatically, why didn't you become a believer? The child lowered her head, hiding her eyes beneath her hair. Without turning around, she answered quietly. I didn't want to believe that God existed. Tears began rolling down her cheeks. My village sold me, Andrea said softly. They said it was because I didn't have parents. The girl's hands slowly curled into fists as the pain in her chest finally burst out. If God really exists, she said with trembling lips, her voice shaking with anger and grief, then that God must be the one who created this hell. Tears streamed down her face. Her entire body trembled with despair as she wiped her eyes roughly with the back of her hands. That bastard, she cried bitterly, cursing the very deity everyone around her worshipped. Her gaze drifted to the side. At that moment, the hero spoke. You know, in a way, we're similar. His calm voice made her pause. He leaned back casually against the cold stone wall, his arms resting loosely at his sides. Right after I was born, he said quietly, I was dumped into an orphanage. His eyes remained calm, but the weight of those words hung heavily in the air. I grew up alone. The girl slowly looked at him. Life without parents, it's not easy. Nearby, Teresa turned her head slightly, staring at him in disbelief. She had never imagined the leader speaking so openly about his own past. For a moment, the player seemed lost in his memories. But you still have to keep living, he continued. No matter how angry you are, no matter how much you blame someone, it won't change anything. The girl lowered her head, clutching her hands together nervously as if she wanted to say something about the cult leader. But before she could speak, the young man stepped forward and cut her off. Then the protagonist turned toward her. Her eyes widened when he suddenly said something unexpected. How about living in a world free from that bastard's power? A faint smile appeared on his face. Once I kill him, that world will exist. He crouched down slightly so their eyes met. But there's a condition. The girl blinked in confusion. You'll have to become my partner. He tilted his head slightly. What do you think? For a moment, the child simply stared at him. Then slowly, she nodded. The player extended a single finger toward her. A small symbol formed in the air, flickering with a soft blue flame. The mark gently appeared on her chest. The fighter then placed his hand softly on her head. Take good care of me from now on. Teresa stood nearby with her hand pressed against her chest, watching everything in stunned silence. She wasn't even sure if she had ever witnessed something like that before. The young man then turned away. All right, he said casually. Time to get rid of the cult leader. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared. Effect of the ancient grimoire of Makidrian has ended. All skills are sealed again. Meanwhile, inside another chamber of the tower, the cult leader stood among several eerie vases decorated with skull patterns. He spoke softly to himself with a twisted smile. Soon, true happiness will come. Raising his hand slightly, he whispered a prayer. Great God, please accept our devotion. Elsewhere, Jinhyuk walked down the corridor with his hands tucked inside his pockets. The cult leader isn't like the other fanatics, he explained calmly. Teresa glanced at him. Even though he can't use skills either because of the tower's restrictions, he's still a strong breaker. Teresa hesitated before asking carefully. Then, can you defeat him the same way you did before? Using those skills? Jinhyuk shook his head slightly. Not now. Skills are sealed. The two girls exchanged worried looks. Jinhyuk glanced away and continued walking. If I fight him directly in hand-to-hand combat, it could be dangerous. He then gestured forward toward the room ahead. Because he has one of the most troublesome artifacts. Inside the room stood a strange vessel covered in carved skulls. That thing, Jinhyuk explained, is a spirit-devouring vase. It absorbs evil spirits, and then releases a spell that hits its target with absolute accuracy. Teresa swallowed nervously. So, does that mean we can't defeat him? Jinhyuk stopped walking. No. He turned slightly toward them. I'll take the first attack. Then he looked back at them over his shoulder. There's a cooldown between each spell the artifact fires. His voice grew serious. So the two of you will play the most important role in this fight. Teresa wiped the sweat forming on her palms as she listened carefully. You need to defeat him before he can activate the artifact again. Jinhyuk grabbed the handle of the door leading into the cult leader's chamber. He looked back at them one last time. Ready? Both girls nodded firmly. Gripping the handle, Jinhyuk gave them one final reminder. If you remember everything I said, we'll walk out of here alive. The lock mechanism slowly rotated. Click. The heavy door creaked open. They stepped inside. Across the room, the cult leader slowly turned around. When he saw them, his eyes narrowed. So, the ones who ruined the ritual came to visit me personally. Jinhyuk stepped forward calmly. Where did your partner go? The cult leader chuckled softly. He already left. He got what he wanted. Jinhyuk clicked his tongue in irritation. TCH. So the fanatic was actually smart. He grinned slightly. Too bad. Otherwise he would have died here too. The cult leader grabbed the edge of his hood, clearly confused. How did you manage to use skills earlier, despite the god's restrictions? With a sudden motion, he tore off his robe. His eyes burned with fanatic madness. I will sacrifice you. His voice echoed through the chamber. You will repent for every sin you've committed. Teresa's eyes immediately locked onto the object beside him. That must be the artifact? Before she could finish her sentence, Jinhyuk kicked off the ground. His body shot forward. Running along the wall with incredible speed, he shouted an order. Go! The girl immediately dashed forward. The cult leader reacted quickly, raising his arm to block her strike. But the moment he focused on her, Jinhyuk leaped into the air. His kick slammed into the man's body. The impact forced the cult leader down to his knees. Before he could recover, girl stepped forward and planted her foot directly on his head. The cult leader's mouth opened as he tried to shout something. Jinhyuk smirked. Now! It's time to shut him up. Teresa immediately grabbed a nearby piece of cloth and lunged forward. Teresa lunged forward and quickly pressed a rag against the cult leader's mouth, forcing it between his teeth to stop him from finishing his chant. Jinhyuk moved immediately. He rushed in to strike while the villain was restrained. Behind them, Andrea watched the scene unfold, her face pale with fear. The cult leader bit down hard on the gag, his eyes blazing with fury. A sudden burst of strength exploded from him. The next moment, Jinhyuk was thrown violently across the room. His body slid across the floor before crashing into the stone wall. Teresa was knocked aside as well, slamming painfully into another wall. The cult leader charged forward, his fist cutting through the air at frightening speed. Jinhyuk pushed himself up just in time. The two exchanged blows rapidly, their fists colliding with heavy impacts. Jinhyuk shifted his stance and drove a powerful punch straight into the fanatic's chin. The cult leader staggered backward, sliding several meters across the stone floor. Jinhyuk glanced at him with a calm expression. I've killed monsters with my bare hands, he said casually, creatures dozens of times bigger than you. He wiped blood from his lip. In a fistfight, you don't stand a chance. Sitting on the floor nearby, Teresa couldn't help but speak. That was amazing. But the cult leader slowly lifted his head, a twisted grin spreading across his face. You, he growled, will become my greatest sacrifice. He grabbed one of the skull-covered vases beside him. Lifting the artifact to head level, he began chanting. The carved skull on the vessel started glowing with an eerie light. The fanatic's voice rose into a feverish shout as he praised his god. Suddenly, several dark projectiles burst out from the vase. The girl froze. That must be the spell he mentioned. Jinhyuk frowned. Remember, this attack has a long cooldown. His eyes locked onto the artifact. Watch the skull's eyes, he said. They glow when the spell is ready again. Then he turned his head toward Teresa. Handle everything else. She blinked in surprise. But before she could respond, the projectile struck. Dark tendrils pierced straight through Jinhyuk's body. Andrea gasped in horror. Teresa's legs gave out beneath her as she collapsed to her knees. Jinhyuk. His body was covered in blood. A system message appeared silently before his fading vision. The Demon King's curse has been removed due to death. The cult leader laughed loudly. God will be pleased with this offering. Teresa crawled toward Jinhyuk's body and placed a trembling hand on his chest. Open your eyes, please. The cult leader watched the scene with amusement. The death of a companion is painful, isn't it? He said mockingly. Teresa slowly looked up at him, fury burning in her eyes. The man kicked her violently, sending her sliding across the floor. If you don't feel pain, he sneered, then the sacrifice is meaningless. As Teresa struggled to rise, she heard a small voice calling her. Teresa. Andrea. The cult leader turned toward the sound. Grabbing the nearby cabinet for support, he looked at the child. Well now, he said with a grin. Come here. He extended his hand toward her. Andrea froze in place. Suddenly Teresa rushed forward. She leaped onto the cult leader's back and locked her arm around his neck. Her grip tightened. A powerful thud echoed as they crashed to the ground. "I won't let anyone take Andrea," she shouted. Jin-hyuk's body lay motionless behind them. Teresa gritted her teeth as the cult leader struggled beneath her. Without skills, fighting him head-on was nearly impossible. The cult leader roared praises to his god as he swung wildly. Teresa barely managed to dodge the attack. In desperation she grabbed several loose stones from the floor and hurled them upward. They shattered the hanging lamps on the ceiling. Glass exploded everywhere. The room plunged into darkness. The cult leader laughed. "You think darkness will save you?" Shards rained down around them. Breathing heavily, Teresa realized she had only one chance. If she could limit his vision, she might be able to take the artifact. The cult leader stomped forward, his steps shaking the floor. Teresa shifted position quietly. Suddenly, his fist crashed down inches from her. Her eyes widened. "How did he find me so fast?" The man lifted the vase again. "Next time," he said calmly, "you die." His eyes moved toward her hair. "It shines in the dark," he added with a cruel smile. Raising the artifact again, he grinned. "I'll make that little girl watch you die." He stuck out his tongue mockingly. "She'll see everything." The cult leader struck again, sending Teresa stumbling forward. She forced herself to keep running. The villain raised his hand, surprised she was still standing. Nowhere to hide. Teresa lowered her head. She couldn't waste the time Jin-hyuk had bought them. Then she noticed something on the floor. A shard of broken glass. Her eyes locked onto it. Meanwhile the cult leader continued praising his god as he searched for her. Suddenly he spotted her hair again. "Swear loyalty to our god," he said with a wide grin, "and I might spare you." Andrea trembled as she listened. "You could become the saint of the demon king," he continued. He stretched his hand out. "Otherwise, I'll handle it myself." A strand of Teresa's hair hung loosely where the light touched it. The cult leader stared at it. Then suddenly, a figure rushed up from behind him. Using the shard, she cut off the glowing strand of Teresa's hair. Teresa realized instantly what she had done. Compared to Jin-hyuk's sacrifice, losing a lock of hair meant nothing. The cult leader looked forward. Then slowly turned around. Too late. Teresa lunged. The artifact flew out of his hands. Andrea had jumped onto the cabinet and thrown it straight at his head. The vase struck him hard. The cult leader staggered backward, clutching his skull. "That brat?" Teresa grabbed the artifact and dropped to one knee. She looked up at Andrea. "Good job." The cult leader clenched his fists angrily. "And now what?" he shouted. The vase in Teresa's hands suddenly began glowing with a faint blue aura. At that moment, a voice echoed quietly. "Jin-hyuk." Raising a finger weakly, he spoke a few words in an ancient runic language. Teresa blinked in confusion. "That was a spell," he murmured faintly. "One you use at the right moment." He tilted his head slightly. "When that moment comes, you'll know." Teresa looked down at the glowing artifact in her hands. And suddenly, she realized. The moment had arrived. Teresa lowered her head and tightened her grip on the artifact. For a moment she closed her eyes, remembering the strange words Jin-hyuk had whispered earlier. Then she began to speak. The unfamiliar syllables of an ancient runic spell left her lips slowly, echoing in the dim chamber. The skull carved into the vase reacted instantly. Its hollow eyes flared with an eerie glow. Across the room, the cult leader froze. He raised a trembling finger toward her. You know the language of runes?" Disbelief twisted his face. Teresa frowned slightly as she continued the chant. "A veteran taught me," she said quietly. The moment the final word left her mouth, the skull's jaw snapped open. Dark appendages burst out from inside the artifact like living spears. They shot through the air with terrifying speed. The cult leader's expression collapsed into pure panic. "That's impossible!" He screamed hysterically. A storm of spikes pierced straight through his body. Blood sprayed across the chamber walls. The man staggered backward as dozens of sharp tendrils impaled him from every direction. For a brief moment, silence filled the room. Then a system message appeared. "Fifth floor boss defeated." The vase slipped from Teresa's hands and clattered onto the floor. The battle was over. Breathing heavily, Teresa quickly turned to Andrea and lifted the small girl into her arms. "Are you hurt?" she asked anxiously. Andrea opened her mouth to answer, but her eyes drifted past Teresa. Her voice trembled. "Brother, isn't moving." Teresa's heart dropped. She knelt beside Jin-hyuk's body. I did it," she whispered softly. Closing her eyes, she clenched her fists. "I promise. I'll never run ahead without your permission again." Her voice shook. "So please, wake up." A new system notification appeared. Influence of the Demon King's curse is fading due to the disappearance of the boss monster. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk's hand twitched. Teresa's eyes flew open. A glowing icon appeared above him. The system activated a skill. Heavenly Patronage. Golden light burst from his body, surrounding him in a warm aura. A description window appeared. Allows resurrection once if death is not instantaneous. Cooldown, 240 hours. Andrea gasped. The golden glow slowly faded as Jin-hyuk opened one eye. He exhaled slowly. Dying really hurts. Teresa stared at him, stunned. Then she noticed tears running down her cheeks. Jin-hyuk smirked weakly. Hey, you're crying. She immediately punched him in the chest. That's because you scared me. Jin-hyuk groaned in pain. I'm still injured, you know. He sat up slowly, rubbing his side. Teresa suddenly glanced at the system interface floating nearby. Wait, why hasn't the message about the next floor opening appeared yet? Jin-hyuk raised his thumb lazily. One of the conditions for clearing the 5th floor is escaping from it. He glanced around the chamber. But this place has another special feature. The broken artifact lay on the floor. Jin-hyuk walked over and picked up the vase. The boss position here can be transferred. He turned the object in his hand. Whoever holds this becomes the new ruler of this floor. Then he knelt down in front of Andrea. The others stared at him in shock. He held the artifact out to the girl. I promised you a world without that cult leader. Andrea looked at him with wide eyes. Slowly, she accepted the vase. Jin-hyuk smiled. Now you can live however you want. The moment Andrea held the artifact, a system message appeared before her. Floor ruler position transferred. She blinked in confusion. Then another notification appeared. To match the title of ruler, the body will undergo immediate enhancement. A bright light surrounded her. Andrea slowly lifted off the ground. Teresa called out nervously. Andrea. The girl looked down at her hands. They were larger now. Her body was rapidly maturing. Within seconds, she landed gently on the floor again. Andrea lowered her head respectfully. I swear loyalty to you, my master. Jin-hyuk's system window flashed again. First individual to receive allegiance from a boss monster. He placed his hand gently on her head. Just keep smiling, he said. Andrea clenched her fist confidently. Teresa stepped forward and hugged her. Visit us often, okay? Andrea nodded softly. I promise. At that moment, a new system message appeared. 6th floor unlocked. Jin-hyuk waved his hand dismissively as the notification faded. Far away, news about the 5th floor spread rapidly. On livestream platforms, viewers were already reacting. One commentator excitedly wrote that world leaders should personally thank Jin-hyuk. Another fan praised Teresa's courage during the battle. Someone else argued that cheating would have been impossible during such a chaotic fight. In a small bar somewhere, a group of men raised their glasses. To the man who cleared the 5th floor. Their boss had even bought beer to celebrate. Elsewhere, a survivor named Ween posted online that he had managed to escape the 5th floor alive thanks to Jin-hyuk. Meanwhile, in another building, a young man sat angrily at a desk, staring at a screen. He slammed his hand onto the table. Jin-hyuk's growing fame was preventing him from getting close to his target. Before he could calm down, someone knocked nervously outside the door. Sorry. The door suddenly exploded into pieces. A swordsman stepped into the room, blade in hand. The man inside instantly grabbed his weapon. And who are you? The visitor bowed politely. My name is Cohen. The nobleman glanced around the room with mild disappointment. I expected more luxury. The young man scowled, completely confused. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jin-hyuk casually raised 2 fingers while speaking to someone. I'm the one responsible for all this. Somewhere in the distance, a massive explosion echoed. Later that day, sunlight shone brightly over the city. Jin-hyuk closed one eye and scratched his ear. Huh, it's itchy. Inside a large shopping area, Alice was enthusiastically pointing at shelves full of items. And that one too. She pointed at an entire display case. I'll buy all of it. Jin-hyuk crossed his arms. At this rate you're going to cause inflation. But when he saw Andrea's excited face nearby, he simply sighed. As payment for helping with Andrea's education, he had allowed Alice to introduce her to normal city life. Andrea stood beside them like a small boss, carefully writing notes about everything she saw. Alice proudly explained things like a teacher. You need to learn the basics of leadership. Jin-hyuk watched them while glancing at his system screen. In the long run, this investment would pay off. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was growing stronger faster than expected. In his mind, he imagined a scale comparing himself to others. Most guild rankers who gained strength through dungeon raids were around level 30. But with his current stats, and his special ability called Jump, he was already stronger than almost anyone at his level. His thoughts shifted to the reward he received for clearing the 5th floor. It had been completely unexpected. The item was called the mirror that breaks boundaries. It allowed the user to connect instantly to any chosen location within the trial tower's first 10 floors. Jin-hyuk pulled the small mirror from his pocket and studied it. There's still a lot to prepare. At that moment, the phone on the table rang. He picked it up. Director? He leaned back slightly. What's going on? The assistant on the other end sighed. You've become so famous that every media channel is talking about you. Jin-hyuk raised an eyebrow. And? There might be problems soon. What kind of problems? The assistant answered immediately. There are too many visitors. Jin-hyuk looked out the window. How many? Several hundred, every day. The assistant straightened slightly when he heard his boss's calm voice through the phone. Add everyone to a waiting list, Jin-hyuk instructed. Anyone who wants to meet me goes on that list first. The assistant quickly began noting it down. Jin-hyuk continued speaking without pause. And set up a meeting with the Martial Father Guild. The call ended shortly afterward. Later that day, Jin-hyuk sat inside a quiet cafe. Sunlight filtered through the windows while he casually held a drink in one hand. Across the table sat Kim Ki-tae. Ki-tae watched him for a moment before finally speaking. You look relaxed. Did you get enough rest after clearing the floor? Jin-hyuk took another sip before replying. Ki-tae leaned forward slightly. I've been waiting for this call for a long time. Jin-hyuk raised a finger. This is our first meeting since the trial, right? His eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the past. Back then you strutted around like a peacock. Ki-tae immediately lowered his head, clearly uncomfortable. Jin-hyuk studied him silently. He's gotten awfully polite, he thought. Ki-tae then spoke again with a careful tone. I'd like to apologize about the Mandrich incident. At the time you were busy clearing the tower, so... The veins on his temple twitched as he spoke. Jin-hyuk waved a hand dismissively. Relax. We did meet eventually. He leaned back in his chair and crossed one leg over the other. As an apology, he continued casually, how about we revise the contract between us? Ki-tae's eyes narrowed. Jin-hyuk tapped the table lightly. The Martial Father Guild owns 10 A-rank dungeons on the 3rd floor. He raised one finger again. So why not share just one of them? Ki-tae's fist clenched instantly. You want us to hand over an A-rank dungeon, he said slowly, instead of the 10 first-floor dungeons we discussed? He closed his eyes, irritation leaking into his voice. So not only will you refuse to give us the promised antidote recipe, you're also raising the price? Jin-hyuk smiled widely. That's correct. Another guild member sitting nearby leaned forward. Why change the terms now? Jin-hyuk lifted his hand like a businessman presenting statistics. Inflation is rising. Raw materials are more expensive. Labor costs too. Ki-tae bared his teeth in frustration. We didn't come here to listen to nonsense, he snapped. Our guild isn't a charity. He slammed his palm onto the table. I've wasted enough time. Another guild representative calmly adjusted his glasses. Let's pretend we never heard this offer. But before he could stand, Jin-hyuk spoke again. What about the Great Temple Labyrinth? The man froze. Jin-hyuk rested his chin on his hand. The one your guild monopolizes on the 3rd floor. Ki-tae slowly turned his head. How do you know about that? Jin-hyuk shrugged. I'm a guild master too. Information like that isn't hard to obtain. He tapped the table again while thinking. Like a jellyfish stuck in a current, he thought. They keep trying the same thing over and over. Your guild constantly attempts to clear the labyrinth, Jin-hyuk said aloud. And every time you fail. He smiled faintly. Your reputation must be suffering quite a bit. Ki-tae's fist tightened again. And if the failures continue, Jin-hyuk added casually, your leadership position might be in danger. Silence fell over the table. Then Jin-hyuk folded his arms. I'll clear the labyrinth for you. Ki-tae stared at him in shock. Meanwhile, far away in Vienna, music filled a luxurious hall. An orchestra performed a beautiful classical piece. Alice clapped enthusiastically when it finished. That was amazing, she exclaimed. I'm deeply moved. A small notification appeared before her eyes. Skill copied, absolute pitch. Alice blinked in satisfaction. The table in front of them was covered with expensive dishes. She pointed at the menu again. I want the most expensive items here. Jin-hyuk sighed quietly while holding his utensils. He wanted to finish this trip quickly and return to Korea. A task list floated in front of him. One objective read. Visit a 3-star Michelin restaurant. He watched silently as the chef prepared elaborate dishes from various cuisines. Across the table sat a certain vampire lord. Why are we wasting time relaxing like this? She asked. Jin-hyuk leaned back calmly. In the future we'll be too busy, he said. So enjoy it while we can. He stabbed a fork into his salad. His thoughts drifted toward the next challenge. The 6th floor of the tower. It was known as the Elf Forest. He imagined arrogant elves guarding the land. To unlock the next stage, players had to remain there for 90 days. Most players simply used the time to relax or travel to other floors to train. But Jin-hyuk knew better. Everyone on that floor pursued different objectives, and there were special cultivation bonuses hidden there. We'll need proper preparation this time. Later, Jeet approached him. Everything is ready. In the ruins ahead, a bright beam of light formed. Jin-hyuk placed his hands in his pockets and stepped into it. Teleportation magic, he said calmly, is pretty convenient. They arrived on the 3rd floor. The shrine area was bustling with activity. It was the busiest location in the tower, where players changed professions. Adventurers moved everywhere between priests and instructors. Jin-hyuk approached a priestess who handled class changes. Before he could speak, someone called out excitedly. It's him. Jin-hyuk turned slightly. Jeet sighed. We should deal with business quickly. A young man stepped forward eagerly. I'm Yang-won, captain of the 2nd siege team. His eyes sparkled with excitement. I've watched every video of yours. Another person stepped forward shyly. I'm NSU, she said while blushing. Main healer of the siege fighters. Jin-hyuk looked down with a faint frown. This is turning into a fan meeting. One of the Martial Father Guild members laughed quietly. Even our best fighters become fans when they meet their idol. Jeet clenched his fists before addressing everyone firmly. Formally, command will remain with Young-won. He glanced toward Jin-hyuk. But for this operation, everyone already understood. The real leader standing there was Jin-hyuk. With a casual lift of his hand, he signaled the fighters behind him to get ready for the upcoming battle. The large man who had been causing trouble earlier was no longer worth killing. Jin-hyuk had already decided there was no need to waste time on someone like that. A voice echoed across the courtyard near the temple walls. Everyone participating in the expedition was instructed to gather at the entrance in 30 minutes. The group began preparing immediately. Weapons were checked, armor tightened, and supplies organized. When everything was ready, Jin-hyuk slowly climbed the long stone staircase that led toward the temple. At the top, the first priestess responsible for profession changes stood waiting. She closed her eyes briefly, as if offering a silent prayer, before speaking in a calm voice. To grow stronger, one must walk a path. Strength requires a profession. She stretched out her hand toward him. So tell me, which path will you choose? As soon as she finished speaking, several translucent windows appeared before Jin-hyuk, each displaying different professions he could select. Jin-hyuk stared at the list quietly. Through his other accounts, he had already tried nearly every popular profession in the system. Warriors, mages, assassins, none of them interested him anymore. He tilted his head slightly. Show me the least popular professions. The windows shifted immediately, revealing a completely different list. After scanning them for a moment, Jin-hyuk pointed at one option. Barrier Master. A faint smile appeared on his face. It was unpopular, difficult to master, and extremely rare. Most players avoided it because it required patience and complex strategy. But to Jin-hyuk, that was exactly why it was perfect. If he mastered barriers, places like labyrinths and dungeon ruins would become his playground. While others struggled with traps and defenses, he could control them. His eyes glimmered with excitement. More than anything, he loved crushing the pride of opponents who believed they were unbeatable. After finishing the process, Jin-hyuk walked back toward the gathering point outside the temple. But something strange caught his attention. Several unfamiliar people had gathered nearby. What are they doing here? He muttered under his breath. Just then, someone stepped forward. Is Kim Ki-tae from the Fighting Fathers Guild here? The newcomers wore uniforms marked with the emblem of the Samurai Guild. Their leader rested a katana casually over his shoulder while looking at Kim's group. We should talk, the swordsman said calmly. Kim narrowed his eyes. What do you want? The samurai leader smiled slightly. We're here to inform you that the Samurai Guild will not allow your group to participate in capturing the Great Temple. The statement caused an immediate stir among the fighters. The swordsman continued, as if enjoying their reactions. Think about it. How many people have already been disappointed by the Fighting Fathers? You still haven't cleared that cursed labyrinth. He swung the katana onto his shoulder again. So why not work together instead? If we cooperate, the public response will be much better. Kim's lips curled back, revealing clenched teeth. Nearby, someone whispered to another guild member. The Samurai Guild has been growing quickly lately. Their organization is solid, and they're really good at gathering information. One of the Fighting Fathers members wiped sweat from his forehead. They've manipulated public opinion completely. At that moment, someone walked up from behind them. Your commander seems pretty popular. Jin Hyuk had arrived. Several people nearby immediately recognized him and began whispering his name. The samurai leader frowned slightly. An S-class hunter. Jin Hyuk ignored the tension and spoke calmly. There's something I'm curious about. He looked directly at the samurai commander. You said the fighting fathers are failing because they lack strength. He paused. But honestly, you're not that different. The assistant beside the samurai commander exploded with anger. How dare you speak to our commander like that? Another samurai quickly grabbed his shoulder. Calm down. He's S rank. Jin Hyuk raised his chin slightly. And you lot aren't even close to that level. Behind him, members of the Fighting Fathers Guild started shouting emotionally. Did he just call us weak too? The samurai commander slowly closed his eyes, then spoke with confidence. Our strength is incomparable. Jin Hyuk tilted his head. Oh? What strength would that be? The swordsman held up 3 fingers. We have someone who has already reached the 30th floor of the trial tower. The crowd gasped. Even Jin Hyuk briefly glanced around. There's someone like that here? The tower was still mostly unexplored. Public information barely existed for anything beyond the 10th floor. Jin Hyuk slipped his hands into his pockets as whispers spread among the fighters. If that's true, that guild is insane. They have someone that strong? The samurai commander smiled proudly. We possess information you don't. With it, we will become the first heroes to save humanity from the trial tower. His smile widened greedily. And of course, we'll become very rich in the process. At that moment, Jin Hyuk's eyes turned slightly red. A system notification appeared. Skill activated, greedy gaze. He examined the man carefully. It didn't look like the commander was lying. The man actually believed every word he was saying. Jin Hyuk chuckled quietly. Then I should find this genius who's been spreading such nonsense. His gaze slowly moved across the samurai group. Most of the fighters were ordinary. Nothing special. Then he noticed one person. A young man standing silently with his arms crossed. Takashi. Above his head, a faint hourglass icon flickered. Jin Hyuk's eyes sharpened. Incomplete precognition. The skill allowed someone to see partial information about future floors of the tower. Takashi wiped sweat from his forehead while listening to his guildmates praising him. You saved us from all those traps. Without you, we would have died back there. Jin Hyuk rolled his eyes. The boy clearly wasn't revealing the full truth about his ability. If Takashi hid the fact that his foresight was incomplete, people would assume he possessed perfect prediction. That would raise his reputation even higher. Takashi seemed to think the same thing. If nobody finds out, it's not really lying. Jin Hyuk stared directly at him. A liar pretending to be humanity's future hero. Jin Hyuk looked back at the samurai commander. There's supposedly someone who climbed to the 30th floor, yet no information exists past the 10th. The samurai smiled again. In our world, information is the most valuable weapon. Refusing help would be foolish. Jeet clenched his fists angrily. I'm not believing this nonsense. Before he could say more, Jin Hyuk raised a hand to stop him. You should have started with that sentence earlier. His tone was calm. We could have saved a lot of time. The samurai commander blinked in surprise. You agree to talk? Jin Hyuk shrugged. Why not? The samurai leader smiled widely. Good. Finally someone reasonable. Turning his back to Jeet, the commander added. Try to relax. If we succeed, the reputation of the Fighting Fathers Guild will rise along with ours. But Jin Hyuk wasn't listening anymore. His attention was still on Takashi. Because now he knew exactly where the real game had begun. Kim frowned and spread his arms in frustration. Why did you let those guys come with us? He demanded, clearly irritated. Jin Hyuk didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced toward the Samurai Guild members walking nearby. Takashi, who had been quietly listening, shook his head. It wouldn't have been possible to just drive them away, he said calmly. But the commander clearly disagreed. His face flushed with anger as he shouted loudly. If necessary, I'll stop them by force. Jin Hyuk raised a finger lazily, as if lecturing a child. Relax. Didn't they say they wanted to become humanity's heroes? His eyes narrowed slightly. Then I'll give them the chance. Let's see how heroic they look while trying to steal someone else's prey. A faint red glow flickered inside Jin Hyuk's eyes. Kim stared at him in disbelief. Has this guy completely lost his mind? From behind them, Yaman shouted impatiently. We're moving soon. Everyone get ready. The group entered the labyrinth shortly afterward. Torches burned along the stone walls, casting long shadows across the corridor. The air inside felt damp and heavy. As they walked deeper, someone suddenly pointed toward several statues placed along the wall. Those figures weren't ordinary decorations. They're players, one of the fighters explained in a low voice. People who failed the labyrinth challenge. Takashi clenched his fist slightly. There's no way to bring them back. The samurai commander raised a large shield that carried a strange artifact embedded in its center. Don't worry, he said confidently. I came prepared. Jin-hyuk glanced sideways at the artifact. He immediately realized something. The man holding it barely understood how to use it properly. A faint system window appeared in front of Jin-hyuk's eyes. Second bonus reward for first tower conqueror? Jin-hyuk blinked. So that's why. He tapped the confirmation option. It seemed the bonus had been triggered because he had entered the labyrinth immediately after accepting the quest. A glowing symbol shaped like a crescent moon appeared briefly before fading into his body. Moon seal activated. The system explained the effect. The ability would fully activate only after completing his profession quest. Once unlocked, it would shorten barrier activation time and greatly improve barrier durability. Jin-hyuk wiped sweat from his forehead as he read the additional condition. One line caught his attention. Forgotten languages. Strange symbols appeared in the system window. Jin-hyuk stared at them. He definitely remembered seeing those symbols before while clearing the tower in the past. But even then, he never figured out their purpose. His gaze shifted toward a nearby stone tablet covered in similar characters. So this is the reward meant for the first conqueror. A slow smile spread across his face. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. There's still so much about this tower I don't understand. Meanwhile, Takashi had closed his eyes again, trying to concentrate. The samurai members looked down respectfully while their prophet whispered something quietly to the commander. Everyone prepare, someone shouted. The group moved forward and suddenly froze. A massive cobra emerged from the darkness ahead. Its enormous body coiled across the corridor like a living wall. Hold the line, one of the warriors yelled. The samurai commander immediately gave an order. Surround it. Mages began chanting spells. Explosions erupted across the snake scales as fireballs and lightning struck its body. The swordsmen tightened their grips on their weapons. Stay ready. The giant cobra opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp fangs. At that moment, the commander's shield began glowing brightly. A powerful strike slammed into the monster's head. A nearby knight clenched his fist in admiration. Our teammate is seriously strong. But not everyone felt encouraged. Yang One lowered his head, doubt creeping into his mind. Are we even capable of doing anything here? The warrior exhaled heavily. I'm pathetic. Jin-hyuk watched them quietly. These guys still have a long way to go, he thought. They're already losing confidence just because someone stronger appeared. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Alice would have finished that snake in seconds. Far away on the 5th floor of the trial tower, another scene was unfolding. A large door stood closed before a group of fighters. This isn't how you do it, someone said. Andrea listened carefully while gripping her staff. Alice raised her hand firmly. Follow my instructions. Andrea opened her mouth to respond but hesitated. Something about her teacher's words felt completely different today. Back inside the labyrinth, the group reached a huge corridor that split into two paths. The samurai commander turned toward Takashi. So, which way? The fortune teller studied both routes carefully. The left corridor was brightly lit and appeared safe. The right corridor was darker, with uneven walls that looked like they could hide traps anywhere. Sweat formed on Takashi's forehead. His foresight ability hadn't shown him this moment. This wasn't in my vision. Someone spoke suddenly. Let's go left. Jin-hyuk gave a cheerful thumbs up. Any beginner would pick the right path, he said casually. They'd think the obvious route is a trap. He grinned widely. But the labyrinth knows that kind of thinking. It loves sending people like that straight to hell. The samurai members exchanged uncertain glances. Finally, they decided to follow the left corridor. Jin-hyuk watched Takashi's back while walking. So his foresight really is that weak. A small flame of excitement flickered in Jin-hyuk's eyes. Doesn't matter. Both paths lead to disaster anyway. Soon, strange devices appeared ahead in the hallway. Thin beams of light stretched across the corridor. What are those? A fighter asked nervously. The machines began moving slowly. Takashi closed his eyes briefly before speaking confidently. Just a basic trap. Don't panic. But the moment he finished speaking, the trap activated. Dozens of lasers suddenly filled the room. The fighters looked up in shock. Defenders. Barrier formation. A force shield appeared. But it wasn't enough. One of the beams sliced cleanly through a samurai warrior's arm. Af. Blood splattered across the floor. Use more mana, the commander shouted desperately. He pressed his shield forward. Everyone stay behind me. Takashi's heart pounded. This is Jin Hyuk's fault, he chose this path. But then he noticed something strange. Jin Hyuk was calmly drawing glowing runes in the air. A cloud of energy gathered above his palm. The barrier master profession quest had begun. The runes merged into a small sphere of condensed energy. Jin Hyuk released it. A system message appeared. Physical barrier created. A transparent dome expanded around the group. The magic shield instantly deflected the laser attacks. Yansa stared at it with wide eyes. I've never seen a barrier like this. The traps continued firing, but the dome remained intact. Jin Hyuk glanced upward. This is my limit for now, he thought. Not until I fully obtain the profession. His body suddenly blurred as he stepped outside the barrier. Before leaving completely, he looked back at the others. Stay inside the dome. Then he smiled mischievously. Oh, and one more thing. If you dodge those lasers 300 times, you'll unlock a secret item. The soldiers inside the barrier stared in disbelief. Several of them stood frozen, mouths hanging open as they watched Jin Hyuk step forward into the deadly maze of lasers as if he were walking into a casual training ground. Jin Hyuk stretched his shoulders lazily. If anyone wants the reward, he said calmly, you're welcome to join. No one moved. He shrugged. Honestly, it's not that difficult. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, he spoke again. The trick is the rhythm. Just match the timing. He snapped his fingers. At that exact moment, the lasers fired again. Dozens of red beams shot across the corridor, slicing through the air with lethal precision. But Jin Hyuk moved. His body twisted, spun, and slipped between the beams as if he were dancing to music no one else could hear. He leaned back, letting one beam pass inches from his face, then flipped forward and rolled under another. See, he said casually while dodging. Easy. Inside the barrier, a knight stared with wide eyes. Is he serious? Meanwhile, the Samurai Guild members were in complete chaos. They struggled desperately just to stay alive while maintaining their defenses. Mages poured mana into their shields. Warriors ducked and scrambled to avoid the beams. Compared to them, Jin Hyuk looked almost relaxed. He kept moving smoothly through the trap, smiling slightly as the lasers continued firing. After a while, the captain beside Kim scratched the back of his head nervously. Boss, if we give everything to that guy, won't we end up losing out? Kim didn't even turn around. There are times when accepting a loss is the smarter move, he said calmly. His teeth showed briefly in a confident grin. When you're certain of your strength, stepping back can also be a strategy. Hearing those words, Yinsu slowly began to understand. His gaze shifted back toward Jin Hyuk. The young man was still weaving effortlessly through the deadly trap. Then, without warning, Jin Hyuk stopped. He casually slipped his hands into his pockets. A system notification appeared before his eyes. Hidden mission completed? A small object materialized in his hand. Jin Hyuk examined it with clear satisfaction. The item was called Blazing Flame. Not bad, he muttered. All that effort paid off. But when he turned around, the atmosphere had completely changed. One of the samurai warriors stumbled forward, holding the bloody stump where his arm had once been. My arm. I lost my arm. Nearby, another fighter dropped to his knees. Yosha? Yosha is dead. Bodies were scattered across the corridor. The samurai commander's face turned pale as he shouted, "Count the casualties." Jin Hyuk covered his mouth slightly in mock regret. Ah, that's unfortunate. He tilted his head. My barrier can only hold about 30 people. The commander's expression twisted with rage. You bastard. Another samurai glared at him furiously. You knew about the trap, didn't you? Jin Hyuk answered without hesitation. Of course. The man's fists trembled. Then why didn't you warn us? My men died. Jin Hyuk looked forward calmly. I only agreed to cooperate because you said you have a man who supposedly reached the 30th floor. Takashi lowered his gaze. Jin Hyuk stared down at him. So tell me something. His voice turned colder. I didn't ask you to follow us. The samurai commander spread his arms angrily. The Samurai Guild will never forgive this. Jin Hyuk pointed ahead. Now isn't the time for threats. At that moment, a system message appeared. Condition met, 50% of raid eliminated by traps. The giant cobra suddenly lifted its head. Its mouth opened wide, revealing massive fangs. Another notification appeared. The guardian of the northern temple has awakened. The commander stared in confusion. What is that supposed to mean? Jin Hyuk's grin widened. Don't relax. He raised a hand casually. This is where the real fun starts. Then he glanced toward the samurai group. If you have anything else to say, try surviving first. The massive cobra flicked its tongue. Moments later, the system displayed another message. Jellyfish's favorite pet has appeared. The snake lunged forward violently. The injured commander grabbed his bleeding arm. We're not even in formation yet. Jin-hyuk looked at the artifact shield he carried. Since everyone understands the situation now, he said casually, hand that over. He pointed directly at the shield. The samurai glared at him. You think we give up an artifact like this? The cobra rose higher, preparing to strike. Jin-hyuk raised his hand slightly. Fine. Cold energy gathered around him. Glacier creation. A chilling aura spread through the corridor. He lifted one finger. In that case? I'll just take it from your corpse. The commander panicked. Wait, but it was too late. The cobra inhaled deeply and unleashed a blazing spear of fire. Run, someone screamed. Fighters scattered desperately. But the corridor was a straight tunnel. There was nowhere to hide. The commander slammed his shield forward. Everyone behind me. A force barrier appeared. Flames crashed into it like a tidal wave. For a moment, the barrier held. Then it shattered. Fire engulfed the entire corridor. The commander turned toward Takashi. You must survive. Moments later, silence filled the hallway. Burned corpses lay scattered across the ground. The artifact shield rolled across the stone floor and stopped beside a kneeling corpse, the commander's body, still frozen in its final position. A hand reached down and picked it up. Jin-hyuk examined it calmly. The previous owner didn't even know how to use this thing. He smiled slightly. An artifact is useless in the hands of an idiot. A system window displayed the shield stats. Its power increased according to the user's level. Takashi stared at Jin-hyuk with clenched teeth. You act like you already know everything. Jin-hyuk glanced at him. Your foresight isn't helping anymore, is it? Takashi froze. Sweat began running down his face. Slowly, he dropped to his knees. How do you know about my ability? His voice trembled. What exactly are you? How are you connected to this tower? Jin-hyuk kept one hand in his pocket. I'm not interested in explaining. At that moment, the cobra attacked again. A massive column of fire shot toward them. Jin-hyuk lifted his hand calmly. Glacier creation. A giant wall of ice appeared instantly, blocking the flames. The fire collided against the frozen barrier and scattered into steam. Jin-hyuk glanced at Takashi from the corner of his eye. When two people are talking, he waved his hand casually. The pet should stay quiet. Ice surged forward. Within seconds, the giant cobra was completely trapped inside a massive frozen prison. Takashi's eyes widened in pure shock. The corridor fell silent after the cobra was frozen. A massive block of ice filled the tunnel, trapping the monster completely inside. Frost slowly spread across the stone floor while shards of ice glittered under the dim torchlight. Jin-hyuk looked at the frozen creature for a moment. Takashi's earlier question echoed in his mind. How are you connected to the tower? Jin-hyuk glanced sideways at him. Well, if you really want to know, he said casually, I'm the exiled god of this tower. Takashi's eyes widened instantly. He staggered backward in shock. A god? The young prophet dropped to his knees immediately, pressing his forehead against the floor. That explains everything, he cried out. Your strength, your knowledge, your abilities, they're far beyond anything human. His voice trembled with fear and awe. I committed a grave sin. I failed to foresee the presence of an absolute being. Jin-hyuk almost laughed. If I were really a god, he thought, I'd install an elevator instead of climbing all these floors again. But outwardly, he kept a calm expression. After my exile, I was forced to take a human body, he explained casually. Then he looked down at Takashi. Still, your abilities might prove useful as we climb the higher floors. Takashi raised his head slowly, disbelief still visible on his face. You think I can be useful? He pointed to himself in shock. Thank you, my lord. Jin-hyuk crouched down so they were at eye level. So, he said calmly, would you like to help me conquer this tower? Takashi froze for a moment. Being chosen by a god was something that happened only once in a lifetime. He immediately bowed his head again. I will serve you with everything I have. Jin-hyuk's eyes flashed faintly. Good. He lifted one hand slightly. I'll leave a mark on you. Takashi stiffened. If you ever betray me, Jin-hyuk's voice turned colder. That mark will burn you to ashes. Takashi nodded quickly. I understand. I will never reveal anything. At that moment, the soldiers behind them noticed something strange. The barrier is fading. The imperfect physical barrier that Jin-hyuk had created earlier was slowly disappearing. When the group looked toward the battlefield again, they realized something shocking. The monster that had wiped out the entire samurai guild had been defeated by Jin-hyuk alone. Yang Won lowered his head respectfully. Thank you for saving us. His expression turned bitter. Our team was useless. Jin Hyuk shook his head slightly. This isn't over yet. He glanced at the shattered ice. That creature isn't the type to accept the death of her pet so easily. As if responding to his words, a violent wind swept through the corridor. Flames flickered wildly. Something slithered across the floor. A massive tail appeared from the shadows. "Don't look at it," the commander shouted immediately. A confused fighter turned his head. "Why shouldn't we?" Before he could finish, something grabbed him by the head. The creature pulled him close. In the reflection of its eyes, the terrified warrior saw his own face. Medusa. The man quickly turned into a stone statue. But a moment later, crack. The statue shattered into pieces. Standing in the center of the corridor was a terrifying figure. The guardian of the temple. Her long snake-like hair writhed violently, and her eyes burned with fury. "You dared to invade my temple." Her voice trembled with rage. "And you killed my baby." The soldiers shut their eyes tightly. The air around her was filled with enormous amounts of mana. The commander gripped his sword. "This is exactly what we came here for." He raised his blade. "Attack." Lightning bolts shot forward from the mages. Medusa sneered. "You should be more careful where you aim." Her tail lashed out violently. Blood sprayed across the ground. Yang Won coughed violently as blood poured from his mouth. Yansa clenched her fists. "Are there any wounded?" But before anyone could answer, Medusa lunged again. The girl kept her eyes tightly closed, unable to see what was happening. Sharp claws rushed toward her. Then, thud. Something slammed directly into Medusa's face. A shield. The monster was thrown backward as Jin Hyuk stepped forward calmly. Dust filled the corridor where she crashed into the ground. Jin Hyuk glanced at Yansa. "From here on? I'll handle it alone." The massive Gorgon slowly stood up again. She bared her fangs. "Why are you staring directly into my eyes, yet you're not turning to stone?" A strange symbol appeared in front of Jin Hyuk. Skill activated, greedy gaze. Effect, petrification immunity. Jin Hyuk grinned. "Maybe you're just weak." Medusa's jaw tightened with fury. "You insolent human." A system notification appeared. Ability activated, power of the Gorgon. Magical attack plus 30%. Movement speed minus 15%. A powerful aura exploded around her body. "I won't let you die easily." Her mouth opened wide as she launched a stream of corrosive acid toward him. At the same moment, Jin Hyuk activated another skill. Steps of the Demonic Sword King activated. Movement speed plus 70%. He shot forward like a blur. "How are you planning to kill me?" he said casually, "when you're barely moving." Medusa swung her massive hand toward him. Jin Hyuk instantly raised the artifact shield he had taken earlier. Clang! The blow landed directly against the shield. A new system message appeared. Physical and magical defense increased by 300%. Medusa frowned in disbelief. "My attacks didn't break through?" Jin Hyuk's fingers suddenly glowed with bright energy. The monster screamed as a flash of power struck her. Jin Hyuk smiled slightly. Barrier skill activated, sealed coffin. Magical walls suddenly rose around the Gorgon's body. She found herself trapped inside a glowing prison. Jin Hyuk spoke quietly. "The final requirement to become a barrier master is successfully trapping a boss monster inside a barrier." Magical chains wrapped around Medusa's arms. She struggled violently. "You think this cage can hold me?" Her tail smashed against the barrier walls. Jin Hyuk dodged the attacks effortlessly while circling around her. Red energy swirled around his hands. Skill activated, Giant's Hand. He slammed his fingers into the stone wall. Cracks spread across the surface. Then he ripped out massive chunks of rock and hurled them at the monster. Medusa smashed them apart easily. "This won't work on me." She glared at him. "Stop wasting your time." Jin Hyuk suddenly smiled. Medusa paused. Something about this felt wrong. "You weren't trying to hurt me." Her eyes widened. A glowing magic circle appeared beneath her feet. Jin Hyuk knelt slightly on the ground. "Ah, you noticed a little too late." While throwing stones, he had secretly been carving runes across the battlefield, using the ashes and dust scattered across the floor. Medusa's eyes widened in horror. "You drew runes, while distracting me?" Suddenly, chains of magic erupted from the ground. They wrapped tightly around her body. Third-level barrier activated. Heavy shackles locked around her neck and arms. Target bound by high-level binding force. Jin Hyuk slipped his hands back into his pockets. "You're not escaping that." He smiled calmly. "I spent a lot of effort designing it." Medusa screamed in rage. "Let me out of here." Jin Hyuk shrugged. "Relax. Struggling won't help." Another system notification appeared. Boss monster successfully sealed. Final condition completed. Jin Hyuk glanced at the screen and smiled slightly. The third requirement to become a barrier master had finally been fulfilled. The Medusa thrashed inside the barrier, her fangs bared in fury as the chains tightened around her. Jin-hyuk watched her calmly, hands in his pockets. Capturing a boss monster alive wasn't just difficult, it was nearly impossible. Most players didn't even try. The only safe option people ever considered was capturing something like a goblin boss from the first floor. Anything beyond that? Means death. Jin-hyuk smirked slightly. So, what happens if you catch something stronger? He pressed the confirmation button. For a split second, everything went silent. Then, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from his body. The air trembled. A system window exploded into view. Condition achieved, high-level boss captured during profession quest. Hidden condition met. Profession upgrade initiated. Jin-hyuk's eyes widened slightly as the next line appeared. New class unlocked, Supreme Rune Interpreter. Sweat rolled down his cheek. Then, he clenched his fists tightly, unable to hold back a grin. I knew it. His voice was low but filled with excitement. A hidden class. The system continued. Description: a rare, high-tier profession capable of interpreting, rewriting, and dominating ancient rune systems. Grants superior control over barriers and magical constructs. Jin-hyuk exhaled slowly. The harder the condition, the greater the reward. That had always been the rule of the tower. And he had just broken through one of its highest thresholds. Now I'm curious, he muttered. If I keep pushing this, how far can I go? At that moment, a strange energy began circling around his wrist. He frowned and looked down. A glowing symbol slowly engraved itself into his skin. Lunar seal activated. Barrier activation speed, minus 25%. Barrier efficiency, plus 30%. Jin-hyuk's grin widened. Even better. His gaze shifted back to the trapped Gorgon. She stared at him now, not with rage, but with fear. What are you going to do with me? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Kill me? Jin-hyuk tilted his head. I'm not sure yet. He walked closer, studying her. Maybe I could turn you into armor? Tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Jin-hyuk sighed. Killing boss monsters was routine. Experience, loot, items, it all came from that. But Medusa? He mentally reviewed the possibilities. Her head lost its petrification ability outside the temple. Armor made from her scales, poisoned the wearer. He clicked his tongue. Pretty useless. He raised a finger, deep in thought. What am I even supposed to do with you? At that exact moment, the system chimed again. Shop transaction complete. 3,350 coins deducted. A plate with a strange red flower dropped into his hand. Jin-hyuk crouched down and crushed it, mixing the liquid with other materials. Then he began drawing a magic circle on the ground. The moment the pattern was completed. Flash. A bright light erupted. A hidden communication channel activated. On the other side, a man closed a thick book and looked forward with interest. You, he said slowly. How did you get this contact? Jin-hyuk casually tossed the empty plate aside. Honestly? I just bought random stuff and mixed it. He shrugged. Pure coincidence. The man narrowed his eyes. That's impossible. His voice turned serious. I've never shared this contact. Not even with the gods. He leaned forward. So tell me, how did you find it? Jin-hyuk ignored the question completely. Instead, he pointed behind him. Oh? What's that? A bound Medusa appeared in view, chained inside the barrier. The man froze. Jin-hyuk smirked. I figured you'd be interested. A collector like you, someone obsessed with Greek mythology, wouldn't miss this, right? Weapons suddenly began materializing around Jin-hyuk, floating in the air. I was just about to dispose of her, he added casually. Since you're already watching, enjoy the show. The system chimed again. Sword cemetery activated. Jin-hyuk raised his hand. Wait! The man on the other side shouted immediately. You can't kill her. His voice was filled with urgency. That's not just a monster, that's a priceless specimen. Jin-hyuk paused, glancing at the screen. You finally interested? He asked casually. Good. The man wiped the sweat from his face. I'll open a gate for you, he said quickly. Come here. We'll talk in person. He hesitated for a moment, then added. This deal could be very beneficial for both of us. Jin-hyuk studied his expression carefully. Then he smiled faintly. All right. The space in front of him suddenly cracked. A portal tore open, swirling with unstable magic. Come through, the man said. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk stepped inside. The moment he emerged, he stopped. A massive statue towered before him, radiating ancient power. The man approached him with a calm smile. Welcome, he said, to the 42nd floor of the trial tower. Jin Hyuk's eyes narrowed slightly. The city of the ancient Egyptian gods. The place was vast, filled with structures that looked older than time itself. This wasn't what I expected, Jin Hyuk admitted. I thought I'd be going to the Great Library. The man chuckled. I wish this were a vacation. He gestured around them. This is work. Those who reside here are the Egyptian gods themselves. He glanced at Jin Hyuk meaningfully. And they've been very curious about you. Jin Hyuk smiled faintly. Something tells me they already know more than they should. As if on cue, strange creatures began to appear in the distance. One of them spoke in disbelief. That's a human? I heard they entered the tower recently. How did one reach this far already? The man stepped forward and raised his hand. Before anything else, the ground suddenly trembled. A massive crater opened nearby. There used to be a sphinx here, he explained calmly. Now? He looked at the destruction. It's just a hole. Jin Hyuk stared at it silently. Ricky closed his eyes for a moment, then spoke calmly. That crater, he said, pointing ahead, appeared the moment it was discovered that someone was impersonating Anubis. A low, furious growl echoed across the ruins. Jin Hyuk casually picked up a fragment of stone from the ground, examining it as if nothing around him mattered. I heard statues like this are worth a fortune, he muttered. Ricky glanced at him sharply. You're standing in front of absolute beings, he said, his tone turning serious. Entities that rule the upper floors of the tower. Jin Hyuk tossed the shard aside. Should I be afraid? He asked casually. He brushed the dust off his hands. This isn't even the 50th floor. Ricky paused, then suddenly burst into laughter. A massive pyramid loomed in the distance, casting a long shadow across the desert-like ruins. You really don't disappoint, Rick said, grinning. The atmosphere shifted instantly. A dark presence gathered. Anubis stepped forward, his expression twisted with rage. You dare stand before me, he growled, after tarnishing my name? From the side, another figure chuckled. Osiris watched the scene with amusement. He's entertaining, he said lightly. Rick stepped forward, placing a hand over his chest. This is Jin Hyuk, he announced. My guest. Jin Hyuk didn't even look at them properly. I didn't come here to meet you, he said bluntly. He dragged me here. Anubis slammed his foot against the ground. Insolent human. A massive magical barrier formed above them, sealing the space. Rick's voice sharpened. You intend to break the laws of the tower, in front of me? Osiris wiped tears from his eyes, still laughing. This is getting interesting. Jin Hyuk stood completely unfazed. Rick noticed it immediately. He's not reacting at all. It was as if Jin Hyuk already understood how the rules here worked. Anubis bared his teeth. If I can't kill you directly, he said coldly, then I'll do it properly. The air split open. A coffin emerged from the ground. The lid slowly creaked open. And from within, a towering warrior stepped out. Its presence alone crushed the surrounding air. Ricky narrowed his eyes. That, he said quietly, is the strongest opponent a player at your level could possibly face. He looked at Jin Hyuk. With your current stats, you can't win. Anubis crossed his arms. If you can survive 5 seconds against him, he declared, I'll allow you to take one item from my treasury. A system window appeared before Jin Hyuk. Challenge issued by Anubis, ruler of the 42nd floor. Condition, survive 5 seconds. Jin Hyuk smirked. Just 5 seconds? He asked. The moment the system light touched his body, a rare item materialized in his hand. Item purchased, royal blood. Cost, 2 million coins. A glowing substance floated above his palm. At the same time, skill activated, heavenly patronage. Effect, sacred royal blood created. Without hesitation, Jin Hyuk accepted the duel. The instant the battle began, he vanished. Skill activated, steps of the demonic sword king. His body surged forward like a streak of light. The warrior barely had time to react. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted. The system screamed warnings. Warning, extreme stat amplification detected. Damage output increased by 1500%. Risk, fatal overload. For a split second, everything froze. Then the warrior's body collapsed. Anubis warrior defeated. Silence. Jin Hyuk stood there calmly, one hand already back in his pocket. Didn't even take 5 seconds, he muttered. Osiris' smile vanished. That's impossible. His voice trembled slightly. A human from the 6th floor, defeated that? Jin Hyuk turned his head slightly. So, he said, what can I take from the treasury? Anubis snapped. That's enough. Who starts attacking immediately after accepting a duel? Before he could continue, another presence stepped forward. Horus crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. You made a promise, he said coldly. Are you going to break the rules of the tower? Anubis clicked his tongue, furious. Do whatever you want. He turned away. Horus gestured calmly. I'll guide you. Rick and Jinhyuk followed him. Soon, a massive treasury opened before them. Countless treasures glittered under golden light. Jewels, artifacts, relics, each radiating immense power. Horus extended his hand. Choose. His body flickered with a faint red glow. A promise is a promise. Jinhyuk smiled faintly as he looked over the treasures. Horus watched him closely. You would have reached this place eventually anyway, he said. Then, after a brief pause, he added. Instead of choosing an item, why not choose something greater? Jinhyuk glanced at him. Horus continued. Become a resident of this floor. If you accept, you will gain power far beyond anything here. His eyes narrowed slightly. This time, you will truly receive the support of the gods. Ricky's expression stiffened. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. A player from the 6th floor, being offered this? That kind of opportunity came once in a lifetime. Jinhyuk, however, didn't hesitate. I don't need it. The words fell flat. Ricky's pupils shrank. Horus stared at him. You're refusing divine support? Jinhyuk met his gaze directly. Yeah. A faint smile appeared on his face. I'm doing just fine on my own. Jinhyuk slowly turned his gaze to the side, his expression calm yet filled with quiet ambition. He stated without hesitation that his goal wasn't limited to the current floor, he intended to climb far higher. Then, with a faint smirk, he questioned whether it even made sense for him to accept help from beings at this level. To him, it felt unnecessary, almost beneath him. Raising his index finger, he declared that the choice he had made would serve as his reward. Horus, the sun god, bared his teeth in irritation, clearly offended by Jinhyuk's attitude. From outside, leaning casually against the railing of a palace balcony, Anubis watched the exchange unfold. In a composed tone, he asked if they were finally done. His gaze shifted forward as he remarked that Horus was, as always, letting his temper get the better of him. The god of death then intervened, urging Horus to calm down and clarify exactly what this pathetic human had chosen. Crossing his arms, Horus responded bluntly. Jinhyuk had chosen a black ancient egg. A heavy silence followed. Even the monstrous presence nearby couldn't hide its disbelief and questioned whether Jinhyuk truly understood what he had just picked. Horus admitted that he himself didn't know what lay inside the egg, nor could he inspect it. Crimson lightning crackled faintly around him as he added one crucial point. Depending on how that egg was handled, it could either become a miracle or a catastrophe capable of wiping out humanity. Some time later, Alice tilted her head, staring at the strange artifact in Jinhyuk's possession. She couldn't comprehend his reasoning. Even he knew the risks. If the egg hatched incorrectly, the consequences could be disastrous. Pointing at it, she half-jokingly, half-seriously asked what they were supposed to do if everything went wrong. What if the entire city disappeared? Where would she even go shopping then? Before anyone could respond, something bizarre happened. The clothes of one of Jinhyuk's subordinates suddenly turned pitch black. The vampire lord immediately protested, complaining about being dragged into ring again without warning. Ignoring the noise, Jinhyuk calmly rolled up his sleeves and told everyone to stay back. A dense magical aura began leaking from the black egg. Jinhyuk raised both hands toward it, his voice low. It's been a while since I've felt something like this. His pupils glowed an intense blue as his focus sharpened. The egg pulsed with light, reacting to his presence. For a brief moment, an illusion of a young man holding a feather flickered into existence, like a fragment of ancient memory. Jinhyuk muttered under his breath, recalling something he had once heard from a strange adventurer. Tasty mana, that's the key. Almost instantly, flames ignited around the egg. The system interface flickered to life, announcing the activation of the fire element. Then, as if responding in balance, icy particles formed in the air, swirling alongside the flames. Multiple elemental energies clashed and merged. The system reported that the ancient egg was absorbing mana directly from its surroundings. Jinhyuk extended his hand closer, his lips curling slightly. Does it taste good? The moment he said that, a blinding flash erupted. When the light faded, something small hovered in the air. A dragon. Tiny, yet unmistakably powerful. Sweat trickled down Jinhyuk's face as realization hit him, the egg had hatched. The creature's eyes locked onto him, instinctively searching for the mana it had just consumed. Without wasting time, Jinhyuk clenched his fist and gathered the remaining mana in the air, compressing it into a small, glowing sphere. He guided it gently toward the newborn dragon. This is your first meal. The little dragon stared at him for a second, then curiously licked his fingers. Moments later, it opened its mouth happily, devouring the mana. A system notification exploded into view. Jinhyuk had achieved something unprecedented. He had become the first player in the entire tower to tame an ancient being. His name instantly spread across all floors, drawing attention from countless watchers. The system added another note: naming the creature would significantly increase its loyalty. Jinhyuk stroked his chin thoughtfully, then picked up the small dragon. Its black body and glowing yellow eyes gave him an idea. Gagyama. The name felt right. He smiled faintly, though his next words carried a hint of concern. Cute, but feeding you is going to be a problem. Just then, his screen flickered again. A notification appeared: a mid-level manager had subscribed to his channel. His commission rate dropped from 90% to 80%, a clear sign that his influence was growing. Not long after, the scene shifted to a towering building. Inside, Baeon stood confidently, hands clasped together as he explained the situation. Jinhyuk only needed to participate in a standard interview. He emphasized that their program was the best in the field, guaranteeing at least a 40% rating. Jinhyuk sat calmly, sipping his drink as if none of this fazed him. Holding a stack of documents, he glanced up and asked one simple question. So, the executives approved this themselves? Leaning back in his chair, Jinhyuk listened as the man across from him spoke with confidence. If the show revolved around him, then of course it would succeed. And if he casually shared a few high-level strategies for clearing the tower, the audience would be completely hooked. Jinhyuk brought the straw to his lips, quietly thinking it over. At this point in time, programs about conquering the tower were the only content that truly dominated television. Everything else had faded into irrelevance. Still, something about the situation felt off. He narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his head, studying the man in front of him. Was he pretending not to recognize him? Or did he genuinely have memory issues? Do I have something on my face? The man blinked, confused, and shook his head. Nothing at all. Jinhyuk leaned forward, no longer interested in small talk. Then let's skip to the important part. Payment. His tone sharpened. I want magic stones. At that, the head of SWBTV spread his hands helplessly, letting out a sigh. Lately, countless players had been making the same demand. Magic stones had become the most sought-after currency. Jinhyuk didn't care about their problems. How much can you offer? He asked bluntly. I'm taking everything I can get. For a moment, the room fell quiet. Then Bonchan, who had been observing the exchange, stepped in and explained that they usually followed standard payment structures. But this wasn't a standard situation. The director raised a finger, smiling slyly. For someone of your level, we can make an exception. Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed. What kind of exception? The man closed his eyes, clearly pleased with himself before revealing the catch. There's someone who wants to appear alongside you. If you agree to film with him, we'll grant you an unlimited supply of magic stones from our company. That got Jinhyuk's attention. He leaned back slightly, intrigued. Sounds generous, he said. So who is it? Moments later, the scene shifted outside the SWBTV headquarters. A sleek car came to a stop. The door opened, and a man stepped out, stretching his leg onto the pavement with a satisfied grin. So the day's finally here. Nearby, the director watched with a faint smile, murmuring to himself about the rumors. Was it true? Had Jinhyuk really mended ties with the Dark Fortune Guild? Inside the car, a woman could be seen waiting. Reporters had already gathered, cameras in hand. The moment they spotted the arrivals, excitement rippled through the crowd. This cast is insane, ratings are going to explode. Another car pulled up. The door opened. Jinhyuk stepped out. The atmosphere instantly shifted. Walking forward without hesitation, he approached Daipyo. How've you been? Daipyo forced a smile, though it looked strained. Busy, he replied. Trying to rebuild my reputation, after everything. Jinhyuk tilted his head slightly. Did you bring all these people just to show off your connections? The director crossed his arms and interjected. You said you'd show up. The least you could do is come prepared. Jinhyuk smiled faintly. Across the scene, tension quietly escalated. A fighter from the China Guild frowned, his expression turning hostile. A woman nearby lowered her gaze, already identifying Jinhyuk as the primary target. Then, another car door opened. The reporters froze. Out stepped Teresa. The strongest martial artist in Korea. Gasps erupted. Phones were raised instantly. Even the leader of the Black Fortune Guild clenched his jaw, clearly displeased by her presence. Yusung, standing nearby, watched with a serious expression. The reporters rushed forward, throwing questions without restraint. Why did you accept Jinhyuk's offer? We heard you rejected every guild invitation. Are you working together now? Are you allies? The swordsman's face tightened, veins bulging along his cheek as he snapped back. We are not allies. His voice dropped, cold and sharp. And I will destroy him. A wave of unease spread through the crowd. Daipyo, surrounded by powerful figures, muttered under his breath in disbelief. People who should have been gone, legends like Junyang, Saint Teresa, even Muse, all seemed to be circling around Jinhyuk. This wasn't normal. Not at all. One of the celebrities nearby let out a quiet laugh before asking where they were heading, reminding everyone that filming was supposed to happen together. The woman turned her head calmly. "Our objective is already complete," she said. "We're not obligated to do anything else." Jinhyuk slipped his hands into his pockets, completely unfazed. "If you wanted to show off," he said casually to Daipyo, "you should have prepared something better." Daipyo's expression twitched. He had clearly been waiting for this moment for a long time, but things weren't unfolding the way he had imagined. In frustration, he grabbed a nearby reporter by the pants, gripping the fabric tightly. "I'll do anything." But reporter simply walked past him, leaving his pants in Daipyo's hand and entered the building without looking back. He said through clenched teeth, "You would even strip down for his attention." Inside, the atmosphere was quieter, but no less tense. Yusung closed his eyes briefly before speaking. "Did you enjoy that?" There was a hint of irritation in his voice. "You really have a twisted sense of entertainment." Jinhyuk shrugged lightly. "Thanks for coming," he replied, his tone indifferent. "But try not to interfere in my personal matters." That only made things worse. Yusung's fist clenched tightly. "Are you really okay with this?" he demanded. "I lost my home because of you." Jinhyuk paused for a second. He remembered that he told demonic humans that Yusung is the unknown. But he spread his hands casually, playing dumb. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't mock me." Yusung's voice rose, anger spilling over. "Anyone can tell just by watching the videos, 16 of them. You're the only one hiding your identity. You're the unknown." For a split second, Jinhyuk's eyes widened, not in fear, but in surprise. Then a single thought crossed his mind. What is this guy, a stalker? As security began checking Jinhyuk before entry, he glanced sideways, speaking casually again. "What do you think about him?" he asked, referring to Yusung. The response was uncertain. Jinhyuk's grin widened, showing his teeth. "I'm talking about the guy sent by the main association." He tilted his head slightly. "How do you think he'd do in a fight against me?" Yusung's expression darkened. Memories of his previous battle surfaced, how he had been completely overwhelmed, forced down to his knees. After a long pause, he admitted quietly, "He's strong." Then, clenching his teeth, he added with frustration, "But compared to my fight with you, that was nothing." The words hung in the air. Jinhyuk looked at him. And smirked. Chunyong glanced sideways, his sharp eyes settling on Teresa. "So," he asked calmly, "what exactly is your relationship with Jinhyuk?" For a brief moment, Teresa hesitated. Her eyes narrowed slightly, not in anger, but in a rare flicker of embarrassment. Then she answered, her voice steady but sincere. "He's someone I trust. More than anyone else." Chunyong folded his arms, studying her carefully. A thoughtful silence followed before he spoke again, almost as if warning her. "That won't be easy." Meanwhile, inside the studio, the atmosphere shifted as filming began. The cast took their seats, and a voice echoed through the set, announcing the start of the recording. The host beamed with excitement, her eyes lighting up as she introduced the segment. "Today, we have very special guests joining us outside the trial tower." She clasped her hands together, clearly thrilled. First, a player who's been gaining explosive popularity thanks to his unbelievable clear speed, Jinhyuk. Applause filled the room. Smiling brightly, she leaned forward. "Do you have any advice for other players watching?" Bangchan watched the screen eagerly, anticipation written all over his face. Jinhyuk, however, looked completely relaxed. "Advice?" he repeated, as if considering it for the first time. Then he smiled. "Yeah, I've got one." He raised a finger casually. "Don't stop trying until you succeed." The host's eyes sparkled. "That's wonderful. Anything else?" Jinhyuk shrugged. "Just dodge." There was a pause. "What?" "For the third floor," he added calmly, "you just need to dodge." The host forced a laugh, slightly confused, but continued the interview. "And the fourth floor?" Jinhyuk didn't miss a beat. "Same thing. Dodge." Behind the scenes, someone gripped a remote control so tightly their knuckles turned white. How is this even airing on television? The man adjusted his glasses, clearly stressed. "Do you understand the damage if even one episode fails to broadcast properly?" he snapped. "He's completely ruined the recording, our reputation is on the line." Meanwhile, Jinhyuk sat comfortably, sipping his drink through a straw as if none of it concerned him. Bangchan, on the other hand, was fuming. "You came here just to collect payment? Without even trying?" Jin-hyuk slowly placed the chair back with both hands and leaned forward slightly. I answered every question, he said calmly. That means I fulfilled my part of the contract. The director's face twisted. You think that nonsense will work? Jin-hyuk's eyes narrowed. In the next instant, everything changed. He grabbed the man by the collar and yanked him forward, the sudden movement drawing a startled scream. Leaning in close, Jin-hyuk's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Do you know who Jones is? The man froze. Behind him, a framed photograph hung on the wall. Jin-hyuk's gaze flickered toward it. That's him, right? His grip tightened. My brother, the director stammered. He was in charge of streamers. Jin-hyuk's expression darkened. You mean the one who treated them like livestock? Locking them into slave contracts? For a moment, the air itself seemed to grow heavy. Jin-hyuk's mind flashed back. A crowd of furious streamers standing outside an office building, protesting. He had been there too, a bandage wrapped around his face, watching everything unfold. That day, he said quietly, I learned a lot. His eyes were cold now. Like how to wag your tail just to survive, so you don't end up thrown out on the street. Sweat poured down Bongchan's face. Jin-hyuk leaned closer. What did you tell people back then? When they were barely surviving because of those contracts you rigged? The director shakily held up a document. There were no problems, he insisted. Everything was legal. Jin-hyuk smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. Still sounds like nonsense to you? A beam of light suddenly scanned the man's eye. The system confirmed it, everything had been officially authorized. Realizing he had no way out, the director adjusted his glasses and forced himself to calm down. He extended his hand toward a secure door. Fine, he said. Let me show you something. The door opened. Inside was a massive storage room filled with magic stones, piled high in boxes, glowing faintly with energy. This, the director said, is our company's warehouse. He spread his fingers. According to the contract, you're allowed to use an unlimited number of these, for 2 hours. Jin-hyuk glanced down at him. 2 hours? It's written in the contract, the man quickly added. Small print. Jin-hyuk stepped inside. You can use as many as you want, the director continued. But there's an anti-theft spell. You can't store them in your inventory. Jin-hyuk picked up a handful of stones, feeling the energy within them. Behind him, Bongchan adjusted his glasses, already calculating. Even if Jin-hyuk absorbed them, it wouldn't matter. Absorbing a single low-grade stone took around 5 minutes. In 2 hours, the total he could consume would be insignificant. No matter what he did, it wouldn't make a real dent. Satisfied, the director smirked. If you need anything, contact the staff. This area is strictly controlled. Jin-hyuk's lips curled slightly. So that was the plan. If he tried to take anything by force, they would destroy his reputation. Clever. Closing his eyes briefly, he nodded. Fine. 2 hours is enough. The director exhaled in relief. Good decision. As he stepped out, he glanced back once more. We'll see you in 2 hours. The door shut. Inside the warehouse, the staff stood around awkwardly as Jin-hyuk faced them. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Want to see something interesting? They exchanged confused looks. Outside, the director picked up a framed photo. It was Jones. I'm sorry you died in an accident, he muttered coldly. Then he tossed the photo straight into the trash. Grinding his teeth, he growled. The dead should stay dead, so why won't you leave me alone? The employees nearby bowed their heads nervously. The director smirked to himself. He had minimized the losses. No matter what Jin-hyuk did inside, the damage would be negligible. Still, that man was a problem. Maybe it was time to unleash the journalists on him and stir up trouble. A scanning beam passed over his retina as he prepared to leave. Once I'm out of this mess, he muttered, I'll deal with him properly. 2 hours later, he returned. A wide smile stretched across his face as he pushed open the door. So, he began confidently, did you enjoy using the magic? His voice cut off. The smile vanished. Boxes. Empty. Shelves. Completely cleared out. Not a single magic stone remained. The entire warehouse had been drained. The warehouse had fallen into complete silence, until the employees noticed something. They were crouched on the floor, their hands gently touching something soft, their expressions melting with pure delight. In the center of it all lay Goguma. The small black dragon rolled lazily on its back, its round belly swollen from overeating, tiny paws waving in the air as if it owned the place. Jin-hyuk glanced toward the entrance just as Baeon-chan stumbled in. Perfect timing. He casually pointed at Goguma. You got any more magic stones? He asked, completely serious. My baby's still hungry. Goguma let out a cheerful sound, wiggling its paws as if agreeing. Baeon-chan froze. Then his face turned pale. A second later, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. I can't take this. Meanwhile, one of the assistants squealed in excitement. It's so cute. Jin-hyuk slipped his hands into his pockets, watching the scene unfold with a faint smirk. To him, this wasn't just feeding a pet. This was repayment. The TV company had exploited people for years, treating them like disposable tools. Now, they were the ones being drained, slowly, painfully. And Jin-hyuk had every intention of squeezing them for everything they had. Goguma finally settled down, lying flat on the floor, completely stuffed. A system window appeared, displaying its stats. During battle, the creature would consume Jin-hyuk's mana. However, experience gained would be counted separately for both of them. Jin-hyuk studied the numbers carefully. Strong. Very strong. But there was a problem. His mana pool. That was all he had. He exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing as he calculated. If he summoned Goguma in a real fight, he could sustain it for 5 minutes at best. Maybe less. That meant one thing. He needed to grow faster. Much faster than planned. A system notification flickered. A silhouette appeared on the screen. Jin-hyuk tilted his head slightly. What are you up to now? Far away, in front of a towering hotel building, a man trained relentlessly. Sweat dripped from his body as he pushed himself to the limit. Tenno. Watching from afar, a woman lowered her chin slightly. The target has been set, she reported calmly. He's already formed alliances with key figures. A call connected. He's moving faster than expected, came the voice on the other end. And Yusung, he may act aggressive, but he still follows Jin-hyuk's lead. The woman's expression hardened. That's enough to consider him an ally. The man on the call tapped a photo, Yusung's face. Then add them all, he said coldly. If they're not with us, they're enemies of the China Guild. A list appeared on the screen. Names. Faces. A blacklist. Elsewhere, Yusung frowned, sensing something off. Before he could react, Jin-hyuk appeared in front of him, holding a mirror. A strange one. The system activated instantly. This artifact could break spatial boundaries, connecting any location within the first 10 floors of the tower. Moments later, they stood together in a clearing deep within the elven forest on the 6th floor. Yusung glanced around, then looked back at Jin-hyuk. This is the path to strength you were talking about? His grip tightened slightly. I've already learned something monstrous. Then his eyes sharpened. If you're climbing higher floors anyway, why involve me? You could have done it alone. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes briefly, then smiled. I'm just looking out for you. A pause. Then he added quietly, don't you need to get stronger, if you want to challenge me again? The mirror in his hand began to glow. Yusung narrowed his eyes. What floor? The system answered for him. The mirror activated. Space twisted. A portal tore open. The air shifted violently as both of them stepped through. A notification appeared. Remaining usage time, 4 hours 30 minutes. When the light faded, they stood somewhere new. The 10th floor. Warrior's Haven. Massive stone statues lined the area, each gripping a sword, their presence radiating silent authority. Jin-hyuk scanned the battlefield. 21 guards, he muttered. And beyond them, a towering figure stood motionless. The boss. The immortal stone giant. Jin-hyuk slipped his hands into his pockets. Think you can handle it? Yusung stepped forward, raising his hand slightly as he assessed the situation. It's worth a try. Then he added, more cautiously, as long as that thing doesn't wake up. Jin-hyuk stepped in front of him, blocking his path. All right. He raised a finger. Here's the deal. His voice sharpened. Take down all the guards, and survive against the boss for 1 minute. A brief pause. Do that, and I'll accept your challenge. Yusung's eyes widened slightly. Then, a grin. Deal. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on his weapon and dashed forward. I'll hold you to that. He launched himself high into the air, soaring above the stone warriors. One of the statues suddenly moved. This is the warrior's haven, it declared. Only those with the right may enter. It never finished. Yusung swung his blade mid-air, his voice cutting through the battlefield. Then move. Steel met stone. The clash exploded across the arena. Elsewhere, in a completely different setting, a small shop came into view. A young man stood frozen, staring at his reflection in disbelief. Teresa turned her head slightly as someone called out to her. The boy lifted his cap, his voice trembling with excitement. You're the commander from that raid. A system notification appeared. Item activated, hair return. The boy reached up, fingers trembling as they touched his head. Hair. Real hair. Tears welled up in his eyes. I missed this. Teresa smiled faintly. It was expensive, she said, but worth it, right? But then, strands began falling again. The boy's expression collapsed into horror. No, no, no. The curse wasn't gone. Hair continued to fall from his head, and even his body. Teresa gently patted his back. It's not the end of the world, she said softly. There's more to life than hair. The boy lowered his gaze, his voice heavy with guilt. Sometimes, I think this is punishment. He swallowed. I led that first-floor raid. I was greedy, reckless. People got hurt because of me. His fists tightened. This curse might actually be too light. Teresa didn't interrupt. After a moment, she spoke calmly. If people suffered because of your greed, then yes, that's not right. She paused. But risking your life to chase something you wanted? Her expression softened. That part, I respect. The boy blinked, caught off guard. Then, embarrassed, he admitted quietly. I'm actually the leader of your fan club. Back on the battlefield, Yusung roared, his weapon slicing through the air with explosive force. The system activated. Sword song. Energy surged around him as the fight truly began. Yusung's blade came down with overwhelming force. The impact shattered the enemy instantly, stone cracked, then exploded outward as fragments rained across the battlefield. Dust filled the air, and broken pieces scattered at his feet. Breathing heavily, Yusung narrowed his eyes, scanning the area. Who's left? Then he saw it. Ahead of him, sitting motionless like a silent judge, was the real threat. The boss. The immortal stone giant. Behind him, Jinhyuk stood in the distance, his silhouette calm and unmoving, as if he were simply observing a test. Yusung tightened his grip on his weapon. Just 1 minute. If he could last even 60 seconds against that monster, he'd finally earn the right to face Jinhyuk seriously. That thought alone was enough. His fingers locked around the hilt. His resolve sharpened. Even if it cost him his life, he would do it. With a sudden burst of power, Yusung launched himself forward, closing the distance in an instant. His body cut through the air as he aimed straight for the giant's face. But then, the monster's eyes lit up. A blinding glow. Yusung froze for a split second. Sweat poured down his face. And suddenly, everything changed. He was lying on a hospital bed. White ceiling. Sterile smell. Silence. What? His mind struggled to process it. A moment later, the view shifted to a tall hospital building. Beside him, Hannah calmly peeled an apple. You're awake, she said. Yusung frowned. You're his servant. She didn't even look at him. If that's what you think, she replied quietly. Then sure, call me his slave. Before he could respond, a nurse rushed into the room, clearly in a hurry. The director ordered us to bring him here, she explained. His condition was critical. Hannah paused, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right, he told me to give you this when you woke up. She opened her bag. Then frowned. Where did it go? The nurse stepped forward, holding something out. This? Yusung stared at it, confused. And then, memory slammed back into him. The battlefield. The giant. The fight. The system message. Absolute invulnerability activated. No matter what he did, no matter how hard he attacked, nothing worked. Physical damage. Magic. Even his strongest techniques. Everything failed. His sword had shattered. His body had been crushed beneath falling stone. And through it all, Jinhyuk had been watching. 21 seconds, Jinhyuk had said calmly. A terrible result. The words echoed in his head. Yusung clenched his teeth in frustration. That bastard. Back in reality, the battle replayed in his mind. Jinhyuk stepped forward, a faint magical mask forming over his face. You're still far from reaching me. The giant moved again, swinging its massive weapon. The system activated. Steps of the demonic sword king. Jinhyuk placed his palm against the ground. Then vanished. He moved. Not fast. Precise. Every attack from the giant missed him by the smallest margin, as if he had already calculated everything in advance. Yusung watched in disbelief. This wasn't speed. This was control. The monster's eye flared with light. Then, it clenched its fists. System alert. Shrine activated. Gravity increased by 500%. The ground trembled violently. Yusung dropped instantly, his body crushed under the sudden pressure. What is this? He struggled just to breathe, crawling against the weight pressing him into the earth. His vision blurred. Even Jinhyuk? There was no way he could handle this. Right? Yusung forced his head up. And froze. Jinhyuk stood there calmly, one hand raised, surrounded by swirling magic. I've been waiting, he said quietly. With a single motion, he began tracing symbols in the air. The system activated again. First level barrier. A field that amplified all magical effects within its range. Energy surged outward. Jinhyuk clenched his fist and thrust it forward. It's time you turned back into stone. The direction of the barrier shifted, focused entirely toward the giant. A massive sphere of light formed, trapping the monster inside. For a brief moment, it worked. Then, the sphere shattered. The giant's eyes burned brighter than ever. System messages flooded in. No damage dealt. Invulnerability active. This can't be real, he muttered weakly. Jinhyuk defeated this thing, just to show him? That was the last thought he had before everything went dark. Back on the battlefield, Jinhyuk slipped his hands into his pockets. The system chimed. 10th floor boss, neutralized. Time remaining to clear next floor, less than 90 days. Another notification appeared. Special ability available. Copy 1 absolute skill. Without hesitation, Jinhyuk selected it. Absolute invulnerability. Acquired. The cooldown reduced significantly, picking up a fragment of the giant's body. He examined it briefly, then clenched it tightly in his hand. Later, as he walked through the elven forest on the 6th floor, system messages continued to appear. Rewards obtained. Giant sword. Giant shield. His achievement had been recorded in the Hall of Fame for 2 days. But the name listed? Unknown. Jinhyuk smiled to himself. This feeling? It was addictive. The thrill of the tower. The growth. The dominance. He hadn't uploaded content under his anonymous identity in a while either. Considering the resources he burned during his clash with Anubis, it was about time he refilled his coins. As he walked, he stuck his tongue out slightly, realizing something amusing. Thanks to Yusung clearing out all the smaller enemies, he had been able to focus entirely on constructing that mana-heavy barrier. Convenient. Very convenient. Suddenly, Alice appeared above him, hovering lightly. "Contractor," she called. Jinhyuk glanced at her. "What is it?" She hesitated. "You know someone's watching us, right?" Jinhyuk didn't even turn around. "I know." The vampire lord raised an eyebrow, surprised. "And you're doing nothing? That's not like you." Jinhyuk continued walking deeper into the forest. "The place we're heading to," he said calmly, "doesn't like troublemakers." He shrugged. "There's nothing to gain from fighting them here." Hidden nearby, a floating surveillance device zoomed in on him. "The target is moving through the 6th floor elven forest," a voice reported. Far away, inside a towering skyscraper in Beijing, a man knelt on the ground. "Leo." He spoke carefully. How did he already clear the 10th floor, when he just passed the 5th? A heavy silence followed. Then, a foot slammed into the ground. The guild leader's expression twisted with anger. "What have you all been doing this entire time?" One of the members trembled. Then, a sickening sound. His ear dropped to the floor. "Pathetic," the leader said coldly. "You couldn't complete a single task properly." Zunhua guild master, Nangong stepped forward, gripping the hilt of his sword. "I always have to step in, just to make things work." A healer rushed toward the injured man. "Stop." The leader's voice cut through the room. "Leave him." He sheathed his sword slowly. "Next time," he added, "it won't just be an ear." The wounded man nodded frantically, clutching his bleeding head. The leader turned away, his cloak rising behind him. "I don't know why he's staying on the 6th floor," he muttered. "But that works in our favor." His voice hardened. "Move out. Regroup on the 6th floor. Then, with cold finality, burn everything. Him, the forest, and anyone who witnesses it." Back in the elven forest, sunlight filtered gently through the trees, creating a peaceful atmosphere. A masked figure watched from the shadows, perched silently on a branch. "Keep eyes on the target," came the order. Nearby, an elf gracefully descended from a tree. Players wandered through the area, relaxed and at ease. Fires burned softly as groups rested and chatted. The 6th floor wasn't just a battlefield. It was a sanctuary. A place where players stayed for up to 90 days until the path to the 7th floor opened. That's why so many gathered here. To rest. To recover. To prepare. Something caught his eye. A small magical creature sat nearby, casually holding food with a fork. Not far from it, a girl shouted in alarm. "Don't go there. That's elf territory, it's dangerous." But her companion only laughed. "There's a super cute rabbit over there, with a horn on its forehead." The calm atmosphere was about to break. The woman grabbed the man by the ear and yanked him back sharply, her voice low but firm. She warned him that the creatures of the forest despised outsiders, and if he valued his life, he should turn around immediately before an arrow found its way into his skull. The man winced in pain, complaining that he had only come here to relax, but she dismissed his words with clear irritation. Nearby, a small horned creature lifted its tiny paws as if reacting to the tension. At the same time, something strange was happening. The man's feet seemed to drag unnaturally along the ground, as though an invisible force was pulling him. Hidden behind thick bushes, an elf silently observed the scene. But then, her expression shifted completely. Her eyes widened in alarm as she noticed someone else. Jinhyuk. He was walking calmly through the forest, yet something about him didn't feel normal. The elf immediately sensed it. He was being watched. Lowering her gaze slightly, she studied him more carefully. He didn't seem hostile, nor did he appear to have any malicious intent. If anything, he looked like someone who had simply wandered in without understanding where he was. Still, that didn't make sense. This forest was no ordinary place. Even experienced travelers struggled to navigate it. Getting lost here was almost guaranteed for outsiders. The elf quietly concluded that there was no way he would find his way out on his own. But then Jinhyuk did something unexpected. He raised his hand slightly and inhaled, as if reading the air itself. After a brief pause, he pointed in a direction and casually said he needed to go left. The elf's pupils shrank in shock. Finding direction in this forest by scent alone required years of experience. It wasn't something a random wanderer could do. Yet this man spoke with complete confidence, as if it were second nature. A faint smirk formed on Jinhyuk's face, while the elf couldn't stop wondering who he really was. As he moved forward, glowing magical symbols suddenly appeared in front of him, floating midair like a barrier woven from pure energy. The elf recognized it instantly, the illusion barrier. Relief washed over her. Once he stepped into it, he would be trapped, endlessly walking in circles, drained of both energy and will until he collapsed. Deciding to simply observe, she closed her eyes briefly, planning to drag him out once he lost consciousness. But what happened next shattered her expectations. Jinhyuk calmly reached out and touched one of the symbols with 2 fingers, examining it like a scholar reviewing flawed work. Then, with a hint of disappointment, he muttered that the structure was wrong. The spell used an active form when it should have been passive, an error that reduced its effectiveness by half. The elf's eyes snapped open. Her jaw nearly dropped. That barrier, she had created it herself. And he had just pointed out its flaw in seconds. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she realized this lost outsider was anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk seemed completely unfazed. In fact, he looked almost amused, as if he had just encountered a beginner's mistake. Not long after, something even stranger happened. With a flash of light, cooking utensils began appearing out of thin air. Pots, pans, and ingredients materialized around him as if summoned. Jinhyuk casually announced that he was hungry and got to work without hesitation. He chopped vegetables with smooth precision, then tossed them into a heated pan over an open flame. The sizzling sound quickly filled the quiet forest. The elf, still hidden, brought a finger to her lips, watching in disbelief. Was he cooking? Her curiosity lasted only a moment before it turned into anger. Drawing her bow, she pulled the string back tightly, her eyes blazing. How dare an outsider cook meat in the sacred forest of the elves? It was an unforgivable insult. To her people, consuming animal flesh was strictly forbidden. But before she could release the arrow, Jinhyuk spoke calmly, almost as if he had eyes on her. He said it wasn't meat, it was made from beans. He even lifted the plate slightly, inviting her to verify it herself if she didn't believe him. The elf hesitated. It didn't look like beans. It looked exactly like perfectly cooked meat. But then, the aroma reached her. Her expression changed instantly. Lowering her head slightly, she inhaled again, confused. It truly smelled like beans, rich, savory, and incredibly appetizing. Unable to resist, she stepped closer, her large eyes fixed on the dish. Among her kind, cooking and music were deeply cherished arts, but meat was absolutely forbidden. Yet here was a dish that looked like meat, without breaking that rule. Jinhyuk watched her reaction with a faint grin, clearly aware of the effect he was having. He casually mentioned that this was one of his best creations. The elf's mouth began to water despite herself. Curiosity won. Carefully, she took a piece with a fork and brought it closer to her lips, still unsure. She asked one last time if it was truly not meat. Jinhyuk's expression hardened slightly as he told her not to insult his dedication. He made it clear, he would never lie or play tricks when it came to food. That was enough. She took a bite. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Her eyes widened in pure shock, then delight. The taste was incredible, far beyond anything she had ever experienced. Without realizing it, she began eating faster, unable to control herself. Bite after bite disappeared until the plate was completely empty. When she finally stopped, only silence remained, along with a few empty dishes scattered on the grass. Looking at Jinhyuk, her expression softened completely. She admitted she had been wrong. This stranger wasn't a threat, he was someone extraordinary. Placing a hand on her chest, she introduced herself as Sylvia, a ranger and guardian of the forest, and sincerely apologized for misjudging him. With her eyes gently closed, the elf girl took a slow breath before speaking. In a calmer, more sincere tone, she asked what she could do to make up for her earlier hostility. Jin-hyuk didn't hesitate. A wide, confident smile spread across his face as he gave his answer. If she truly meant it, then he wanted permission to visit the elf village. For a brief moment, the forest seemed to fall silent. Nearby, a small horned rabbit continued nibbling on grass, completely indifferent to the tension building in the air. The forest ranger looked at Jin-hyuk again, as if trying to confirm whether he was serious. Then, the scene shifted. The heart of the elf forest came into view, revealing a breathtaking village unlike anything a human had ever seen. Elegant structures, grown rather than built, curved naturally from massive trees. Bridges of intertwined branches connected homes suspended high above the ground, while soft light filtered through the canopy, giving the entire place an almost dreamlike glow. Standing at the entrance, Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes slightly as he introduced himself without a trace of hesitation. A figure stepped forward to meet him. Penhyam, the head of the elf forest. With his eyes briefly closed, the elder acknowledged the guest in a composed, formal manner. However, the atmosphere around them told a very different story. The guards' weapons gleamed sharply under the filtered sunlight. Every elf present was on edge. Jin-hyuk glanced around, noticing the hostility immediately. With a faint smirk, he questioned whether they were truly welcoming him, or simply pretending. That single remark was enough to ignite tension. One of the guards pulled back the string of his bow, his expression filled with anger. He couldn't tolerate the arrogance of a human who had appeared out of nowhere and expected kindness in return. Through gritted teeth, he declared that humans had no place in their sacred forest. At that exact moment, system notifications flickered before Jin-hyuk's eyes. His gaze sharpened. He instantly recognized the situation: Teslan. Just like in the game, the elf's hatred for humans burned fiercely. Jin-hyuk understood why. After all, he himself had caused quite a bit of chaos here in the past. Bringing his fingers lightly to his lips, Jin-hyuk calmly stated that it was Sylvia who had invited him. Before anyone could react, several metal spears suddenly lifted into the air, spinning with lethal precision as magic surged through the surroundings. Without even turning fully, Jin-hyuk casually deflected one of the incoming blades behind his back, as if it were nothing more than an annoyance. His voice remained steady as he remarked that the forest ranger's behavior toward a guest was rather rude. Magic began to coil around his body like flowing currents, his presence growing heavier with each passing second. Then, almost mockingly, he asked if he should have brought a gift to receive better treatment. Teslan's eyes glowed red. There was no mistaking it now, this human was different. With a cold voice, Teslan admitted that Jin-hyuk's reflexes were impressive, for a human. But that only made him more dangerous. Slowly raising his bow again, he declared that the next arrow would go straight through Jin-hyuk's head. The tension snapped. Sylvia immediately stepped forward, planting herself between them. Spreading her stance wide, she raised her voice, shouting that she was the one who brought him here, and that it was meant to make amends for her earlier actions. Teslan didn't care. He pulled the bowstring even tighter, his patience completely gone. He ordered her to be silent, stating coldly that outsiders were not welcome, and whatever justification she had could be discussed after the human was dead. But Sylvia refused to move. Standing her ground, she spoke with determination. She explained that she had a reason for bringing Jin-hyuk to the village. Her tone softened slightly as she added something unexpected. He was an exceptional cook. Not just skilled, but capable of creating dishes unlike anything they had ever tasted. A subtle smile appeared on her face as she finished speaking. That single statement caused a ripple through the crowd. The elder's expression shifted into a deep frown. Even Teslan hesitated, his fierce expression faltering for a split second. The idea clearly caught him off guard, but it wasn't enough to convince him. With a sharp motion, he raised his bow again, declaring that they would not be swayed so easily. Before things could escalate further, Penhyam lifted a hand. The elder's voice cut through the tension, calm yet authoritative. There was no need to rush into bloodshed, he said. If the human wished to stay, then he would have to prove his worth, not with words, but with actions. At that, Teslan's face twisted with frustration, his anger barely contained. Under the soft glow of the forest canopy, the elves moved gracefully through their village, gathering clusters of ripe fig fruits, rare, mana-rich treasures that pulsed faintly with energy. These fruits weren't just food, they were a source of power, capable of strengthening one's magical abilities with every bite. Tonight was special. It was the night of the Moonlight Festival. A sacred celebration where the elves gave thanks to the forest and shared in its blessings. As twilight deepened, villagers gathered around a large fire, its flames dancing in rhythm with the growing excitement. Laughter and quiet chatter filled the air. And right at the center of it all, Jinhyuk. With a relaxed grin, he worked effortlessly, activating his otherworld kitchen skill. Ingredients appeared as if summoned by magic, and his hands moved with flawless precision. He chopped, stirred, and seasoned with the confidence of someone who had mastered not just cooking, but performance. The elves watched in fascination. This wasn't normal cooking. This was something else entirely. When he was done, Jinhyuk laid out a long table, covering it neatly before placing dish after dish in perfect arrangement. Then, with a casual gesture, he invited everyone to try. "Go ahead," he said. "It's soy-based. No meat." The hesitation lasted only a moment. Then, they tasted it. Eyes widened. Expressions changed instantly. Delight spread across their faces like wildfire. Even those who had been openly hostile couldn't hide their reactions. Not far away, Teslan turned his head slightly, pretending not to care, but his eyes betrayed him. He glanced toward the table, clearly curious. Just as he considered stepping closer, a hand reached out and took the plate he had been eyeing. Jinhyuk. Without even looking at him, he casually reminded Teslan that someone who had tried to shoot him earlier didn't deserve a share so easily. Teslan froze. His fists trembled with anger as he watched the others enjoy the food. Meanwhile, the elder, Pinam, calmly wiped his mouth with a cloth, a satisfied smile forming on his face. "This is extraordinary." His voice carried across the gathering. The atmosphere shifted completely. The villagers raised their hands in gratitude, their earlier hostility replaced with genuine warmth. What began as suspicion had turned into celebration. The Moonlight Festival officially began. Music filled the air as elves played elegant melodies on handcrafted instruments. Their movements were fluid, almost weightless, as they danced under the darkening sky. One by one, they knelt near the fire, each receiving a piece of the sacred fig fruit, a symbol of strength and blessing. The forest itself seemed to hum in response. Not far from the village, a group of players paused, drawn by the distant sounds of music and laughter. Curious, they considered approaching. But one of them, a blonde-haired man, shook his head. "These creatures aren't friendly," he warned. "If they spot you, you're dead." He turned, adding that staying at a distance was the safest option. But safety didn't last long. From the shadows, a group dressed in black emerged silently. Before anyone could react, a blade pressed against a player's throat. Fear froze him in place. Then, blood hit the ground. The leader frowned coldly. "No witnesses," he ordered. But the moment stretched too far. An arrow cut through the darkness. Clean. Precise. Back in the village, a young elf lowered their bow with a small, satisfied smile. Nearby, Newtuber chuckled softly, commenting that their aim was simply part of who they were. Pinam nodded in agreement, it was nothing unusual for their kind. Turning to Jinhyuk, the elder asked warmly if he was enjoying the festival. As an elf passed by, carrying more figs, Pinam explained that outsiders were rarely allowed to witness such an event. The elves had spent generations hiding within the forest, protecting their way of life. "But we love joy," he added with a gentle smile. "Food, music, and above all, peace." Jinhyuk glanced away briefly, then nodded. "That's a wise way to live." His comment, however, didn't sit well with everyone. A sharp voice cut through the air. "How dare an outsider judge us?" Teslan stepped forward, arms crossed, his expression dark. Jinhyuk tilted his head slightly. "Still upset you didn't get to eat?" The jab landed. Teslan's brows furrowed deeply. "Your cooking changes nothing," he snapped. "You're still human. Your presence here stains this sacred forest." The tension returned instantly. Jinhyuk's expression shifted, just slightly. Then he reached for an arrow. "How about we settle this?" he suggested casually. Teslan narrowed his eyes. "An archery contest." A grin spread across Jinhyuk's face. "Loser leaves the forest. For good." Gasps spread through the crowd. Teslan covered part of his face with his hand, almost laughing in disbelief. "You're serious?" he asked. "You think you can beat me?" But he accepted. With a sharp motion, he ordered targets to be set up. The elves gathered quickly, excitement replacing tension as they rushed to watch. Moments later, both competitors stood facing their targets, bows in hand. Jinhyuk smirked. "Too bad I don't have anyone cheering for me." Teslan scoffed. "You won't find support here." Jinhyuk didn't respond. Instead, he opened a small dimensional inventory. "Then I'll bring my own." In a flash of light, Gagyama appeared. The small dragon stretched happily, immediately announcing that it was hungry. Jinhyuk crouched down, briefly hugging the creature as it clung to him affectionately. The elves watched, intrigued. Teslan raised a hand. Enough. Shoot. Jinhyuk went first. He drew his bow, aimed, and released. The arrow flew cleanly, but struck near the edge of the target. Teslan smirked. Not bad, for a human. He pulled back his bowstring with confidence. Now watch. Before he could finish, Gaguma moved. The small dragon suddenly lunged forward, opening its mouth wide. A pulse of energy erupted. System activation. Fear. The pressure hit instantly. Teslan's body reacted before his mind could catch up. His muscles tensed, his aim faltered. He released the arrow. The shot went wild. A loud shockwave echoed across the field, knocking several elves off balance. When the dust settled, Teslan's arrow had fallen short, embedding uselessly into the ground. Silence. Jinhyuk calmly removed a pair of earplugs and smirked. Too naive. Gaguma hopped onto his shoulder, looking pleased with itself. A win's a win, Jinhyuk said lightly. Teslan's face twisted with anger. That was cheating, he snapped. The dragon stuck out its tongue, completely unbothered, once again complaining about being hungry. Jinhyuk knelt slightly, patting its head. Don't cause trouble, he muttered. Behave. But the damage was done. Teslan pointed at him furiously. You summoned that beast to interfere. You have no honor. The blonde elf froze, his brows knitting together in disbelief when Jinhyuk didn't even bother to deny the accusation. Instead, the boy simply grinned, calm, confident, almost provoking. A notification flashed before his eyes, direct hit. Bow proficiency increased by 90%. That only made things worse. Teslan's fist tightened, his knuckles turning pale as anger surged through him. It doesn't matter, he snapped bitterly. I will never acknowledge a victory like that. Jinhyuk shrugged, completely unfazed. Then let's call it a warm-up, he said casually. We'll start over, properly this time. The tension thickened as they took their positions side by side. Teslan's voice dropped into a cold threat. If the human tried anything suspicious again, he wouldn't hesitate to execute him on the spot. Then he closed his eyes briefly, steadying his breath. Too much time had already been wasted. He drew his bow. The arrow flew cleanly and struck the target with precision. A smirk tugged at his lips, though deep down, relief and pride swelled within him. He needed that hit. Sylvia, watching nervously, leaned toward Jinhyuk. Her voice trembled as she urged him to apologize. Teslan wasn't just any ranger, he was the best among them. No human had ever surpassed him in archery. Jinhyuk raised a hand, smiling as if he'd just heard a joke. Then something unexpected happened. A massive shard of ice suddenly shot toward the target, slamming into it and launching it high into the air. The wooden disc spun violently, now a moving mark instead of a stationary one. Teslan's eyes widened. What are you doing? He demanded. Leveling the field, Jinhyuk replied smoothly, lifting his bow. Wouldn't want this to be too easy. For the first time, doubt crept into the elf's mind. Something about this human had changed, too quickly, too drastically. Jinhyuk released the arrow. It sliced through the air with terrifying precision, piercing the spinning target dead center. The impact was so powerful that the wood cracked, then split cleanly into two halves before falling apart midair. Silence. Then gasps rippled through the crowd. Teslan stood frozen, his expression shattered. Around him, the other elves stared in disbelief at the impossible shot. The pride of the forest, defeated. Jinhyuk lowered his bow with a faint smirk. Looks like the vile human wins. The words stung. Teslan's grip loosened, and his weapon slipped from his hand, hitting the ground with a dull thud. His voice was low, strained. I've lost, the last of my honor. Without another word, he turned away. If he couldn't protect his pride, then he had no right to remain. A ranger of the sacred forest always upheld their promises, and his promise was clear. He would leave and never return. The other elves lowered their heads, heavy silence settling over them. Wait. Jinhyuk's voice cut through the moment. Teslan stopped but didn't turn immediately. When he finally glanced back, his eyes burned with humiliation. What now? He asked sharply. Haven't you humiliated me enough? Jinhyuk scratched the back of his head, almost sheepish. You're a man of your word, I respect that, he said. But the festival's still going on. If you leave now, you'll ruin the mood. He smiled, wide, mischievous. So let's revise the terms. Teslan's jaw clenched. He had been so close to walking away. Behind him, a few elves were already struggling to suppress their laughter. I would rather leave. Jinhyuk crossed his arms. Where I come from, he added casually, only the bravest wear outfits like that. A beat. Then realization hit. Teslan's face turned red, he was dressed in the ridiculous fairy-like costume from earlier. The punishment clung to him like a curse. No one dares laugh at me, he roared. At that exact moment, one unfortunate elf burst out laughing. Teslan lunged at him instantly, biting and kicking as chaos erupted. The two tumbled to the ground, drawing even more stifled laughter from the crowd. Watching the scene, Jinhyuk exhaled quietly. Maybe he had gone a bit too far. Humbling the forest's finest ranger wasn't something to take lightly. The elder, however, only smiled. "Don't worry," he said gently. "That boy needed this. His sense of duty has been weighing on him for far too long." As Teslan continued brawling in the background, the old elf's expression softened. This defeat may be the very thing that frees him. Jinhyuk glanced at him, recognizing the wisdom in his words. The two shared a subtle, knowing smirk, both silently agreeing that perhaps Teslan's punishment could last just a little longer. But the moment didn't last. A sudden commotion shattered the atmosphere. An elf stumbled forward, breathing heavily, his face pale with terror. Everyone turned as he collapsed to his knees. His arms severed. Blood poured freely as he screamed, his voice breaking. "They're here. The invaders." The elder's expression froze. The wounded elf, Lucio, struggled to speak through the pain. Masked figures in black had appeared without warning. They were slaughtering everyone in their path. "They're too strong," he choked. Foam gathered at his lips, his eyes rolling back as his body gave out. Sylvia rushed to his side, urging him to conserve what little strength he had left. Rage exploded across the elder's face. "Prepare for battle," he roared. In an instant, the peaceful festival transformed into chaos. Elves rushed to arm themselves, slipping on gloves, grabbing bows and blades. The air filled with urgency and fear. "We defend the forest," the elder commanded. "With everything we have." Teslan, already regaining his composure, turned sharply. "High-ranking rangers, move," he shouted, leading the charge. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk stood still for a brief moment amid the frenzy. His jaw tightened, eyes darkening with a cold, rising anger. Then he moved. Elsewhere in the forest, fleeing players sprinted desperately through the trees. One turned back, raising a hand as if to beg for mercy. A spear cut him down instantly. The attacker, clad in black, didn't even hesitate. "Leave no witnesses," he ordered coldly. "Everything in this forest must be erased." Weapons flashed. Cries for help echoed. A bloodied hand reached upward, trembling. Then suddenly, thud. Two arrows struck one of the attackers straight through the chest. His ally turned sharply, scanning the surroundings. "Someone's there." From the shadows, an elf landed lightly on the ground, bow still in hand. Not far away, the elder arrived, and what he saw made his heart sink. Bodies. Familiar faces. Among them, a wounded woman barely clinging to life. "These are our people," he whispered. He rushed forward, lifting her gently, but the damage was too severe. His voice broke as despair overtook him. "I couldn't protect them." He fell to his knees, grief consuming him. Behind him, Teslan stood rigid, teeth clenched so hard it seemed they might shatter, his fury burning hotter than ever. The forest that once echoed with laughter and music was now dry. A group of rangers quickly gathered behind their commander, awaiting orders. His expression hardened as he pointed toward the inner village. "Get the survivors to the center," he commanded firmly. "That's where we can protect them." Sylvia stood nearby, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face as she watched the wounded being carried away. The grief in her eyes only deepened the tension in the air. The leader's voice rose, filled with fury. "Any enemy you encounter, show no mercy." His jaw tightened, and then he roared, his voice echoing through the forest. "We will avenge our brothers and sisters." But just as the rangers prepared to charge, a figure stepped forward from the shadows. "Revenge is fine," the newcomer said calmly, "but I have a better plan." Far deeper in the forest, a notification flickered before a group of invaders. Two of their signals had just vanished. Members of the guild moved swiftly through the trees, exchanging tense glances. They could already sense it, the elves were no longer retreating. They were hunting. At the center of the group, a woman narrowed her eyes and issued a sharp command. "Change of priority. Jinhyuk is the main target." High above them, a faint golden barrier shimmered across the sky, sealing off the entire area. Escape, or outside interference, was no longer possible. "He won't be able to call for help," she added coldly. Floating slightly above the ground, she gestured forward. "Send more scouts. Sweep the village. Find him." Orders were acknowledged instantly as one squad broke off, rushing ahead. In her mind, the plan was already unfolding perfectly. They had numbers, over 100 fighters, and, more importantly, 3 S-rank players. Even someone like Jinhyuk couldn't withstand that kind of pressure forever. A faint smile curved on her lips. No matter how strong he is, he'll be crushed. She was still lost in that thought when suddenly, a hand appeared right in front of her face. Before she could react, a powerful strike slammed into her, sending her crashing to the ground. She rolled across the forest floor, barely managing to catch herself on one knee. Her eyes snapped upward. A young man stood in the distance, completely at ease. "I was wondering who's been causing all this trouble," he said casually. She clenched her teeth, pressing a hand against her face. So this was him. The guild roaming around that studio building. "That was you, wasn't it?" he continued, stepping closer. With a swift motion, he tore the mask off and tossed it aside. "You'd better be ready to compensate me for this mess." Instead of fear, a smile spread across her face. How convenient. Their target had come to them. Elsewhere, a heavily armed man carrying an enormous sword received the report. A translucent screen flickered before him, announcing Jinhyuk's location. "We found him," the voice confirmed. The man frowned slightly. "All units, converge on Squad B." He lowered his gaze just as a volley of arrows came flying toward him. With a single motion of his hand, he cut them all down midair. Behind the attack, Teslan stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury. "Where do you think you're going?" he demanded. "You're our prey today." The enemy sneered, dismissing him with a single word. "Savages." That was the last thing he said. An instant later, blood burst from the chest of one of his comrades. Jinhyuk had begun moving. Through the forest, he cut down enemies one after another, his movements sharp and efficient. There was no hesitation, only precision. "Spread out," the woman shouted desperately. "Keep your distance." The guild members obeyed instantly, leaping into the trees to gain height and avoid direct confrontation. But it didn't help. Chunks of ice formed in the air around Jinhyuk, then shot forward like missiles, piercing straight through their backs before they could escape. Her expression tightened. "He's stronger than in the footage?" Sweat slid down her cheek. If they kept fighting like this, they'd be wiped out before reinforcements arrived. "We need to stall him." "Over here," she called out loudly. Jinhyuk paused, turning toward her. Shards of ice hovered around him, glinting dangerously. She smirked, masking her unease. "I don't know what you came here for, but it must be something important, right?" He frowned slightly. "Stop talking and fight." Behind her, more of her squad began closing in. But she raised her voice again, deliberately dragging out the conversation. "You're wasting time here," she said. "While you're busy with us, the rest of your precious village is being slaughtered." Her smile widened, cruel and calculated. "And when it's gone, whatever you came here for will disappear with it." Jinhyuk's grip tightened around his weapon. Hidden behind a tree, she watched him carefully. If it's something in the village, he'll go back to protect it. That was the plan. Force him to retreat. Buy time. Regroup. For a moment, he said nothing. Then he raised a hand to his face, almost as if he were suppressing a laugh. She frowned. "Don't you care what happens to that village?" A faint smile appeared on his lips. "I'd rather not see it wiped out," he admitted. "But I can already tell what kind of trick you're trying to pull." His eyes sharpened. "This whole thing," he said calmly. "It's just a cheap distraction." Her expression stiffened. Inside the elven village, Squad A suddenly came to a halt. Standing before them was someone they never expected to see. Liko frowned deeply, confusion flashing across his face. "How is she here?" From above, a figure slowly descended, her presence alone enough to suffocate the air around them. It was Alice. She landed lightly, her expression cold and uninterested. "I don't care about the elves," she said flatly. Then her eyes darkened. "But you interfered with my contractor's plans." She raised her hand. A crimson glow gathered instantly, forming countless razor-sharp spears made entirely of blood. "This should be enough," she added calmly, "to wipe all of you out." The guild members trembled, panic spreading through their ranks. A boss monster," one of them stammered. "We can't fight her." Alice didn't even blink. Then disappear. The next moment, the forest lit up in a violent flash of red. Spears rained down. Bodies were pierced through without resistance, pinned to the ground as if they were nothing more than insects. Blood splattered across the earth as the entire squad was annihilated in seconds. Far away, Shuya stared at her interface in horror. One by one, her team's signals vanished, completely erased. Back in the forest, the aftermath was brutal. Weapons lay scattered. The ground was soaked dark. One survivor crawled weakly, reaching out toward the village, begging for help. Before collapsing lifelessly. Alice hovered slightly above the ground, glancing at the carnage with boredom. "That was disappointing," she muttered. "Not even a proper warm-up." She landed and casually glanced toward a group of elves hiding behind a tree. Crossing her arms, she tilted her head. "By the way, do you make alcohol?" The question left them stunned. Elsewhere, the battlefield grew even more chaotic. Hidden among the trees, Shuya struggled to process what she had just witnessed. Entire squads, gone. It didn't make sense. Before she could think further, she raised her hand and activated her skill. A blood-red magic circle expanded beneath her feet, pulsing with dark energy. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk stood surrounded. Enemies closed in from all sides, their movements sharp and coordinated. Shuya clenched her teeth and activated another ability, psychotropic poison injection. A thick green fog spread across the battlefield, engulfing her allies. Their bodies reacted instantly. Veins bulged beneath their skin. Their eyes turned blood-red. Fear vanished from their expressions, replaced by raw, uncontrollable aggression. With a unified scream, they lunged forward. Jin-hyuk frowned. "Have you all completely lost it?" he muttered. He moved first. A swift kick sent one attacker flying. Another appeared behind him, swinging a weapon, but Jin-hyuk twisted aside just in time. In one fluid motion, he conjured a massive block of ice, forcing the charging enemies to scatter. Still, they kept coming. From a distance, Shuya watched anxiously. Something wasn't right. They were supposed to overwhelm him, but instead, they were being pushed back. "Where is Tencha?" she thought desperately. "We need him here." Nearby, the elves had joined the fight. One ranger raised his hand, activating an archery skill, while another blocked incoming attacks with a massive blade. Sylvia slammed her hands onto the ground. Captivating roots. The earth trembled as thick roots burst upward, wrapping tightly around one of the strongest enemies, Ten Xiao, binding him in place. "You're not escaping," an elf shouted, drawing his bow. 3 arrows were released at once, cutting through the air with deadly precision. But just before impact, a dark aura erupted around Ten Xiao's body. The arrows shattered against it. He glanced at the flood of messages appearing before him, urgent calls from Shuya, begging for backup. So this was their plan. They're stalling for time. His expression hardened. That won't work. With a surge of power, he tore through the roots, snapping them apart like threads. The ground cracked beneath him as he swung his weapon, releasing a devastating shockwave. Sylvia staggered back, her face paling as the enemy's strength spiked. His defense had increased drastically. A massive explosion echoed through the forest. Deep fractures spread across the battlefield. Teslan rushed forward just in time, pulling an ally out of the blast radius. She clung to him, trembling, whispering her thanks. Before them stood a terrifying figure, his body radiating dark, oppressive energy. Even Teslan could tell, this opponent was on an entirely different level. Then, a streak of light flashed. Jin-hyuk appeared. He glanced down at the battlefield and spoke calmly, "That squad's taken care of." His gaze shifted forward. "Are you going to keep hiding?" There was a pause. Then Shuya stepped out from behind the trees. "There's no point anymore," she admitted. A system window flickered, revealing her information. Jin-hyuk's eyes narrowed slightly. "If I defeat her while poisoned, I can copy that skill." His interest sharpened instantly. Shuya extended her hand. "You're better than I expected," she said, almost impressed. Then she charged. "Let's see how long you last." Her attack struck like a storm. Jin-hyuk dodged at the last second, the blow crashing into a tree behind him. The trunk melted instantly, splitting apart as if it had rotted from within. He clicked his tongue. That would definitely hurt. But instead of retreating, he stepped closer. He placed a hand on her shoulder mid-motion, his expression oddly thoughtful. "I'm trying to make an important decision here," he said. She immediately activated a protective barrier, convinced she could now ignore most physical damage. That confidence lasted exactly 1 second. The impact was devastating. Her breath vanished as she collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. "Try not to interrupt people when they're thinking," he added calmly. Still, she wasn't finished. Forcing herself up, she rushed him again, desperate to buy time until Tencha arrived. But Jin-hyuk was faster. A clean strike sent her staggering. Then, he froze. Looking down at his hand, he noticed something embedded in his finger. A needle. Coated in poison. Shuya dropped to one knee, trembling, but smiling. "Did you really think," she gasped, "I'd just let you hit me?" She revealed another needle, her smile turning vicious. Veins began to darken across Jin-hyuk's skin, turning a deep purple. His mana flow faltered, destabilized by the toxin. "This poison," she whispered, almost gleeful, "will destroy your mana channels, your organs, everything. There's no antidote. You'll die slowly." Jin-hyuk clenched his fist, his arm trembling as the poison spread. For a moment, silence. Then, a surge of energy erupted from him. Red flames wrapped around his hand as he activated a cultivation technique, accelerating his mana recovery. He pulled the needle out and tossed it aside. "I'm not that fragile," he said with a faint smile. Shuya's expression cracked. Before she could react, Jin-hyuk moved. A strike. Blood spilled from her lips as she was sent crashing back. Another enemy, kicks and fists raining down on her. Ice clashed with steel, and within moments, the guild member collapsed. From a distance, Tencha arrived, just in time to witness the aftermath. His eyes widened. Jinhyuk stood there, sword in hand, a chilling smile on his face. The air trembled as another explosion echoed through the forest. Tencha stepped forward, positioning himself in front of his injured ally. "Can you stand?" he asked quickly. Jinhyuk leapt back, observing them carefully. So he's here now? If Tencha had arrived, that meant Teslan might have already been defeated. A system window flickered again, revealing more information about the new opponent. Jinhyuk studied him closely. That sword, troublesome. His mind raced, analyzing possibilities, what skills would work, what wouldn't. Then suddenly, something felt wrong. His vision distorted. His body began to flicker, breaking apart into tiny pixels. Tencha narrowed his eyes. "He's acting strange," he muttered, placing a hand on his ally's back. "Get up. Now." The girl forced herself upright, breathing heavily. "Where are the others?" Tencha's expression darkened. "Gone. It's just us." She froze. Then, slowly, she removed her mask. A bitter smile touched her lips. "After fighting him. I understand now," she said quietly. "Even if Kachong were here, we still wouldn't win." Her eyes closed briefly. "We're not making it back." The tension between them snapped in an instant. She stepped closer, her expression suddenly calm, too calm, and before he could react, she leaned in and kissed him. It wasn't affection. It was resolve. "We just need to finish this," she whispered. The player shook his head, grimacing as confusion and irritation crossed his face. "What are you even doing here?" A thin stream of green smoke curled from Shua's lips, drifting into the air like a warning. Her companion's grin widened unnaturally. Psychotropic poison injection. The skill activated. The shift was immediate. The warrior's eyes twisted with madness as he lunged forward, shouting that he had no regrets. His voice echoed through the scorched forest. Jinhyuk watched them approach, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "So you've decided to see this through to the end," he muttered. "Good. Then I'll stop holding back." They charged together. Tencho moved first, gripping his blade as he unleashed the colossal split technique, the air itself seeming to tear under its force. Beside him, Shua conjured a massive spectral serpent that coiled and hissed above them, ready to strike. "End him," she screamed. Jinhyuk didn't retreat. Dark energy surged from his body as he drew both swords, their blades humming with power. The pressure alone shattered the communication disruption barrier surrounding the battlefield. Steel clashed. Moments later, silence followed. A broken sword lay embedded in the ground. Its owner collapsed beside it, face first, unmoving. Jinhyuk extended his hand slightly as the system interface flickered to life. Skills acquired, 1,000 poisons. Eradication of evil. A small smile appeared on his face. The abilities had already been engraved into the world's memory, his to use. He exhaled, rolling his shoulders. "The 8th technique, still rough," he muttered. "Tomorrow's going to hurt." Behind him, Tencho and Shua lay side by side, their hands loosely clasped even in defeat. Their final attack had ended there. Around them, the forest smoldered. A quarter of the elven territory had been reduced to ash. Trees still smoked, and the scent of burning wood lingered heavily in the air. Teslan lay on a stretcher, his body wrapped in bandages. His fight with Tensha had nearly cost him his life, but thanks to Sylvia's intervention, he had pulled through. His eyes were covered, but his voice was steady. "Thank you," he said quietly. Jinhyuk waved it off with a faint smirk. "Save it. Focus on not dying first." Nearby, the elven village was in disarray. Homes damaged, people shaken. The elder stood in visible shock. He had commanded from safety, and now the cost of that decision weighed heavily on him. Not far away, Alice sat casually, sipping wine as if none of it concerned her. The elves watched her with a strange mix of awe and disbelief. To them, she was both savior and something far more dangerous. Jinhyuk raised 2 fingers. A massive structure of energy unfolded overhead, an 8-star fortress barrier. A translucent dome spread across the forest, sealing it in protection. "That should be enough," he said, glancing toward the horizon. "They'll think twice before trying that again." Far from the forest, inside the headquarters of the China Guild. Tension filled the room. Lioi, the deputy leader, slammed his hand on the table. "Where are they? All of them, gone?" His voice carried both anger and disbelief. "Are you saying one man did this?" he continued. "Even with Ten Xiao, Kachong, and Shua combined? That's over 10,000 mana." A woman nearby raised her hand calmly. "The ranking system isn't finalized yet, but anyone exceeding 10,000 mana is effectively S rank." She paused, then added, "But he's different. You can't measure him like the others." Lioi frowned. Then send assassins. 20,000 mana or higher. That would start a war. The room fell silent. An older man, Moyana, finally spoke, his voice low but commanding. You're all missing the point. Everyone bowed their heads. The foundation of battle is understanding your enemy, he continued. And right now, we don't understand him at all. His eyes narrowed. The footage shows it clearly. The 8th level of the soul-pursuing sword dance. He tapped the table once. That technique is rare even among us, and he's mastered it. A faint, dangerous smile formed. We still have one move left. Back in the elven forest, life struggled to return. Construction had already begun. Some elves worked silently, others cried, and a few managed small, hopeful smiles. The elder climbed onto a platform overlooking the village. We've lost many, he said, voice heavy. Even with the bravery of our rangers, we couldn't save everyone. The crowd lowered their heads. But we will rebuild, he continued, raising his hand. Life will return to this forest. He took a breath. And tonight, we honor them. The Moonlight Festival will continue. A murmur spread through the crowd before rising into agreement. That night, the forest glowed. A massive bonfire crackled at the center as elves gathered around it, raising glasses, remembering those they had lost. Laughter and tears blended together. Someone roasted mushrooms using an otherworldly cooking skill. Jinhyuk stood nearby, watching quietly, a faint smile on his face. To think, one of the leaders said beside him, that a traveler we met by chance would save us. Like children lined up for food, their chatter filling the air, though one boy stood apart, silent and distant. Jinhyuk noticed immediately. Shock, he thought. Before he could approach, a loud stomp broke the moment. Heads turned. Teslan stood there, wearing a ridiculous fairy costume. Jinhyuk blinked, then smirked. You really like that outfit, huh? I do not. Teslan snapped, throwing a fig in his direction. I lost a bet. He hesitated, then added more quietly, I thought outsiders were nothing but trouble. I was wrong. Jinhyuk said nothing, just watched. Teslan closed his eyes. This wasn't my victory. Then laughter erupted. Alice had collapsed onto the ground, clutching her stomach as she laughed uncontrollably. What are you even wearing? Her laughter was infectious. One by one, the elves joined in, even the quiet child smiled. Teslan tried to hide it, covering his mouth, but the grin was there. Jinhyuk chuckled. For the first time since the battle, the forest felt alive again. Later, the elder approached him. Walk with me. They entered a building grown from an enormous tree, its interior sealed by a hidden barrier. Inside was an ancient storage chamber, filled with relics. This place holds our most valuable treasures, the elder explained. Jinhyuk's eyes scanned the room, intrigued. The elder picked up a harp-like instrument. We call this the dartan. Its music enhances power. He offered it with a bow. A token of our gratitude. Jinhyuk scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not really the musical type. His gaze shifted. Behind glass, a weapon rested, ominous and powerful. The elder followed his. That is different. He gestured toward it. A relic from our ancestors. Given to us after we healed a god. He gently pushed the instrument into Jinhyuk's hands anyway. I cannot give you the weapon, he said. It is not mine to give. He lowered his head. But the prophecy says, these treasures will one day find their rightful owner. Jinhyuk frowned slightly, looking between the harp and the sealed weapon. He hadn't expected any of this. And yet, something about it felt like the beginning of something much bigger. The celebration deepened as the night wore on. The elder stood with his eyes gently closed, raising his cup in quiet gratitude. Around him, the elves followed suit, but none louder than Alice. Her cheeks were already flushed from drink, her energy completely unrestrained. Hey! Don't slack off, everyone, glasses up, she shouted, her voice echoing across the clearing. A large barrel had been dragged to the center of the table, and Alice slammed her hand against it with a grin. I like this forest, she said boldly, swaying slightly. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she added, maybe one day I'll just take it over. Don't worry, I'll let you all live here. The elves burst into laughter, unsure whether she was joking. Nearby, Jinhyuk quietly poured a strange purple liquid into the barrel, watching the reactions carefully. Cups were filled. Drinks were raised. And soon enough, the entire village was drinking. Jinhyuk, however, didn't join in. He sat at the edge of the table, his brows slightly furrowed, observing the scene. The elder lifted his cup toward him with a warm smile before downing it in one go. Jinhyuk glanced at his own untouched drink, a bead of sweat forming at his temple. What exactly is this? His instincts told him to be cautious. Instead of drinking, he simply kept his hand resting on the glass, his mind already shifting toward his next move. Take the items, and leave. Slipping away from the celebration, Jin-hyuk made his way back to the storage building. The wooden door stood where it had before, but something was different. He placed his hand against it, then paused. The barrier was gone. His eyes narrowed slightly. Back in the clearing, the effects of the drink had fully set in. Elves lay sprawled across the ground, completely unconscious. Even Alice had collapsed, fast asleep with a faint smile still on her face. Silence replaced the earlier laughter. At that moment, a notification flickered before his eyes. Bram's ring has absorbed a subordinate soul. The ring on his finger began to glow faintly. Jin-hyuk's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Inside the warehouse, he approached the sealed display, and this time, nothing stopped him. Moments later, he stood there holding the weapon he had been eyeing. "Thanks for the gift," he said quietly. Behind him, the elder, Pen-aim, had already passed out, still wearing a peaceful smile. Jin-hyuk turned and walked away. Elsewhere, deep within the tower, the third floor, known as the Church of Hatred, was in chaos. A masked man stood before a restless crowd, listening as complaints erupted from every direction. "We can't reach the 10th floor without that person's permission. All the limited artifacts will disappear in 10 days. The man clenched his jaw. First that guy, and now this unknown player is blocking everything? Frustration boiled over. Not far from there, Melina quietly stood from her seat. "I'm going to rest," she muttered, turning away from the noise. As she stepped outside, her thoughts churned. Idiots, they have no idea that Jin-hyuk is that unknown player. Her face flushed instantly. She slapped her cheeks lightly in frustration. If I ever let that slip, I'd die of embarrassment. But her steps suddenly slowed. Two figures in black robes emerged from the shadows ahead. Her instinct screamed. In a single motion, she drew her dagger. "Who are you? What do you want?" The answer came in silence. And then blood. It splashed across the doorway behind her. One of the nearby guards collapsed before she could even react. The vampire licked the crimson from his blade, his expression twisting with disgust. "Ugh, filthy." His companion sighed. "You really need to stop tasting everything you kill." Melina staggered back, clutching her wound, her mind racing. "They're fast, too fast. I didn't even see it." The vampire raised his rapier, pointing it directly at her. "Well then, should we try yours?" Before he could move, black smoke surged between them. A figure stepped forward, materializing from the darkness itself. Molina's eyes widened. "Lancelot." He bowed slightly, his tone calm and respectful. "My apologies for appearing in such a state before nobles of your standing." The vampires paused. Finally, someone interesting had arrived. 90 days passed. The aftermath of the Elven Forest incident had reshaped everything. Within the tower, both the 6th and 7th floors had opened, signaling the start of a new phase. And with it, greater danger. Yansa leaned back, watching her classmates chatter idly. Her gaze drifted toward the sky. "One more year, and I graduate." She exhaled slowly. If the world even lasts that long. A notification suddenly appeared before her eyes. She froze. Then the candy slipped right out of her mouth. "Urgent meeting, all shareholders of the veteran company must gather at Moon Lake, 1st floor." Her eye twitched. "That idiot Jin-hyuk," she groaned, grabbing her head. "Stop ordering people around like this." At the appointed time, Moon Lake shimmered under the light as Jin-hyuk stood waiting. One by one, his subordinates arrived. "All on time," he said with a satisfied smile. Yansa crossed her arms tightly. "We worked all night building those mounts. Can you at least pretend to care?" Yumu nodded in agreement. "Seriously. Let us rest." Jin-hyuk raised a finger thoughtfully. Fair point." He turned slightly. "All right, you can leave." They blinked. Then instantly relaxed. But just as quickly, he pulled out a dagger. Their expressions froze. Jin-hyuk glanced at the blade, speaking casually. "In case of workplace fatalities, I'll need your bank account details for compensation." Silence. Absolute silence. No one moved. Jin-hyuk gave a small, knowing smirk and turned toward Moon Lake. The water reflected the sky like glass, calm and undisturbed, completely at odds with the chaos of personalities gathered behind him. "Well," he said casually, "since no one's leaving anymore, let's get started." He stepped back onto a flat stone near the shore and crossed his arms. "Let's keep it simple. We'll go around, each of you reports the latest developments." A single clap echoed. "Begin." The first to step forward was Hun, representing the master of the Black Crow Guild. His posture was rigid, his tone precise. "We've confirmed that Yunak has moved to the 7th floor," he reported. "According to our informant, he's searching for a specific item, a feather." Jin-hyuk's eyes flickered with interest. Hun continued, "The 7th floor is a tundra zone. Traversing it requires reaching the far end to unlock the next level. However, the environment is extremely hostile. Most teams delay entry due to the preparation required. A faint smile tugged at Jinhyuk's lips. A feather, so he's after the phoenix feather. That explained everything. The item's flame blessing would make surviving the frozen wasteland significantly easier. Before Jinhyuk could respond, Hannah stepped forward. Young has fully recovered, she said. He's been discharged, and he asked me to pass along a message. She paused briefly. He said he'll kill you the next time you meet. Jinhyuk closed his eyes for a moment, exhaling softly. Good, he murmured. Would have been disappointing if he stayed broken. He gestured lightly. Next. A man stepped forward with visible excitement. Takashi bowed deeply, almost reverently. It's an honor to meet you again. Without hesitation, he presented a sword with both hands. I retrieved this from the Medusa temple, he said. It was heavily guarded, and I'm fairly certain they've realized it's missing. Jinhyuk took the blade, examining it briefly. Fontaine's heavenly sword. For a moment, he looked thoughtful, then slightly disappointed. Already obsolete. Still, he nodded. Well done. His gaze shifted. I'll trade it later for something useful. He handed it off casually and motioned forward. A cheerful girl stepped up next, smiling brightly. I'm Andrea, she said. I oversee operations on the 5th floor. I've completed the structural setup there. Player traffic is low, but everything is ready in case activity increases. Her tone was upbeat, almost too normal. The others, however, froze. Yansa frowned. Wait, what do you mean you oversee the 5th floor? Before Andrea could answer, Jinhyuk casually placed a hand on her shoulder. She's the boss monster of that floor, he explained. Screams. Everyone started running around in pure terror. Andrea waved awkwardly, still smiling. Nice to meet you? Jinhyuk studied her briefly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. She's grown a lot? Alice's influence, no doubt. He raised a finger. All right, enough. Next. His gaze landed on Melina. She stood slightly apart from the group, her expression darker than usual. You, Jinhyuk said. Stop brooding and report. Melina hesitated, then spoke. Something unusual happened, she admitted. We were contacted by individuals from a higher floor. That immediately caught everyone's attention. They identified themselves as blood relatives of the Dekas family, she continued. Followers of Amul's. They offered cooperation, said they'd help us achieve our goals. Jinhyuk tilted his head slightly. And in return? They want assistance retrieving something, Melina replied. A relic from the 11th floor, and help capturing an escaped prisoner. At that, Lancelot, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke. Interesting, he said, rubbing his chin. And what exactly do these nobles want from us? Melina's expression tightened. The prisoner escaped from ruins on the 1st floor. They want him found, and returned. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. And they gave you something in exchange? Melina nodded. A bracelet. Belonging to the fugitive. For a brief moment, Jinhyuk went still. Then, the ring on his chest began to glow. A sharp, pulsing light. He frowned slightly, glancing down. Why now? Before he could process it further. Crack. A nearby stone sculpture shattered violently. Alice stood there, fury. They betrayed me, she hissed. The air around her trembled as her aura flared. I'll find them, she growled, her voice low and dangerous. And I'll tear them apart. She turned sharply toward Jinhyuk, eyes burning. You promised, she said. You said you'd help me. For a moment, he said nothing. Then he met her gaze. I will, he replied calmly. I don't break promises. Relief flickered across her face. But it didn't last. We'll do it carefully, he added. Her expression hardened again. Jinhyuk slipped his hands into his pockets, his tone steady. I don't have enough mana to fully unleash your power right now, he explained. If we rush this, we might be the ones who pay the price. Alice's fists clenched. So what? I just wait, she snapped. For now, he said. Yes. He looked at her directly. Stop using the necklace for a while. She blinked, caught off guard. What? Trust me. The words came easily, but they carried weight. Alice hesitated. For once, she didn't have an immediate answer. Slowly, her shoulders dropped. She stepped forward and leaned her head against his chest, her voice suddenly small. I want chicken. Jinhyuk blinked, then let out a quiet breath. Fine, he said. Eat whatever you want. Crisis, temporarily avoided. He glanced up at the moon, its pale light reflecting in his eyes. That calmed her down, for now. But next time? He'd need to be ready. Far away. On the 7th floor of the tower, inside a wind-battered tent, a voice broke the silence. Is the East Sea sealed? The question hung in the freezing air. Something was already in motion. The 7th floor was merciless. A frozen wasteland stretched endlessly in every direction, ice choking the sea, snowstorms swallowing visibility, and a biting cold that seeped into bone and marrow alike. Inside a weather-beaten tent, frustration boiled over. It's impossible, one of the subordinates said, her voice trembling. The ice is too thick, the air's too damp, we can't even start a fire. And with this storm, we can't see the path to the gate at all. Yoon-suk clenched his teeth, his patience snapping. Enough, he barked, shooting her a glare. Stop complaining and start thinking. We will clear this floor, no matter what it takes. Before anyone could respond, the tent flap burst open. Captain, you need to see this. Moments later, Yoon-suk stepped outside. And froze. A lone figure stood in the snow, casually warming his hands with his breath as if the brutal cold meant nothing to him. Jin-hyuk. As he approached, Yoon-suk's expression darkened. What are you doing here? Jin-hyuk glanced at him briefly. Clearing the floor. The casual tone only made it worse. Yoon-suk's hands trembled with anger. We don't need your help. We can handle this ourselves. Jin-hyuk stopped, then slowly turned his head. Help, he said flatly. When did I say I was here to help you? He walked past him without another glance. I'm here for the phoenix feather. You're just in the way. The words hit like a slap. Yoon-suk spun around. This is our territory. You're trespassing. Jin-hyuk let out a quiet scoff. Your territory? He looked back, unimpressed. Since when did the 7th floor belong to your guild? Yoon-suk's face twisted. You're provoking us. No, Jin-hyuk cut in. This is called competition. He turned away again, already moving forward. If you've got a problem, try stopping me. Yoon-suk stood there, fists clenched, fury boiling over. Then he turned sharply and stormed back into the tent. Gather a team, he ordered coldly. We're going after him. The guards exchanged uneasy looks. Captain? He's heading for the feather, Yoon-suk said. Which means if we follow him, we won't fail. His eyes narrowed. Keep close. Watch everything. At the edge of the frozen forest, 2 guards stood watch. A figure emerged through the snow. They stepped forward instinctively, then froze as recognition hit. Wait, you're. One of them lit up immediately. I'm a huge fan. What brings you here? Jin-hyuk didn't slow down. Looking for something in the forest. The guard raised his hands nervously. You should be careful. This area's dangerous, that's why we're stationed here. Jin-hyuk passed him without pause. Thanks for the warning. The guard turned, stunned. He hadn't even noticed when Jin-hyuk moved past him. S-rank really is something else, he muttered, before sighing. Still, I should report this. Deep within the forest, snow crunched underfoot. Jin-hyuk paused, picking up a shard half buried in the ice. He studied it briefly. Dangun Guild, they've been here. But something was off. There were signs of activity, but no bodies. No aftermath. His gaze shifted to a massive boulder nearby. A symbol was carved into its surface. He frowned slightly. Then turned as footsteps approached from behind. Yoon-suk's team. Jin-hyuk sighed. Didn't you say this place was dangerous? Why follow me? The guards shivered violently, barely able to withstand the cold. We thought you might need a guide, one of them said. Jin-hyuk stared at them for a moment, then said nothing. Not long after, a small shelter formed, an igloo reinforced with skill-crafted ice. Inside, the temperature was barely tolerable, but compared to the outside, it felt like relief. One of the guards, Daho, extended his hands toward a faint flame. This is way better, he muttered. Sticking near an S-rank really pays off. Jin-hyuk sat quietly, observing them. Then, without warning. Yoon-suk sent you, didn't he? The group stiffened. And no, we. Don't lie, Jin-hyuk said calmly. You're bad at it. Silence. He closed his eyes briefly. I don't blame you. Then his gaze shifted toward the entrance. There are bigger problems. The team exchanged uneasy looks. What do you mean? Jin-hyuk nodded toward the boulder outside. That mark, it belongs to ice trolls. One of the members frowned. I've heard of them, mid-rank monsters, right? Jin-hyuk shook his head slightly. That's the Ice Blade clan. His tone hardened. The strongest among them. The atmosphere inside the shelter instantly grew tense. But, another muttered, isn't there territory in the west? Exactly, Jin-hyuk replied. That's what doesn't make sense. His eyes narrowed. This area is the only route to the island where the phoenix feather is located. Realization began to dawn. You're saying, Daho swallowed, they're moving here for the feather? Jin-hyuk didn't answer immediately. Something about it didn't add up. Creatures resistant to ice, chasing something tied to flame? It didn't fit. A sudden sound cut through the silence. Sharp. Fast. Approaching. Jinhyuk's eyes snapped toward the entrance. Move. Spears tore through the air, hurtling toward the shelter. But slammed into an ice wall that erupted instantly in front of them. The impact echoed. Take cover. Daho shouted as the team scattered. Snow flew as they dove behind what little protection they could find. Where are they attacking from? Someone yelled. No answer. No movement. Nothing visible. Then, Jinhyuk stepped outside. Are you crazy? Daho shouted. Get back here. But Jinhyuk didn't even acknowledge him. Another spear shot toward him. He didn't draw a weapon. Didn't move his hands. He simply tilted his head. And the spear missed him by inches. Effortless. His gaze lifted toward the cliff ahead. By now, he said coldly, you should understand hiding won't help. Come out. For a moment. Nothing. Then figures emerged. Two strangers stood at the edge of the cliff, cloaked in black. Behind them, a group of massive ice trolls loomed, their presence alone distorting the air. One of the strangers smirked, eyes gleaming. So it is you, he said. Jinhyuk. Beside him, his companion tilted her head, studying him with amusement. He's kind of cute. Under Jinhyuk's jacket. The ring trembled. Jinhyuk's expression hardened as he activated Greedy Eye, scanning the battlefield while trying to steady Alice's agitation in the back of his mind. His gaze locked onto the vampire standing calmly above the slope, Leorda Birdion. The moment their stats appeared before him, his muscles tensed. The gap was undeniable. Even without fighting, he could tell, this wasn't an opponent he could overwhelm through brute force. Winning would demand precision, and a terrifying amount of mana. His eyes narrowed as he reviewed the copying conditions tied to Leorda's abilities. They were absurd. Every skill came with layers of penalties, restrictions, and near impossible triggers. It was like the system itself was warning him, this fight won't be easy. Are you alright? Daho's voice broke through his thoughts. The guard rushed up, concern written all over his face. Jinhyuk gave a faint smirk instead of answering directly. Daho, he said calmly, gather everyone. Leave the forest. Now. The man froze. What about you? You're not seriously planning to fight them alone? A dagger slid into Jinhyuk's hand as if it had always belonged there. I'm not that weak, he replied lightly, almost amused. Then, with a grin, he added, just promise me a drink when you get out of here. Daho's face flushed despite the tension. Before he could argue further, another guild member grabbed him, urging him to move. Reluctantly, he extended his hand toward Jinhyuk. Stay alive. Jinhyuk didn't answer. He was already moving. A massive troll lunged at him, its fist crashing down like a falling boulder. He slipped past it effortlessly. One clean strike, fast, precise, and the creature collapsed into the snow. From above, the vampires watched with growing interest. Oilia tilted her head slightly, her eyes gleaming. His blood smells incredible. Leorda's lips curved faintly. He's more interesting than I expected. With a small gesture, he ordered the trolls to fall back. The battlefield grew still as both vampires descended, their presence suffocating. Jinhyuk turned to face them. So, Leorda said, stepping forward, you're Jinhyuk. I've heard about you, from the demonic faction. There was a hint of amusement in his voice. For a human, you're impressive. Oilia, the female vampire, added casually, brushing her hair back as if they weren't standing in the middle of a battlefield. Jinhyuk frowned slightly. So this is your doing? The ice trolls, the disappearances. Oilia smiled, pressing a finger to her lips. Straight to the point. I like that. She lifted her hand lazily. You can think of this as a trap. Her eyes sharpened. We wanted someone capable of noticing what's wrong with this tundra. Jinhyuk didn't flinch. Oilia continued, her voice turning colder. We were given a list, survivors from the first floor. Names worth watching. She began counting them off. Teresa de la Rencia. The unknown. Yusung, and one particular individual pretending to be a porter. Her gaze locked onto him. That would be you. Jinhyuk's expression darkened slightly. And, she added, one of you helped Alice von Ataraxia escape. Silence fell. He stepped forward, rolling his shoulders into a fighting stance. I don't know what you're talking about. Oilia's smile faded. Leorda moved first. In a blur, he closed the distance, his blade flashing toward Jinhyuk's neck. The impact rang out as dagger met sword, sparks scattering across the snow. Don't kill him, Oilia called out lazily. We need him alive. I know, Leorda replied, though his expression had tightened. But he's better than expected. Dark energy surged around him, coiling like smoke. He activated his dark fighting spirit, unleashing a barrage of attacks that tore through the air. Jinhyuk met them head-on. Each strike, deflected. Each wave of energy, cut apart. Then the battlefield shifted. Blood gathered in Leorda's palm, thick and pulsating. In an instant, it exploded outward, forming arrows, spikes, and bindings that wrapped around Jinhyuk like a living prison. For a moment, his vision went red. Then, flames erupted. The blood constructs burned away instantly, evaporating under the heat of fire magic. Jinhyuk stepped forward through the smoke, completely unscathed. That won't work on me. Oilia's eyes widened slightly. Interesting. Now she was certain. This wasn't just any player. Leorda landed lightly in front of Jinhyuk again, frowning. You're not bad, he admitted. For a cornered rat. Jinhyuk laughed. Funny, he said, resting the dagger casually against his shoulder. I was just thinking the same about you. Then his tone shifted, sharper. You shared something useful with me, so I'll return the favor. Leorda's eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? Jinhyuk's smile widened. I knew you'd come. Elsewhere, chaos erupted. Melina rode through the snow atop a massive wolf, her expression tense. Around her, figures moved rapidly, closing in. Back at the camp, the guild members barely had time to react. Ambush, the captain shouted. Defensive positions. Snow crunched under advancing footsteps. 3 figures emerged through the storm. The smallest figure stepped forward, wrapped in white robes that stood out against the storm. The smallest figure stepped forward, wrapped in flowing white robes that stood out sharply against the storm. Slowly, she raised her hands and pulled back her hood. A soft glow spilled across the battlefield. Light gathered at the tip of her sword, and in the next instant, a radiant blessing descended from the sky like a pillar of divine will. The snow itself seemed to recoil from it. Teresa gripped her blade firmly, her voice steady but commanding. I'm here to help. Everyone, take your positions. For a moment, even the chaos paused. Yunsuk's eyes widened in disbelief. The saint? His men quickly recognized the others arriving alongside her, Min and Yonghua, each radiating power in their own way. But there was no time to process it. The wolf-mounted fighters were already closing in, their orders clear, annihilate everything. Then, a flash. Something sliced through the air above their heads. No one even saw the movement, only the aftermath. A blade returned to its sheath with a crisp click. A violent surge of mana erupted like a hurricane, blasting the demonic forces backward in all directions as if they were nothing more than debris. Yusung exhaled in annoyance, glancing at his weapon. Great, now I'll have to spend hours cleaning this mess off my sword. From the ridge, the vampires watched, stunned. Below them, Jinhyuk tilted his head slightly, a faint grin forming. I told you, he said, raising his dagger toward them, I came prepared. As if on cue, explosions rippled across the snowy battlefield. Tamon soared into view, standing atop a floating weapon conjured through his machine monarch ability. Mechanical constructs spun around him, firing volleys that scattered enemies like leaves in a storm. Nearby, Yonghua launched herself off a hovering drone, kicking off at midair. Her body twisted gracefully as mana surged around her. With a single sweeping motion of her leg, a massive wave of energy tore through another squad, sending them crashing into the snow. Teresa stepped forward again, her presence intensifying. Divine energy poured outward, wrapping her allies in a radiant buff that bolstered their strength and weakened their enemies. The demonic forces faltered. One of their commanders rushed to Lancelot's side. We need to fall back and regroup. Lancelot's jaw tightened in frustration, but even he couldn't ignore the shift in momentum. Far beyond the trees, divine light continued to blaze. Oilia looked up, her expression twisting in discomfort. That power, she muttered, irritation creeping into her voice. I hate it. She turned sharply toward Leorda. I can feel it too, he replied, his tone darker now. Below them, the battle escalated again. A mass of blood surged around Jinhyuk, forming thick, writhing clots as Leorda activated Blood Pool. The crimson mass began to compress, growing denser and larger, threatening to crush him completely. Even the surrounding monsters hesitated. The divine energy is interfering, one of them shouted. We need to retreat and rethink. Too late. Flames burst from within the blood mass. In an instant, the entire construct ignited, collapsing into burning fragments. Jinhyuk stepped out, unharmed, his expression calm. I already told you, he said, almost bored, that won't work. Leorda clicked his tongue and leapt back, preparing to withdraw. Don't get comfortable, he called out coldly. Next time, I'll kill you myself. But then, he froze. Jinhyuk had raised his hand. Light began to gather in his palm, brighter, denser, more concentrated than before. The grin on his face widened. What was that you said? A blinding flash erupted. A pillar of pure light shot skyward, tearing through the forest like a divine spear. The ground trembled, trees disintegrated, and the snow evaporated in its path. When the light finally faded, a scorched tunnel stretched across the battlefield, carved clean through everything in its way. Jin-hyuk exhaled slowly, his shoulders dropping from the strain. Did that finish them? The system responded coldly. Objective, 50% complete. He clicked his tongue. Of course it didn't. To make matters worse, he felt the fire element within him lock up, temporarily sealed by the backlash. Snow continued to fall, quietly reclaiming the destruction. Under his jacket, the ring trembled violently. "Alice," he muttered under his breath, "calm down. Just a little longer." Back at the Dangun Guild camp, the atmosphere had shifted completely. Relief replaced panic. Teresa stood surrounded by grateful survivors, smiling shyly as they thanked her over and over again. "We're only alive because of you," one of them said, bowing deeply. She shook her head gently. "I'm just glad I made it in time." Nearby, Yunak stared at the fallen guild flag, his expression dark and conflicted. A scout approached quickly. "The camp's heavily damaged. And the enemy will definitely attack again." Teresa turned, her expression resolute now. "Then we withdraw," she said. "Back to the tower." She smiled faintly. "Jin-hyuk and I will secure the path." At the mention of that name, Yunak's face hardened. "So that's how it is," he muttered under his breath. Before he could say more, Teresa suddenly turned. Through the falling snow, she spotted him. Her face lit up instantly. With genuine warmth, she raised her hand and waved. Jin-hyuk had arrived. Taemin and Yonghwa rushed in the moment the battlefield settled, heading straight for Jin-hyuk. He blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting to see them here, but quickly recovered, offering a short nod. "Good timing," he said. "Thanks." Taemin grinned, clearly pleased. "You suddenly contacted us out of nowhere. Figured it wasn't something small." Yonghwa brushed a strand of hair back, her lips curling into a sly smile. "I had my own reasons for coming," she added casually, glancing over her shoulder as if she'd already anticipated everything that just happened. Yoon-sung, still catching his breath nearby, looked visibly uncomfortable. Teresa stepped closer, her expression soft but relieved. "I didn't expect you to show up either," she admitted. "But at least we managed to push them back." "Don't relax yet," Taemin cut in, folding his arms. His tone sharpened. "We still don't know who's behind all this. That kind of coordinated attack doesn't just happen." Jin-hyuk closed his eyes briefly, organizing his thoughts. "They're working with high vampires from the upper floors," he said calmly. "And whatever they're planning, it's happening here. On this tundra." Everyone went silent. Then he added something that made the air feel heavier. "They want an outbreak." Shock rippled through the group. Jin-hyuk continued, his voice steady as he broke it down. "The ice trolls are guarding a specific location, the Phoenix Feather. That alone is strange, considering their nature. But if you combine the feather's resistance to extreme cold with the right catalyst..." He paused. "You can open a portal." Yonghwa frowned. "And that leads to, what? An outbreak?" He nodded. "They've been kidnapping members of the Dangun Guild. Some are already dead. My guess? They're trying to use human bodies in combination with the feather to break out of the tower." Teresa's hands trembled slightly. "That would be like Amsterdam," she whispered, horror creeping into her voice. A hand landed gently on her shoulder. Yoon-sung gave her a reassuring look. "That won't happen," he said firmly. "Not if he's already figured it out." He glanced at Jin-hyuk. "Right? You've got a plan." Jin-hyuk smirked faintly, as if he'd been waiting for that. Far away, deep within the mountains, a completely different atmosphere unfolded. The vampires knelt in silence. Blood dripped steadily into a crystal goblet held by a figure cloaked in shadow. His presence alone weighed heavily on the air. "So," the figure said calmly, swirling the blood, "how strong is this man?" "Jin-hyuk," Leorda clenched his teeth. "Forgive me, something unexpected happened." Oilia lowered her gaze slightly. "He was waiting for us. And he handled our attacks, too easily." A faint pause. Then she added, more quietly, "I also felt something during the fight, the presence of Alice von Ataraxia." Another drop of blood fell into the goblet. The shadowed figure smiled. "Then perhaps, we'll find her sooner than expected." His eyes gleamed with dark amusement. "At least you weren't completely useless." Back on the tundra, the wind howled violently as preparations began. Above the camp, mechanical drones buzzed into the sky. Taemin manipulated multiple system panels at once, deploying them strategically across the battlefield. Jin-hyuk watched, already connecting the pieces. "We'll use the drones as bait," he said. "Draw the demonic forces out." He glanced at Teresa and one other scout. You two split off. There's something else that needs to be handled. Yusung immediately bristled, gripping his weapon. That's your plan? Splitting forces at a time like this? Jinhyuk covered his mouth briefly, almost amused. You're already doing what I asked, he replied. So why complain now? Supplies were loaded onto carts as the Dangun Guild prepared to withdraw. The plan was clear, most would retreat outside the tower, but not everyone would leave. Yoon-suk folded his arms, shivering slightly from the cold, when someone informed him. He was staying behind. He turned sharply, only to find Jinhyuk already walking ahead. Why am I following you? Yoon-suk demanded, trudging through the deep snow. Jinhyuk didn't even look back. You tell me. After a moment, Yoon-suk muttered, this is Dangun Guild territory. I'm responsible for it. Then keep up. Where are we even going? Jinhyuk finally answered. A freshwater lake. Soon, the terrain shifted. A massive gorge opened before them, revealing a glowing lake hidden deep within the frozen landscape. The air here pulsed with dense mana, it was the strongest concentration on the entire 7th floor. Below, a tribal settlement stretched across the valley. Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed slightly. When the Ice Blade tribe faces trouble, he said, their leader comes here to recover. Yoon-suk looked around, confused. Something felt off. Massive figures moved through the camp, orc-like beings, towering and brutal. One carried a massive log over his shoulder, while another revealed sharp fangs as she passed by. Jinhyuk handed Yoon-suk a white flag. Carry it properly, he said. Make yourself useful. Yoon-suk frowned. What's this for? They value honor, Jinhyuk replied. As long as that flag is raised, they won't attack. Despite his skepticism, Yoon-suk followed. The tribe allowed them passage. Step by step, they approached the chieftain's dwelling. Inside, a massive figure sat upon a throne. Caracal. His presence alone was overwhelming. He studied Jinhyuk carefully. You look strong, the chieftain rumbled. So why surrender so easily? Yoon-suk's pupils shrank. This was an ice troll? It was far larger than anything he had imagined. Then, the white flag slipped from his hand. It hit the ground. Silence. Jinhyuk smirked. I'm not surrendering, he said calmly. I just needed a way in. Caracal's eyes widened. Rage erupted instantly. You dare deceive us? One of the warriors roared. The chieftain rose, gripping his massive metal mace. You stand here, after dishonoring our customs? His voice thundered across the hall. Then die with dignity. He slammed the weapon into the ground. I challenge you, to a duel. The tribe roared in response. Jinhyuk turned his head slightly toward Yoon-suk. Well, he asked casually. Still planning to defend your guild's honor? Yoon-suk shook his head rapidly. Nope. Jinhyuk nodded once. Then watch. Elsewhere, far from the frozen battlefield. Inside a towering skyscraper that housed the Triad Guild's headquarters. A clay vessel shattered violently against the floor. Gunnan stood there, his expression twisted with anger. All of them, gone, he muttered. Even the S-ranks in the Elven Forest? Munsaw stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back. You're underestimating him, he said calmly. That Jinhyuk isn't someone your subordinates could handle. Gunnan clenched his jaw. That's not true. Just give me one more chance. His voice burned with frustration. But even he knew. They were dealing with something far beyond ordinary. The guild master stared forward in disgust, his patience completely exhausted. To him, this level of failure wasn't just a setback, it was humiliation. Without even sparing another glance, he coldly ordered the warrior to leave and never bother him again. That single command shattered whatever restraint remained. The young man's eyes burned crimson with rage. His composure collapsed as he screamed, his voice echoing through the towering office building that pierced the night sky. From within those walls, his fury erupted uncontrollably. He swore he would kill Jinhyuk with his own hands. Outside, the tension snapped into motion. Steel collided with force as Caracal's massive iron mace tore through the air, leaving a blazing arc behind it. The troll chieftain tilted his head back and unleashed a thunderous roar. Compressed air blasted forward like a shockwave, rippling through the battlefield. It was his signature skill, a sonic eruption meant to crush everything in its path. Jinhyuk didn't flinch. With a flick of his fingers, a shimmering barrier formed in front of him. A distortion seal materialized, bending the trajectory of incoming attacks. The shockwave twisted unnaturally and dispersed, as if the very direction of force had been rewritten. A faint grin spread across his face. Caracal wasn't just another brute, he was strong, far stronger than most trolls. But strength alone wasn't enough. The air shifted. An alert flashed, ice element creation activated. In the next instant, razor-sharp shards of ice surged forward, slamming into Caracal's massive frame. The impact cracked against his skull, forcing a roar of pain from the giant. Before he could recover, Jin-hyuk launched himself upward. His eyes ignited with a deep violet glow. Sword graveyard. Blades materialized in spectral formation, crossing midair as he descended in a precise, lethal strike. The attack connected cleanly. Blood burst from Caracal's mouth. The enormous body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact that shook the battlefield. Silence followed. From the sidelines, Yunak could only stare, stunned. Defeating a monster like that in mere minutes, it shouldn't have been possible. Lying on the cold stone, Caracal exhaled heavily. There was no anger left in his expression, only acceptance. You are strong? I lost. He lowered his gaze. Grant me an honorable death. Jin-hyuk stepped forward, then stopped. Instead of finishing him, he crouched beside the fallen chieftain. I don't care much about honor, he said calmly. But I do know your traditions. Caracal's eyes flickered. Total submission to the victor, that's your law, isn't it? The troll remained silent. Jin-hyuk continued, his tone steady. You fought against the demonic forces. So why obey them now? Caracal's expression darkened. After a brief pause, he spoke. It's not because I lost to them. Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes. There is someone, far stronger. The memory surfaced like a nightmare. A figure standing alone in a frozen valley. Black wings spread wide behind his back. A presence so overwhelming that even an entire tribe would be powerless before him. Michael, a high vampire of the Decasus family. Even recalling the name carried weight. Jin-hyuk understood immediately. So that's the real enemy. Caracal clenched his fists weakly. There's no hope for us, or for my tribe. So at least let me die with dignity. Jin-hyuk stood up, slipping his hands into his pockets. Forget dying. Caracal blinked in confusion. We're not done here. The tone shifted, firm, commanding. I'll help you rebuild your tribe. Bring it back to strength. The troll stared at him, unable to process the offer. In return, Jin-hyuk added, you follow me. Behind them, Yunak turned sharply, clearly unsettled by the sudden turn of events. But Jin-hyuk didn't care about his reaction. This wasn't charity. This was strategy. Elsewhere, the battlefield was already shifting. Lancelot scanned the snow-covered terrain, his expression tightening as he noticed something unusual. The drones hovering in the sky weren't even trying to hide. Spying like this isn't exactly subtle, he muttered. Beside him, the high vampire Michael smirked. You're sharper than most humans. Oilia stood nearby, listening carefully as orders were issued. There had been no contact from the Iceblade tribe for a while, something was wrong. Jin-hyuk might have already turned them, she suggested. Michael didn't hesitate. If there's doubt, wipe them all out. A chilling command. He spread his wings, rising into the air. Dark energy gathered around him, spiraling violently. Let's clear out these pests first. The moment he moved, the environment responded. The system triggered, climate alteration activated. A violent storm erupted instantly. Winds howled between the trees, forming a massive vortex that swallowed everything in its path. Mechanical drones were dragged into the tornado, crushed and disabled within seconds. Back at the Allied side, Taemin clenched his jaw. All drones are down. Janu stepped forward, calm despite the chaos. Perfect timing. They'll be here soon. Energy surged. The activation sequence began, heavenly flower cultivation. Massive green holograms unfolded in the air as systems came online. Beams of light struck the ground, and within them, structures materialized piece by piece. The Great Fortress. Defensive units deployed instantly. A mechanical platoon advanced, locking onto incoming targets. The battlefield transformed into a fortified war zone within seconds. In the distance, a black wolf raised its head and howled, signaling the advance. Lancelot charged forward atop a white beast, leading the assault. Above, a vampire streaked across the sky like a spear. Oilia slowed as she approached a snow-covered ridge, and then froze. Her eyes locked onto a figure ahead. Jin-hyuk. Standing calmly, on Caracal's shoulder. Understanding hit instantly. So they've already joined him. Her lips curled slightly as magic gathered between her hands. This canyon wasn't chosen randomly. Her voice carried a dangerous edge. If anything goes wrong, I can bury everyone here. And then, the system triggered again. Mana storm activated. Black pillars of energy erupted skyward. The shockwave tore across the battlefield, crushing everything in its path. The ground split, rocks shattered, and debris rained down like a storm of destruction. Oilia landed on the clearing below, eyes sharp, fully prepared. The real battle had just begun. A slow, predatory smile spread across the vampire girl's face. What a shame, she murmured softly, eyes locked on Jin-hyuk. Your blood smells irresistible. The storm howled louder. Trees bent violently under the pressure of the wind, branches creaking as if the forest itself was about to snap. From a distance, Yonghwa narrowed her eyes, staring toward the chaos. That sound, it's coming from where Jinhyuk is. Taemin's expression hardened. Is he holding up? Before concern could settle in, a familiar voice cut through the storm. I'm doing just fine. Jinhyuk stepped into view, calm, composed, and smiling in a way that made even his allies uneasy. The informant, startled, jumped slightly. You could at least make some noise when you walk. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Snow clung to her hair as she frowned. Wait, if you're here, then who's at the lake? That question shifted the atmosphere instantly. Jinhyuk's gaze drifted to the side. Oilia followed his line of sight, and froze. Where Caracal should have been, there was nothing. Only fragments of red and blue light floated in the air, dissolving like broken glass. Realization struck. An illusion? She raised her arm defensively as the system alert echoed, illusion barrier dispelled. Her expression darkened. So that's what you were planning? But before she could react further, a surge of divine energy exploded behind her. Teresa stood there, her hair whipping wildly in the wind, radiant power surrounding her like a halo. A luminous aura formed around her as the blessing of the star activated. Shield raised, she stepped forward without hesitation. As Jinhyuk requested, I'll spare you if you surrender now, she declared firmly. This is your last chance, give up. Oilia's lips curled, revealing sharp fangs. You walked right into it. Her eyes gleamed with irritation. Using holy power, how annoying. At that exact moment, the battlefield shifted again. Yonghwa slammed her palms into the snow. It's time. An instant later, she launched herself upward. Snow exploded beneath her feet as she soared into the air, fist clenched, releasing a shockwave of raw mana that tore through enemy lines. Below, Lancelot's voice thundered across the field. Enemy incoming. Don't drop your guard, fire. Dark energy wrapped around his wolf mount, forming a massive spectral beast as the projection of the dark wolf activated. The creature lunged forward, tearing into the battlefield. Explosions erupted one after another. Taemin pointed sharply. Push forward. Mechanical blasts and mana bursts collided midair. The AI system announced shield deployment as layers of protection formed around their forces. Even Lancelot paused for a brief moment, surprised. They attacked first, despite being outnumbered? Above the chaos, white smoke thickened like a storm cloud. Yonghwa descended like a falling comet, screaming as she drove her power downward. At the same time, Teresa raised her sword. A radiant cross formed in the air. Her eyes glowed brilliantly as divine light surged outward, clashing violently with the dark forces below. Oilia flinched, pressing her fingers to her temple. This holy energy, it's unbearable. A flash of light detonated behind the enemy lines. Far from the main clash, Caracal moved swiftly through the snow, his massive frame cutting through the storm. In his grip, Yunak struggled to keep balance as the troll carried him effortlessly. There's no time to watch, Caracal growled. This battle has already begun. Back at the front, Teresa thrust her shield forward. A concentrated blast of sacred power erupted, slamming into Oilia's position. The explosion shattered the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. Moments later, Oilia clawed her way out from beneath the rubble, dust and stone falling from her shoulders. Her expression twisted in irritation. I really can't stand paladins. Teresa stood firm, her silhouette engulfed in radiant light, unwavering. Oilia tilted her head slightly, studying her. You're the worst kind, aren't you? Then, with a faint smirk, she added, while you're busy here, your friends are being hunted. She lowered her gaze, voice dripping with intent. I wonder if they're still hoping you'll come save them. Teresa didn't hesitate. I doubt they need saving. She lifted her sword again, stand steady. They're stronger than you think. Behind her, a man screamed for help, only to be silenced instantly as Yonghwa drove her knee into his side, sending him crashing into the snow. Bodies in black robes collapsed one after another. From afar, Lancelot watched closely, eyes gleaming beneath his mask. That woman. His grip tightened. She's a monster. The informant clenched her fist, pushing through waves of enemies without slowing down. Even surrounded, she showed no sign of retreat. Lancelot's lips curved into a dark smile beneath the mask. Perfect. He stepped forward, raising his hand. Surround her. Figures began to close in from all sides, tightening the circle around Yonghwa. This time, he muttered under his breath, without the saint interfering. His eyes gleamed with cold intent. We'll crush them. Yonghwa twisted her body at the last possible second, narrowly slipping past a blade that cut through the air where her neck had been. Snow sprayed beneath her boots as she skidded sideways, teeth clenched hard. Damn, if Teresa were here boosting me, this would be easy. Her breathing grew heavier. She could feel it, she was nearing her limit. "Hey!" she shouted, glancing back toward her allies. Above them, a swarm of automated drones circled the battlefield like mechanical vultures. Lancelot tilted his head upward, confused by their presence. "What are those?" Behind Tamine, massive armored units emerged through the snow, towering machines, their frames humming with energy. The system alert echoed sharply. "Magical anti-tank mines, activation confirmed." A faint green glow flickered across the battlefield. Yonghwa's eyes sharpened. She suddenly pivoted and sprinted forward at full speed. Lancelot's voice roared behind her. "She's running. Don't let her escape." The demonic soldiers surged forward, chasing her through the snow. "She attacked us first, now she's running," one of them shouted, reaching out as if to grab her. Watching from behind, smiled. "Idiots. That's exactly what they want." Under his mask, Lancelot's expression shifted. In the next instant, he shoved 2 fingers into his mouth and let out a piercing whistle. The wolves halted mid-charge. "Stop pursuing," he barked. From behind a snowbank, Tamine peeked out and blinked. "They're retreating?" Yonghwa slowed, confused whether to feel relieved or frustrated. Hidden beneath the snow nearby, the trap revealed itself, mechanical mines, carefully buried and primed. "So they noticed?" Jinyu clicked his tongue, disappointment flickering across his face. "All that setup, wasted." Then, his eyes widened. "Everyone, fall back to the ridge. Now!" 2 dark spheres materialized in the air, pulsing with unstable energy. System alert, dark gravity well activated. The ground split open with a violent crack. From beneath the snow, a colossal machine rose, metal grinding against ice as it emerged like a buried titan. Its massive frame towered over the battlefield. "Move!" someone shouted. The group sprinted, struggling through the thick snow as the terrain itself seemed to collapse behind them. From the enemy side, a voice rang out. "They're heading for the mountain. Don't let them escape the forest." Lancelot mounted his wolf, eyes narrowing. "Running through the forest to escape us? Fools." He leaned forward. "Circle around. Cut them off." The wolves howled and surged ahead. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk's group climbed desperately, boots slipping against ice as they neared the cliff's edge. Tamine dropped to one knee, breathing hard. "Running in this snow is a nightmare. Don't stop." Yonghwa snapped. "They're right behind us." The sound of pursuit grew louder, snarls, footsteps, the crunch of snow. Then, Lancelot's gaze shifted. "What is that?" In the distance, a lone figure stood still, barely visible through the storm. 2 glowing eyes stared back from the darkness. An unknown presence. Far away, in another battlefield entirely. The Tangan Guild headquarters shook violently. Inside the towering building, alarms blared. A guard clenched his fist, shouting into his communicator. "Something's wrong?" Before he could finish. Boom! The wall exploded inward. Dust and debris filled the air as a figure stepped through the edge structure, completely unfazed. Silence fell. The intruder wore a mask. Casually, he pulled out a folded note and flicked it open. "Listen carefully," he said, voice dripping with mockery. "You call yourselves the strongest guild in China?" He glanced around at the fallen warriors. "I've seen retirees with sticks fight better." A few choked coughs echoed across the room. "Honestly, you'd be better off opening a restaurant. At least then your embarrassment might be profitable." The guild leader stared at him, stunned. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The masked man smirked. "I'm taking your guild mark." A pause. "And if I see you again, you won't like what happens next." One of the S-rank fighters stepped forward angrily. "You think you can just..." "Quiet." The interruption was instant, sharp. "If you've got the guts," the masked man continued calmly, "come to the 7th floor." He tilted his blade slightly. "Jinhyuk will be waiting." The room froze. "That's where we settle everything." The note slipped from his fingers. And then, another explosion tore through the building. Back in the tundra, Jinhyuk turned his head slightly, hiding a faint grin. Everything was moving exactly as planned. Lancelot, however, was beginning to realize something was wrong. An army. His eyes scanned the battlefield. They didn't come alone. Jinhyuk stood calmly, hands in his pockets. "This," someone muttered behind him, "is his force." Yum groaned. "You made me say that ridiculous speech earlier, didn't you?" Jinhyuk chuckled lightly. "Focus. We're not done yet." Below them, chaos erupted. Tangan forces clashed with demonic beasts, completely losing coordination. Small skirmish units formed naturally, turning the battlefield into fragmented chaos. Exactly as Jinhyuk intended. Divide them. Let them destroy each other. He closed his eyes briefly, and laughed. The balance had shifted. Lancelot raised his hand, fury rising. "Crush them! Kill the unknown!" Dark energy surged as his forces responded. At the same time, the Tengen leader roared, activating his aura blade. Don't hold back. Kill Jinhyuk. White flashes of steel filled the battlefield. Beasts collided with warriors. Blood stained the snow. From a distance, Jinhyuk watched without emotion. Let them fight. Let them bleed. Turning away, he spoke calmly. We're done here. The scene shifted. Deep within a hidden valley of permafrost, icicles hung like spears from towering cliffs. Steam rose faintly from cracks in the ground, a rare pocket of warmth in the frozen wasteland. This place, one of them muttered, stunned. Only I know about it, Jinhyuk said. The group gathered inside, catching their breath. Caracal stood nearby. The others tensed immediately. Why are ice trolls here? Someone asked cautiously. They're with us now, Jinhyuk replied simply. They were under vampire control before. Not anymore. Young sheathed his weapon slowly, eyeing him. You're really good at turning enemies into allies. Jinhyuk smirked. Did you just figure that out? In the corner, Yunak sat quietly, knees drawn in. Everyone glanced at him. Embarrassed. Sorry. I lost track of Oilia. Jinhyuk exhaled, visible breath forming in the cold air. Catching her alive was always going to be difficult. He glanced at his team. You did well. The group spread out across the cave, settling into position. Yonghwa leaned against the wall, arms crossed. So, what now? Her voice carried a sharp edge. The situation just got a lot worse. Jinhyuk stood in silence for a moment, mapping everything out in his mind like a battlefield diagram. Every movement, every route, every possible reaction from the enemy, he had already calculated it. They're coming for the phoenix feather, he said calmly. They have no choice. His gaze shifted toward the distant tundra, where the storm swallowed the horizon. And the good news? We're already ahead of them. Hands tucked into his pockets, he spoke like someone preparing a stage rather than a fight. So let's welcome our guests properly. The others exchanged looks. That tone, cold, confident, meant he already had something dangerous in mind. Nearby, the air shimmered around a faintly glowing portal embedded in the frozen ground. The cold here was sharper, biting straight through armor and bone. One of the girls wrapped her arms around herself, shivering. This place is freezing. Before anyone could respond, Caracal stepped forward. In his massive hand, a pulsing orb of light flickered, dense, compressed mana swirling like a storm trapped in glass. A soul essence, he said, voice heavy. I gathered it, to rebel against Michael. He placed the orb into Jinhyuk's palm. For 2 hours, it will amplify your mana. Jinhyuk stared at it briefly. Normally, such an item was a reward taken after crushing entire tribes, something earned through domination. Yet here it was, handed to him freely. Caracal struck his chest with his fist. I saw how you fought for us. That's enough. Jinhyuk smirked faintly. Seems like he interpreted that battle his own way. Still, he closed his fingers around the essence. Around them, the Iceblade tribe gathered, their massive forms rising from the snow. Weapons were lifted. Eyes burned with defiance. We'll show them, one of the trolls growled. We won't bow again. A thin smile appeared on Jinhyuk's face. Good. Then fight for it. The wind howled louder. Then, a presence descended. A figure in black landed softly on the snow ahead, as if gravity itself obeyed him. Wings of darkness folded behind his back. His eyes glowed faintly in the shadows. Michael. The high vampire of the Decus family. He looked at Jinhyuk with mild amusement, as though observing something curious rather than dangerous. I've heard about you, he said. Turning humans and monsters against each other, even recruiting the Iceblade tribe. His lips curled, revealing sharp fangs. Smart. But also, stupid. Jinhyuk didn't answer immediately. Instead, he crushed the soul essence in his hand. A surge of power exploded through his body. His mana spiked violently, rising far beyond its normal limit. The system flashed through his vision, recalculating everything. 113, 180, 250, 320. For a brief moment, the gap between him and Michael narrowed. But only slightly. Jinhyuk activated his greedy gaze, then immediately felt the resistance. Blocked. The difference in level was still overwhelming. Even now. Still not enough, he muttered internally. Michael noticed the reaction and chuckled. You understand your place. That's good. Jinhyuk lifted his head, unfazed. You're trying to escape the tower using the phoenix feather. Michael's eyes gleamed with interest. So you figured that out too? And you think I helped Alice escape? Jinhyuk added casually, as if discussing something trivial. The vampire's smile widened. There's no point pretending. His voice dropped slightly. Tell me where she is, and you might live. Jinhyuk sighed, almost bored. Why does everyone want to eat me lately? At the mention of blood, Michael smirked. Oilia was quite fond of yours. Jinhyuk raised a hand dismissively. I'll pass. Then his eyes sharpened. Instead, why don't you explain something? Why are you so desperate to leave this place? For a split second. Silence. Then the ground trembled. Magic circles ignited across the snow, glowing crimson. Symbols formed in the air like bleeding wounds in reality itself. The temperature dropped further, yet the atmosphere felt suffocatingly dense. Michael spread his arms slightly. You want to know? The snow beneath them darkened. Liquid, thick, red, began to seep outward, forming pools that pulsed like living things. The blood rose. Twisting. Expanding. Shaping. From it, grotesque figures began to emerge, bodies stitched from coagulated blood, their forms unstable yet terrifyingly solid. Blood constructs, Michael said calmly. We call them golems. The creatures took their first steps, their bodies dripping and reforming endlessly. Before, finding victims was easy. Humans came to us on their own. His smile sharpened. But now, things have changed. More of the creatures formed, surrounding the battlefield. That's why we need the phoenix feather. Jinhyuk's expression darkened. To send them outside the tower. Michael's voice carried a chilling certainty. And harvest as much human blood as we want. The air grew heavier. We'll keep creating them, until we have an army strong enough to conquer everything. Jinhyuk tightened his grip on his blade. This wasn't just about survival anymore. This was expansion. Invasion. Something entirely new. So that's your plan, he muttered. He had seen a lot inside the tower, but this was different. Dangerous in a way that could spill far beyond these floors. Michael raised his hand slightly. Bring me the phoenix feather. At his command, the blood golem surged forward. Jinhyuk stepped ahead, blade gleaming in the dim light. They're ugly, he said flatly. Then his voice hardened. But not a problem. Behind him, his allies clashed with machines and enemies alike, the battlefield erupting into chaos. Jinhyuk didn't move back. I'm not letting you take it. Michael tilted his head slightly, amused. Then show me. A faint blue aura began to wrap around his body, pulsing with overwhelming power. And tell me. His eyes locked onto Jinhyuk. What exactly were you hiding in that forest? A violent shockwave tore across the battlefield, ripping through the snow like a blade. The system notification flashed instantly, daylight had been activated. Jinhyuk planted his feet and raised his magic blade, angling it toward Michael. Take a good look, he said. The ground between them had been carved open, a deep scar stretching across the tundra. Steam rose from the impact zone, and from within the fading white mist, a blood golem began to reform, its arms stretching outward, swelling grotesquely as it regenerated behind its master. Michael watched with a cruel grin. Soon, he said, voice dripping with confidence, you'll be begging me to kill you. Hun exhaled slowly, steadying himself. Behind him, Yuri had climbed onto his back, anchoring herself as the system activated unshakable spirit, fatigue suppressed, stamina locked for the next 20 minutes. But the pressure didn't ease. Above them, shadows shifted. And then something massive dropped from the sky. Anubis. The creature struck without warning, its presence alone enough to shake the ground. One of the team members stared upward, stunned. There was no mention of this many enemies. Nearby, the informant scanned rapidly through her interface, tension rising. How's your side holding up? A mage stepped forward, fire gathering between his palms. His expression hardened, then twisted into a grin. Heh, it's been a while since I've fought like this. Flames burst outward, multiple projectiles streaking into the advancing monsters. Feels like I've gotten younger. Another voice cut in, sharp and focused. He's enjoying himself, but we're running out of time. Yuri frowned, glancing toward Hun. Can you move faster? You won't last like this. A response came instantly, strained but determined. Not unless I want to mess it up? I need a little more time. The battlefield grew chaotic. Teresa pushed forward alone, her blade flashing as waves of monsters closed in. Evil spirits lunged at her from all directions, but a single burst of light erased them instantly. She dropped to one knee, breathing hard. We can't let them break through. Above her, more undead gathered, forming an overwhelming mass. At that exact moment, Jinhyuk moved. A blur. Blood energy spiraled around Michael's hand as he prepared another strike, but Jinhyuk slipped past it, weaving through attacks with precise, minimal movement. Then the ground itself betrayed him. A monstrous limb erupted upward, followed by several more, enclosing him in a crushing grip. The undead hand slammed shut. A split second later. Explosion. Light burst outward, shattering the trap completely. Jinhyuk stood at the center, wrapped in a radiant aura as the system confirmed, Star's blessing activated. Even Michael paused, surprised. Divine power? He barely had time to react before Jinhyuk's leg appeared in his field of vision. A direct strike. The impact forced the high vampire back, his expression shifting for the first time. "You're not normal." Jinhyuk didn't respond. He simply adjusted his grip on the strange dagger in his hand, eyes sharp. The attack hadn't done real damage, but it proved something. He could reach him. Nearby, Oilia pressed a hand to her chest, her tone urgent. "We end this now." Michael's expression hardened. He glanced at her, then nodded. Together. Weapons were drawn. Killing intent thickened the air. Jinhyuk smirked slightly. 3 against 1? That's low. Michael laughed. "And yet you're smiling." His voice dropped again. "One last chance. Tell me where Alice is." Jinhyuk raised his hand lazily. "I already told you. I don't know." A sudden strike came from behind, a blood-formed limb aiming straight for him. Jinhyuk sliced it apart without turning. His gaze turned cold. "How many times do I have to repeat it?" The next instant, a heavy force slammed into him. A magic-enhanced punch sent him skidding across the snow, tearing through the ground before he came to a stop. Michael stood over him, fangs bared. "Then I'll beat it out of you." The assault intensified. Blow after blow collided with Jinhyuk's defenses as he countered with sharp, efficient strikes. The battlefield trembled under their clash. Then, a voice rang out. "It's ready." A glowing purple line spread across the snow, forming intricate patterns. The vampires froze for a fraction of a second, confusion flashing across their faces. A massive blue seal ignited. System alert, 4-star barrier, shackles of reality activated. The entire battlefield locked down. "When did he set this up?" someone muttered. Jinhyuk stood, chains of mana forming in his hand. "You've been talking about Alice this whole time." His voice carried a quiet edge. "So I figured you missed her." Mana surged, transferring directly into Graham's ring. A dark silhouette appeared. Then, footsteps. The air shifted. Alice. Dark power coiled around her as she stepped forward, her presence alone distorting the space. The system immediately reacted, restrictions weakening, her output increasing by 20%. The battlefield fell silent for a fraction of a second. Oilia's face tightened, sweat forming along her brow. How does she still have this much power? Alice's expression twisted with fury. "I lost everything, trapped in that endless darkness." Her voice dropped into something colder. "You'll repay it." Traitors. Power exploded outward. A massive construct formed above her, then detonated, wiping out a wave of enemies in a single blast. Jinhyuk didn't waste time. He turned toward Yunak. "Your turn." Yunak frowned immediately. "Why me?" "Because I need you." That was enough. The captain straightened, listening as Jinhyuk gave rapid instructions. "Find the magic crystals. They're the core of Caracal's system, we don't have long." Caracal stepped forward, gripping his weapon. "Move." His hammer shimmered as a buff activated, transparency enhancing both speed and power. With one swing, he shattered a group of enemies, clearing a path. "These things won't guard the crystals," he said. "I know where to look." Yunak clicked his tongue but followed anyway. "Unbelievable. I'm a vice captain, not your assistant." "You'll live longer this way," Caracal replied bluntly. The troll carried him effortlessly, pushing through the battlefield. "I won't let the only one who can contact Jinhyuk die." Ahead, more enemies gathered. Back at the main front, Alice rose into the air. Blood energy gathered into a sphere around her, pulsing violently. She extended her hand, and a massive blade of condensed blood formed instantly. The monsters hesitated. Then everything exploded. The battlefield lit up in crimson and fire as her attack tore through the enemy ranks, leaving nothing but shattered remains behind. Smoke rolled across the battlefield in suffocating waves, swallowing everything in a gray haze. One of the fighters choked, eyes wide, demanding to know what had just happened, while a girl nearby shouted that the blast was strong enough to sweep them away. The swordsman's grip tightened around the tree trunk he was clinging to, sweat streaming down his face as the ground trembled beneath him. That explosion, it came from Jinhyuk's side. When the smoke thinned, the scale of destruction revealed itself. Massive boulders had been ripped from the earth, and in the distance, a crater gaped open like a wound in the land. Someone whispered in disbelief that a single strike had wiped out most of the ghostlers. Hovering above the devastation, Michael raised his hand slowly, almost impressed. Nearby, Jinhyuk extended 2 fingers toward Alice, his tone calm but decisive. He told her to handle Michael, he would clean up everything else and join her afterward. Alice landed lightly, narrowing her eyes. She questioned whether he truly believed he couldn't defeat them alone. Jinhyuk shook his head, a faint smile forming. It wasn't about ability. It was about balance. about not carrying everything alone. For a brief moment, Alice seemed caught off guard. Jin-hyuk slipped his hands into his pockets again, his expression sharpening. He told her he'd explain everything later. She exhaled, half annoyed, half curious, muttering that he had a habit of leaving things unsaid. Then, something changed. A distorted yellow sigil flickered into existence, crossing itself out mid-air. The system confirmed it. Jin-hyuk raised a single finger. "I'll handle them." Across from him, Michael's lips curled into a knowing smirk. He lifted his hand slightly, addressing Alice instead, almost mockingly. It had been a long time since anyone had seen the former ruler of Ataraxia. How had she been? That was enough. Alice's expression snapped. Her teeth clenched as fury surged through her. She launched forward without hesitation, shouting at him not to dare speak her name. Magic lines ignited across the battlefield, followed instantly by another violent explosion. From within the chaos, monstrous limbs burst outward, writhing unnaturally. Michael's voice echoed coldly, "She should never have left the tower." He went further, his words cutting deeper. He claimed she was a shadow of what she once was, that the strongest being in existence had become weak, limited, insignificant. Alice's jaw trembled with rage. She fired back instantly, unleashing a torrent of power. A blood explosion erupted from her core, tearing through the battlefield in a violent surge. The air itself seemed to rupture under the pressure. Yet even then, Michael didn't flinch. Through the crimson haze, his eyes glowed brighter. He spoke of balance, mocking her for protecting a world he deemed worthless. With power like hers, he said, she could achieve far more, if she abandoned such pointless ideals. Then his body twisted. Grotesque limbs erupted from his back, stretching and expanding as if reality itself rejected their existence. "My turn." Alice snarled in response, her fury peaking. Elsewhere, Jin-hyuk stepped forward, placing himself between the enemy vampires and his allies. Weapons were drawn immediately. This time, they said, things would end differently. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes briefly, almost amused. "So, you're admitting you failed before?" Leorda responded coldly. They had kept him alive only for information. Now that Alice was here, there was no longer any reason to let him live. Jin-hyuk's smile sharpened. "Are you sure about that?" A dark energy began to gather around him as he revealed something far more dangerous. Everything they had seen from him so far had only been a fraction of his true power. The system confirmed it. His technique had reached its final phase. Without hesitation, he dragged the blade across his own palm. Blood dripped down as a radiant aura erupted around him. This wasn't recklessness, it was preparation. Everything he endured, every insult he tolerated, it had all been for this moment. Mana absorption. A forbidden ability, one typically exclusive to vampires. But Jin-hyuk had done the impossible, he fused it with divine power. The battlefield shifted instantly. Every strike he landed drained life, siphoning mana directly into his body. His presence grew heavier, darker, more overwhelming with every second. Oilia's face paled as she realized what she was witnessing. That's a vampire ability. And he merged it, Leorda added in disbelief. Jin-hyuk moved. Blindingly fast. He cut through one opponent in a single motion, not even slowing down. The energy he absorbed pulsed through him, feeding his strength, refining his control. He explained casually, he had discovered this hidden parameter after testing over 60,000 variations. This wasn't talent. This was obsession. Dark aura coiled around him as another skill activated, steps of the demonic Sword King. Each movement became sharper, faster, deadlier. Leorda shouted to his allies, it was time to act. They lunged together. But Jin-hyuk was already ahead. He dodged, countered, adapted in real time, analyzing everything. Even as he fought, his thoughts remained focused. Alice wouldn't be able to hold Michael forever. He needed to finish this quickly. He raised his hand slightly. "If you tell me what I want to know, I might let you live." They hesitated. Too late. In a single flash, one of them lost his head. Jin-hyuk turned his attention to Oilia, his expression cold, controlled. Sweat ran down her face as she realized there was no escape. Meanwhile, Michael's crimson mask twisted into a savage grin as he thrust both hands forward. Scarlet energy exploded from his fingertips like chains shot from a cannon. In an instant, the blazing force wrapped around Alice's body, locking her in place before slamming her into the frozen earth hard enough to shatter the ground beneath her. The snow-covered battlefield trembled. Chunks of ice and stone blasted into the air while Alice was thrown upward, red energy snapping around her like living lightning. She grit her teeth, panic creeping into her eyes as she felt her mana draining faster and faster. Above her, Michael slowly raised both arms. Gigantic crimson hands formed in the sky behind him, each one large enough to crush a building. Their fingers curled into fists as murderous energy gathered around them. Then he smiled. The explosion that followed thundered through the forest. Shockwaves tore across the snowy pines, ripping branches apart and throwing dirt and ice into the air. Endless red monsters flooded the mountain road below like a living tide. The system window flashed repeatedly. White Beast activated. Far below the chaos, Caracal swung his massive weapon with brutal force, smashing creatures apart as he carved a path through the swarm. Between collapsing monsters and black-robed enemies, he finally spotted it. A massive crystal of ice. 2 glowing crimson magic circles rotated around it like restraints. Caracal's eyes sharpened immediately. "That crystal is the core," he growled. "Destroy it, and we end this war." Turning toward Yunak, who stood balanced in the giant troll's palm, he asked calmly, "Can you reach it if I clear the way?" Yunak nearly choked. "You want me to run through that?" Thousands of monsters surrounded the crystal, shrieking and clawing over each other while the crimson stone pulsed like a living heart. Caracal snorted. "I've got a family waiting for me after this." "You?" he asked while crushing a monster beneath his heel. "You said you wanted fame. Women. A better life." Yunak stared at him like the troll had lost his mind. "What kind of inspirational speech is that?" The monsters swarmed over Caracal's body, tearing at him with claws and teeth, but the giant kept moving forward through the snow as if the creatures weighed nothing. "Life's simpler than you think," he muttered. With one violent stomp, he launched dozens of red creatures into the air. "Just do what you can right now." Something about those words hit Yunak harder than the battlefield itself. The young man shut his eyes tightly and screamed as Caracal drove forward through the horde like a living battering ram. "That," Yunak shouted, gripping the troll's fingers, "that's the creed of a real man." Caracal laughed loudly and thrust his fist forward. Monsters exploded aside as he bulldozed through the swarm. Then the troll suddenly opened his hand. "Go!" Yunak launched himself into the battlefield. The red creatures instantly lunged at him from every direction. He sprinted through the snow, breathing hard as memories flashed through his mind. The ceremony. The sword. The congratulations welcoming him as the second captain of the Tang Gun Guild. Money. Fame. Expensive cars. Women. Back then, it had sounded perfect. Now, gripping that same sword in the middle of a battlefield soaked in blood, Yunak finally understood something. A title meant nothing if you couldn't protect anyone. His eyes narrowed. "What can I actually do, right now?" The crystal loomed directly ahead. Black-robed enemies rushed toward him, but Yunak roared and swung his blade with everything he had. The sword split the ice clean in half. Crack! The massive crystal shattered into countless fragments. Immediately, system messages erupted across the battlefield. Source of blood port mana destroyed. The crimson magic circles froze. Then they began to collapse. The enormous seal hanging above the battlefield flickered before slowly fading away. Every enemy stopped in shock. Teresa stared upward with wide eyes before breaking into a relieved smile. The magic circle's gone. Nearby, Yuri nearly bounced with excitement while clinging to Hen's shoulders. "We did it." Even Jinhyuk smirked as he watched the seal disappear into the sky. They had succeeded. Meanwhile, beneath freezing water near the battlefield's edge, Oilia gasped violently as Jinhyuk held her upside down by the leg. The vampire thrashed helplessly while bubbles escaped her mouth. "My arm's about to fall off," Jinhyuk muttered dryly. "How long are you planning to stay stubborn?" Vampires. Even during interrogations, they complain like overworked office employees. He yanked her from the water again. Coughing and screaming, Oilia finally broke. "The 29th floor," she shouted desperately. "That's where they're headed." Jinhyuk's expression darkened. "The Empire's territory." Shivering violently, Oilia continued. "Michael said he wants Bamung. That's all I know." At the name, Jinhyuk immediately understood. Bamung. The legendary dragon-slaying sword. A weapon powerful enough to kill the dragon guarding the 48th floor. "So that's your real objective?" He tossed Oilia into the snow. The system window appeared. Mark of Sorrow activated. Jinhyuk grabbed her collar and pulled her close. "Choose," he said coldly. "Life or death?" Tears streamed down Oilia's face. "What kind of stupid question is that?" "I want to live." A blue seal burned itself onto her neck. Opponent consent confirmed. Mark of Sorrow successfully applied. Jinhyuk released her and turned away casually. "Good," he said. "I look forward to working together." Oilia clutched the mark on her neck, trembling. Far above them, Alice screamed in pain as enormous crimson energy crushed her skull from every side. Michael stood in the air with one hand extended while a gigantic red spectral arm mirrored his movement. "I hope you enjoyed your little escape," he said calmly. He raised an amulet before her eyes. "It's time to come back." The crimson hand tightened. Then suddenly, shing! A single slash split the giant arm apart. Michael froze. His indestructible Vistia, a weapon that had endured even Alice's attacks, had been cut clean through. Jin-hyuk appeared beneath the falling Alice and caught her carefully before lowering her onto the snow. Alice smiled weakly the moment she saw him. "You did well," he told her quietly. "Rest for now." Her eyes slowly closed. Dark energy swirled around Jin-hyuk as dozens of glowing swords materialized behind him. "Your opponent now," he said while staring at Michael, "is me." The system flashed again. Remaining soul essence duration, 29 to 54. Michael extended his arm violently, summoning another gigantic crimson hand from the sky. Jin-hyuk crossed two swords in front of him. Boom! The impact shook the valley. Sword graveyard activated. Status windows layered endlessly over one another. 0.3 spirit gained through soul absorption. Alice watched in stunned silence from the ground. Had he always been this strong? No. He had changed. While they were apart, Jin-hyuk had continued growing into something terrifying. High above the battlefield, Michael floated in the air while giant blood-red arms emerged from behind his back like demonic wings. "You annoying insect," he snarled. Then he swung his arm down. A colossal crimson fist crashed toward Jin-hyuk like a falling meteor. The gigantic crimson fist crashed into the mountain with catastrophic force. The ground shattered instantly. Snow, stone, and frozen earth exploded outward while a deafening roar echoed across the valley. Dust surged into the sky in massive waves, swallowing everything in sight. Then, suddenly, purple energy wrapped itself around the giant hand. Cracks spread across the blood-red construct before it completely disintegrated into glowing fragments. Michael's masked face stiffened in shock. What? Before he could react, Jin-hyuk flashed through the smoke like a phantom. A streak of violet light trailed behind him as he cut straight past the vampire lord in one smooth motion. Michael slowly turned his head. The air behind him rippled. Jin-hyuk stood several meters away with his sword lowered, purple mana still flowing around the blade. The vampire immediately understood. Mana barrier. Jin-hyuk clicked his tongue quietly. Even with sword graveyard and soul absorption active, the difference in mana between them was still absurd. At this rate, draining Michael completely would take forever. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Yunak hacked his way through waves of monsters with reckless determination. He drove his blade into the neck of the gigantic blood construct behind him. The monster shrieked violently. His broken sword flashed again and again as he forced himself forward through the sea of red creatures. One monster leapt toward his blind spot. Boom! Yonghwa appeared instantly and crushed the creature with a single punch. Her eyes drifted toward Yunak. Standing near the edge of the cliff, "I'm seriously sick of being dragged around by Jin-hyuk like one of his pawns." The young man stood surrounded by corpses, breathing heavily while gripping his battered sword. Yusung stared at him in disbelief. That idiot, did all this alone? He hadn't expected much from Yunak before, but seeing dozens of defeated monsters piled around him forced him to reconsider. The fool was stronger than he looked. Suddenly Yunak pointed frantically toward the snowfield nearby. "Chief Caracal." The giant troll lay collapsed in the snow, covered in wounds. "He protected me," Yunak shouted desperately. "Please save him." Teresa immediately slid down the slope without hesitation. "I'm on it." She rushed to Caracal's side and climbed onto the troll's massive arm before placing both hands against his chest. A bright holy light erupted around her. Sacred healing activated. Golden radiance illuminated Teresa's exhausted face as divine energy flowed into the troll's battered body. Sweat rolled down her forehead while she concentrated with everything she had. Finally, she exhaled weakly. "He's stable now, his life isn't in danger anymore." Yusung blinked in surprise. Yunak immediately leaned closer. "Chief, can you hear me?" Before anyone could say another word, Teresa suddenly collapsed face first into the snow. "Teresa!" Yusung rushed forward and wrapped her in blankets to preserve her body heat. Leaning against a nearby tree, he stared at her unconscious face and realized how far beyond her limits she had pushed herself. Then he remembered Jin-hyuk's warning. "Do not come after me under any circumstances." The memory replayed clearly in his head. "Take the wounded and retreat to the designated point once you're done." Yusung clenched his jaw and looked toward the distant battlefield. Whatever Jin-hyuk was fighting right now, it had already pushed everyone here to their absolute limit. Back at the center of the valley, Jin-hyuk's eyes suddenly glowed crimson. Greedy gaze activated. System windows rapidly filled his vision. Luck stat applied. Adaptation stat applied. Michael paused slightly as Jin-hyuk stared directly at him. For the first time, detailed information appeared before the protagonist. Name, Michael. Race, High Vampire. Affiliation, Hunting Dog of the Decus family. Title, Black Wings. Most of his stats remained completely unreadable. Strength, unknown. Agility, unknown. Mana, unknown. Even his skill levels were hidden. Bloodline. Moon hiding claws. Mana barrier. Mana drain. Unknown. 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 Then another line appeared. Copy condition. If the player survives battle against this target, one skill may be copied. Jinhyuk almost laughed. At least you bothered showing the miserable requirements. Michael noticed the grin immediately. You really are entertaining. Dark red energy exploded around him. Moon hiding claws activated. The giant crimson arm behind the vampire extended razor-sharp claws toward Jinhyuk. Michael smirked coldly. Let's see how long you keep smiling. With a violent swing of his arm, dozens of crimson slashes ripped through the air toward the protagonist. Sword graveyard activated. Jinhyuk cut through them instantly. Michael was already in front of him. One by one, the vampire whispered with a cruel smile, "I'll rip every tooth from your mouth." Jinhyuk released the hilts of his swords. The weapons instantly transformed into a massive bow glowing with magical energy. 3 arrows appeared on the string. Still feeling confident? He asked calmly. Magic red shot activated. Boom! All 3 arrows exploded directly against Michael's face in blinding flashes of light. Jinhyuk immediately leapt backward. When the smoke cleared, a thin line of blood ran down the vampire's cheek. Michael slowly touched the wound. You've hidden quite a few tricks. His grin widened unnaturally. Though calling them tricks feels generous. This is childish. Suddenly, the entire battlefield darkened. A horrifying pressure descended from the sky. World-destroying hellfire activated. Massive black wings burst from Michael's back as crimson light consumed the entire valley. Alice's eyes widened instantly. No way. She stretched her arm toward Jinhyuk. Run, she screamed. If that attack hits you, you'll die. But Jinhyuk didn't move. Instead, he smiled. I need to survive the hit. Alice looked horrified. What are you even saying? Move. A massive shield of divine energy materialized before her. Perseus' shield activated. Jinhyuk glanced back calmly. Just watch. Behind him, endless red energy surged into the heavens like a volcanic eruption. Alice screamed his name. Red lightning exploded across the battlefield while Michael threw his head back and roared, revealing rows of monstrous fangs. The frozen earth cracked apart beneath him. Then hellfire descended. A gigantic pillar of crimson flames erupted into the sky, vaporizing snow and launching debris everywhere. The sheer heat distorted the air itself. Alice shut her eyes tightly and braced behind the shield as the inferno swallowed the battlefield whole. Alice. Her voice vanished beneath the roar of collapsing earth. Rivers of crimson fire poured through the cracks, splitting the battlefield apart. The frozen ground around Michael crumbled into burning ravines, red light glowing beneath the shattered earth like the mouth of hell itself. Michael stood at the center of the destruction, breathing heavily. Even for him, that attack had consumed an absurd amount of mana. He lowered his gaze toward the ruined battlefield and spoke coldly. Consider this an honor. The air trembled around him. This is the first time I've used my full power against a human. Alice stared at him in disbelief, one hand raised defensively in front of her. Then Michael turned toward her slowly. Well, he said casually, since your little mage is gone, shall we continue? Alice's eyes widened. Then suddenly, she smiled. Michael froze. A strange chill crawled down his spine. He looked upward. Jinhyuk was hovering above him. Sword raised. Alive. For the first time since the battle began, genuine confusion appeared on Michael's face. How? Crimson flames spiraled wildly beneath Jinhyuk while chunks of stone floated upward from the overwhelming pressure radiating off his body. Golden light engulfed him completely. Invulnerability activated. System warnings flashed repeatedly. This skill defies natural laws. Mana consumption drastically increased. Jinhyuk dropped toward the battlefield again, landing lightly before Michael. You have no idea, he said with a grin, how valuable even 1 second is to someone like me. His weapon transformed once more into a massive bow glowing with mana. During that single second, he had already calculated everything. Michael bared his fangs in irritation. Jinhyuk calmly drew the string back. In the time you waste talking, he said, I can turn you into minced meat. His smile widened slightly. After I drain every last drop of your mana first. Michael suddenly stiffened. The weapon touching his neck was absorbing energy directly from him. Then, warning, mana insufficient. A violent explosion erupted between them. Blue energy surged skyward as the system notification appeared. Mana barrier cancelled. Michael's eyes widened. Jinhyuk moved instantly. The blade pierced straight through the vampire's head and drove him backward across the battlefield. Michael crashed into the snow, snarling in disbelief. How are you alive? Hellfire should have erased him completely. Yet Jin-hyuk stood there untouched, eyes burning with excitement. The vampire caught the protagonist's weapon mid-swing, his arm trembling from exhaustion. "I admit it," Michael hissed through clenched teeth. "You caught me off guard." His breathing had become uneven now. "I didn't expect all my mana to disappear." Jin-hyuk's grin sharpened. Michael violently knocked the bow aside before driving a kick toward his chest. "You really thought," he roared, "that I'd lose to someone like you?" Jin-hyuk barely blocked in time. The impact launched him backward across the snow for dozens of meters. Frozen earth exploded beneath him as Michael shot forward through the air on massive black wings. His fist rose again. But suddenly Alice appeared between them. Boom! Her palm collided directly against Michael's strike. The shockwave scattered snow across the valley. Michael stared at her in fury. "You!" Alice shoved him backward with all her remaining strength. "What, you idiot?" she snapped. "Did you seriously think I'd just stand there and watch?" Michael skidded through the snow before dropping to one knee, glaring at her with bloodlust burning behind the mask. "You wounded me." Alice ignored him and immediately turned toward Jin-hyuk. Her expression tightened the moment she saw his condition. His mana was nearly gone. "You're running out," she whispered. Jin-hyuk brushed snow from his shoulder casually. "I'm fine." Complete lie, obviously. Humans loved saying, "I'm fine," while actively dying. One of civilization's stranger habits. His breathing had already become rough. In reality, he wasn't just protecting himself anymore. He was protecting Alice too. And worse. The timer was closing in. Remaining soul essence duration, 1131. Once the essence disappeared, their chances of victory would collapse with it. Far away from the battlefield, 6 figures sat around a long black table inside a dark chamber. A floating magic sphere hovered above the center, displaying the battle in real time. The room remained silent for several seconds as they watched Jin-hyuk clash against Michael. One of them finally spoke. He forced Michael to use Hellfire. Another narrowed their eyes. At this rate, Michael may actually lose. The atmosphere immediately grew colder. A man in black robes folded his hands calmly. "We cannot afford to lose Alice after coming this far." Someone beside him frowned. Interfering directly with the lower floors could become dangerous. The figure seated at the head of the table finally spoke. "After spending this many resources," he said coldly, "doing nothing is no longer an option." The battlefield had already collapsed into chaos. Snowstorms of ash and blood swirled through the frozen air while shattered earth cracked beneath every collision. In the center of it all, Alice caught Michael's wrist mid-strike. Crimson energy exploded around them as the higher vampire roared in fury. "Why are you standing with humans?" His voice shook the mountain itself. For the first time since the battle began, emotion leaked through his monstrous arrogance. Tears gathered at the corners of his eyes as he shouted that even after Alice lost her throne, he had still respected her. He called her actions betrayal. Betrayal of her own kind. Betrayal of the vampires who once served beneath her. Alice's expression darkened instantly. The air around her trembled. "Betrayal," she snapped. Before Michael could react, she grabbed him violently by the front of his cloak and pulled him close enough for their foreheads to nearly touch. "You dare talk about betrayal?" Her crimson eyes burned with hatred. "You were the ones who betrayed me." The pressure pouring from her body became suffocating. Snow lifted from the ground and spun around them like a storm. "And I'm not fighting for humanity," she hissed. "I only stand beside my contractor." Somewhere above them, Jin-hyuk pushed off the shattered ground. The instant Alice finished speaking, he descended from the sky like a missile. Boom! His kick smashed directly into Michael's side, launching the vampire through layers of snow and broken stone. The impact carved a massive trench across the battlefield. Jin-hyuk landed beside Alice without even looking at her properly. "Bloody spear," he said calmly. "Can you still use it?" Alice frowned. Her mana reserves were nearly dry after everything she had endured. "Can you handle the backlash?" Alice raised one hand. Dark crimson mana condensed instantly, forming a gigantic spear made entirely from blood and hatred. The weapon pulsed like a living heart. Then she vanished. A sonic boom exploded behind her as she shot into the sky above Michael. The vampire looked up just in time to see the spear descending. He blocked it with his bare hand. Blood splattered across the snow. Alice appeared directly in front of him midair, eyes blazing. "I know they're watching through your eyes." Michael smirked despite the wound. "You learn quickly." For a split second, Alice saw them again. The figures hidden beyond the tower. The monsters sitting in silence behind magic spheres. The people responsible for her imprisonment. Her body trembled with rage. "Remember this," she growled. "I will kill every last one of you." Michael laughed and began pulling the bloody spear out of his chest. You don't have enough strength left, he mocked. It didn't even pierce my heart. Then another voice answered from behind him. Good thing I'm here. Michael's eyes widened. Jinhyuk appeared instantly beside the spear. With brutal force, he slammed his shield forward. Crunch. The blood spear drove completely through Michael's chest. The vampire coughed blood violently as the weapon erupted out from his back. A massive hole opened through his torso. At the same moment, system windows exploded across Jinhyuk's vision. Skill copy conditions fulfilled. Skill acquired. Claws that conceal the moon. Michael staggered backward. His body began dissolving into crimson particles as if the world itself was erasing him. The arrogant higher vampire slowly dropped to his knees, disbelief frozen on his face. Meanwhile, notifications flooded endlessly before Jinhyuk's eyes. Level increased. Level increased. Blood portal destroyed. Experience gained. And then, after acting invincible for far too long, his body finally remembered it was human. His legs gave out instantly. Easy, he muttered weakly before collapsing sideways. A second later, his head landed on Alice's lap. The battlefield finally fell silent. Alice looked down at him quietly while snow drifted around them. Then, very gently, she brushed the hair away from his forehead. Thanks to you, she whispered, I finally had my revenge. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Small. Honest. Rare. For a long time, I didn't trust you. Her fingers paused against his hair. I couldn't understand why someone like you would help me. Jinhyuk was too exhausted to answer properly. His vision blurred in and out while the cold wind swept across the ruined battlefield. Alice lowered her gaze. But now, she said softly, I understand. A warm light suddenly spread around them. Far away, inside a hidden conference chamber, chairs scraped violently across the floor. Several cloaked figures stared at the shattered image inside a floating magic sphere. The royal guard lost? One of them shouted in disbelief. To a mere human? Another figure clenched his fists. The blood portal has been destroyed. Gathering forces against the Empire will become far more difficult now. Cracks spread across the stone table as the leader tapped his finger against it slowly. Stop panicking, he said coldly. Scarlet light reflected inside his eyes as he stared at Jinhyuk's unconscious body through the sphere. We haven't lost everything. His fingers pressed against the crystal surface. Most importantly, we found Alice. The room fell silent. And somewhere far away, something monstrous had just started paying attention to Jinhyuk. Later, Jinhyuk slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Teresa leaning over him with visible relief. He's awake. Voices erupted everywhere around him. His companions immediately crowded closer while exhaustion and concern spread across their faces. Jinhyuk instinctively tried to sit up, only to realize his head had apparently been resting on someone's lap the entire time. Teresa turned red instantly and looked away. We went searching because you didn't come back, she explained awkwardly. Then we found you unconscious and brought you here. She smiled faintly before glancing toward the distant battlefield. When we arrived, there were only vampire corpses left. Her eyes narrowed with curiosity. What exactly happened out there? Jinhyuk quietly slipped a hand beneath his coat and touched the magic ring hidden underneath the fabric. For a brief moment, his expression turned unreadable. The memories of the battle with Michael still lingered in his body like poison. Every muscle screamed from exhaustion, and the remaining mana inside him felt dangerously thin. But when he turned back toward his companions, that look vanished completely. A lazy grin spread across his face instead. Everything's fine. The blatant lie came out so naturally it was almost offensive. Humans really will drag themselves back from death itself just to avoid admitting they're injured. Ridiculous species. Jinhyuk glanced around at everyone gathered there. Their armor was torn, faces pale, bodies covered in blood and frostbite, yet they were all still standing. You all worked hard, he said loudly. For a second, silence settled over the group. Then Jinhyuk ruined the emotional atmosphere immediately. I'm starving, he announced. Let's eat first. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the floor, the members of the China Guild were still locked in brutal combat against the demonic tribes. Steel clashed. Magic exploded. Snow stained red beneath fallen bodies. Then suddenly, a fist shot into the air. Stop! The roar echoed across the battlefield hard enough to freeze both sides mid-attack. Gunnan stepped forward furiously and pointed toward the opposing forces. Why are we even fighting them? He shouted. Just because Jinhyuk told us to? Across from him, Lancelot lowered the spell forming in his hand and stared in confusion. What nonsense are you talking about? You people were preparing to raid them first. That's why we followed Jinhyuk's plan. The battlefield suddenly became awkwardly quiet. Several guild members slowly looked at each other. Then realization hit. Wait, Lancelot muttered. You weren't on Jinhyuk's side? Veins bulged across Gunnan's forehead instantly. He looked like a man discovering he'd nearly died because of the world's dumbest misunderstanding. Retreat, he roared immediately. Everyone stop fighting and pull back. Weapons lowered one after another while both sides exchanged confused, irritated looks. Hours of bloodshed, panic, and near death. All because communication apparently remained humanity's greatest weakness. Incredible civilization you people built. Hidden nearby behind a snow-covered tree, Oilia watched the scene unfold with disbelief. So these idiots were wasting time killing each other? She pressed a hand against the glowing mark branded onto her neck and grimaced. At least I survived. But the moment she thought about the brand, burning pain immediately surged through her body again. Her expression twisted. What the hell am I supposed to do with this cursed thing? Then a familiar voice drifted out from the bushes. Hard to accept, isn't it? Oilia's eyes widened. A woman slowly stepped out from the shadows. Melina smiled casually while brushing snow off her sleeves. You! Oilia instantly pointed at her in outrage. Why are you here? Melina pointed back at her with equal energy and burst out laughing. You're unbelievably arrogant. Though I guess that came from him too. Oilia's eye twitched violently. A crimson sword materialized instantly in her hand. Are you mocking me? Before she could move, however, a giant warning symbol flashed in the air between them. Warning. Battles between branded servants are prohibited. The brand of sorrow has activated. The marks on Oilia's neck and Melina's face suddenly ignited with blinding light. Their screams echoed through the forest as pain surged directly into their nerves. Apparently Jinhyuk's contracts came with customer service from hell. Efficient, though. Elsewhere, Jinhyuk casually examined the reward he had obtained from the battle. A brilliant phoenix feather rested in his palm, radiating warm golden light despite the freezing environment around it. System information. Phoenix feather. Cold resistance plus 500%. Can be combined with special materials to create enhanced equipment. Jinhyuk smirked and tossed it into his inventory. With this, he muttered, the 7th floor's going to be easier than stealing candy from a child. Then his stomach growled. Food first. Minutes later, an enormous banquet table overflowed with roasted meat, soup, bread, fruit, and alcohol while exhausted survivors practically inhaled everything in sight. I've never eaten anything this good before, one of the guild members said with tears in his eyes. Trauma really does improve appreciation for basic soup. A massive shadow suddenly loomed over the table. Caracal approached slowly before raising a giant fist against his chest. My people survived because of you, he said solemnly. I don't know how to repay this debt. Immediately, a new system notification appeared before Jinhyuk. Recognition acquired. Caracal, chieftain of the Iceblade tribe. Copy conditions fulfilled. Skill available. White Beast. Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed. The skill description unfolded before him. White Beast. Increases attack speed by 15% for 5 minutes. Applies transparency enhancement to weapons and equipment. Effects strengthen depending on skill level. Useful. Very useful. Jinhyuk closed the screen and leaned back lazily. No need to thank me, he said. I didn't help you for free. The entire table went silent. Jinhyuk calmly raised one finger. You'll deliver me 500 magic crystals every month. Leave them near the entrance to this floor. Caracal froze. His mouth literally dropped open. Nearby, Yusung overheard the conversation and slowly closed his eyes. You really are a devil, he muttered. I regret choosing you as a rival. Jinhyuk glanced sideways at him. You're saying that while eating my food. Yusung immediately slammed his hands on the table. I'm eating because my blood pressure rises every time I remember the nonsense you forced me to do. Jinhyuk pointed at him lazily. We can solve that easily. Yusung narrowed his eyes suspiciously. How? A dangerous grin spread across Jinhyuk's face. How about a bet? He looked meaningfully toward the nearly empty table. There's not much food left. Jinhyuk suddenly leaned back in his chair and flashed a dangerously confident grin. The rules are simple, he announced. Whoever catches the biggest fish wins. Everyone at the table glanced toward him suspiciously. That expression alone usually meant someone's dignity was about to suffer irreversible damage. Jinhyuk pointed lazily across the frozen lake. And the loser records a video calling the winner Lord and posts it publicly. Silence. Then Young exploded out of his seat like a triggered landmine. You're dead. Without hesitation, he smashed through the frozen lake with his bare fists. Ice shattered everywhere as freezing water erupted upward. Rip. He tore off his upper clothes dramatically, grabbed his sword between his teeth, and dove straight into the water like a man charging into battle for the fate of civilization itself. His eyes burned with determination. Victory would be his. He would never retreat. He would prove once and for all that Jinhyuk wasn't superior to him. Unfortunately, reality remained deeply committed to humiliating him. Because there were no fish beneath the ice. Only gigantic nightmare monsters. The lake suddenly began boiling violently as enormous shadows moved underneath the surface. Everyone sitting near the shore immediately burst into laughter. He fell for it again. How is he this gullible? Meanwhile, Jinhyuk casually rested his chin on one hand while watching the water churn violently. That idiot really makes life entertaining, he muttered. A second later, something flew toward him. He caught it instantly without even looking. Yunoa stood nearby with folded arms. I found it while you were unconscious. Jinhyuk looked down at the object in his hand. An amulet. The same sealing artifact Michael had attempted to use against Alice. His expression immediately sharpened. A faint pulse of divine energy flowed from the necklace, cold and unnatural against his skin. So that's what he planned? The artifact had clearly been created specifically to suppress beings with dark or demonic attributes. But one thought continued bothering him. Why seal Alice? Instead of killing her? Jinhyuk slowly slipped the amulet into his inner pocket. There's definitely something I'm missing, he thought quietly. Then he glanced around. Where's Yunak? Only empty plates remained where the goblin had been sitting moments earlier. Yunoa shrugged. No idea. Haven't seen him for a while. Elsewhere, far from the snowy battlefield, pure rage erupted inside a corporate office. Beck stared at the system notification trembling with fury. 7th floor cleared. Achievement acquired. Veteran company. The table in front of him exploded as he slammed both hands down. That idiot. Papers scattered across the room as he pointed furiously at Unsuk. We gave you resources, support, equipment, manpower, and you handed everything to Jinhyuk before coming back empty-handed? More documents flew through the air. You should have cleared the floor yourself. This entire report is useless. His eyes twitched violently as he noticed the broken sword listed in the damage report. And do you even know how expensive that sword was? Meanwhile, Unsuk simply smiled peacefully while staring out the window at the clouds drifting across the blue sky. Clearly the man had achieved enlightenment through repeated exposure to Jinhyuk's insanity. At the same time, inside the headquarters of the Awakened Association, another meeting was underway. Tuchuan closed the report in his hand slowly. The 7th floor was cleared, he announced. By player Jinhyuk. Again. A long silence followed. He continued explaining that according to reports from the Dan Gun Guild, conflicts had broken out with demonic tribes on the upper sections of the floor, but Jinhyuk's group had managed to repel them. Should we contact him directly? Tuchuan asked. Standing beside a massive panoramic window, the president kept his eyes fixed on the city below. Not yet. His scarred face reflected faintly in the glass. It's too early to reveal our intentions. The room fell quiet again. No one can tell yet, he said slowly, whether Jinhyuk will become humanity's greatest ally, or its enemy. However, the atmosphere had shifted completely into absurdity. People suddenly started running everywhere. Emergency VVIP protocol. Workers sprinted through hallways while shouting instructions at each other. 2 men appeared carrying an enormous red carpet and rolled it out with military precision. Another employee scattered rose petals across the floor. Because apparently nothing says professional organization like full societal collapse the moment a terrifying vampire woman decides to go shopping. Then she arrived. Alice stepped forward gracefully beneath glowing lights while everyone immediately bowed their heads. It is an honor to serve you. We hope your shopping experience is pleasant. Alice smiled faintly, clearly enjoying herself far too much. Your greeting warms my soul, she declared proudly. Then she pointed casually toward the treasure displays around her. I'll take everything I lay eyes on. The employees froze. No questions asked. Several workers nearly collapsed on the spot. One manager outright fainted after hearing the estimated cost. Another employee panicked and grabbed him. He passed out. A nearby girl calmly sighed. He's just expressing happiness in his own way. Alice sat elegantly atop an oversized decorative chair like a queen reclaiming her throne. It's time to begin. Nearby, Jinhyuk watched the entire scene with closed eyes and a small smile. She really does look happy, he thought. At the same time, his fingers brushed against the necklace hidden inside his jacket. A sealing relic crafted by a high priest using divine power itself. An artifact specifically designed to restrain dark beings like Alice. Michael had risked everything to retrieve it. Which meant one thing. Alice was far more important than Jinhyuk originally thought. And someone, somewhere, desperately wanted her contained rather than dead. His eyes narrowed slightly. I need answers. Before he could think further, a system notification suddenly appeared. User Rick has invited you to attend the masquerade ball on the first floor of the challenge tower. Jin-hyuk stared at the message. The masquerade ball? Memories immediately surfaced. Back when the tower had still been just a game, the masquerade event belonged to the 25th floor. Jin-hyuk had attended it once, as the only guest, and by the end of the night, the entire place had burned to the ground. He slowly removed the black mask from his inventory and stared at it quietly. Last time, he had danced alone among the flames. But this time, things were going to be very different. Players from every corner of the world were expected to attend the masquerade ball. Nobles, hunters, guild leaders, monsters pretending to be civilized. Humanity really loved gathering dangerous people into one room and calling it an event. Jin-hyuk glanced over his shoulder and motioned for Alice to follow him. We need to stop somewhere first. Alice blinked in surprise before silently trailing behind him. The two walked through the bustling streets of the nameless city, the neutral zone on the first floor of the testing tower. Lanterns glowed overhead while merchants shouted over each other, trying to attract customers from every race imaginable. Adventurers brushed shoulders with mercenaries, masked traders, and beings that clearly shouldn't have existed outside nightmares. Alice folded her arms as she walked ahead of him, clearly irritated. You promised to buy me everything I wanted, she complained coldly. And instead you dragged me to some suspicious little shop. Jin-hyuk sighed. We're here for one thing. Preparation. For a ball? For survival, he corrected. The small bell above the shop door rang the moment they entered. The interior smelled faintly of incense and expensive fabric. Suits and dresses lined the walls while several goblins hurried around carrying measuring tape and folded clothing. Then Jin-hyuk froze. You. Across the room stood Yusung. The moment their eyes met, veins bulged across Yusung's forehead. You bastard. He stormed toward Jin-hyuk fast enough to make the goblins panic. You humiliated me in front of everyone with that ridiculous challenge. His mana flared violently. Two nearby goblins instantly collapsed foaming at the mouth. Jin-hyuk calmly pointed at the unconscious goblins. Control your mana before you murder the staff. Yusung clenched his fists harder. Don't change the subject. Jin-hyuk shrugged lazily. Cold water is good for muscle recovery. You should thank me. That's not the point. The entire shop trembled from Yusung's shouting. Then Jin-hyuk casually added, I found a sword for you. Yusung immediately stopped. What? The anger draining from his face was so fast it almost looked painful. Jin-hyuk smirked. You care more about weapons than your own dignity anyway. Yusung gritted his teeth. How many times do you think I've fallen for your nonsense? You literally admitted your old sword suited your style perfectly. That's... Yusung hesitated. Because it was true. He looked away awkwardly and rubbed his chin. If it hadn't broken fighting that stone giant, I would have kept using it. Jin-hyuk pointed at himself confidently. Then trust me again. I'll help you find something better. Yusung narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You're scheming again. Probably. At least you're honest about it. Before leaving, Yusung stopped near the entrance and glanced toward Alice, who was quietly examining an elegant black dress embroidered with crimson thread. For a moment, curiosity crossed his face. He had no idea who she really was, but instinctively understood she wasn't ordinary. Still, after a brief pause, he simply clicked his tongue. If she's not trying to kill me, it's not my problem. The shop door slammed shut behind him. Silence returned. Well, mostly. One goblin was still unconscious on the floor. Jin-hyuk walked toward the store owner and bowed his head slightly. Sorry about that. The goblin waved both hands nervously. No problem. We understand completely. Violent customers are common here. Usually less shouting, though. He spread his arms proudly. So, you need outfits for the masquerade ball, yes? I recommend a classic black suit. Elegant. Timeless. Difficult to stain with blood. Useful feature, Jin-hyuk admitted. But instead of browsing the clothes, he slowly approached a shelf near the counter. Then his expression changed. His eyes narrowed slightly. I noticed something the moment I entered. The goblin stiffened. Jin-hyuk picked up a thin incense stick resting beside the register. This scent? Snowflower canola. Alice turned toward him immediately. A faint smile appeared on Jin-hyuk's face. Interesting thing about that flower. It only grows in the frozen mountains of the 17th floor. The goblin folded his arms defensively. And? Jin-hyuk's smile sharpened. So why does a simple goblin shopkeeper on the first floor have access to it? The room suddenly felt colder. Jin-hyuk continued calmly. And there's something else. His gaze drifted toward the unconscious goblin still lying on the floor. When Yusung released mana, every goblin here collapsed instantly. His eyes locked onto the shopkeeper. Except you. The goblin's expression twitched for just a second. A tiny mistake. But Jin-hyuk noticed. Of course he did. The man collected secrets the way dragons collected gold. Unhealthy behavior, honestly. Jin-hyuk slowly raised a finger toward the goblin shopkeeper. The moment Alice walked through the door, your face twitched. His sharp gaze never left the goblin for even a second. You recognized her immediately. But instead of reacting, you pretended to be nothing more than an ordinary merchant. The atmosphere inside the shop instantly grew tense. Alice narrowed her eyes slightly while the unconscious goblins on the floor twitched pitifully in the background. Truly committed employees. Probably underpaid too. Jin-hyuk continued calmly. That means you already knew exactly who she was. He took another step closer. And someone capable of recognizing Alice on sight isn't some random first-floor goblin. Pointing directly at the shop owner, he finished. You're a manager of the tower. The goblin stared at him silently. Then suddenly, he burst into laughter. Not nervous laughter. Not awkward laughter. The kind of laughter that made the room feel wrong. Ha ha ha. He wiped tears from the corner of his eye while grinning wildly. So Rick was right about you. The goblin slowly turned away and adjusted his sleeves. Though you made one mistake. Jin-hyuk's eyes narrowed. The goblin glanced over his shoulder with an amused smile. You assumed I was a mid-level manager. His grin widened. Rick works for me. For the first time since entering the store, Jin-hyuk's expression genuinely changed. His pupils contracted sharply. Almost instantly, his eyes glowed crimson as greedy gaze activated. System windows exploded across his vision. Access denied. Level insufficient. Target cannot be analyzed. The skill failed completely. Jin-hyuk clicked his tongue quietly. That alone was enough to confirm the truth. The goblin bowed politely. Hastings, he introduced himself. Top-level manager of the testing tower. Jin-hyuk stared at him in silence. A top-level manager. One of the beings standing at the very peak of the tower's hierarchy. The creatures responsible for maintaining its laws and systems. Possibly even one of the architects behind the entire nightmare structure itself. Even in the original game timeline, Jin-hyuk had never personally encountered one before. Which meant one thing. This conversation was far more dangerous than it looked. Hastings closed his eyes with a satisfied smile. Rick mentioned a player who knew managers existed. His golden eyes opened slowly. But you are considerably more entertaining than I expected. Then he snapped his fingers. As a reward for discovering my identity. He spread his arms dramatically. I shall personally handle your tailoring. Jin-hyuk let out a slow breath. Honestly? This is disappointing. Alice immediately frowned. Why are you pointing at me while saying that? Because you're expensive looking. That is not an explanation. Ignoring her irritation entirely, Jin-hyuk looked toward Hastings again. I didn't expect a top manager to be running a clothing store. Hastings adjusted his glasses proudly. A fine suit changes destiny. That sounds fake. It absolutely is. A few moments later, Alice found herself holding an elegant black invitation trimmed in silver. She looked up at Jin-hyuk suspiciously. You provoked him on purpose to get me invited too, didn't you? Jin-hyuk tossed a snack toward Gogoma, who happily caught it midair. I knew he'd agree. Alice sighed before quietly admitting. I do enjoy balls. Then her expression turned serious. You understand how dangerous those managers are, right? Her voice dropped lower. They created the rules of the tower itself. Even Alice looked cautious speaking about them. In my entire life, I only met a top-level manager once. Jin-hyuk casually patted Gogoma while smiling. No need to worry. His eyes gleamed mischievously. Dangerous people are useful too. Alice already knew that look. It was the expression he made whenever he planned to exploit something extremely suicidal. A system notification suddenly appeared in front of them. Your suit and dress are complete. Below it was a short message from Hastings himself. Enjoy your evening. Night eventually fell over the nameless city. The entrance to the masquerade ball glowed beneath countless floating lights while luxury carriages and armored escorts arrived one after another. Players from every major guild gathered outside the enormous gates. Spectators crowded the streets, whispering excitedly. Are those really the chosen players? I heard Maria might appear. What about Teresa? They say someone unknown received an invitation too. Then the crowd suddenly parted. Two men walked forward confidently. Members of the Samurai Guild. Yoshio, the guild master, calmly adjusted his tie while the crowd stared at him with admiration. Aren't they heroes from the front lines? Those are real monsters. Yoshio glanced sideways at the people surrounding him. His expression twisted with disgust. Parasites, he muttered coldly. They cling to strong players and worship bloodshed from a safe distance. His eyes swept across the crowd. Pathetic biotrash. Beside him, Satoma leaned closer. Still angry about the guild treasures being stolen? Yoshio closed his eyes. Killing everyone responsible still wouldn't bring them back. Then Satoma remembered something. Oh right. The Triad Guild received invitations too. He lowered his voice. We should probably stick close to them. Before Yoshio could answer, Satoma's massive body accidentally bumped into someone walking past. He immediately frowned. The hell is this? Turning angrily, he started shouting. What idiot blocked my paw dash? His sentence never finished. A violent force slammed into his face. Boom. The enormous man was launched across the ground like a ragdoll before crashing hard into the stone pavement. The entire crowd froze. Yoshio's eyes widened in shock as he looked toward the person standing there calmly. And for the first time that night, the atmosphere around the masquerade ball turned dangerous. White hair swayed in the cold night wind as Alice stood over the fallen samurai with clear irritation on her face. What was that supposed to mean? She asked coldly. One hand rested on her hip while crimson energy flickered faintly around her body. Her glowing eyes locked onto the enemies in front of her. Am I still in your way now? The pressure pouring from her mana became suffocating. Even the air itself seemed heavier. Alice had activated power suppression. An overwhelming magical force crashed down onto the surrounding players like an invisible mountain. Yoshio's expression froze instantly as sweat rolled down his face. His companion was no weakling. Satoma was one of the Samurai Guild's top-ranked fighters. Yet Alice had swatted him aside effortlessly. Yoshio slowly lifted his gaze toward the silver-haired girl standing beside Jinhyuk and felt genuine fear creeping into his chest. Who the hell were these people? Alice narrowed her eyes impatiently. You're not answering. Before the tension could explode further, Jinhyuk casually placed a hand on her shoulder. That's enough. Alice clicked her tongue. If they learn your identity here, things get annoying. Alice folded her arms before finally deactivating power suppression. The crushing aura vanished instantly. TCH fine. They were irritating me anyway. Yoshio let out a quiet breath of relief before stepping forward carefully. Thank you for stopping her. He forced a stiff smile onto his face. My companion acted recklessly. I didn't expect things to escalate this far. Jinhyuk stared at him silently. Then he tilted his head slightly. Stopping her? A cold mist suddenly spread through the air. System notification. Ice creation activated. An enormous ice hammer materialized in Jinhyuk's hand. Before Yoshio could react. Crash. Jinhyuk swung it downward with terrifying force. The hammer smashed directly into Satoma's face. His mask exploded into frozen fragments. The sound echoed through the entire plaza. Yoshio's eyes widened in horror. Even Alice blinked in surprise. Jinhyuk rested the massive hammer against his shoulder casually. It seems you misunderstood something. His smile turned sharp. I stopped her because if she kept going. He glanced down at the unconscious samurai. There wouldn't have been enough left for me to hit? Then he tossed the shattered hammer aside like trash. Now do you understand, Guild Master Yoshio? A dangerous grin spread across Jinhyuk's face as greedy gaze activated. System windows appeared instantly. Name, Yoshio. Level, 52. Skills. Martial Arts LV.9. Strong Swing LV.9. Jinhyuk frowned immediately after reading it. That's it? He looked genuinely disappointed. This guy leads one of the top guilds? Another notification appeared. Copy conditions unmet. Jinhyuk sighed heavily. Why are the conditions always garbage? Meanwhile Yoshio's face turned pale with rage and humiliation. Do you even know who I am? Cold sweat poured down his face as he shouted furiously. The Samurai Guild is allied with the China Guild. He pointed directly at Jinhyuk. You think you can get away with this? Jinhyuk calmly reached for his mask. The moment he removed it, the crowd exploded into chaos. That's Jinhyuk. No way dash. The player from the 7th floor? But who's the woman beside him? Is she his partner? The whispers spread instantly. Jinhyuk's expression darkened slightly. You people are loud. Ice surged across the ground. Massive frozen walls erupted upward from every direction, sealing off the area from the surrounding crowd. The spectators gasped as towering barriers surrounded them like a fortress. Jinhyuk stepped onto a platform of rising ice and slowly walked toward Yoshio. Each step created another layer of frost beneath his feet. You've obviously heard about me already. His voice remained calm. So you should know threats don't work. An icicle slowly rose beneath Yoshio's chin, lifting his mask upward. Jinhyuk leaned closer until their eyes met. Burning blue light reflected in his gaze. Guild master or not? His voice dropped lower. Don't get in my way again. The pressure in those words alone made Yoshio freeze. Then Jinhyuk turned away casually. We're leaving. Behind him, Alice was literally spinning on top of Satoma's unconscious body out of boredom. Human dignity truly died fast around these two. She hopped down lightly before following Jinhyuk deeper into the masquerade venue. Yoshio stood there trembling with rage while the crowd stared at him in silence. A few minutes later, the pair entered the main ballroom. Alice slowly looked around the enormous hall. For a single floor, she muttered, this place is absurdly large. Crystal chandeliers floated overhead while nobles, guild masters, mercenaries, and monsters disguised as civilized beings filled the ballroom. Jinhyuk scanned the crowd quietly. In the original game timeline, he had attended this event completely alone. Now the ballroom overflowed with players from across the world. It felt strange. Nearby, Teresa and Maria chatted beside a fountain while Yusung stood near the buffet aggressively eating expensive desserts like they had personally insulted him. Then Jinhyuk suddenly noticed two unfamiliar figures. A pale woman tugged lightly on her companion's sleeve. What do you think of him? She asked while staring directly at Jinhyuk. The man beside her laughed quietly. He looks like the type who keeps screaming until the end. And her? The man slowly covered part of his face with one hand. She looks like the type who begs people not to stop. A twisted smile spread across his lips. Jadello. Independent S-class player. Beside him stood Casey, his equally infamous twin sister. Casey laughed softly. You're absolutely right. Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed immediately. The twins of Europe. Two monsters who treated murder like entertainment. They intentionally provoked massacres just to watch people suffer. In the future, entire cities would fear their names. And right now? Jinhyuk stared at them with a growing grin. Walking skill books. Alice saw that expression instantly and sighed internally. He's plotting something again. Across the ballroom, Yoshio stood beside another man with an irritated expression. He attacked you despite our alliance? The man asked quietly. Yoshio clenched his jaw. He humiliated my guild and knocked out my subordinate. Beside them, Yahweh, vice guild master of the China Guild, covered his face with one hand. His expression looked traumatized. Why him again? Memories of the elven forest and frozen tundra flashed through his mind like PTSD. I already received direct orders not to provoke him anymore. He stared miserably at his own hand. So there's nothing I can do. Then suddenly, a new voice interrupted them from behind. I'll deal with that annoying bastard. The surrounding players turned immediately. A small figure stepped forward while adjusting his tie calmly. The nearby guests blinked in confusion. Is that a monster? The creature smiled pleasantly. And somehow, that smile felt far more dangerous than the monsters people were whispering about. A small figure stepped through the crowd and approached Jinhyuk and Alice with the confidence of someone who clearly enjoyed making other people uncomfortable. A single corn curved from the side of his head, and despite his childlike size, the pressure rolling off him made nearby players instinctively back away. The creature gave a shallow bow. My name is Carmen, he said with a smug smile. Lowest-ranking manager of the test tower. I hope the two of you are enjoying the masquerade ball. Jinhyuk barely looked at him. Instead, he scrolled through floating system windows as if the manager were an annoying advertisement he couldn't skip. So, Jinhyuk said lazily, you came all the way here because you wanted something? Carmen's smile thinned. I heard, he replied, that you crippled one of our invited guests. At that, Jinhyuk finally closed the system panel and looked him in the eye. You mean the idiot who got in my way? He asked casually. If he smashed himself into the ground that hard, should I send flowers to the funeral home too? Several nearby players nearly choked trying not to react. Carmen's expression twisted instantly. Dark mana exploded from his body, and roots burst violently from the marble floor like living snakes tearing through stone. You dare mock me? He roared. Prepare yourself. You'll die here. Gasps spread through the ballroom. Players stepped backward as the roots cracked the floor apart. Then Jinhyuk slowly removed his mask. His eyes narrowed. So the managers threaten invited guests now? He asked coldly. What kind of garbage event are you running? Carmen bared his teeth. You think killing you would be difficult? The strongest beings in this tower are watching from above, and none of them have stopped me. Alice's crimson mana immediately gathered into a spear beside her hand, but before she could move, Jinhyuk lightly raised an arm to stop her. At that exact moment, a furious voice echoed through the hall. Carmen! The horned manager froze. Moments earlier, elsewhere inside the tower, Hastings sat calmly at a sewing machine while reading a flood of messages sent by Jinhyuk. One line stood out. You called yourself the greatest tailor in the tower, but one of my buttons came loose. I'm disappointed. Fix it before I leave a terrible review. Hastings had stared at the message in disbelief. A loose button, he muttered. Impossible. Now the answer stood directly in front of him. The ballroom doors burst open. An enraged Hastings marched inside like a storm given physical form. The system instantly alerted every player present. Warning, high-ranking manager detected. The entire hall went silent. Cold sweat rolled down Carmen's face. Hastings adjusted his glasses slowly, then glared at him with enough killing intent to crush steel. How dare you threaten my guest? Before Carmen could answer, Hastings kicked him hard in the leg. The smaller manager yelped and grabbed his bruised shin while the crowd watched in stunned silence. Hastings planted his hands on his hips. Well, he snapped. Are you going to explain what kind of circus act you're performing? Carmen stammered nervously. Around the ballroom, whispers spread like wildfire. That goblin is a high-ranking manager? No way. He's bowing to Jin Hyuk? Hastings frowned deeper. I know some managers take bribes from outside factions, he said coldly. As long as it stays within limits, I ignore it. But threatening a guest invited under my authority? Do you realize what that does to the reputation of this event? Carmen trembled. I didn't know he was your guest. That isn't an excuse, Hastings interrupted sharply. Apologize. Jin Hyuk's lips slowly curled upward. Meanwhile, Carmen looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him alive. Then, to make the situation infinitely worse, a floating recording crystal appeared beside Jin Hyuk. The protagonist grinned. This is getting entertaining. The crystal activated. Jin Hyuk folded his arms and spoke loudly. Go on. Speak from the heart. Carmen lowered his head stiffly. I'm sorry. Jin Hyuk cupped a hand behind his ear dramatically. What was that? Didn't eat breakfast this morning? Louder. Veins bulged across Carmen's forehead. You insignificant little. Before he could finish, Hastings appeared silently behind him. The killing intent alone nearly stopped his heart. Carmen instantly bent 90 degrees and shouted at the top of his lungs. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. The entire ballroom froze. On the second-floor balcony, several powerful figures observed the scene with interest. One elderly man folded his arms thoughtfully. That boy is impressive, he murmured. Using a tower manager like a toy in front of everyone. His gaze sharpened. Now I understand why His Majesty sent him a gift. If we can recruit that young man, this war with the aristocrats may finally end. Nearby, Monu silently watched the hall below. Then another voice echoed throughout the ballroom. Rick stepped onto the central balcony, raising a hand to activate a magical microphone skill. His voice spread across the enormous hall instantly. Due to the unfortunate disturbance involving one of our managers, he announced smoothly, I will personally oversee the masquerade ball from this point onward. The players quieted immediately. Rick placed both hands behind his back. As many of you know, this gathering exists to bring promising players together. However, he said with a smile, that is not tonight's true purpose. The lights dimmed. This evening, each of you will choose the faction you wish to stand beside as you continue climbing the tower. A tense silence fell over the crowd. Rick snapped his fingers. At once, the center of the ballroom distorted. Brilliant light exploded outward as a massive platform rose from the floor. System windows appeared before every player simultaneously. Main event, Masquerade Selection Trial initiated. Participants must choose a labyrinth, dungeon, or historical site between floors 10 and 30. Those who obtain the highest achievement will gain priority when selecting factions. A massive red button emerged at the center of the platform. Rick removed his hat with theatrical elegance and stepped away from the platform, smiling like a man introducing guests to a luxury resort instead of a glorified death match. Humanity really did produce some deeply unsettling customer service standards. To choose your destination, he said smoothly, press the button and state the floor and region you wish to enter. His grin widened far too cheerfully. Good luck, everyone. The massive ballroom doors slammed shut behind him. Silence swallowed the room. Fear spread almost immediately. Players exchanged uneasy glances while glowing system windows floated before their eyes like silent judges. Whispers rippled through the crowd. What does he mean by promising players? Why were we chosen? They're seriously forcing us to pick factions already? Several people were visibly trembling. Others wiped sweat from their foreheads as panic slowly tightened around the room. Then a loud whistle cut through the noise. Maria lowered 2 fingers from her mouth and swept a sharp gaze across the crowd. Stop whispering like terrified background characters, she said coldly. None of us has an advantage yet. We're all trapped in the same situation. The room quieted almost instantly. She removed her mask and exhaled slowly. This is far more dangerous than any of us expected, she continued. So instead of panicking, we should cooperate until we understand what's happening. Her eyes moved from one player to another. Start introducing yourselves. Levels, abilities, specialties. We need information. Behind Alice, Jin-hyuk watched the scene unfold with a faint smile. Once a player, always a player, he thought. Even in complete chaos, Maria's first instinct is organizing people. Nearby, Yusung let out a weary sigh. I can't believe we're on the same side again. Teresa smiled softly at his comment. Not everyone shared their enthusiasm. One player raised his hand, irritation obvious on his face. Work together, he scoffed. You expect us to trust each other already? Some people here are enemies of humanity. The room erupted into arguments almost immediately. Voices overlapped. Accusations flew. Tension spread like wildfire. And while everyone was distracted shouting at each other, a single figure quietly walked toward the platform at the center of the ballroom. Jin-hyuk. Without hesitation, he lifted the red safety cover protecting the large button. Beep. The sound echoed throughout the entire hall. Every conversation stopped. All eyes turned toward him. A giant system message materialized in the air. Destination selected. Preparing transfer to floor 25, Valley of the Kings. For one frozen moment, nobody moved. Then chaos exploded. What did you just do? Are you insane? Why the 25th floor? Yusung covered his face with one hand, looking spiritually exhausted. When is this lunatic ever going to calm down? Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk simply gave everyone a cheerful thumbs up. The system message continued. All participants will now be transferred. A massive wave of light engulfed the ballroom. An instant later, the scenery changed completely. The players found themselves standing beneath a dark crimson sky surrounded by ancient ruins. Giant stone pillars rose from the cracked earth, their surfaces covered in forgotten symbols worn down by time itself. Welcome to floor 25, Valley of the Kings. Conditions for departure. Clear the labyrinth. Or choose a faction. Jin-hyuk slowly looked around the ruins, genuine excitement visible in his eyes. No matter how many times I come here, he murmured, this place still looks incredible. Several players were already furious. We came here completely unprepared. A heavily armored man stepped forward and shouted arrogantly. This is a competition. I'll crush all of you and become the chosen one myself. Maria pressed two fingers against the bridge of her nose and closed her eyes briefly. This is exactly what we should avoid, she said with restrained frustration. We don't know this place. We don't know the rules. And that idiot clearly had a reason for pressing the button. We should speak to him first. Then she paused. Where did he go? Alice quietly shrugged. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was already deep within the ruins. He stood before an ancient stone wall covered in faded carvings, his eyes scanning the symbols carefully. It should be somewhere around here. He placed his hand against the stone. Click. A hidden pressure plate sank beneath his foot. Immediately, another system message appeared. 5 pathways leading to the Tomb of Kings have opened. You may choose only one. Time limit, 60 seconds. The surrounding walls trembled violently. Massive stone gates rose from the ground one after another, each radiating a distinct energy. Fire. Water. Wind. Earth. Light. Jin-hyuk studied the 5 gates carefully, his eyes narrowing with interest. What a terrible trap. To anyone else, the 5 gates would have looked like opportunities. Treasure paths. Secret rewards. The kind of bait that made desperate players walk willingly into their own funerals. Humanity loved glowing doors. Put enough dramatic lighting around a death corridor and people started calling it destiny. But Jin-hyuk knew the truth. The moment someone chose an element, the guardian spirit tied to that gate would awaken and attack. Worse, selecting the wrong path would activate additional traps hidden beneath the floor itself. He remained perfectly calm, arms crossed as the timer continued counting down. Then it hit 0. No selection made. Opening all gates. The entire chamber trembled violently. Heavy footsteps echoed through the darkness. The salamander spirit emerged first, scratching its own head in irritation. Why am I always the first one summoned? Its enormous body burned like molten lava, flames leaking from the corners of its mouth as it towered over Jin-hyuk. So there really is a human here, it rumbled. Listen carefully. I am Salamander, guardian of the Tomb of Kings. You will pay for awakening us. Jin-hyuk casually glanced over his shoulder. You hear that, he said lazily. Apparently this thing plans to kill me. A deep growl answered from the darkness. Then a gigantic dragon claw appeared. Kaguma slowly stepped forward, steam pouring from his nostrils while fury burned in his eyes. The salamander spirit froze. A dragon? Kaguma inhaled deeply. Jin-hyuk calmly covered his ears. A second later, the dragon unleashed an overwhelming torrent of fire. The explosion obliterated the chamber. The salamander's body nearly vanished on impact as heat and shockwaves tore through every corridor before erupting outward into the ruins above. Back near the entrance, players were thrown off balance by the force of the blast. That mana is insane. What the hell is happening in there? Teresa turned toward Alice uneasily. Do you know where he went? Alice crossed her arms without answering. Yusung stared toward the source of the explosion and sighed heavily. He's probably standing right at the center of that disaster, he muttered. Causing chaos is basically his natural state now. He started walking toward the ruins. Alice immediately grabbed his cloak. Without a word, she picked up a small stone from the ground and tossed it forward. Click. Instantly, hidden traps activated all around them. Blades burst from the walls. Spears shot upward from beneath the floor. Poison darts flew from tiny concealed openings. Yusung stared in horror. Teresa blinked in surprise before looking back at Alice. You already knew there were traps here? Alice nodded calmly. Teresa smiled faintly. Exactly what she expected from Jinhyuk's partner. Then her expression suddenly changed. A strange sensation washed over her. Why does this energy feel familiar? Deep inside the tomb, the remaining elemental spirits finally emerged. The earth spirit, Gnome, climbed out from a stone gate. The wind spirit, Sil, descended in swirling currents of air. The light spirit, Wisp, floated nervously into the chamber, while the water spirit, Undine, rushed forward in alarm. What happened here? Why is Salamander on the ground? The fire spirit weakly raised its head, trembling. Quiet, it whispered fearfully. The devil has arrived. The devil, the others repeated together. Then they saw him. Kaguma stood motionless in the center of the chamber, wearing a terrifying grin. The pressure radiating from his dragon energy was so immense it felt as though the entire tomb might collapse beneath it. Even the elemental spirits instinctively stepped backward. Nearby, Moa stared in disbelief. Is that an actual dragon? Before anyone could react further, Jinhyuk moved. The battle ended almost before it truly began. Within minutes, every elemental guardian had been completely subdued. Undine received the mark of sorrow first. Then Sil. Then Gnome. Then Wisp. One after another, all 5 elemental guardians ended up kneeling before him. System windows flooded the air. Incredible achievement unlocked. All 5 elemental guardians subjugated. Reward, plus 5,000 achievement points. Current participant ranking, first place. Jinhyuk looked at the notifications with quiet satisfaction. Floor 25 had only just begun. And he was already collecting legendary rewards like a man who had discovered the world's most broken cheat code and felt absolutely no guilt about abusing it. The instant the rankings updated, the atmosphere across the entire labyrinth shifted. High above the arena, the old man's expression darkened as Jinhyuk's name shot straight to first place. Around him, representatives from different factions immediately began exchanging urgent messages, their faces tense with concern. One after another, glowing system windows appeared before Jinhyuk. All 13 factions wanted to contact him. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk sat calmly beside Kaguma, absent-mindedly scratching the dragon beneath the chin while reading through the incoming offers. Kaguma let out a deep, satisfied rumble, smoke curling from his nostrils as though he were trying not to laugh. So now I'm popular, Jinhyuk muttered. Then his eyes paused on one particular faction. A faint smile formed on his lips. That one's going to cause problems. He accepted the request. An old man materialized in the air before him. His posture was perfectly straight, and his gaze was sharp enough to feel like a blade. He introduced himself as Moyong of Mirim. The conversation turned hostile almost immediately. Moyong demanded that Jinhyuk surrender himself to their faction at once. If he refused, he warned, death was inevitable. According to him, their commander could crush someone like Jinhyuk effortlessly. Jinhyuk listened for exactly 3 seconds. Then he ended the call with a casual flick of his finger. Silence followed. He turned toward the 5 elemental spirits kneeling nearby. Get up, he said lazily. We're leaving soon. The spirits obeyed instantly. And if any of you decide not to cooperate, Jinhyuk added, glancing toward Kaguma, my dragon has been looking pretty hungry lately. At those words, actual drool dripped from Kaguma's mouth onto the stone floor. The elemental spirits immediately straightened their backs. Fear remained the most efficient management strategy ever invented. Humans wrote business books about leadership while dragons solved the issue in 6 seconds by threatening to eat somebody. Before departing, Jinhyuk accepted one final call. This time, a refined old man appeared before him, dressed in elegant robes lined with gold embroidery. His expression carried none of Moyong's arrogance. He introduced himself as Penhamer of the Caladium Kingdom. Unlike the previous conversation, this one began with honesty. The Empire has already taken notice of you, Penhamer said calmly. There is no reason to pretend otherwise. He folded his hands behind his back. We want you on our side. Join us, and the Empire will help you conquer the tower. Jinhyuk crossed his arms thoughtfully. I'll consider it. Penheimer's eyes narrowed slightly. But, Jinhyuk continued, raising one finger, I have a condition. Before Penheimer could ask what it was, chaos erupted elsewhere inside the labyrinth. Streams of fire burst from cracks in the walls and floor. Players scattered in every direction as the maze came alive with deadly traps. Maria moved quickly through the corridors, trying to assess the situation. This is bad, one player muttered nervously. At this rate, clearing the labyrinth will take over an hour. Maria lowered her gaze, thinking quietly. Nearby, Alice stood with her arms crossed, completely calm. The burning death maze surrounding them seemed to inconvenience her about as much as light rain. Watching the situation unravel, Maria came to an uncomfortable realization. Nobody besides Jinhyuk's group appeared capable of clearing the labyrinth efficiently. Everything revolved around him again. Then another system message appeared before every player. Return conditions updated. Players killed by traps or monsters inside the labyrinth will be returned safely to the ballroom. For a brief moment, relief spread through the corridors. Then the second condition appeared. Penalty, all accumulated achievement points will be lost upon death. The final line appeared slowly beneath it. This rule adjustment was requested by player Jinhyuk. The entire labyrinth fell silent. Players exchanged stunned looks. So, dying safe now? Can we even trust this? What if this is another trap? Before anyone could decide, an unfortunate player triggered a hidden blade mechanism. A razor-sharp slash cut straight through his body. A flash of light erupted. And he vanished. Moments later, confirmation arrived that he had safely returned to the ballroom. Maria stared blankly ahead for several seconds. He actually changed the rules. Then understanding dawned on her. Jinhyuk had chosen this floor because he already knew about the hidden mechanic. Before anyone else even understood the game, he had already secured the greatest advantage possible. Nearby, a player named Leoi suddenly exploded in anger. Why are you idiots acting like this is good news? He shouted. Read the conditions properly. If you die, you lose all your points. His face twisted with frustration. That bastard rigged this entire competition for himself from the start. Before anyone else could answer, Maria stepped forward. Her voice turned ice cold. And what exactly have you contributed? Leoi froze. Maria placed one hand on her hip and stared directly at him. Do you know anything about this labyrinth? The traps? The monsters? Leoi remained silent. Then maybe you should thank the person who just saved everyone's lives. Her gaze sharpened. If you're so capable, go clear the labyrinth yourself. Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked away. The other players followed after her without hesitation. Leoi remained alone in the corridor, awkwardly rubbing the back of his head. Am I the idiot here? Suddenly, a faint pulse of mana brushed against his ear. A whispering spell. Miram's voice echoed quietly inside his mind. Circumstances have changed. Eliminate Jinhyuk. Leoi's eyes widened. You're serious? You don't need to kill him personally, Miram replied coldly. Just create an opening. A small object materialized in Leoi's hand. He stared at it in confusion. You're giving me this? Far away, Penheimer stroked his beard with a faint smile. A manager-level artifact is not something we hand out lightly, he said. So I trust you'll honor your promise. Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed slightly. I always do. The call ended. A cold smile slowly spread across Jinhyuk's face. If any of them try something, he said quietly, Kaguma gets dinner. The dragon let out a pleased growl. Several minutes later, Jinhyuk continued deeper into the labyrinth in the most absurd way imaginable. Two elemental spirits carried him forward like royal attendants while the others moved ahead, deliberately triggering traps before he reached them. What had once been a deadly ancient maze had somehow become a guided sightseeing tour. Human ambition truly was the most dangerous force in the tower. Give people enough power and eventually they reinvented feudalism with dragons. Jinhyuk looked down at the spirits with approval. You're learning. Then he suddenly stopped. His eyes narrowed toward something on the stone floor. Wait. The spirits froze instantly. Jinhyuk stepped down and slowly approached a dark liquid spreading across the corridor. Blood. A corpse lay nearby. His expression hardened. If a trap or monster killed this person, he said quietly, the body wouldn't still be here. Which meant only one thing. Another player had done this. Jinhyuk slowly lifted his gaze toward the darkness ahead. Two figures stood there. A young woman casually licked blood from her fingers, smiling with the unsettling joy of someone who had turned murder into a favorite hobby. Beside her, her twin brother inhaled deeply through his nose. Casey grinned. Do you smell that? Her brother's eyes lit up. Yeah, he whispered. It smells incredible. Casey threw her head back and breathed in again, almost intoxicated by the scent filling the labyrinth. The blood smells amazing, she shouted, her smile stretching unnaturally wide. Nearby, Judello crouched beside the corpse and poked it curiously. Should we kill a few more? He asked casually. As though they were discussing snacks instead of human lives. For a brief moment, fragments of memory flashed through Jinhyuk's mind. The system was feeding him pieces of the twins' past. Years ago, Casey and Judello had been ordinary children. Small, terrified, helpless. They had watched a psychopath brutally murder their parents in front of them. Their father had been strangled slowly with a wire while their mother screamed until her voice gave out. The twins could only cry in the corner, unable to move. Then Casey noticed a pair of knitting needles lying nearby. Something changed in her eyes. Without speaking, the twins attacked together. The killer never saw it coming. By the time the police arrived, the murderer's body had been reduced to something barely recognizable. The twins sat beside the corpse smiling quietly, covered in blood from head to toe. And after that day, they were never normal again. A system window suddenly appeared before Jinhyuk. New copy condition available. Fulfill the twisted desires of the twin players. Jinhyuk stared at the message in disgust. Why does the system even know this much about their backstory? He rubbed his forehead. And why is it phrased like that? The tower truly had the personality of a raccoon digging through psychiatric records. Before he could think further, the twins attacked. They moved at terrifying speed. Casey came from the left while Judello lunged from the right, their blades slicing through the air in perfect synchronization. Jinhyuk barely dodged the first strike. Metal shrieked as he caught both weapons with his bare hands, stopping them inches from his throat. His eyes narrowed. Fast. Strong. Perfect coordination. Then he smiled. Interesting. In the next instant, he twisted his body and kicked both twins simultaneously. The impact launched them backward across the corridor. Instead of anger, laughter burst from their mouths. He's strong. I like him. Their excitement only grew more insane. Suddenly, the weapons in their hands began melting into liquid metal. The system activated immediately. Twin skill activated. Weapon synchronization successful. Attack power increased by 200%. The liquid fused together into a single monstrous weapon pulsing with mana. The twins stared at Jinhyuk with feverish eyes. We only need one hit, Casey whispered. We want to feel your blood on our hands, Judello added while trembling excitedly. Jinhyuk lowered his head slowly. You two have entirely too much energy. Elsewhere inside the labyrinth, Penheimer's allies gathered around him excitedly after hearing about the negotiations. One of the nobles smiled proudly. If he joins us, the middle floors will belong to the Empire. Penheimer remained calm. Don't celebrate yet. I only secured a promise. Not far away, however, another old man watched with growing hatred. Monu clenched his fist so tightly his nails dug into his skin. That bastard. His face twisted with frustration. He regretted underestimating Jinhyuk simply because of the ancient dragon. Then suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. A cold voice whispered near his ear. Looking for me? Monu stiffened immediately. He recognized the presence at once. The bloody ghost. I didn't expect you to seek me out personally, he chuckled. I'm flattered. Lower your voice, Monu hissed. The bloody ghost leaned closer. So who needs to disappear? He asked eagerly. The imperial old man? No. Monu's eyes darkened. It's the people around Jinhyuk. His group is becoming troublesome. The assassin's smile widened unnaturally. I don't care about your politics, he replied. But breaking the rules comes at a very expensive price. Monu glared at him furiously. The bloody ghost only laughed. Relax. I'm just negotiating. Then he vanished into darkness. Veins bulged across Monu's forehead. Arrogant bastard. Still, he knew one thing clearly now. If the Empire obtained Jinhyuk first, they would become unstoppable. Which meant Jinhyuk had to die before that happened. Slowly, Monu reached into his pocket and pulled out a small black box. Meanwhile, back in the labyrinth, the twins charged again. Their combined weapons smashed into the ground with explosive force, shattering stone everywhere. Jinhyuk's eyes flashed. Demon King's steps activated. His body blurred. At the same time, he used soul suction. Dark energy wrapped around the twins as the system displayed. Mana absorbed, 0.3. Jinhyuk frowned slightly. That's it? Unexpectedly, Casey shivered happily. Oh? Judello stuck out his tongue like a lunatic. That felt amazing. Jinhyuk stared at them. I genuinely feel sorry for you too. He punched both twins directly in the stomach. The impact blasted them dozens of meters away through clouds of dust and broken stone. Shaking his hand afterward, he sighed. I need their skill. Then his face twisted with disgust. But satisfying those copy conditions feels like committing a crime against human dignity. When the dust settled, the twins emerged again. Still smiling. Still laughing. Still completely insane. You're strong, Casey whispered excitedly. We love this, Judello added. Jinhyuk finally drew his blade. The playful expression disappeared from his face. This has gone on long enough. Killing intent flooded the corridor. But suddenly, both twins dropped to their knees. Jinhyuk blinked. The twins pressed their hands against the floor and lowered their heads respectfully. We understand now, Casey said softly. We can't defeat you, Judello admitted. Then both of them looked up simultaneously. If we can't kill someone with such wonderful blood, then we want to become family instead. Silence. Absolute silence. Shock spread across Jinhyuk's face. What? Without wasting another second, he immediately activated Death Brand on them. The twins' bodies trembled violently as the system completed the conditions. Skill copied successfully. A rank skill acquired. Sharing. The skill allowed temporary use of abilities familiar to the target while also enabling emotional and memory synchronization. Jinhyuk stared blankly at the description. I did not expect things to go in this direction. Before he could recover, the twins suddenly leaped onto him. Family. We'll stay together forever. Until death. Jinhyuk's face visibly darkened. Somewhere else in the labyrinth, Yusung and Teresa continued following Alice through the corridors. Yusung finally lost patience. Where exactly is Jinhyuk? Alice answered calmly. I don't know. Then where are we going? I don't know. A vein bulged on Yusung's forehead. Then what do you know? Alice glanced at him coldly. That you complain too much. Alice finally stopped walking and let out a long sigh. She turned toward Yusung and Teresa, who were still demanding answers, and gave them an annoyed look. I didn't want to explain this, she said, but it seems I don't have a choice. Closing her eyes, she focused her senses. For a few moments, she remained completely silent, feeling the faint connection that still linked her to Jinhyuk. Unlike ordinary bonds, the contract between them created an invisible flow of mana that stretched across great distances. It was subtle, almost impossible for most people to detect, but to Alice it was as clear as a road illuminated in darkness. After locating it, she slowly raised her hand and pointed down one of the labyrinth's countless passages. The mana line is leading that way, she said. If we follow it, we'll find him. The moment those words left her mouth, a strange voice echoed through the corridor. Is that really true? All three immediately froze. The walls around them rippled unnaturally. Figures began stepping out from hidden passages and concealed spaces, appearing one after another until they surrounded the corridor. Every one of them carried weapons stained with blood. The atmosphere instantly became heavy with killing intent. A spear suddenly crashed into the stone floor, creating a thunderous impact that echoed throughout the labyrinth. A man slowly emerged from the group. His smile was unsettling. His eyes were filled with madness. The bloody ghost, the infamous leader of the Muim clan, blocked the path ahead. Well, he said, gripping his weapon, this saves me some effort. His gaze swept over the group before settling on Alice. You won't be leaving this place. A sinister grin spread across his face. Because all of you are going to die here. The threat was enough to make even experienced fighters tense. Without hesitation, Yusung stepped forward and drew his blade. At the same time, Teresa moved into position in front of Alice. Stay behind us, Teresa said firmly. Alice frowned. If Jinhyuk had been nearby, she would have been able to draw on far more mana through their connection. Unfortunately, he was too far away. Her current condition left her significantly weaker than normal, a fact she found extremely irritating. Meanwhile, somewhere deeper inside the labyrinth, Jinhyuk was dealing with a completely different problem. The twins followed him like loyal puppies. Very dangerous, murder-loving puppies. Judello excitedly spread his arms while recounting one of his previous battles. I stabbed a guy through both thighs with a metal pole once, he said proudly. I think I even heard his bones crack. It was a great sound. Casey nodded enthusiastically as if discussing a favorite hobby. Jinhyuk walked ahead with dark circles practically forming beneath his eyes. His mental energy was disappearing faster than his mana. My social battery is dying, he thought. Finally, he stopped and turned around. The twins immediately stared at him with sparkling eyes. Jinhyuk forced a smile. Listen carefully. Since we're apparently family now, there are going to be rules. The word family alone caused the twins to grin from ear to ear. A system notification appeared, indicating that the Death Brand was reacting to his command. A new rule could be established. Rule number 1, Jinhyuk said. Stop killing random people. The twins blinked. Casey crossed her arms. Why? Gidello tilted his head. We're awakened players. It's not like normal police can arrest us. Jinhyuk resisted the urge to hold his head. Because I'm the one who ends up cleaning up the mess, he thought. Instead, he raised a finger. How about this? I'll point out the bad people. The twins immediately leaned forward. And then you can do whatever you want to them. Their eyes lit up instantly. The system accepted the modification and added another rule. The twins looked at each other with childlike excitement. Jinhyuk almost laughed in relief. For all their terrifying strength, manipulating them was surprisingly easy. Their minds worked with the simplicity of children who happened to be capable of mass destruction. Then suddenly, his expression changed. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. The smile vanished from his face. A powerful disturbance reached his senses through the labyrinth. His eyes sharpened instantly. Without warning, he launched himself into the air. Demon King's steps activated beneath his feet as he accelerated through the corridors at incredible speed. Behind him, the twins immediately started running. Wait for us. Family should stay together. Their voices echoed through the tunnels as they chased after him. Back near Alice's location, the battle had already begun. The bloody ghost subordinates charged forward from every direction. Weapons flashed. The corridor exploded into chaos. Before any of the attackers could reach Alice, Teresa moved. Golden light erupted from her body. She activated Sacred Enhancement, dramatically increasing her physical abilities. The next moment, a massive radiant cross descended from above and slammed into the ground. The impact shook the entire corridor. A barrier of holy power spread outward. Teresa planted herself between Alice and the attackers. Stay behind me, she said without looking back. For a brief moment, even the enemy forces hesitated. Meanwhile, Yusung became a blur of movement. His sword danced through the battlefield, cutting down enemies one after another. Bodies collapsed as he advanced without slowing. Then his instinct screamed. Something dangerous was approaching. At the last possible second, he raised his blade. Clang! A violent shockwave burst outward. The bloody ghost himself had appeared. Their weapons collided inches from Yusung's throat. The assassin smiled. A chi sword? He asked curiously. His crimson eyes narrowed. Interesting. Someone from outside the tower shouldn't know how to use techniques like that. He leaned closer. So who exactly are you? Yusung shoved him back with brute force. Why would I tell you anything? His voice carried pure hostility. Get out of my way. The bloody ghost landed gracefully several meters away and chuckled. What a lively personality. That single sentence was enough to irritate Yusung even further. His grip tightened around his sword. Lively? A dangerous aura erupted from his body. I'll show you how lively I can be. He slowly lowered himself into a combat stance. The magical energy gathering around him became so dense that even nearby fighters felt pressure building in the air. Teresa glanced over and widened her eyes. The amount of power he was releasing was absurd. Yusung had been holding back this entire time. I was saving this technique for someone else, he said coldly. The bloody ghost smile finally faltered. Yusung's sword became enveloped in a torrent of violent energy. Then he unleashed it. Soul Pursuit Sword Arts. The strike erupted forward like a raging storm. Blades of condensed energy swept through the corridor, annihilating everything caught within their path. Walls shattered. The ground split apart. Enemy soldiers were erased before they could even react. The entire battlefield was consumed by the attack. Teresa stared in disbelief. She had always known Yusung was strong. But seeing this overwhelming display firsthand made her realize something terrifying. Yusung was far stronger than he normally allowed anyone to see. A sharp whistle suddenly tore through the battlefield. A blood-red spear cut across the air like a lightning bolt, aimed directly at Yusung. The attack arrived so fast that even his enhanced senses barely registered it. A sinister voice followed close behind. I can see you've mastered that technique, the blood ghost said with a grin. But talent alone won't save you. Dark crimson energy exploded around him as he activated Blood Ghost Blade. His body blurred forward, becoming little more than a streak of scarlet light. Yusung reacted instantly, raising his sword and intercepting the attack at the last possible moment. The collision shook the entire corridor. For a split second it looked as though Yusung had succeeded. Then blood sprayed from his lips. A crushing force burst through his defenses and flooded his body. The blood ghost's mana invaded him like poison, overwhelming his resistance. Yusung staggered backward before collapsing onto one knee, struggling to breathe. The blood ghost lowered his weapon and looked down at him almost regretfully. You climbed this far with your own strength, he said. A rare talent. Unfortunately, all that potential ends here. Before he could finish the killing blow, a brilliant light erupted from the darkness. A massive holy cross descended from above. Teresa appeared within the radiance, her silver-white energy illuminating the battlefield. She activated her divine skill and slammed her weapon downward with enough force to crack the ground beneath them. The impact sent a shockwave through the corridor. When the dust settled, Teresa landed gracefully between Yusung and the enemy. The blood ghost clicked his tongue. Annoying. Despite taking the attack head-on, he remained standing. A holy user, he muttered. Of all places, one blessed by divine power chooses to interfere here. Teresa glanced sideways. Yusung was still on the ground, teeth clenched from pain and frustration. Meanwhile, Alice found herself surrounded. Blood ghost warriors closed in from every direction, forming a circle around her. Their blades reflected the dim light as they slowly advanced. One of them laughed. "You should have protected this one." His eyes swept over Alice. Always standing behind the others. That must mean she's the weakest. The warriors tightened their formation. Alice simply stared at the weapons pointed toward her. Then she closed her eyes. The next moment the world exploded. Jinhyuk appeared. No one saw him arrive. One instant the enemies were surrounding Alice. The next, Jinhyuk was standing in front of her. His eyes glowed with cold fury. Without hesitation he activated Sword Cemetery. Hundreds of spectral blades erupted across the battlefield. The blood ghost warriors never had time to scream. Their bodies were torn apart in an instant. Steel flashed. Blood scattered. The entire group vanished beneath a storm of swords so overwhelming that even the blood ghost could not follow what had happened. Silence fell. The blood ghost stared at the scene in horror. He had witnessed countless battles and fought countless powerful opponents. Yet he had not seen a single one of Jinhyuk's movements. Not one. Nearby, Teresa released a relieved breath. "You finally showed up." Jinhyuk ignored the battlefield and walked straight toward Yusung. Looking down at the injured swordsman, he frowned. "Why do you keep losing?" Yusung's eye twitched. Teresa quickly stepped in. "He's not weak," she said while healing his injuries. "The enemy was simply too strong." Jinhyuk shrugged. Then he raised a hand. His finger slowly pointed toward the blood ghost and every surviving enemy nearby. "Those are definitely bad guys." The moment those words left his mouth, two shadows descended from above. Casey and Jadello. The twins appeared over Jinhyuk's head like excited children who had just been handed new toys. "We hit the jackpot." Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Without waiting for orders, they launched themselves into the remaining blood ghost soldiers. The massacre began immediately. The soldiers fell one after another beneath a barrage of brutal strikes. The blood ghost's expression darkened. So those were Jinhyuk's reinforcements. If that was the case, retreat was the logical option. He would regroup and... Blood suddenly erupted from his mouth. His thoughts froze. Confusion filled his eyes. Slowly, he looked down. A spear protruded from his chest. His own spear. Somehow it had pierced straight through him. He hadn't even seen the attack. Jinhyuk lowered his hand. "Stop pretending." His voice was calm. "You're just a middle-ranking member of the demon cult." With another casual gesture, he finished the job. The blood ghost's body collapsed. Just like that, the battle ended. No grand struggle. No dramatic final exchange. Only overwhelming superiority. The remaining soldiers watched their leader fall. Panic immediately spread through their ranks. Unfortunately for them, the twins were already moving. Casey and Jadello charged forward with delighted smiles, chasing the fleeing enemies like predators released into a hunting ground. Yusung watched everything from where he sat. His injuries were healing, but his mind was elsewhere. The blood ghost had nearly defeated him. His strongest technique had accomplished nothing. Yet Jinhyuk had ended the fight effortlessly. One attack. That was all it took. Yusung lowered his gaze. His hands trembled slightly. For the first time in a long while, he found himself wondering just how far behind he truly was. How much stronger would he need to become to stand beside someone like Jinhyuk? Meanwhile, Jinhyuk watched the twins finish off the remaining enemies. The battlefield was covered with unconscious and defeated mercenaries. The twins returned looking extremely pleased with themselves. "Good work," Jinhyuk said. The praise instantly brightened their expressions. "I still have things to do, though. You two head out first." Teresa stared at him. Only a short while ago, those two had been notorious killers feared throughout Europe. Now they were happily accepting praise like loyal subordinates. The entire situation felt absurd. Before she could comment, Jinhyuk interrupted. "From today onward, they're working for me." No one knew whether that explanation made things better or worse. A short distance away, Yusung stood beside the fallen blood ghost's corpse. His expression remained gloomy. Jinhyuk approached him. "So what now?" Yusung crossed his arms. If I remember correctly, most groups need around 20 days to clear this labyrinth. Jinhyuk laughed. That's because beginners have too much free time. Yusung didn't even bother responding. Nearby, Teresa quietly observed him. She wasn't sure what was bothering him more, the defeat itself or the impossible gap between himself and Jinhyuk. Either way, she suspected he would recover eventually. Jinhyuk then gestured toward the collection of spirits and creatures he had gathered. These little guys are our shortcut. Everyone looked over. The spirits straightened immediately. If we collect the right items from the king's tomb, we'll clear this labyrinth in about an hour. An hour. The statement left everyone speechless. Alice folded her arms. There were so many creatures following Jinhyuk now that she had completely lost count. She looked thoroughly unimpressed. On the other hand, the Dutch girl found them adorable and couldn't stop staring at them. Jinhyuk shoved his hands into his pockets. Enough standing around. He looked at the spirits. Show us the way. The creatures immediately sprang into action. With an unwilling salamander leading the route, the procession moved deeper into the ancient labyrinth. And somewhere ahead, hidden beyond countless traps and forgotten chambers, the king's tomb awaited them. As the dust of the previous battle settled, one of the bodies scattered across the battlefield suddenly twitched. A supposedly dead fighter slowly opened his eyes. He had survived by playing dead, remaining perfectly still while chaos unfolded around him. Hidden from everyone's attention, he silently observed the aftermath, careful not to reveal that he was still alive. Far away, inside the headquarters of the China Guild, a mountain of reports had accumulated on a large desk. Shouting stared at the endless paperwork with obvious irritation. She flipped through several documents before tossing them aside with a frustrated sigh. There are way too many of these. Leaving the desk behind, she walked toward the window overlooking the city below. It had already been 24 hours since Lai Wei and Sir Gun Chong had entered the tower. Since then, no reliable information had reached headquarters, and the lack of communication was beginning to worry her. Outside, ordinary people continued their daily lives. Cars moved through the streets. Shops remained open. Pedestrians chatted and laughed as if nothing unusual was happening. The sight only deepened her frustration. To them, everything seemed normal. They had no idea how fragile the world truly was. No idea how many dangers lurked beyond the tower's walls. Shouting lowered her gaze and closed her eyes for a moment. The more she thought about it, the more helpless she felt. Worrying about civilians was meaningless when even the strongest players were beyond contact. If something went wrong inside the tower, the consequences could spread far beyond anyone's imagination. Meanwhile, deep within the Valley of the Kings, the guardian spirits continued their task. Massive stone doors that had remained sealed for centuries slowly groaned open. Ancient mechanisms rumbled throughout the chamber as dust cascaded from the ceiling. The path leading to the king's tomb had finally been revealed. Teresa stared in disbelief. Yusung's expression became noticeably tense. Alice, on the other hand, looked more annoyed than impressed. Without wasting time, the group stepped through the entrance. The moment they entered, Jinhyuk raised a hand and stopped everyone. Don't touch anything. His warning came just as a system notification appeared before the party. The message explained that the tomb contained countless treasures left behind by the ancient king. However, anyone consumed by greed would fall victim to the king's curse. The warning was enough to make several people nervous. Jinhyuk wasn't one of them. He barely glanced at the notification before continuing forward. We're not here for treasure anyway. His eyes moved across the enormous chamber until they settled on a simple object resting atop a stone pedestal. A bell. It looked completely ordinary. Jinhyuk pointed toward it. That's what we're after. Everyone followed his gaze. Teresa blinked. Yusung frowned. Don't tell me. Jinhyuk nodded. If someone rings that bell, the exit to the labyrinth opens. The swordsman stared at him. Then he stared at the bell. Then back at Jinhyuk. There was no way it could be that simple. They had crossed countless traps, battled powerful enemies, and explored one of the most dangerous areas in the tower. And the solution was, ringing a bell? Yusung immediately suspected a joke. Jinhyuk noticed his expression. If you don't believe me, he said casually, I can ring it right now and kick you out of the labyrinth. The swordsman immediately fell silent. While the others were still processing the absurd revelation, Jinhyuk continued scanning the chamber. It was obvious he was searching for something else. Then the atmosphere changed. The massive doors behind the group suddenly opened. Everyone turned. A wounded man staggered inside. It was Lai Wei. Blood stained his clothing, and his condition made it clear he had barely made it this far. The moment he appeared, Jinhyuk's expression hardened. His sword was in his hand instantly. You! The room grew tense. Liu Wei ignored the hostility and reached into his robe. Instead of drawing a weapon, he pulled out an ancient scroll. The moment he unfolded it, powerful spatial energy exploded throughout the chamber. Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed. He recognized the item immediately. An early spring scroll. A rare artifact capable of forcibly connecting distant locations through space. A crack appeared in reality itself. The space before the tomb entrance twisted violently before splitting apart. A dimensional rift opened. Several figures emerged from within. Leading them was manhwa. The old man stepped through the portal accompanied by elite fighters, his presence immediately filling the room with pressure. Without hesitation, Liu Wei dropped to one knee before him. His head lowered. The Ghost Blood sect has been defeated, he reported. Their leader failed as well. Disgust filled his voice. They're nothing but useless trash. Heretics like them were never worthy of trust. manhwa listened without much reaction. His expression remained cold. Even though Liu Wei's efforts had technically provided useful information, the old man gave just him a simple praise. Jinhyuk watched the scene unfold from a distance. So the China Guild really used a divine artifact just to track me down? His tone carried obvious amusement. Your managers won't be very happy if they find out about this. The warning didn't seem to affect manhwa in the slightest. Manager complaints, he said coldly. Nonsense. To him, whatever consequences might come later were irrelevant. At this moment, only one thing mattered. And judging by the determination burning in his eyes, he had not come all this way simply to talk. manhwa's lips curled into a cold smile as he reached into his robe and pulled out a small pill. Holding it between his fingers, he calmly reminded everyone of a simple fact. The managers can't enter this labyrinth. Without hesitation, he tossed the pill into his mouth and bit down. The effect was immediate. A violent surge of mana erupted from his body, sending shockwaves through the tomb. The ancient chamber trembled as the old man's muscles expanded and his physique transformed. Veins bulged beneath his skin, his aura grew several times stronger, and the clothes stretched across his body finally tore apart under the pressure of his explosive growth. The wind generated by the eruption of power forced everyone nearby to shield their faces. manhwa spread his arms and laughed. No one will know if every one of you dies here. His killing intent flooded the tomb. Alice clicked her tongue and prepared to step forward. These insects actually think. Before she could finish, Jinhyuk quietly squeezed the ring connecting them. Alice immediately felt his message through their bond. Stay out of this. For now. The vampire frowned in annoyance, but she understood what he meant. She was still recovering, and Jinhyuk had no intention of letting her waste energy on a fight he planned to handle himself. Meanwhile, manhwa's elite fighters charged forward at their leader's command. Teresa's eyes widened. There are too many of them. Jinhyuk glanced at the advancing army and looked genuinely confused. Too many? He raised a hand. Then we'll just summon our own. Magic circles appeared one after another. The 5 elemental spirits answered his call immediately. Salamander, Undine, Sylph, Gnome, Wisp. Each spirit emerged ready for battle. Jinhyuk grinned. Go show them what you're worth. The spirits rushed forward without hesitation, colliding with the enemy forces in a chaotic explosion of magic and elemental attacks. Nearby, the Dutch girl nervously watched the battle unfold. Shouldn't we help? Yusung opened his mouth to answer, but before he could speak, the battlefield suddenly exploded. manhwa slammed both fists into the ground. The floor shattered. A massive crater opened beneath him, swallowing his figure. Then he disappeared. A split second later he emerged directly behind Jinhyuk. Every ounce of his enhanced power was concentrated into a single devastating punch. The attack carried enough force to demolish fortress walls. Yet Jinhyuk casually stepped aside. The fist missed. Stone exploded where he had been standing. manhwa growled. Again. And again. And again. Every attack missed. No matter how much power he unleashed, Jinhyuk continued slipping away by the narrowest margins. The old man's frustration grew with every failed strike. Stop running, he roared. Fight me properly. To his surprise, Jinhyuk suddenly stopped. A strange smile appeared on his face. I found it. manhwa froze. What? Jinhyuk held up an object. The moment manhwa saw it, his expression darkened. A horn. Ancient. Black. Covered in mysterious carvings. His eyes immediately recognized it. The Horn of Despair. Jinhyuk nodded. Exactly. The artifact was infamous. Every time it was blown, it triggered a catastrophic disaster. Legends claimed that anyone reckless enough to survive 3 catastrophes and sound it a 4th time would receive extraordinary fortune. Most people considered the story suicidal nonsense. manhwa certainly did. You can't possibly be serious. He pointed toward the tomb around them. We're trapped in a closed space. How exactly do you plan to survive 3 catastrophes? Jinhyuk simply smiled. Then he inhaled deeply and blew into the horn. The sound echoed throughout the entire labyrinth. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a system announcement appeared. First cataclysm activated. Moenua's face immediately paled. A colossal shadow fell across the battlefield. Everyone slowly looked upward. Something enormous was moving through the darkness. The first disaster had arrived. A gigantic black scorpion emerged from the depths of the tomb. Its body was larger than a building. Its stinger alone looked capable of impaling entire groups of players. The creature immediately attacked. Its massive limbs swept across the battlefield, smashing fighters aside like toys. Elite warriors were launched through the air and buried beneath mountains of treasure. The entire tomb descended into chaos. Teresa looked around frantically. "Where's Alice?" Yusung grabbed her arm. "Worry about yourself first." Activating battlefield selection, he opened a spatial rift and pulled Teresa away from the scorpion's attack path. Meanwhile, Moenua stared at Jinhyuk as though he had gone completely insane. "You've lost your mind." Jinhyuk laughed. "We're just getting started." He leaped onto the giant scorpion's tail and sprinted upward. Moenua immediately chased after him. "Stop!" Ignoring him, Jinhyuk reached higher ground, balanced himself on the monster's enormous stinger, and raised the horn once more. The patriarch's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "No!" The second blast echoed through the tomb. Second cataclysm activated. A massive magic seal appeared beneath Moenua's feet. The old man looked down. The floor opened. A gigantic mouth emerged from the darkness below. Rows of monstrous teeth stretched endlessly into the abyss. The mud predator. The second disaster. Tentacles burst upward from the creature's maw. Moenua slashed them apart with his sword, but his subordinates weren't nearly as fortunate. Several fighters were grabbed instantly. Their screams echoed through the chamber before the monster swallowed them whole. Its jaws snapped shut. Blood sprayed across the battlefield. Panic spread. Even Liawei stumbled backward in terror. The deputy heard his name shouted. Moenua, still fighting off tentacles, pointed his sword toward Jinhyuk. "Get me that horn." Liawei blinked. "What? The horn?" Moenua roared. "He's causing all of this." Realization hit him immediately. The old man threw one of his spare swords. The weapon stabbed into the ground directly in front of Liawei. "I don't usually lend my blades," Moenua said. "Take it. Bring me that horn no matter what." Liawei grabbed the sword and nodded. "I understand." Unfortunately for him, obtaining the horn would not be easy. The elemental spirits were still battling throughout the tomb. Although most of their attention had shifted toward containing the disasters themselves, they remained a significant obstacle. As the battlefield descended deeper into madness, Moenua continued pursuing Jinhyuk relentlessly. Yet every strike missed. Every attack failed. The young player danced between disasters, enemies, and collapsing terrain as though he had planned the entire situation from the beginning. The patriarch gritted his teeth. His anger was reaching its limit, but he forced himself to stay calm. Jinhyuk wasn't acting randomly. The old man finally understood. The boy fully intended to blow the horn a third time. And after that, a fourth. The legend about obtaining extraordinary fortune wasn't a bluff. Jinhyuk was deliberately rushing toward it. A dangerous smile appeared on Moenua's face. If the fourth activation truly granted such a reward, then there was no reason Jinhyuk should be the one to claim it. The old man launched himself forward once again. This time, he wasn't chasing the boy. He was chasing the horn. And whatever miracle awaited the person who survived its final catastrophe. Jinhyuk narrowly leaned back as Moyang's fist tore through the air where his face had been a moment earlier. Another punch followed, then another, each one carrying enough force to shatter stone walls. While avoiding the relentless assault, he began to understand exactly what was going through the old man's mind. Moyang had become obsessed with the Horn of Despair. He believed the legend that spoke of unimaginable fortune appearing after the fourth activation. To him, the horn was no longer a dangerous artifact, it was a shortcut to power. Landing lightly atop an ancient sarcophagus, Jinhyuk tightened his grip on the artifact and smirked to himself. The old man only understood half of the legend. Yes, the horn could bring luck. But fortune was never guaranteed. Everything depended on who used it. For one person, it could open the path to greatness. For another, it could deliver absolute ruin. Without hesitation, Jinhyuk raised the horn to his lips and blew into it for the third time. The tomb trembled. A deafening sound echoed through the ancient chamber as space itself split apart. A massive crack appeared in the air ahead, radiating blinding white light. The surviving warriors instinctively shielded their eyes. The pressure pouring from the rift was overwhelming. Then something emerged. A towering creature slowly stepped through the dimensional fracture. Its body seemed to exist between matter and light, constantly shifting and distorting. This was the third despair of the King's Tomb, a legendary monster feared even by ancient civilizations. The creature swung one arm. Immediately, dozens of glowing ribbons shot outward in every direction. At first they appeared beautiful, like streams of divine energy. Then screams erupted. Anything touched by the ribbons was instantly sliced apart. Soldiers were severed before they could even react. Walls split open. Golden treasures shattered into fragments. The entire tomb became a slaughterhouse. One of the luminous ribbons raced directly toward Jinhyuk. He calmly raised his shield. The impact launched him backward, sending him crashing across the floor. Dust exploded into the air. At the same time, the horn slipped from his fingers. At least, that's what everyone thought. Hidden beneath the dust cloud, Jinhyuk's lips curved upward. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. The artifact rolled across the stone floor until it stopped beside another person. Leoi. The deputy stared down at the horn with wide eyes. Across the battlefield, Moyang immediately stretched out his hand. "Bring it here." His voice thundered through the tomb. "Hurry!" Yet Leoi didn't move. The old patriarch frowned. "What are you doing?" Leoi slowly lifted the horn. His gaze remained fixed on the artifact. "Why should only you have the chance?" he asked quietly. The battlefield seemed to freeze. Moyang's expression darkened. Leoi looked at him and laughed bitterly. "I've followed orders my entire life. I've fought. I've bled. I've sacrificed everything. Can't I be greedy just once?" Jinhyuk suddenly sat upright. For the first time, genuine panic appeared on his face. "Don't!" he shouted. But he was already too late. Leoi pressed the horn to his lips. His eyes burned with desperate greed. "Give me that luck!" The fourth blast echoed throughout the king's tomb. Silence followed. A system notification appeared before everyone. Peace has returned to the king's tomb. The cataclysms have been released. For a brief moment, nobody understood what that meant. Then the world changed. Far away, beyond the tower, the sky itself turned crimson. Ash drifted through the air like black snow. People filled the streets, screaming and running in terror. Cars crashed. Buildings shook. Phones slipped from trembling hands. Above the city, a gigantic portal opened in the sky. One after another, the three despairs emerged into the real world. The black scorpion smashed through entire blocks with its enormous body. The mud predator devoured roads, vehicles, and anything unfortunate enough to be caught by its massive jaws. And the third despair unleashed ribbons of light that sliced through everything in their path. Back inside the isolated battlefield, Teresa immediately turned toward the portal. "We have to go!" she shouted. Yusung didn't move. The swordsman casually uncorked a healing potion with his teeth and drank from it. Teresa stared at him in disbelief. "How can you sit there? There are people dying out there." Yusung lowered the bottle. "And what exactly are you planning to do? There are 5 minutes left before this space collapses." Teresa clenched her fists. "But Jinhyuk!" Yusung burst out laughing. The Dutch girl looked at him as if he had lost his mind. When he finally stopped laughing, he shook his head. "After all this time, you still don't understand him." The saint blinked. Yusung leaned against a wall. "That idiot notices things nobody else sees." He tossed another healing potion toward Teresa. "I'm willing to bet everything happening right now is part of his plan." Teresa caught the bottle instinctively. Yusung closed his eyes. "So save your strength. There isn't any point interfering." The remaining minutes passed slowly. Then the battlefield selection skill finally expired. The isolated dimension shattered like broken glass. Fragments of space dissolved around them. When reality returned, the group found themselves standing amidst complete devastation. The tomb had become a graveyard. Broken bodies littered the ground. Destroyed treasures lay scattered everywhere. A chilling silence filled the air. Teresa looked around. "Where are the despairs?" Before anyone could answer, a horrifying scream echoed nearby. Leoi had collapsed onto his knees. He was clutching his head, staring upward in horror. Everyone followed his gaze. Massive system screens had appeared across the sky. The displays showed live images from outside the tower. Entire city districts were being destroyed. The black scorpion smashed buildings apart like toys. The mud predator dragged vehicles underground beneath enormous tentacles. Panic consumed the streets. Millions were watching the disaster unfold in real time. Another notification appeared. The master of the king's tomb offers sinners a chance at redemption. A portal has been created. Eliminate the three despairs and atone for disturbing the tomb. A massive gateway opened before them. Leoi immediately tried to rush toward it. "My homeland is there." He screamed. "I have to go." Moyang grabbed him before he could move. The deputy struggled desperately. The old patriarch held him firmly. "Calm down. You'll die before you even reach them." Lioi continued fighting against his grip. Meanwhile, Moyang reached for the horn. His expression was dark. Very dark. He activated the early spring scroll once more. A portal appeared behind him as surviving warriors began gathering the wounded. One soldier dragged the sobbing deputy away. Others silently followed their leader. Before stepping through the portal, Moyang glanced at the disaster still playing across the floating screens. A terrible thought crossed his mind. If he had been the one to blow the horn a fourth time, would those monsters have appeared in Miram instead? The old man's expression became complicated. He had failed to eliminate Jinhyuk. He had lost soldiers. He had suffered humiliation. Yet despite everything, perhaps fate had shown him a small amount of mercy. Because somewhere beyond the tower, the mud predator was currently tearing through another city while terrified civilians fled for their lives. And for the first time since entering the king's tomb, Moyang found himself wondering whether Jinhyuk had been manipulating every single person there from the very beginning. The city had become a nightmare. Entire residential blocks were collapsing beneath the rampage of the colossal scorpion. Concrete shattered like brittle glass beneath its massive legs. Smoke poured into the sky from burning buildings, while sirens echoed endlessly through the ruined streets. Panicked civilians fled in every direction, desperately searching for safety as destruction followed close behind. Standing before one of the floating system screens, Jinhyuk silently watched the devastation unfold. His expression remained unreadable, but his fists slowly tightened at his sides. Around him, the 5 elemental spirits approached cautiously. Even they could sense the unusual tension surrounding their master. None of them dared to speak. Without warning, Jinhyuk stepped forward and entered the portal. "Jinhyuk!" Teresa called after him, surprised by his sudden decision. He didn't even turn around. The portal swallowed him whole. Moments later, he arrived in the middle of chaos. The headquarters of the China Guild was barely recognizable. Entire sections of the building had been ripped apart. Walls had collapsed. Floors were missing. Fires burned throughout the structure. And then the building suffered another violent impact. The gigantic scorpion slammed into the remains of the headquarters, sending debris flying everywhere. Near the shattered entrance, Shang struggled to remain standing. Blood stained her uniform. Her spear trembled slightly in her grip. Through a massive hole in the wall, the enormous creature stared directly at her. Its countless eyes gleamed with predatory intent as it slowly advanced. Despite her injuries, Shang gritted her teeth and activated her defensive skill. A barrier of energy erupted around her just as the monster attacked. The impact shattered the surrounding area. The force launched her through the air like a ragdoll. She crashed into the broken street, rolled across cracked asphalt, and finally came to a stop near a group of terrified civilians. Pain shot through every part of her body. Even so, she forced herself back onto her feet. The nearby civilians stared at her with frightened expressions. "What are you looking at?" she snapped. "Run! Stop standing around and evacuate." The frightened crowd immediately scattered. Shang tightened her grip on her spear and faced the approaching monster once more. Her legs felt heavy. Her breathing was uneven. She knew she wasn't strong enough to defeat something like this. But that didn't matter. If she could buy one more second, one more minute, if she could simply survive until Gun Chong returned, then maybe there was still hope. Determination filled her eyes as she planted her feet firmly on the ruined street. The scorpion towered above her like a living mountain. Compared to it, she looked insignificant. Yet she refused to retreat. Then 2 figures suddenly flashed past her. Before she could react, twin streaks of steel struck the monster. The massive creature was forced backward. Shock appeared on Shang's face. Jinhyuk had arrived. Beside him stood Yusung. The swordsman glanced toward the giant scorpion before turning to Jinhyuk. "How long?" Jinhyuk's answer came immediately. 10 minutes. Yusung raised an eyebrow. 10? A grin slowly spread across his face. Looking back toward the monster, he rolled his shoulders. "That's more than enough time to end that thing." He lowered his stance and pointed his sword directly at the scorpion. The surrounding air trembled. An instant later, countless fragments of shimmering glass-like energy exploded outward. Both Yusung and the disaster vanished inside the distorted battlefield created by his skill. The enormous monster disappeared from the city. For now. The streets suddenly felt quieter. Jinhyuk began walking away. Only then did Shang fully recognize him. Her eyes widened. "You?" she asked. "What are you doing here?" Jinhyuk stopped and glanced over his shoulder. For a moment, he looked genuinely confused by the question. Then he smiled. "Aren't you asking something obvious?" Shang frowned. Jinhyuk pointed toward the disasters ravaging the city. I'm here to farm experience points. His casual answer left her speechless. Elsewhere, the third despair continued its rampage. The monstrous being drifted through the city like a harbinger of death. Every movement released glowing ribbons of destructive energy. Buildings were sliced apart. Vehicles exploded. Anything touched by the ribbons was instantly severed. One such ribbon suddenly curved through the streets and locked onto a fleeing civilian. The young man ran desperately, but the attack was faster. He wasn't going to make it. Before the ribbon could reach him, a flash of golden light appeared. Teresa stepped into its path. Sacred energy erupted from her body. Her physical abilities surged. With a single powerful swing, she shattered the incoming ribbon into countless fragments of light. The civilian collapsed to the ground behind her, saved by mere seconds. Teresa exhaled slowly and looked around. The situation was worse than she had imagined. People were trapped everywhere. Many hadn't escaped in time. Others were injured and unable to move. And towering above all of them was the third despair itself. The gigantic creature turned toward her. Its enormous form blocked out the light behind it. For a brief moment, Teresa felt incredibly small. Yet she tightened her grip on her weapon and stood her ground. Because if nobody fought back, there would be no one left to protect. Teresa tightened her grip on her weapon until her knuckles turned white. Fear was clawing at the edges of her mind, but she forced herself to remain standing. Every second she could keep the disaster occupied was another second for civilians to escape. That alone was enough reason to keep fighting. Across from her, the monstrous creature known as the Third Despair slowly tilted its head. A crack spread across its smooth face. At first it looked harmless, but then the fissure widened into a grotesque mouth filled with countless jagged teeth. The sight alone was enough to make even experienced warriors hesitate. The creature lifted one arm. Dark ribbons of energy erupted into the air around it. Unlike before, these ribbons didn't simply fly toward their targets. They twisted together, weaving into one another like living snakes. The tangled mass surged forward, splitting apart only at the last moment as dozens of sharpened tendrils shot toward Teresa from every direction. Golden light burst from her shield. The incoming attack slammed against the barrier, scattering fragments of dark energy across the street. For an instant, she believed she had stopped them. Then she heard the screams behind her. Teresa's eyes widened. Several ribbons had curved around her defenses entirely. They pierced fleeing civilians before she could react. Men, women, and children froze where they stood. Their bodies trembled violently as black energy spread through their veins. Their expressions twisted into masks of agony. "What?" Teresa whispered. The answer came immediately. The dark ribbons withdrew from their victims. But the people they left behind were no longer human. Their skin darkened. Their limbs distorted. Their eyes became hollow and lifeless. One by one, the infected civilians transformed into monstrous creatures. The saint stared in horror. The very people she had been trying to save were now charging toward her. Her body reacted before her mind could. Divine energy exploded from her armor, surrounding her in holy light. The corrupted creatures threw themselves at her, only to be burned apart upon contact with the sacred power. Yet that victory felt empty. Each monster she destroyed had once been an innocent person. A young girl sprinted directly at her. Blood poured from a wound that should have stopped her long ago, but she continued forward without hesitation. Teresa instinctively swung her blade. The girl was cut down. Still, the sight left Teresa frozen. The monster had forced her to kill the very people she wanted to protect. Above the battlefield, the Third Despair's twisted mouth stretched wider. It looked almost amused. As if it were laughing at her helplessness. As if it enjoyed watching her suffer. Elsewhere in the city, another battle was unfolding. The Black Scorpion's massive stinger descended like a falling tower. Yusung launched himself into the air just before impact. The attack shattered the street below, sending debris flying in every direction. Without losing momentum, Yusung twisted midair and grabbed hold of the monster's stinger. Energy surged through his body. The buffs from his sword techniques ignited at full strength. His eyes sharpened. For a brief moment, he remembered Jinhyuk. Not the confident schemer everyone knew. But the version of him he had glimpsed recently, a man carrying burdens he rarely showed. That thought steadied him. Jinhyuk wasn't invincible. He wasn't perfect. And if that reckless idiot was still fighting, then Yusung had no excuse to fall behind. With a roar, he unleashed his attack. The Song of Blades erupted. Dozens of sword strikes landed in an instant. The scorpion's stinger was severed and sent spinning through the air. A shrill screech echoed across the battlefield as dark blood sprayed from the wound. Yusung landed on the broken pavement below. A grim smile appeared on his face. For the first time since the battle began, he had drawn real blood. Meanwhile, the mud predator continued rampaging through another district of the city. Entire roads were being torn apart by its tentacles. Vehicles were crushed like toys. Buildings collapsed as the enormous creature moved through the streets. Far above the destruction, Jin-hyuk observed everything from the roof of a damaged skyscraper. A hidden quest notification hovered before him. Destroy the 3 despairs. Reward, unknown. He dismissed the screen without much interest. Alice watched the chaos below with folded arms. If you want, she said casually, I can handle all 3 myself. To her, the disasters looked more like annoyances than threats. Jin-hyuk shook his head. There are too many witnesses. Alice clicked her tongue in annoyance but didn't argue further. Silence settled between them. Jin-hyuk stared down at the ruined streets. Smoke filled the air. Emergency sirens echoed endlessly. Bodies lay trapped beneath collapsed structures. Injured civilians cried out for help. The destruction before him was far greater than he had intended. Originally, his plan had been simple. The 3 despairs were supposed to appear in Murim. The resulting confusion would have allowed him to quietly steal valuable treasures, including the rebound pill and several legendary martial arts manuals. It would have been dangerous, but manageable. Instead, Leoi's greed had changed everything. One selfish decision had redirected the catastrophe toward innocent cities. Toward ordinary people who had nothing to do with the tower's conflicts. Jin-hyuk's jaw tightened. His hands slowly curled into fists inside his pockets. For once, there was no amusement in his eyes. No schemes. No smug confidence. Only frustration. Because the disaster unfolding beneath him was no longer part of the game he had planned. It had become something real. And now countless people were paying the price for someone else's greed. Jin-hyuk stared down at the devastation below, his jaw tightening as anger simmered beneath the surface. The city had become a battlefield. Buildings crumbled under the relentless assault of the disasters, streets were buried beneath rubble, and smoke darkened the sky. The destruction unfolding before him was far beyond what he had intended. He had planned to exploit chaos, not watch innocent people suffer beneath it. His grip tightened around his weapon as frustration boiled over. Without another word, he drew his bow. The string stretched taut, and 3 arrows materialized before being released in rapid succession. The projectiles screamed through the air, gathering momentum as they descended toward their target. As they converged around the mud disaster, a geometric barrier formed around the creature, trapping it inside. Jin-hyuk immediately followed, diving into the enclosure himself. The moment he landed, he crossed his blades and activated Mandala. A storm of attacks erupted from him, each strike fueled by genuine fury. This time there would be no calculated manipulation, no careful scheming. He simply wanted the monster gone. Elsewhere, Teresa struggled desperately against the 3rd catastrophe. She extended her hand and released waves of holy healing energy, hoping to save the civilians who had fallen under the creature's influence. To her horror, nothing happened. The corrupted victims remained unchanged, continuing their mindless assault. She quickly realized that her divine power could not restore them. Worse still, direct contact with her sacred aura would only destroy them. The realization left her trapped between 2 impossible choices. Determined not to give up, Teresa activated Sacred Fall. Brilliant golden light exploded from beneath the streets as pillars of holy energy erupted around the disaster. She dashed through the crowd of possessed civilians, carefully avoiding fatal strikes, before channeling sacred enhancement into her blade. Her sword plunged into the monster's chest. For a moment, hope appeared. Golden smoke rose from the wound, proving that her holy power was affecting the creature. But the victory lasted only seconds. The monster's grotesque body twisted. Veins bulged beneath its skin as it spread its arms wide. Dozens of dark ribbons shot outward, wrapping themselves around terrified civilians. Before Teresa could intervene, the victims were violently dragged toward the creature. Her eyes widened. A childhood memory flashed before her. She remembered her parents teaching her the duty carried by the Larentia family. Protect the innocent. Stand between danger and those who cannot defend themselves. No matter the cost. She had cherished those words her entire life. Now she watched helplessly as the monster opened its massive mouth. The civilians vanished into darkness. Blood rained across the street. A single shoe landed near her feet. Teresa collapsed to her knees. Her mind refused to accept what she had witnessed. Tears streamed down her face as despair consumed her. She whispered that it should have been her instead. Again and again she repeated the same broken words, begging for death rather than endure the guilt. The tears darkened as corruption began spreading through her soul. The disaster laughed. Then its laughter stopped. A massive shadow fell across the battlefield. One catastrophe slammed into another. The mud disaster crashed directly into the thought creature, sending both monsters tumbling across the city. Jin-hyuk landed between them, his expression colder than either disaster had ever seen. One glance told him everything he needed to know. Teresa sat broken on the ground, overwhelmed by grief. That was unacceptable. Raising one hand, Jin-hyuk tore open a rift in space. A blinding light erupted from within. The disasters turned toward it just as the enormous head of the ancient dragon Goguma emerged from the portal. Even limited by the tower's restrictions, the dragon radiated overwhelming power. System warnings immediately appeared. Mana consumption increased. Additional penalties applied. Jin-hyuk ignored every notification. "I don't care." The dragon's eyes blazed. Mana spiraled into a vortex around its jaws as it prepared its breath attack. Jin-hyuk rushed to Teresa's side and erected a protective barrier around them. Without even looking back, he issued a simple command. "Destroy them." The dragon obeyed. A pillar of annihilating light erupted across the city. The thought disaster vanished beneath the attack. The explosion carved a gigantic crater between rows of buildings. When the light faded, nothing remained of the monster except a dark stain deep within the pit. The battle was over. Shrinking back to a smaller form, Goguma approached Teresa and gently nudged her forehead. The dragon then turned toward its master with a pitiful whine. Jin-hyuk activated greedy gaze and carefully examined the saint's condition. What he found troubled him. Signs of infection. Alice stepped beside him and calmly asked whether the saint had fallen. "No," Jin-hyuk answered. The vampire reminded him that an infected saint was one of the most dangerous outcomes imaginable. "I know." His voice remained grim. From this point onward, everyone would need to be cautious around Teresa. Meanwhile, another battle reached its conclusion. The black scorpion collapsed lifelessly onto the street. Yusung dropped to one knee nearby, exhausted and bleeding. His sword had shattered during the fight, but he had achieved victory. Levels continued rising as rewards flooded into his system. When Jin-hyuk approached, Yusung looked up. "You handled it." The simple praise surprised him. The swordsman glanced at the remains of his broken weapon and admitted that the gap between them still felt enormous. Yet for the first time, he no longer believed that gap was impossible to cross. He pointed the ruined blade toward Jin-hyuk and declared that one day he would reach that level himself. Jin-hyuk raised an eyebrow. Then he tossed Fontaine's sword toward him. The legendary weapon landed in Yusung's hands. "Throw away the broken junk." For several seconds, the swordsman could only stare at the weapon in disbelief. Without waiting for thanks, Jin-hyuk turned away and accepted the system's request to return all participants to the ballroom. Back inside the tower, the aftermath of the incident was already unfolding. Hastings stood before the assembled players and announced that forces from Murim had illegally interfered with the trial while evading the observers. As administrator of the upper floors, he formally apologized for the breach. However, an apology alone would not resolve the issue. With a snap of his fingers, a massive magic circle appeared overhead. Punishment was issued immediately. Murim's faction would have every coin and resource under its control confiscated. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Furious protests erupted from supporters, but the decision had already been finalized. Yoshio clenched his teeth in frustration. Communication with both Carmen and Mansu had vanished, and now Murim faced financial ruin. Desperate for answers, he pushed through the crowd. Then he suddenly stopped. A familiar sword caught his eye. His expression darkened instantly. The heavenly spring sword. The treasured weapon was hanging openly at a stranger's side. Furious, Yoshio grabbed the owner by the chest and accused him of carrying stolen property. The owner slowly turned. Yusung. Recognition flashed across Yoshio's face, but it came too late. Yusung had already reached for the hilt. Moments later, Yoshio was lying on the floor. The swordsman walked away without even looking back. "Watch your mouth next time." As Yoshio struggled to understand what had happened, Yusung admired the balance and quality of his new sword. Nearby, Jin-hyuk watched the scene unfold with a satisfied grin. The final condition for copying Yoshio's skill had required defeating him indirectly, through another person's hands rather than his own. That condition had now been fulfilled perfectly. As excitement spread throughout the ballroom over the newly announced quest, Hastings quietly stepped onto a balcony overlooking the gathering. The goblin administrator settled into a chair and observed the crowd with amusement. Players were busy reading system notifications, exchanging theories, and discussing the unexpected developments that had shaken the tower. While most of them remained focused on their screens, Hastings glanced toward Jin-hyuk and casually mentioned that things had originally been expected to unfold very differently. According to the tower's plans, Jin-hyuk should have ended up joining one of the existing factions just like everyone else. Scratching his cheek awkwardly, the goblin once again apologized for the interference caused by Murim's forces during the trial. He admitted that the administrators had failed to prevent outside involvement and regretted the complications it had caused. Jin-hyuk simply slipped a hand into his pocket and replied that unexpected situations were inevitable. No matter how carefully something was planned, there would always be variables beyond anyone's control. Hastings nodded in agreement. After all, despite every obstacle placed in his path, Jin-hyuk had not only survived but had completely overturned the situation and emerged victorious. Smiling thoughtfully, the goblin closed his eyes and asked what the young man intended to do next. If there was anything within his authority that could assist him, he was willing to listen. Jin-hyuk raised 2 fingers. "I need 2 things." Before the conversation could continue, the large doors of the hall burst open. Hastings rushed inside with dramatic enthusiasm, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The players looked up in confusion as the goblin demanded a moment of their time. His excitement was impossible to hide. He bounced on his heels while grinning broadly, clearly enjoying the suspense. "I have an important announcement." The room gradually fell silent. Hastings proudly declared that Jin-hyuk had officially decided not to join any of the established factions within the tower. For a brief moment, the announcement was met with mixed reactions. Some players failed to understand why this mattered. Others immediately sensed that something far bigger was coming. Their suspicions proved correct. With a theatrical flourish, Hastings revealed the second part of the announcement. Rather than joining an existing power, Jin-hyuk intended to establish an entirely new faction of his own. The room erupted into whispers. Creating a completely independent faction was almost unheard of. Most players spent their careers competing for invitations from powerful organizations. Very few possessed the resources, influence, or qualifications required to found one themselves. Hastings raised his hands to quiet the crowd and explained how such a thing had become possible. During the recent events, Jin-hyuk had accumulated an astonishing 1.5 million points. Hidden deep within the tower's rules was a special condition: any player who reached that threshold earned the right to create a new faction. As he explained, Hastings couldn't help casting a curious glance toward Jin-hyuk. Even he had no idea how the young man had discovered such an obscure requirement. It was almost as though he had known the secret route from the beginning. The celebration didn't last long. A furious voice suddenly cut through the hall. Penheimer stepped forward from the Empire's delegation, his expression dark with anger. Pointing directly at Jin-hyuk, he openly objected to the formation of the new faction. The crowd immediately became even more interested. According to tower regulations, major factions had the right to formally oppose the creation of rival organizations. If the objection was accepted, the aspiring faction could be blocked from forming for an entire year. Hastings looked delighted. Conflict between powerful forces always made for excellent entertainment. Penheimer marched directly toward Jin-hyuk, fists clenched tightly. He demanded an explanation, accusing the player of betraying the Empire after everything they had invested. In his eyes, Jin-hyuk had already agreed to join their side. Jin-hyuk remained completely calm. "You misunderstand." The young man reminded him that he had never agreed to join the Empire. He had only promised to consider their proposal. The distinction was small. The consequences were enormous. Realization immediately appeared on Penheimer's face. The Empire had spent tremendous resources fulfilling Jin-hyuk's conditions, believing they were securing a future ally. Now it became painfully obvious that he had never intended to commit himself in the first place. Mana began surging violently around the old warrior. The atmosphere grew tense. Penheimer demanded that Jin-hyuk honor his word, his voice carrying enough pressure to make nearby players instinctively step back. His patience had run out. Jin-hyuk, however, simply smiled. He knew every major faction was watching this confrontation closely. If he showed weakness now, the dream of establishing his own faction could collapse before it even began. The moment required a display of strength powerful enough to silence every doubter. A faint smirk appeared on his face. The situation had unfolded even better than expected. This was the perfect opportunity to reveal one of the cards he had been keeping hidden. Nearby, Alice lifted her head with obvious boredom. She had been quietly observing the entire exchange without much interest. Just as she was preparing to ignore the commotion altogether, Jin-hyuk suddenly turned toward her. The vampire raised an eyebrow. Her master calmly reminded her that she hadn't been doing much lately. The look on his face suggested he was about to give her a very interesting job. Alice's indifferent expression vanished the instant Jin-hyuk turned toward her and made an unexpected request. "Let me borrow your power for a moment." Before she could respond, scarlet energy erupted between them. The connection of their contract activated, and the skill blood pact transferred a portion of the vampire's abilities directly to its master. Crimson light flooded the entire hall, wrapping itself around Jin-hyuk like a living storm. As the transfer completed, he gained temporary control over a terrifying ability capable of influencing the blood flowing through every living creature within his range. The atmosphere changed immediately. A violent vortex of red mana swirled around him, shaking the room with its pressure. Players instinctively stepped back. Even veteran representatives from powerful factions stared in stunned silence. The energy pouring from Jinhyuk felt less like the power of a human player and more like that of an ancient predator awakening from a long slumber. Penheimer was among the first to understand the danger. The old warrior looked down at his own hands and felt the blood within his veins react uncontrollably. It was as though every drop in his body had suddenly fallen under someone else's authority. Horror appeared on his face as he realized what that meant. Across from him, Jinhyuk calmly gathered crimson energy into his palm, demonstrating exactly how much control he now possessed. At that moment, Penheimer understood a simple truth. There was no chance of recruiting this man. The Empire could offer wealth, authority, territory, and influence, but none of it would matter. Someone capable of reaching such heights would never willingly become another faction's subordinate. A powerful gust of mana swept through the hall. Penheimer raised an arm to shield himself before finally lowering his head. His earlier objections vanished. With visible reluctance, he withdrew his opposition and admitted defeat. The crowd remained silent. Even Hastings seemed surprised by how quickly the confrontation had ended. Watching from above, the goblin found himself recalling an earlier conversation. Some time ago, while casually drinking tea, Rick had asked him to keep a close eye on Jinhyuk. At the time, the library manager had confidently predicted that the young man would surpass every expectation placed upon him. Now, witnessing the scene firsthand, Hastings could no longer deny it. Rick had been right. Jinhyuk was becoming something extraordinary. With the issue settled, Hastings enthusiastically reminded everyone that a newly recognized faction required an official name. The entire hall turned toward Jinhyuk. For a moment, he fell into thought. The system patiently waited for an answer. Then the decision was made. A notification echoed throughout the tower. A new faction had been registered. Veterans Company. The announcement spread through the hall like wildfire. Players exchanged surprised looks while representatives from numerous factions immediately began re-evaluating their plans. A completely new power had just entered the tower's political landscape. Penheimer frowned upon hearing the name. Before departing, he cast one final glance toward Jinhyuk and warned him that their next meeting would not be so simple. Though he had chosen to step back today, their unfinished business remained. With those words, he entered a portal and disappeared, leaving behind only a lingering promise that their paths would cross again. Time passed. Outside the tower, Beijing was slowly recovering from the disaster. The city remained scarred, but reconstruction efforts were already underway. Construction cranes dominated the skyline. Damaged roads were being rebuilt. Entire districts buzzed with workers laboring day and night to restore what had been lost. Near the center of the city stood a newly constructed memorial dedicated to those who had died during the catastrophe. People gathered there every day. Flowers covered the base of the monument. Families mourned. Survivors paid their respects. Others simply stood in silence, reflecting on how close the city had come to complete destruction. Among those present was Shang. Kneeling before the memorial, she quietly honored the victims while trying to ignore the crowd forming around her. Reporters had quickly noticed her presence. Cameras flashed repeatedly as journalists pressed forward with questions. They wanted answers. Where was Gun Chong? What would happen to the China Guild? Who would lead it now? The questions came one after another. The situation was understandable. Once regarded as the most powerful guild in the country, the China Guild had effectively collapsed overnight. Its leadership had vanished, many of its strongest members were gone, and uncertainty surrounded its future. Shang slowly rose to her feet. For a moment, she simply closed her eyes. When she finally spoke, her voice carried none of the pride or confidence people expected from a representative of such a famous organization. This time, we weren't saved by the government. The reporters fell silent. We weren't saved by the China Guild either. As she spoke, a familiar figure walked past the memorial. Jinhyuk. Shang watched him for a brief moment before continuing. The first people to arrive after the disaster began were players from Korea. Not far away, several survivors stood quietly in front of the monument. Unlike the politicians, officials, and media personnel surrounding the area, they cared little about public statements. They remembered exactly who had appeared when the city was burning. And they remembered who had risked everything to stop the disasters when nobody else could. The memorial had become one of the busiest places in the city. Survivors, grieving families, and ordinary citizens gathered before the monument erected to honor those who had lost their lives during the catastrophe. A representative of the China Guild spoke quietly to reporters, admitting that without outside assistance the death toll would have been far worse. Looking at the countless flowers covering the base of the monument, Jin-hyuk felt a rare heaviness settle in his chest. Around him, people mourned openly, some kneeling in silence while others cried beside photographs of loved ones. To keep his emotions under control, he activated Cold Heart, forcing himself to remain calm despite the weight of everything he had witnessed. He stepped forward and placed a single white flower among the many bouquets before turning away. Elsewhere, Alice lay sprawled across a bed, complaining that she had nearly died from boredom. She could hardly believe Jin-hyuk's decision to establish his own faction instead of joining one of the powerful organizations competing for influence inside the tower. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk focused on expanding his newly founded faction. Spending a portion of his resources, he increased the membership limit and began sending invitations. One envelope after another materialized before flying toward the people he wanted by his side. The first response arrived almost immediately. Yusung accepted without hesitation, his new sword resting in its scabbard as the notification appeared before him. One after another, Jin-hyuk's allies joined the organization. Soon the faction roster began filling with familiar names. Only Teresa declined. Already committed to another organization, she politely rejected the invitation. Jin-hyuk was not particularly surprised. Given her background and position, joining the Empire made perfect sense. Even so, she remained the only person among his close companions who chose a different path. Then another notification appeared. Andrea, the genius known throughout the lower floors of the tower, had accepted his invitation. A satisfied smile crossed Jin-hyuk's face. With talented members scattered throughout various floors, his new faction would possess access to enormous resources and information networks. His rewards were not finished yet. Among the items he had received for eliminating the body of thought was a special coupon that granted a free skill copy. Without hesitation, he activated it. Standing before him was Osiris. Jin-hyuk selected Sanctuary of the Sun, a powerful ability capable of reproducing divine energy. The moment the copy succeeded, countless notifications flooded his vision. His mana reserve surged upward at an alarming rate. Message after message appeared, each reporting another increase. He dismissed them impatiently, only for an entirely new status window to materialize before him. Studying the updated information, a grin slowly spread across his face. Once again, he had become significantly stronger. Watching from nearby, Alice found herself increasingly confused. She had met many unusual individuals throughout her long life, but Jin-hyuk continued to defy every expectation. Suddenly a troubling realization struck her. He had somehow been the first person capable of borrowing power from her blood path. The more she thought about him, the stranger everything seemed. There were things he knew that should have been impossible for an ordinary outsider to know. Many of his actions suggested knowledge possessed only by beings who had lived within the tower itself. Determined to question him, she rose from the bed. Before she could speak, however, her body flickered unexpectedly. A wave of weakness washed over her, forcing her to steady herself. Jin-hyuk immediately noticed the change and asked what was wrong. Alice concealed her confusion and instead claimed she merely wanted to know his future plans. Jin-hyuk answered casually that his next destination would be the 8th floor, though he still had several matters to handle before making the journey. One of those matters involved Hastings. Catching the goblin manager before he left, Jin-hyuk handed him a sealed letter and requested that it be delivered to Homian. Curious, Hastings asked what was inside. Jin-hyuk merely smirked and described it as a business proposal. Not long afterward, he arrived inside a vast cavern filled with stalactites hanging from the ceiling. A lone figure stood balanced atop a stone pillar waiting for him. It was Homian, leader of the Black Wind Society. The martial artist stood with his hands behind his back, studying Jin-hyuk with a stern expression. Without wasting time, Jin-hyuk activated Greedy Gaze and tossed a book toward him. At the same moment, a system notification appeared. To copy Homian's skill, he would first need to give the martial artist genuine hope for success. Far away, within the world of Murim, frustration and desperation had reached unprecedented levels. After losing nearly all their wealth due to the manager's punishment, the martial artists were desperate for anything that could restore their former glory. Homian himself was among the most determined. As one of the Black Wind Society's leaders, he refused to watch his organization decline. Examining the book, he noticed a simple white sticker attached to its yellow cover. Confused, he demanded an explanation. Jin-hyuk simply smiled and stated that he had already obtained what he wanted. Homian's imagination immediately began racing. Perhaps this was a secret manual left behind by the legendary great swordsman. Maybe it contained forgotten techniques capable of elevating his organization back to prominence. Hope began growing inside him exactly as Jinhyuk intended. The moment he opened the book, however, his expression froze. Instead of martial techniques, the pages contained crude children's drawings. One depicted a crying child. Another showed a cat swatting at something. Page after page revealed nothing but childish sketches. For several seconds Homian simply stared. Then the book slipped from his fingers. His face twisted with outrage as he demanded to know whether he was being mocked. He had spent enormous resources to arrange this meeting, only to be handed what looked like a child's diary. Jinhyuk calmly explained that the drawings had supposedly been created by the great swordsman during childhood and were therefore extremely difficult to acquire. That explanation only made Homian angrier. Before the argument could continue, Jinhyuk raised a hand and announced that he had something important to reveal. His expression grew serious as he introduced himself as the disciple of the Dark Emperor, the dragon who once ruled heaven and earth. Shock rippled through the gathered martial artists. An elderly warrior standing among them suddenly stepped forward. This man was one of the Sky Steed's most trusted subordinates and possessed deep ties to the Black Wind Society's origins. The moment he heard Jinhyuk invoke the Dark Emperor's name, his eyes filled with fury. The surrounding disciples immediately entered combat stances, but Homian ordered them to remain still. He wanted answers before blood was shed. The elder, however, had already lost patience. Declaring that Jinhyuk had insulted a sacred figure, he launched himself forward. Dark energy exploded from his body as he activated Black Sky, one of the society's most feared techniques. The cavern shook from the force of the attack. A massive wave of destructive power surged toward Jinhyuk. Then everything stopped. The elder's fist never reached its target. Jinhyuk caught it with one hand. Silence filled the cavern. Dark energy swirled wildly around him, yet he remained completely unmoved. The old warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. No one had ever stopped Black Sky so effortlessly. With a casual motion, Jinhyuk threw the attacker backward. At that moment, the system completed its work. Sword Cemetery merged with the newly acquired Black Sky technique. The two abilities fused together, creating something entirely new. Smoke curled around Jinhyuk's arm as he settled into a fighting stance. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Copying abilities was powerful enough on its own. But combining them into stronger, entirely original techniques was what truly made him dangerous. Jinhyuk slowly lowered his fist after stopping the attack and immediately felt the difference. The newly fused technique was on an entirely different level from either of its original components. Every time two abilities combined, the result seemed to become a perfected version of both. As he clenched his hand, dark energy gathered around his arm and pulsed with terrifying force. The elder standing before him stared in disbelief. The power radiating from Jinhyuk felt familiar, far too familiar. It carried the unmistakable presence of the legendary Dark Emperor. Dark light gathered around Jinhyuk's fist before erupting outward. A deafening explosion shook the entire mountainside. The shockwave tore through the cavern and blasted straight through the rock wall behind the elder. When the dust settled, a massive hole stretched through the mountain itself. The old warrior stood frozen, his face drained of color. Jinhyuk casually stepped forward and asked whether that demonstration was enough to remove any doubts. Raising his hand, he calmly reminded them that no ordinary person could wield power connected to the Dark Emperor. The elder's legs gave out beneath him. Tears filled his eyes as old stories resurfaced in his memory. According to ancient legends, the Dark Emperor dragon had once departed the tower in search of talented successors worthy of inheriting his teachings. Trembling with excitement, Homian suddenly threw himself to the ground and bowed deeply before Jinhyuk. One by one, the other members of the Black Wind Society followed suit, kneeling and offering their respects. To them, Jinhyuk was no longer a suspicious outsider but the chosen disciple of a legendary being. Watching the scene unfold, Jinhyuk had to suppress a smile. Convincing them had been far easier than expected. If everything continued according to plan, he could leave much of the work waiting on the 8th floor to the Black Wind Society while he focused on more important objectives. The 8th floor of the trial tower was unlike anything most players had encountered before. A gigantic labyrinth stretched across an area larger than many countries, spanning more than 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Vast forests, rivers, plains, and mountains existed within its boundaries, creating an ecosystem so enormous that entire populations of creatures lived and evolved there naturally. Massive herbivorous dinosaurs grazed peacefully near watering holes while powerful beasts roamed deeper regions. Despite its intimidating scale, the floor's challenge was surprisingly straightforward. Somewhere hidden within the endless maze lay a crystal of power. Whoever found it would gain the key needed to clear the floor. Meanwhile, Molina walked through one of the commercial districts built near the entrance zones. The Demonic Association had assigned her to reconnaissance duty, but she found herself more interested in browsing the countless items being sold by merchants. Valuable materials recovered from the labyrinth-filled shop displays, and she couldn't help calculating how much money could be made trading such treasures. Stopping in front of a jewelry stall, she considered rewarding herself after all her recent work. Before she could ask about the prices, a familiar figure suddenly appeared beside her. Melina immediately lowered her sunglasses and turned away. She attempted to leave before the newcomer could start a conversation, but it was already too late. Jinhyuk grinned as he watched her reaction. The mercenary sighed and pressed an ice pack against her face as though dealing with a headache. She had barely arrived on the 8th floor and had already run into the person most likely to drag her into trouble. Jinhyuk soon learned that she had come specifically to investigate the phenomenon known as double impact. Sitting casually on a nearby crate, he listened as Melina explained what she had heard. According to Lancelot and several scouts, the 8th floor was becoming increasingly unstable. The mention of double impact immediately caught Jinhyuk's attention. It was a rare phenomenon involving large-scale movement and interference between multiple floors of the tower. Such events could trigger abnormal monster migrations, environmental changes, and unexpected disasters. As they discussed the situation, Melina suddenly tensed. Without warning, she drew a dagger and hurled it toward a nearby shadow. The blade never reached its target. A hidden figure casually knocked it aside before stepping forward. Jinhyuk raised a hand and asked everyone to calm down. There was no need for hostility. The shadowy figure was an ally. Dark energy surrounding the stranger gradually faded, revealing a member of the Black Wind Society. The man remained silent, his hand resting on the sheath of his sword. At the same moment, a system notification appeared before Jinhyuk. If he could earn this man's trust, he would gain the opportunity to copy one of his skills. Jinhyuk glanced at the message thoughtfully. Acquiring new abilities was always valuable, but trust could not be earned instantly. He would need another approach. Melina, meanwhile, seemed far more interested in questioning the newcomer. She pointed at his clothing and demanded to know why he was dressed like a suspicious assassin. The response was immediate. Steel flashed around her neck. Several swords suddenly appeared from every direction. Members of the Black Wind Society emerged from rooftops, alleyways, and shadows. More figures revealed themselves across nearby buildings, all silently aiming weapons toward the mercenary. Jinhyuk sighed. At least 30 hidden operatives had been monitoring the area the entire time. He advised Melina to lower her aggression before she accidentally started a battle. The mercenary closed her eyes and took a deep breath. After counting the number of hidden fighters, she decided there were enough combatants here to help clear the 8th floor without her involvement. Turning toward the gate, she casually wished Jinhyuk good luck and prepared to leave. As she walked away, the brand of grief glowing on her face pulsed once more. Jinhyuk watched her disappear into the distance before following her toward the outer regions of the labyrinth. Roughly 20 kilometers from the entrance zone, a river cut through a dense forest. Everything appeared peaceful at first glance. Then a countdown timer suddenly appeared above the area. The sorceress accompanying the reconnaissance team froze in shock. According to the reports, a scouting squad sent ahead earlier should have returned long ago. They hadn't. Jack frowned as he studied the timer. A sense of unease settled over him. The 8th floor was supposed to be dangerous because of its immense size, not because of hidden threats. Yet something had clearly gone wrong. For the first time since arriving, everyone began to suspect that a new danger was lurking somewhere inside the labyrinth. A feeling of unease spread through the reconnaissance team as they advanced deeper into the forest. Jack felt cold sweat forming along his temples while staring into the unnatural darkness ahead. Something about the area felt wrong. The 8th floor was supposed to be relatively straightforward, yet every instinct he possessed was warning him that they had entered dangerous territory. Then the silence was broken by a heavy crash. A gigantic foot came down somewhere among the trees, splintering branches beneath its weight. The sound alone was enough to make everyone tense. Jack's eyes widened. Whatever was moving through the forest was far larger than anything they had expected to encounter. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and activated a body enhancement skill. At almost the same moment, dozens of spears burst out from the shadows of the forest and shot toward the group. Jack reacted instantly, deflecting the incoming weapons before they could strike. Even as he fought them off, confusion filled his mind. The strength behind those attacks was abnormal. There shouldn't have been monsters on this floor capable of launching assaults with such force. A nearby mage suddenly looked around and shouted a warning. They were surrounded. The commander immediately ordered everyone into defensive positions. Moments later, the source of the ambush finally revealed itself. Several goblins stepped out from between the trees, wearing cruel grins as they advanced toward the squad. At first glance they resembled ordinary monsters, but something about them felt different. Their movements were disciplined, their formation organized, and their eyes displayed intelligence that ordinary goblins lacked. One of the mages scoffed at the sight and raised her staff. Confident that she could wipe out the creatures herself, she unleashed a massive fireball directly into their ranks. The spell exploded with enough force to shake the edge of the forest. When the smoke cleared, however, her confidence vanished. The goblins were still standing. Before anyone could process what had happened, the creatures charged. One of them slipped through the front line and struck the sorceress. The wound appeared minor at first, but her expression changed immediately. She raised a trembling hand toward her chest as blood spilled from her lips. The color drained from her face. Her eyes rolled back, turning completely white before she collapsed onto the battlefield. Poison. The realization spread through the squad instantly. Someone shouted a warning as panic began to take hold. The goblins weren't simply stronger than expected, they were using weapons coated with deadly toxins. Jack swung his sword, cutting down one attacker while trying to reorganize his forces. A nearby soldier desperately asked for orders. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. The goblins wielded daggers with frightening precision, striking vulnerable targets before retreating back into formation. Watching their movements, Jack finally understood the truth. These weren't ordinary goblins. They fought like trained assassins. His expression darkened. If the battle continued at this pace, his entire squad would be wiped out. Then, without warning, a new figure appeared in the center of the battlefield. A young man stepped calmly between the two forces as though he had been there all along. Volan. The newcomer placed a finger against his lips, signaling for silence. Then he casually pointed forward. That single gesture was enough. Shadows erupted from every direction. A hidden squad of assassins emerged from concealment, drawing their blades as they rushed into battle. Their attacks were swift, coordinated, and devastating. Within moments, the momentum of the fight completely reversed. Jack could only stare in disbelief. One of the goblins fell to the ground, mortally wounded. Blood spread beneath its body as it struggled weakly. A boot came down on its head, pinning it in place. The masked figure standing above it looked completely unfazed. Jack raised a hand slowly, unable to hide his shock. He found it difficult to believe that this was the same person he remembered. The man stood with one hand tucked casually into his pocket. A mask concealed most of his face, but the disdain in his eyes was impossible to miss. Strange burning patterns glowed across the goblin's skin, markings that looked more like a curse or a brand than anything natural. The sight made it clear that whatever was happening on the 8th floor was far more complicated than a simple monster outbreak. Something else was operating behind the scenes, and these goblins were only the beginning. Another wave of spears suddenly materialized in the air, hurtling toward the group from hidden positions within the forest. Before they could reach their targets, a demonic hand formed from dark energy erupted beside Jinhyuk and swept the weapons aside, creating a barrier that protected everyone nearby. His eyes narrowed immediately. The attack had been too coordinated to be random. Someone was directing these monsters. Moments later, a pack of orcs burst from the tree line and charged forward. Their heavy footsteps shook the ground as they lowered their spears and rushed straight toward him. Jinhyuk didn't retreat. Activating Demon King's steps, he slipped between the incoming attacks with unnatural speed. The monsters struck nothing but air as he weaved through their formation. In an instant, he appeared directly in front of the lead orc. Dark energy gathered around his arm as he unleashed the newly fused technique born from Black Sky and the Dark Emperor's teachings. His fist cut through the air with explosive force. One strike became several. The barrage landed before the orcs could react. The largest warrior was launched backward. Blood erupted from its mouth as it crashed into the ground. The entire battlefield fell silent. Jack stared in disbelief. Despite watching the fight unfold with his own eyes, he hadn't even been able to follow Jinhyuk's movements. The Black Wind bodyguard standing nearby silently observed the scene as well. His respect for Jinhyuk increased considerably. Strength always spoke louder than words among martial artists. Molina quickly approached as the battle died down. Jinhyuk glanced toward the Black Wind operative and found it amusing that earning the man's trust seemed far easier than expected. Crouching beside one of the fallen creatures, he began examining its body. Molina looked at the corpse and frowned. "What exactly are these things?" she asked. "I've never seen monsters like this on the 8th floor." Jinhyuk studied the strange crimson markings burned into the creature's forehead. The symbols immediately reminded him of something he had seen before. "The 9th floor," he muttered. "Those marks belong to one of the bosses ruling the floor above." His expression darkened. He finally understood what had happened. The phenomenon known as double impact had escalated beyond normal expectations. Looking up at the sky, he explained that the boundaries separating the 8th and 9th floors had partially collapsed. Instead of remaining isolated, the two floors had begun overlapping. Creatures, bosses, and environmental influences were now crossing between them. Far above, inside a hidden chamber, several floor bosses watched events unfold through a giant crystal sphere. Jinhyuk's reflection appeared on its surface as the monsters gathered around it. One massive beast growled angrily and slapped a claw against the crystal. So the annoying human finally showed up. Nearby, a harpy immediately protested, insisting that everything she had done was for the good of their master. Elsewhere, completely disconnected from the growing chaos, Rick was enjoying a peaceful bath in a luxurious tub filled with foam. He leaned back with his eyes closed, savoring the rare moment of relaxation. Then a communication window abruptly appeared in front of him. Rick nearly jumped out of the water. On the other side of the call stood Jinhyuk. The young man greeted him cheerfully and immediately brought up a business proposal. Rick rubbed his forehead in exasperation. The next time Jinhyuk wanted to discuss something important, he insisted, perhaps they could arrange a proper meeting time instead of interrupting bath hour. Back in the labyrinth, the situation had calmed considerably. Members of the Black Wind Society were making something of wood with ruthless efficiency. One warrior split a tree trunk apart with a single sword stroke while another calmly. Watching the cleanup operation, Jinhyuk let out a quiet sigh. Then he retrieved a small flask containing a crimson liquid. After uncorking it, he examined the contents carefully. Molina immediately became suspicious. "What is that?" Without answering immediately, Jinhyuk walked toward one of the branded monsters that had survived the battle and handed over the bottle. Only then did he explain. The potion functioned exclusively on creatures carrying the red mark. Under normal circumstances it was worthless, but on marked monsters it produced a very specific effect. A broad, almost ridiculous smile spread across its face. Jinhyuk nodded with satisfaction. The potion significantly increased obedience. Molina's expression immediately soured. To her, that sounded dangerously close to turning monsters into servants. Jinhyuk ignored the comment. At that moment, one of the Black Wind operatives approached and reported that preparations had been completed. Everyone turned toward the road. A large carriage now stood waiting nearby, loaded with supplies and surrounded by armed escorts. Jinhyuk looked toward the distant labyrinth stretching beyond the horizon. Then he pointed forward. Their investigation was only beginning. With the 8th and 9th floors merging together, the labyrinth had become far more dangerous than anyone expected, and if they wanted answers, they would need to venture deeper into its heart. Jinhyuk rode atop a rough wooden carriage being pulled by a team of exhausted goblins. Their tongues hung from their mouths as they sprinted across the vast plains of the 8th floor. Molina watched the bizarre sight with narrowed eyes and finally asked the obvious question. Had he really captured monsters just to use them as transportation? Jinhyuk glanced at her and casually explained that the 8th floor was enormous. Traveling on foot would waste precious stamina and time. That answer sounded reasonable enough, but the grin spreading across his face suggested there was more to it. When Molina pressed him further, he admitted that conserving energy was only part of the reason. His true goal was to send a message to whoever controlled this floor. If the ruler thought a few tricks and obstacles would slow him down, they were about to be disappointed. Far away, the harpy overseeing the floor ground her teeth in frustration. Watching Jinhyuk turn her own monsters into beasts of burden was infuriating. Beside the carriage, one folded his arms and quietly asked Molina whether Jinhyuk had always been this ruthless. She laughed under her breath and explained that this was simply how he operated. Once he set a goal, nothing mattered except achieving it. Every person, every resource, and every opportunity became a piece on his board. Looking at the young man raising a whip and urging the goblins onward, Molina concluded that he was the closest thing she had ever seen to a demon king. Jinhyuk suddenly looked back at them suspiciously and demanded to know what they were whispering about, but before anyone could answer, events elsewhere took a darker turn. Catherine was barely conscious. Blood stained her lips as she struggled to remain upright. Jack supported her weight and urged her to keep moving. They were close to the exit. Just a little farther and they would be safe. Then a voice interrupted them. Someone had appeared directly in their path. Jack immediately drew his weapon and warned the stranger not to take another step unless he identified himself. Dark energy rippled through the air as the newcomer pointed at his own chest with a smile. "Carmen," he said. Black waves of mana swirled around him, creating an oppressive atmosphere. He introduced himself as a loyal servant and spoke with the confidence of someone who knew he held the advantage. Back on the 8th floor, the goblin-drawn carriage suddenly rolled to a stop. Jinhyuk looked toward the sky as if waiting for something. Around them, several of the goblins collapsed to the ground. Moments later, a system announcement appeared. A 3-star amplification field had been activated. Rather than retreat, Jin-hyuk immediately decided to test it. He summoned flames and infused a cheap mining tool with the enhancement effect. A brilliant pillar of light erupted as the item transformed. Molina stared in disbelief when the ordinary pickaxe evolved into a temporary diamond-grade tool. Its status window glowed before their eyes. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk handed the upgraded tools to the goblins and pointed toward a massive stone wall blocking their route. The monsters eagerly obeyed. Within minutes, the sound of mining echoed across the landscape. Dirt and stone flew in every direction as the goblins carved a giant tunnel through the obstacle. The speed was absurd. Molina watched the rapidly expanding passage and could only shake her head. At this rate, they might clear the entire floor in a matter of days. Jin-hyuk, however, wasn't satisfied. He spotted an untouched section of the wall and immediately ordered the goblins to dig there as well. Molina began seriously questioning whether she should ever side against him. Their excavation continued until a new figure appeared behind them. The newcomer calmly asked them to stop. If they kept going, there would soon be nothing left of the 8th floor. Everyone instantly reached for their weapons, but Jin-hyuk raised a hand, signaling them to wait. He already recognized the visitor. It was Carmen. The manager stood with his hands clasped behind his back and revealed why he had come. A portal opened nearby, showing several familiar faces inside. They were the people Jin-hyuk had previously rescued. Hostages. A bolt of lightning struck Jack's body within the projection, proving the threat was real. Carmen explained that the captives were currently being treated well. If Jin-hyuk cooperated and followed him peacefully, they would be released unharmed. If not, their safety could no longer be guaranteed. The threat had barely left his mouth before Jin-hyuk acted. A gigantic spectral hand materialized from thin air and shot forward. Before Carmen could react, fingers wrapped around his throat and lifted him off the ground. Shock filled the manager's face. He had expected negotiations. Instead, Jin-hyuk squeezed harder. Looking directly into Carmen's eyes, he coldly pointed out the flaw in his plan. Threatening hostages only worked against people who could be manipulated by guilt. Worse, Carmen had foolishly appeared in person despite possessing portal abilities. Bringing himself within arm's reach had been the greatest mistake he could have made. Dark tentacles erupted from Carmen's body as he desperately tried to escape. Thick layers of black mana wrapped around him, forming a protective cocoon. For the first time, he realized he had underestimated his opponent. Jin-hyuk. Instead, he slammed the cocoon into the air with overwhelming force. The impact shattered the cocoon's defenses. Then grabbed Carmen again by the collar before he could flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Jin-hyuk asked. The conversation, it seemed, was over. Now came the beating. The next punch landed like a cannon blast. A tooth flew from Carmen's mouth and bounced across the ground as everyone watched in stunned silence. Jin-hyuk rolled his shoulders and cracked his knuckles. Deep within a fortress hidden on the 9th floor, the monsters gathered inside a vast chamber illuminated only by dim torches. The Harpy commander was in the middle of issuing orders to an orc general when an intense flash of light suddenly tore through the room. Everyone turned toward the portal just as Carmen came crashing out of it, bruised, battered, and barely able to stand. Before anyone could react, Jin-hyuk calmly stepped through after him, dusting off his hands as if arriving at a scheduled meeting. Looking around at the assembled monsters, he remarked that they all seemed busy preparing for something, so he figured he might as well pay them a visit early. Cracking his knuckles, he casually apologized if he had interrupted their gathering. Molina stared at the overwhelming number of enemies packed inside the chamber and quietly muttered that this was taking things a little too far. Even one instinctively reached for his sword and warned that they were hopelessly outnumbered. He suggested fighting only long enough to carve out an escape route. Jin-hyuk looked over his shoulder with an amused smile and asked if one had already forgotten the kind of person he was following. When one looked confused, another member of the Black Wind Society proudly answered for him. He declared that Jin-hyuk was none other than the disciple of the legendary Dark Emperor, the dragon said to rule both heaven and earth. Jin-hyuk neither denied nor exaggerated the claim. He simply nodded. The declaration enraged every monster in the hall. Killing intent instantly filled the air, yet Jin-hyuk remained completely unfazed. He told his companions to stand back and watch because none of the enemies gathered there possessed the strength to lay a finger on him. Looking directly at one, he added that his comrades only needed to trust him. As long as he was standing, he would never allow his people to die. Those words struck one harder than any weapon could have. Memories long buried resurfaced. He remembered the days when he had returned from battle covered in wounds and someone had patiently bandaged his injuries, asking whether he was all right. It had been so many years since anyone had shown genuine concern for his well-being that he had almost forgotten what it felt like. Quietly lowering his head, one accepted Jin-hyuk's words without hesitation. At that moment, his respect for his new leader grew even deeper. The harpy, realizing words were pointless, spread her enormous wings and raised a hand. She announced that whoever killed the intruders would be rewarded with dominion over the 8th floor itself. The promise immediately ignited the monster's greed. A gigantic orc named Kongora stepped forward with a savage grin, resting a massive axe on his shoulder before charging straight toward Jinhyuk. With a furious roar, he swung the enormous weapon down with enough force to shake the entire chamber. The axe slammed into the ground. A heartbeat later, Kongora's head rolled across the floor. Silence swallowed the battlefield. The orc's body collapsed without anyone understanding what had happened. Jinhyuk had moved so quickly that almost no one had seen him strike. The monster stared in stunned disbelief as he calmly lowered his blade and returned to his fighting stance. Defeating one of the 9th floor's bosses with a single attack was beyond anything they had imagined. Jinhyuk's eyes swept across the battlefield. He knew there were supposed to be 3 major bosses ruling this floor, yet only the harpy and the orc had appeared. The third was nowhere to be found. That absence bothered him far more than the army surrounding him. Watching the harpy's uneasy expression, he quickly realized she wasn't trying to defeat him immediately. She was deliberately buying time for something else. Seeing that her deception had been noticed, the harpy abandoned subtlety and screamed for every monster under her command to attack. Hundreds of creatures surged forward at once, each eager to claim the reward of bringing back Jinhyuk's head. Elsewhere, Jack and the surviving members of his squad remained trapped behind a protective barrier. He frowned when the system suddenly informed him that the live broadcast connection had been interrupted. Without a way to contact the outside world, he wondered how he could warn the others about what was happening on the 8th and 9th floors. Far away at the headquarters of the American Awakened Association, Ashley was arguing with government officials. She demanded immediate assistance after learning that one of their guild members had vanished inside the 8th floor. An employee calmly explained that major incidents involving players from India and Russia had already stretched international resources to their limit. For reasons of national security, America's strongest Awakened could not be deployed overseas. Ashley slammed her fist against the wall in frustration. "What kind of national security is this," she demanded, "if we can't even save one of our own?" Nearby, the head of the media department silently shared her concern. Jack's safety weighed heavily on her mind. Suddenly, the ring Ashley wore emitted a brilliant glow. A system notification appeared before her, offering access through a shared vision function. Bright particles surrounded her as the connection activated. An instant later, Jack's point of view appeared before her eyes. Relief flooded her face when she saw he was still alive. Jack immediately realized someone was watching through the link. Without wasting a second, he urgently warned Ashley that a 9th floor boss had invaded the 8th floor alongside an enormous monster army. The established rules of the tower were no longer reliable, and every major faction needed to be informed immediately. Ashley quickly relayed the information, and before long, a public broadcast displaying Jack's shared vision spread across the network. Countless viewers stared in disbelief as endless waves of monsters filled the screen. The live chat exploded with confusion, people asking where such an army had come from and how creatures from different floors could possibly appear together. Analysts quickly concluded that the association had somehow bypassed the tower's normal broadcasting restrictions by exploiting the shared vision ability. Meanwhile, in the middle of the battlefield, Jinhyuk sprinted directly into the advancing horde instead of retreating. Looking straight at the harpy, he clenched his fist with an eager grin and challenged her to stop hiding behind her army. "If you're just going to hand me all this experience," he called out, "I won't complain." The harpy's face twisted with rage. "You're unbelievably irritating," she hissed before preparing to face him herself. The harpy grew tired of watching Jinhyuk toy with her forces. Raising a clawed hand, she declared that the games were over. Dark clouds instantly gathered across the cavern ceiling, and bolts of lightning crashed toward the battlefield with terrifying force. One shouted a warning to Jinhyuk as explosions ripped through the ground. When the smoke finally cleared, the monsters froze in disbelief. Standing unharmed at the center of the destruction were Jinhyuk's spirits. The elemental guardians had formed a protective circle around their master, shielding him from the attack without suffering any visible damage. The harpy stared at them in disbelief and demanded to know why spirits from the 25th floor were fighting for a mere human. One of the lizard-like spirits tearfully complained that Jinhyuk had beaten them into submission long ago, leaving them with little choice but to obey. Jinhyuk simply raised a hand, signaling that it was time to stop talking and start fighting. The spirits immediately revealed their true combat forms, releasing powerful waves of mana that shook the battlefield. At the same moment, Jinhyuk issued a single command, and every one of them charged into the enemy ranks. One didn't hesitate either. Leading the Black Wind Society, he and his assassin surged forward alongside the elementals. Their coordinated assault instantly threw the monsters into chaos. Watching the battle unfold, Melina scratched her head with an impressed smile. Having allies like these certainly made life much easier. Then she noticed Jinhyuk suddenly looking in her direction with a dissatisfied expression. Before she could ask what was wrong, the brand of sorrow engraved on her body activated. A surge of power flowed through her, and with an eager grin she rushed into battle, determined to demonstrate the strength of a warrior from Vladivostok. Alice watched the fighting with obvious boredom. Leaning lazily against a nearby wall, she asked whether Jinhyuk wanted her to step in and finish everything. Without even looking back, he told her to save her strength. The situation was still under control. As the fierce battle continued, the story briefly shifted elsewhere. That evening, warm lights glowed through the windows of a quiet countryside home where several guests had gathered. Teresa looked around the cozy house with surprise before asking whose residence it was. Young explained that it belonged to his grandfather. Before long, Tamian came outside to greet them, happily commenting that it had been far too long since they had all met. Teresa smiled and returned the greeting, but something inside the living room caught her attention. The television was broadcasting live footage of the battle taking place on the 8th floor. One of the people in the house explained that the mysterious player everyone was watching was actually their longtime friend. Another casually mentioned they had known Jinhyuk ever since middle school. Sitting in front of a laptop, they discussed the situation. The 8th floor was normally nothing more than an enormous maze, yet somehow the bosses from the 9th floor had descended into it far earlier than anyone believed possible. Back on the battlefield, the fighting intensified. Melina fought shoulder to shoulder with the members of the Black Wind Society. She watched one slice cleanly through an orc's arm before hidden assassins emerged from the shadows and finished the monster in an instant. The teamwork was flawless. Seeing their coordination firsthand, she admitted to herself that these warriors were far stronger than she had expected. If they kept fighting like this, victory seemed almost certain. That confidence didn't last long. The charging monsters suddenly came to a halt. A heavy silence spread across the battlefield as everyone sensed two overwhelming presences approaching. Even Melina's expression changed. The remaining two rulers of the 9th floor had finally arrived. The harpy broke into a wide smile, clearly relieved to see them. Unlike before, the newcomers came fully prepared, each carrying unique weapons infused with extraordinary abilities. Their equipment radiated immense power, making it obvious they had spent their absence gathering every possible advantage before entering the fight. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes as he studied them. So that was why they had delayed their appearance. They hadn't been hiding. They had been preparing. The harpy glared at her allies with obvious irritation and demanded to know what had taken them so long, while Jinhyuk quietly tightened his grip on his weapon, realizing the real battle was only just beginning. The harpy's authority was immediately challenged when the Lizard King scoffed at her orders, telling her to stop acting as though she commanded everyone. Black Fang backed him up, reminding her that obtaining the powerful artifacts they carried had taken tremendous effort. Despite the argument, the harpy ignored the insults and ordered the assembled bosses to wipe out the intruders without delay. The massive wolf-like predator stepped forward, extending razor-sharp claws as it mocked the others for treating a mere human like a serious threat. Snarling confidently, it declared that Jinhyuk would be dead within moments. Just then, a system notification appeared before Jinhyuk's eyes. Before he could even react, one shouted an order to the Black Wind Society. His assassins rushed ahead, throwing themselves between their leader and the charging beasts. Steel clashed against Fang and Claw as the two sides collided. Black Fang burst through the melee with overwhelming force and slammed one of the Black Wind warriors into the ground. Blood sprayed from the injured fighter's mouth while the beast casually remarked that the battle had finally become entertaining. Opening its jaws wide, it promised to devour every human standing before it. His eyes flashed with determination as he swung his blade. Black Fang twisted aside at the last instant. His sword blurred with impossible speed, carving a series of deep wounds across the beast's body before it could retaliate. Blood splattered across the stone floor as the predator slowly turned to face him, its confidence replaced with fury. Jinhyuk calmly flicked the blood from his sword without taking his eyes off his opponent. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Melina was fighting through swarms of monsters, kicking a goblin squarely in the face before knocking several more aside. In the middle of the chaos, Jinhyuk suddenly called out to her. She shouted back that she was far too busy to talk. Instead of answering, he pointed toward a system notification floating in front of her. A countdown. Jinhyuk informed her that it was literally counting down to her death. If she wanted to survive, she needed to protect the mysterious artifact until the timer reached 0. Melina forced an uneasy smile, spun her whip in her hand, and replied that staying alive was more than enough motivation. A gigantic cobra spirit materialized above her, ready to defend the objective. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk activated sonic mode. Wind spirits gathered around him, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The system announced that the wind's blessing would dramatically increase his mobility, and in the next instant he shot across the enormous hall so quickly that he seemed to vanish. The Lizard King roared after him, swearing to crush him the moment he landed. Instead, Kageo spread his wings beneath Jin-hyuk. Leaping onto the ancient dragon's back, Jin-hyuk soared over the battlefield. The furious Lizard King shouted for him to stop running and come back down to fight properly, but Jin-hyuk ignored him completely. Then, without warning, he reached toward the system interface and disabled the live broadcast. Across the world, countless viewers erupted in frustration. Young jumped from the couch in disbelief, asking whether the transmission had really ended there. Others complained that the stream had been cut off at the most exciting moment. Far away, Rick stared at the growing pile of system requests flooding his workspace. Tossing one report aside in annoyance, he grumbled that Jin-hyuk kept giving him impossible amounts of extra work. Then he remembered their agreement. Jin-hyuk had promised him an ancient dragon scale in exchange for editing certain portions of the recording. Rick immediately changed his attitude. Opportunities like that were far too valuable to refuse. At the same time, a system-wide announcement declared that higher beings were now prohibited from interfering on the 8th floor. The sudden restriction confused even the administrators. Before anyone could investigate further, emergency warnings filled Rick's screen one after another. He sprinted toward a portal, clutching his hat as more alerts continued appearing. On the opposite side, however, someone had already anticipated the move. A mysterious figure calmly stepped forward, admired Jin-hyuk's preparation, and destroyed the system notification with crimson lightning. Smiling coldly, the stranger announced that he had prepared his own countermeasures as well. The barrier preventing outside interference vanished. Instantly, enormous flying reptiles swooped toward the battlefield. Jin-hyuk urged Kageo to fly even lower. Bringing both hands together, he launched himself from the dragon's back, streaking through the sky like a meteor. His sword flashed repeatedly as he passed through the flock, leaving countless monsters falling lifeless from the air before he effortlessly recalled his weapon. Looking over the endless horde below, Jin-hyuk remarked that the harpy must have gathered nearly every monster from the 9th floor. He decided it was time to reduce their numbers. A radiant sphere appeared above him as he activated daylight. Drawing his bow, he released a blazing crimson arrow that plunged into the heart of the enemy army. Explosions erupted across the battlefield in every direction, swallowing hundreds of monsters beneath waves of fire and light. The harpy immediately activated lightning armor, wrapping herself in crackling electricity before counterattacking with enormous arcs of lightning. Kageo twisted through the sky, narrowly avoiding each blast while the harpy screamed at the remaining bosses to stop letting Jin-hyuk dominate the battle. Even working together, the monsters struggled to reach him. For the first time, uncertainty crept into the harpy's mind. She abandoned the idea of defeating Jin-hyuk through individual strength and instead resolved to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. Just then, something unexpected happened. Molina stood beside a glowing golden mirror, protecting it with everything she had. The system announced that the preparation was finally complete. A brilliant golden thread extended from the mirror, stretching into the distance. Breathing a sigh of relief, Molina smiled. She had survived long enough. Another system notification echoed across the battlefield. The summoning process had begun. Massive golden portals tore open throughout the area. The Lizard King stared in disbelief, unable to understand why beings from other floors were responding to a human's call. The connection between floors stabilized, and an enormous leg stepped through one of the portals. Caracal emerged first, followed by ranks of towering ice trolls. Jin-hyuk greeted the newcomers with a respectful salute and thanked them for answering his request. As promised, he assured the troll chief that his warriors would receive 3 months' worth of payment for their assistance. The troll leader's stern face slowly broke into a satisfied smile. A chorus of war horns echoed across the battlefield as the trolls charged into the enemy lines with unstoppable momentum. The monsters were caught completely off guard. The Lizard King demanded to know why a race as proud as the ice trolls would fight alongside a human, but he never received a proper answer. Caracal seized him by the throat, slammed him into the ground with overwhelming force, and declared that any true warrior would answer the call of the one who had once saved their people. Before the stunned army could recover, the Black Wind assassin swept across the battlefield, carving through enemy ranks with terrifying precision. Watching her forces collapse one after another, Harpy could only stare in disbelief, unable to understand how the battle had slipped so completely out of her control. Jin-hyuk calmly walked toward the Harpy leader while chaos unfolded around them. With everyone else occupied, he invited her to settle the fight personally. Harpy wrapped herself in crackling lightning and laughed, convinced that a single human had no chance of defeating her. Electricity exploded around her as she activated her lightning armor and launched a relentless barrage of attacks. However, Jin-hyuk responded by activating Mandala, allowing him to predict every movement she made. He raised mana barriers at the perfect moments, causing her lightning to rebound harmlessly away. Before she could react, he appeared directly in front of her, hovering in midair. Looking at her through his mask, he quietly informed her that her story had reached its end. Purple mana gathered around his fist as he unleashed the art of the black sky, driving the devastating blow deep into her abdomen. The impact bent her body forward, and blood burst from her mouth as the attack shattered her resistance. Nearby, Caracal and the others watched as the remaining enemy commanders abandoned all hope. Black Fang shouted for a retreat while surviving monsters scattered in panic. Molina collapsed onto the ground in relief, exhausted after everything she had endured. Soon afterward, another figure approached Wolin and assured him that the spirits would clean up the surviving monsters. The allies respectfully congratulated Jin-hyuk on conquering the 8th floor, and the system immediately flooded him with countless notifications announcing level increases and rewards. Yet despite the victory, Jin-hyuk remained unusually quiet. Flames and water swirled behind him as he stared toward Adesh's fallen body with a troubled expression. Something about the battle still felt incomplete. To everyone's surprise, Adesha began laughing despite the blood pouring from her lips. She admitted that only after experiencing his attacks firsthand did she realize how extraordinary his strength truly was. Even so, she claimed that Jin-hyuk's current power was still insignificant compared to the being who was about to arrive. Before anyone could question her, a brilliant crimson sphere materialized high above the battlefield. It rapidly expanded, flooding the entire area with scarlet light. Every person present froze as an overwhelming pressure descended from above. Then, suspended in the air before Jin-hyuk, a lone figure slowly appeared. Moments earlier, before the battle had fully escalated, Jin-hyuk had privately questioned Molina about the true reason she had been ordered to observe him. When the brand of sorrow activated, she clutched her face in agony and admitted that higher beings had instructed her to watch for someone extraordinary. At the time, Jin-hyuk had believed he had prepared for every possibility, especially after securing his agreement with Rick. Now, staring at the figure descending from the crimson light, he realized those preparations might not be enough. The demon hovered silently before him. His eyes glowed with one golden iris and one blue, radiating an authority that eclipsed everyone present. Without warning, he reached forward and removed Jin-hyuk's mask. Calmly studying his face, the demon remarked that this was the man responsible for disrupting his carefully arranged plans. His gaze shifted toward the rings Jin-hyuk carried, and he commented that maintaining one's sanity within the world of images was no simple accomplishment. At the same time, Alice suddenly clutched her head in pain. The demon casually observed that someone had gone to great lengths to shield Jin-hyuk, but he declared that those efforts would ultimately be meaningless because the young man's death was inevitable. Jin-hyuk instinctively attempted to activate Greedy Gaze, hoping to gather information about his opponent, but the immense gap in power caused the skill to fail immediately. The system repeatedly returned errors. Refusing to give up, he relied on his luck attribute, triggering a brief green flash that forced the system to reveal a tiny fragment of information. Only one usable detail appeared. It was enough. Looking directly into the demon's eyes, Jin-hyuk calmly addressed him by his true name. Mikedros. For the first time, the demon's expression changed. Surprise flickered across his face as he demanded to know how Jin-hyuk had learned his real name. The world of images collapsed, returning the battlefield to normal, but the danger had only increased. Jin-hyuk immediately realized that Alice had lost consciousness, while Kagyo, the spirits, and everyone else remained frozen beneath the demon's oppressive presence. Simply standing before Mikedros made one thing painfully obvious. Defeating him in a direct fight was impossible. His chances of victory were effectively zero. As Mikedros demanded an explanation, Jin-hyuk lowered himself respectfully instead of provoking him further. He claimed to be a dark apostle serving Variel, one of the demon kings known as the Rotten Heart. He explained that he had worked alongside an organization devoted to demon worship in hopes of eventually finding Mikedros himself. Continuing the deception, Jin-hyuk spoke as though he understood the politics of pandemonium, explaining that Variel had never cared about ranks or authority and had always acted according to his own desires. He added that although he had originally intended to become an apostle for power alone, serving the Demon King had revealed his true ambitions. A faint smile spread across his face as he admitted that, above all else, he was an exceptionally ambitious man. Mikedros studied Jin-hyuk for a long moment before asking once again why he had come. Instead of showing fear, Jin-hyuk smiled and calmly answered that his ambition was to serve a different king. The demon silently considered those words. Everything he had sensed so far matched the story. Jin-hyuk possessed genuine dark energy, making it entirely believable that he was a dark apostle. Still, belief alone was not enough. Extending a finger toward him, Mikedros condensed a crimson sphere of destructive energy, a black bullet capable of erasing almost anything it struck. His expression turned cold as he declared that anyone who wished to stand beneath his notice had to possess value. If Jin-hyuk wanted the demon to overlook the interference with his plans, he would first have to prove he deserved that privilege. Jin-hyuk accepted the challenge without hesitation. Instead of drawing a weapon, he activated the Sanctuary of the Sun. In an instant, the gloomy illusion created by Mikedros was swallowed by an entirely different domain. Blinding golden light spread across the surroundings as the divine authority of Osiris manifested itself. The demon's eyes widened for the first time. Brilliant rays erupted through the sacred realm while the silhouette of the ancient Egyptian deity appeared before them. Flames resembling miniature suns floated above Mikedros, forcing even him to shield his vision. He immediately realized that although the technique was incomplete, it undeniably carried the authority of a god. Jin-hyuk lowered his head respectfully before looking back at the demon and calmly remarked that his reach had already extended into the realm of divine beings. That display completely changed Mikedros' attitude. The demon slowly smiled, admitting that Jin-hyuk was far more interesting than he had initially expected. With a wave of his hand, the world of images collapsed, and the crimson veil covering the battlefield disappeared. Everyone gradually regained consciousness, confused by the overwhelming pressure that had suddenly vanished. Several people were in terrible condition. Catherine and Jack lay unconscious on the ground, foam gathering at the corners of their mouths after being overwhelmed by the demon's aura. Wolin recognized that the lingering dark energy alone was enough to incapacitate powerful awakened, making Jin-hyuk's ability to remain standing seem almost unbelievable. Rather than attacking again, Mikedros reached into the darkness and produced an ancient key before tossing it toward Jin-hyuk. It was known as the Key of Divergence. The demon explained that anyone wishing to sever a contract with a demon would eventually require this artifact. Folding his arms, he instructed Jin-hyuk to search for a crack hidden somewhere within the tower and use the key there. Before stepping through a black portal, Mikedros admitted that he had encountered many dark apostles over the years, but none had impressed him quite like this one. As far as he was concerned, Variel possessed remarkable judgment when selecting followers. After the demon departed, Jin-hyuk tightened his grip around the mysterious key. His thoughts immediately focused on one disturbing detail. If Mikedros had met numerous dark apostles before, then others carrying the same title already existed somewhere within the tower. Alice finally regained enough strength to speak and anxiously asked whether he had survived unharmed. Jin-hyuk quietly reassured her that without her assistance, the encounter would likely have ended very differently. She explained that Mikedros ranked among the highest class demons and that beings capable of manipulating time itself could practically be counted on one hand. Even hearing that sent a chill through Jin-hyuk. Setting those thoughts aside, he approached the enormous power crystal at the center of the floor. Alice wondered if deceiving a demon of that caliber would create problems later, but Jin-hyuk simply replied that he already had a plan. The moment he placed his hand on the crystal, the system announced the successful conquest of the 8th floor. Since Ade Shah, one of the 9th floor's rulers, had also been defeated during the dimensional overlap, the system recognized the 9th floor as conquered as well. Endless notifications flooded his vision as experience points, rewards, and level increases poured in. Wolin respectfully congratulated him on claiming yet another floor and asked what his next objective would be. Jin-hyuk merely sighed and answered that, before anything else, he intended to file a complaint. Soon afterward, he appeared inside the Great Magic Library, where Rick was casually adjusting his hat. Seeing Jin-hyuk's expression, the librarian immediately sensed this would not be a pleasant conversation. Jin-hyuk bluntly questioned how the supposedly secure barrier protecting the tower had allowed such dangerous beings to interfere. Rick admitted that the original barrier had indeed been his own creation, but while he had been absent, a breach had formed within it. Jin-hyuk immediately corrected him, pointing out that the compromised barrier had actually been maintained by one of the mid-level managers. Folding his arms, he asked Rick whether that excuse was supposed to justify abandoning his responsibilities. Rick remained silent for several moments before finally explaining the situation. During the recent conflict, Murim had unexpectedly launched an invasion against the Empire. As one of the tower's managers, he had been forced to oversee that crisis personally. The explanation caught Jin-hyuk off guard. After the Murim faction lost nearly all of its coins, he had assumed they would be too weakened to attempt another large-scale operation. Rick admitted that the circumstances still did not excuse what had happened and acknowledged that it certainly would not free him from the terms of their contract. To make amends, Rick decided to offer compensation instead. Removing his hat with a dramatic flourish, he invited Jinhyuk into a hidden storage room filled with extraordinarily rare artifacts. He explained that even being granted permission to purchase an item from this collection was considered an exceptional privilege. Jinhyuk immediately realized that Rick was still expecting payment and casually asked what currency would be accepted. Smiling mischievously, he summoned Kagyo and suggested trading one of the ancient dragon scales for the compass of cracks. Rick's expression instantly soured. Steam practically rose from his nose as he stared at the dragon before letting out a heavy sigh. Although an ancient dragon's scales were priceless, Kagyo was still immature. One scale, Rick declared, simply was not enough to purchase an artifact as valuable as the compass of cracks. Rick spread his hands dramatically and insisted that the compass of cracks was far too valuable to part with so cheaply. According to him, an artifact capable of locating fractures within the tower was practically priceless. Leaning across the counter, he secretly activated his bargaining skill before presenting what he considered a generous proposal. If Jinhyuk paid with 10 scales from Kagyo, Rick would not only hand over the compass of cracks but also allow him to rent an ancient creature for an entire week. Smiling proudly, he even described the rental as a complimentary bonus. Jinhyuk couldn't help laughing. He knew Rick's reputation better than anyone. The old librarian could turn any ordinary trade into an exhausting negotiation. Instead of accepting the offer, Jinhyuk simply picked up Kagyo and turned to leave. Rick hurried after him in disbelief, shouting whether he truly intended to walk away despite needing the compass. Hugging the little dragon, Jinhyuk calmly replied that he had hoped to settle the matter peacefully, but Rick had pushed the price far beyond reason. If that was how negotiations were going to be handled, perhaps it would be simpler to discuss the issue directly with Hastings instead. The moment Hastings' name was mentioned, Rick's confidence completely disappeared. Jinhyuk casually reminded him that multiple tower managers had already violated regulations by interfering with events inside the tower. First there had been a mid-level manager, then another higher-ranking official. Surely the head manager would be very interested in hearing about all of it. Rick's face instantly turned pale. Panicking, he begged Jinhyuk not to take the matter that far and immediately slashed his asking price. Forget 10 dragon scales. One would be enough. Pretending to consider the revised deal, Jinhyuk rolled up his sleeves and approached Kagyo, explaining that he would only remove a single scale and would be as gentle as possible. The tiny dragon immediately looked up with watery eyes and let out a pitiful cry. Both Jinhyuk and Rick froze. Kagyo's miserable expression made the entire scene unexpectedly awkward. Unable to watch any longer, Rick sighed in defeat and waved his hand. He told Jinhyuk to take the compass now and pay with the dragon scale another time. Kagyo instantly brightened while Jinhyuk accepted the compass of cracks, whose needle automatically pointed toward hidden fractures scattered throughout the tower. Before leaving, Jinhyuk stopped one last time and made a final request. He quietly mentioned Carmen, the manager responsible for repeatedly violating tower rules and interfering with players. Rick adjusted his hat and assured him the problem would soon be resolved. With a firm expression, he promised that Jinhyuk would never have to deal with Carmen again. Elsewhere, Carmen's fate had already been decided. Kneeling helplessly before a mysterious superior, he desperately pleaded for mercy. Trembling uncontrollably, he admitted his mistakes and promised to correct everything if he were only given another opportunity. His superior calmly stirred a cup of tea while listening to the excuses. Rather than accepting them, he coldly pointed out that he had deliberately merged the 8th and 9th floors, even securing the support of a high-ranking demon, simply to ensure Carmen's success. Calling such reckless actions a mistake was nothing more than cowardice. The unseen authority dismissed every excuse with open contempt. Glowing energy surrounded the spoon resting in his hand as he declared Carmen utterly pathetic. Moments later, dark tentacles erupted from the shadows and seized the disgraced manager. Carmen screamed and begged for another chance, but no one showed him sympathy. Hastings watched the scene without the slightest trace of pity. He remarked that he seemed to be surrounded by incompetent fools lately before glancing toward an ancient statue nearby. Speaking almost as though addressing the beings beyond it, he calmly vowed that no one would ever be allowed to reach the sacred shrine under his watch. The following day, the tower's Hall of Fame released a newly edited battle recording. The footage showcased the mysterious masked fighter battling the rulers of the 8th and 9th floors, and it immediately became the most discussed video among players. As the unknown's fame spread throughout the tower, arguments erupted everywhere. The biggest question dominating every discussion was simple: if the unknown and Jinhyuk ever fought each other, who would actually win? While everyone debated, Jinhyuk quietly arrived at the Hall of the Defiled. Standing before an enormous sealed gate, he opened his status window and smiled with satisfaction after discovering he had gained 7 levels from the recent battles. Alice approached from behind, still looking slightly dissatisfied. Holding Port's necklace in her hand, she admitted that the artifact had functioned correctly, but whatever she had been attempting still hadn't produced the result she wanted. Only a short time earlier, the hall had been littered with corpses. Alice had activated Blood Trail and called out to one of her former servants, ordering him to awaken once again. Moments later, the vampire slowly opened his eyes and rose from among the dead. Alice smiled warmly as she welcomed him back. His name was Velas. Still confused after returning to consciousness, he looked at her in disbelief. She simply asked whether he would once again pledge his loyalty to her. After a brief moment of silence, Velas bowed respectfully and accepted her request without hesitation. Alice slowly surveyed the blood-soaked hall, taking in the familiar sight with calm eyes. Beside her, Velas immediately knelt and pledged his loyalty once more, swearing that he would remain by her side until his final breath. Yet the moment his gaze shifted toward Jinhyuk, his respectful expression vanished. He exploded with outrage, demanding to know why someone as noble as Alice had chosen to bind herself to someone he considered completely unworthy. Even the spirit sealed within the necklace joined the complaints, shaking violently while shouting that Jinhyuk should have been eliminated long ago. Jinhyuk merely sighed, grabbed the necklace, and twisted it back and forth until its protests became nothing more than muffled groans. Watching the childish exchange, Alice stepped forward and gently reassured Velas that Jinhyuk was far more capable than he appeared. Although the vampire still looked unconvinced, he reluctantly quieted down. Not long afterward, a system notification caught Jinhyuk's attention. After reading it, he announced that he would be leaving for a while and entrusted Alice with training Velas until his return. She accepted the responsibility without hesitation while the vampire reluctantly prepared for his lessons. Outside, the city bustled with its usual energy beneath a bright afternoon sun. Wearing an ordinary hoodie to avoid attracting attention, Jinhyuk walked through the streets until he found Penheimer relaxing on a park bench. The former imperial representative had traded his formal robes for a colorful Hawaiian shirt and oversized sunglasses, making him look more like a tourist than a powerful official. Sitting beside him, Jinhyuk listened as Penheimer admitted that life outside the tower was surprisingly enjoyable and jokingly asked whether he blended in well enough. Jinhyuk glanced at his outfit before replying that he still looked far too much like a visitor and needed considerably more practice if he wanted to appear natural. The two eventually stopped at a nearby cafe, where they casually enjoyed ice cream while discussing far more serious matters. Between bites, Jinhyuk asked whether the legendary Heavenly Steed had completed his preparations. Penheimer's expression immediately became more serious as he explained that the martial world's strongest warrior had already been sighted during the invasion of the 24th floor. Hearing that news, Jinhyuk silently pieced together the situation. The timing was all wrong. According to everything he knew, the Heavenly Steed should not have begun moving until the middle floors had already been conquered. If he had appeared this early, then Mirim's extremist factions were likely preparing something much larger than expected. Jinhyuk wondered aloud whether the religious sects had decided to unite under the Heavenly Steed in order to launch a full-scale campaign. Penheimer quickly shook his head when Jinhyuk asked whether the Empire wanted him to eliminate the Heavenly Steed. That conflict, he explained, belonged to Mirim, and asking an outsider to resolve it would cross every political boundary imaginable. Instead, the Empire had a completely different request. During the last invasion, their defensive systems had collapsed from within. After conducting an extensive investigation, they discovered that the sabotage had been committed by one of their own people. Someone inside the Empire had been feeding information to the enemy. Jinhyuk's expression hardened as he realized there was a traitor hiding among their ranks. Penheimer calmly asked him to uncover the spy's identity. In return, the Empire would openly support him and grant him access to the safest and fastest routes leading toward the upper floors of the tower. Before leaving, Penheimer added one final warning. Their intelligence network had intercepted signs that Mirim was preparing another massive operation, and whatever was coming would likely surpass every previous invasion. After parting ways, Jinhyuk wandered through the city lost in thought. A high-ranking demon had already appeared far earlier than expected. The Heavenly Steed was now moving before the proper time. Mirim was preparing for another war, and the future he had relied upon was rapidly unraveling. As he stared into his own reflection in a glass storefront, he quietly admitted that the tower's timeline was no longer following the path he remembered. Every major event was occurring ahead of schedule, making the future increasingly unpredictable. Before he could continue thinking, the glass suddenly cracked without warning. A web of fractures spread across its surface before it shattered, sending frightened pedestrians scrambling away in panic. Jin-hyuk barely reacted. Instead, he calmly walked toward the building as though he had expected something unusual to happen. A system notification appeared before him. He had entered a hidden zone located on the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Moments later, the surroundings transformed into a brightly colored amusement park filled with attractions that looked strangely out of place inside the tower. Alice stared around in disbelief, unable to understand why such a location even existed on the first floor. Jin-hyuk explained that only a handful of people even knew this hidden area existed. Velas immediately stepped in front of Alice, declaring that he would personally protect her from any danger. His determined expression made it clear that, unlike his previous life, he intended to keep his promise this time no matter what happened. Before they could explore further, another familiar face appeared. Teresa awkwardly approached the group with a nervous smile, clearly embarrassed by the situation. Jin-hyuk couldn't understand why she looked so uncomfortable until he realized she had probably expected to meet him alone. She had secretly hoped their reunion would be more like a date than a group outing. Instead of teasing her, Jin-hyuk simply gave her a friendly hug and jokingly asked whether she was still feeling guilty about declining his invitation to join the Veterans Company. Before she could answer, he pointed ahead with a grin. Another familiar figure was already waiting. Yoo-sung casually walked toward them with his usual indifferent expression. Jin-hyuk laughed and welcomed him by joking that even his personal stalker had decided to show up. Yoo-sung frowned at the remark before asking whether everyone had truly gathered here just to train. Jin-hyuk clapped his hands together with excitement and declared that it was time to begin. Almost instantly, another system message echoed through the hidden area. The Hardcore Amusement Park event had officially begun. As soon as the Hardcore Amusement Park event officially began, another system message appeared before the group. Until the event ended, the use of skills and equipment would be heavily restricted. Before anyone could react, a stuffed rabbit dropped from the sky and landed neatly in front of them. The plush creature cheerfully introduced himself as Ravi, the park's official guide, and welcomed everyone with exaggerated enthusiasm. The strange mascot quickly abandoned his cheerful tone and explained the true nature of the event. Their only objective was simple in theory but terrifying in practice: survive the amusement park and escape alive. With skills and items mostly sealed, they would have to rely on their own instincts while unimaginably powerful monsters hunted them throughout the park. No sooner had Ravi finished his explanation than the park itself came alive. Mechanical creatures burst out from every direction as the hellish amusement park officially opened. One raccoon-like animatronic leaped straight toward the group, only for Alice to instinctively punch it across the park while calling the creepy machine disgusting. The others joined in without hesitation, tearing through wave after wave of animatronics with nothing but their physical abilities. Ravi watched in complete disbelief as his carefully designed horror attraction was reduced to rubble within minutes. Jin-hyuk couldn't help laughing as he watched his companions casually dismantle every threat. They had grown so powerful that even without their abilities, the event felt less like a deadly trial and more like a relaxing vacation. Meanwhile, the devastated rabbit ran around in tears, desperately begging everyone to stop destroying his beloved amusement park. Far above, on the 24th floor within the Empire's territory, the atmosphere was far less cheerful. Beneath a tattered Imperial banner stood Jinho and Gunshin, surrounded by the bodies of fallen Imperial soldiers. Jinho admired the destruction and remarked that Gunshin had effortlessly wiped out one of the Empire's proudest military orders, joking that someone with such talent should have joined their ranks long ago. Gunshin stared coldly at the battlefield, convinced that the power he had gained through Murim had elevated him beyond the ordinary inhabitants of the tower. To him, the outside world had become nothing more than a playground. Jinho then shifted the conversation toward Jin-hyuk, explaining that eliminating him would make all of their future plans far easier. Gunshin admitted he was capable of killing Jin-hyuk himself, but the hero's greatest strength wasn't his personal power, it was the loyal allies who would willingly sacrifice themselves to protect him. After considering the problem, Jinho suggested attacking those companions first before confronting Jin-hyuk directly. When asked who posed the greatest obstacle, Gunshin immediately thought of Teresa. At that very moment, Teresa was happily spending time with Jin-hyuk and the others inside the amusement park, laughing as explosions erupted around them while they demolished one attraction after another. Much later, while relaxing with her friend Maria in Amsterdam, the two reminisced about that chaotic outing. Maria teased Teresa for expecting a private date when the trip had turned into a group adventure instead. Teresa smiled shyly and admitted that she had still enjoyed every second of it. Destroying the amusement park alongside Jin-hyuk had helped her finally forget the painful memories left behind after the Beijing incident. Maria jokingly remarked that Teresa had started thinking more and more like Jinhyuk because they spent so much time together. Teresa immediately denied the accusation before quietly confessing that their last outing had helped her understand him better. She explained that Jinhyuk often appeared selfish, stubborn, and impossible to deal with, yet every remarkable person around him genuinely trusted and respected him. Thinking back to the day they first met, Teresa realized he had always carried absolute confidence in every situation. Whether they were lying in ambush, charging into danger, or simply laughing together, he never hesitated or doubted himself. His certainty gave everyone around him the courage to keep moving forward. Looking away with a faint blush, Teresa admitted that she finally understood why so many people naturally gathered around him. Although she knew he could no longer spend as much time with her as he once had, the memories they shared remained precious. Maria watched her friend's embarrassed expression with an amused smile. Rather than jealousy, she only found Teresa's innocent feelings adorable and jokingly asked to be introduced to the famous Jinhyuk someday. Their light-hearted conversation ended abruptly when the ground began to shake. Buildings trembled violently, and the sky itself turned an unnatural shade of crimson. At first Maria assumed it was a massive earthquake, but Teresa instantly realized something far worse was happening. She leaped onto a rooftop within seconds and stared toward the horizon. Floating high above the city, she witnessed a horrifying sight that left her speechless. Elsewhere, construction continued across the 5th floor of the tower. Andrea trained under Jinhyuk's supervision as he effortlessly avoided every strike she launched at him. Calmly correcting her technique, he instructed her to watch an opponent's footwork instead of focusing only on their weapon, explaining that deceptive feints often created better opportunities than straightforward attacks. When Andrea swung her sword again, Jinhyuk casually caught the blade between 2 fingers before reminding her that the upper floors of the tower had finally opened. Curious, he asked whether the number of troublesome challengers visiting the 5th floor had decreased. Andrea laughed and admitted that powerful rankers still appeared from time to time, though they were no longer much of a threat. Determined to prove her improvement, Andrea gathered mana into both hands before unleashing twin waves of energy and following them with her punishment strike technique. Jinhyuk stepped aside effortlessly, avoiding every attack without the slightest difficulty. Andrea's shoulders slumped in disappointment while Jinhyuk chuckled softly. Looking at the discouraged girl, he couldn't help remembering the frightened child she had been when they first met. Compared to then, she had grown tremendously. As he glanced around at the rapidly expanding settlements on the 5th floor, he remarked that the area had transformed beyond recognition and would soon become another important stronghold supporting his growing faction. Seeing Andrea still sitting on the ground with a gloomy expression, Jinhyuk reminded her that improvement only came through persistence and encouraged her to stand up and continue training. Nearby, Alice and Velis watched the lesson unfold with mixed reactions. Velis insisted that Alice had certainly never taught anyone in such a ruthless manner, only for Alice to immediately begin lecturing Andrea herself with even stricter instructions. Watching the two of them bicker while Andrea listened obediently, Jinhyuk smiled to himself. Under Alice's guidance, Andrea would undoubtedly become far stronger than before. Even Velis, despite constantly complaining, was slowly adjusting to life alongside everyone else. Just as the peaceful training session continued, a system notification appeared before Jinhyuk. An incoming video call request had arrived from Sang Jin. Jinhyuk accepted the incoming call and was greeted by the worried face of Sang Jin. Looking at the scarred chairman, he remarked that it had been a while since they had last spoken and asked what had happened. Sang Jin skipped the pleasantries entirely. With obvious urgency in his voice, he told Jinhyuk to come to the Awakened Association immediately. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, Jinhyuk's expression hardened as he demanded an explanation. The chairman revealed that Europe was experiencing an unprecedented catastrophe. Massive dimensional gates had begun opening across multiple countries, unleashing endless waves of skeletons and other monsters into major cities. More than 60 gates had already appeared, and the number continued to climb every minute. It was the largest worldwide breakthrough since the tower had first emerged, and the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. Across Europe, complete chaos had erupted. Monsters poured from countless portals, charging through city streets while civilians fled in terror. Military forces responded immediately, surrounding the outbreaks and opening fire, but conventional weapons proved almost useless. Bullets simply bounced harmlessly off the monsters' bodies, leaving soldiers increasingly desperate as the defensive lines began to collapse. Amid the confusion, awakened fighters rushed into battle. Maria unleashed a powerful flame strike that engulfed dozens of undead creatures in blazing fire. Turning toward the stunned soldiers, she ordered them to stop wasting ammunition on enemies their weapons couldn't harm and instead focus on evacuating the remaining civilians. Beside her, Teresa equipped her armor and charged fearlessly into battle while Maria formed another enormous magic circle that flooded the battlefield with roaring flames. Fighting shoulder to shoulder once again, the two women slowly pushed the monsters back. Maria noticed that Teresa seemed especially determined, risking herself repeatedly to rescue trapped civilians. Watching her friend tirelessly protect others, she quietly realized that Teresa was still carrying guilt over everything that had happened in Beijing and was trying to make up for it by saving as many lives as possible. Just then, an unfamiliar voice echoed directly inside Maria's mind, calmly complimenting her abilities by remarking that she fought remarkably well for a human. Before she could react, a gigantic skeletal hand burst from the darkness and seized her. An overwhelming torrent of mana engulfed her body as an enormous skeletal face emerged from the shadows. Spears materialized around Maria and shot toward her, piercing through her defenses while an immense beam of destructive energy ripped straight through a nearby building. Hearing the explosion, Teresa spun around and shouted Maria's name in panic. Before Teresa could reach her friend, a towering knight clad in black armor appeared behind her. With a single devastating swing of his weapon, he blasted the entire square apart, burying everything beneath a cloud of smoke and rubble. Teresa struggled back to her feet, throwing broken debris aside as she searched for her opponent. A deep voice praised her strength before announcing that he had finally found the one he had been searching for. Standing before her was an enormous skeletal warrior known as the Great Death Knight. The undead commander called Teresa by name, making it immediately clear that this encounter had not happened by chance. Teresa clenched her teeth, realizing she had become his specific target. Elsewhere in Germany, the undead invasion was equally devastating. Entire streets were overrun until two familiar warriors suddenly descended from above. The twins eliminated countless undead within moments, though Casey complained that fighting skeletons was far less satisfying than battling living enemies. As she twirled her spear, she admitted she already missed the days when she and Jinhyuk had fought together. Her brother glanced across the ruined city and muttered that Europe looked beyond saving. Before either sibling could continue the conversation, their phones rang simultaneously. Both answered with little enthusiasm at first, but their expressions immediately brightened the moment they recognized the caller. It was Jinhyuk. By then, Jinhyuk had already arrived at the association headquarters. While walking through the building, he questioned the twins about their current location. They quickly explained that they were still in Germany helping contain one of the largest outbreaks. Jinhyuk told them to listen carefully because he needed their assistance with an important task. Curious, they immediately asked what he wanted, and after hearing his request, they accepted without hesitation. 3 hours after the first gates had opened, the Awakened Association gathered representatives from every major nation for an emergency meeting. A massive map displaying the spread of the disaster filled the room. The association's leader delivered the grim report. More than 40,000 people had already lost their lives, and every system-based communication link with Europe had gone completely silent. Although the continent's strongest guilds were desperately resisting the invasion, they simply lacked the manpower to hold back the endless tide of monsters. If outside assistance failed to arrive soon, Europe itself would fall, and the disaster would inevitably spread to the rest of the world. Looking around the room filled with elite awakened, the association formally requested their aid. Every powerful hunter present immediately understood the scale of the crisis. Jinhyuk silently lowered his gaze, deep in thought. His mind drifted back to an earlier conversation. Before the current disaster began, Andrea had cheerfully asked him to pass along a message to Teresa, complaining that she had been bored lately. Smiling, Jinhyuk had gently patted Andrea's head and promised that he would deliver the message the next time they met. Satisfied with his answer, Andrea happily returned home. Back in the present, Alice quietly closed her eyes before speaking in a calm voice. If Europe had truly fallen into such chaos, there was no chance Teresa would stay out of the fighting. She would already be standing on the front lines. After watching Andrea head home, Jinhyuk quietly reflected that she still had a long road ahead if she wanted to become truly powerful. Her training needed complete focus, and exposing her to the terrible news unfolding across Europe would only shake her determination and slow her progress. Alice studied his expression before asking whether she should accompany him, pointing out that the current crisis was happening outside the tower. Jinhyuk gently shook his head. This disaster was on a scale that even she could not influence. Instead, he entrusted her with something far more important, staying behind to protect Andrea and continue her training. Alice accepted the responsibility with a confident smile, assuring him that Andrea would be safe. Before he left, she reminded him to return alive. Jinhyuk answered with a faint smile before setting off. Back in the present, Jinhyuk stood among a crowd, gripping his phone tightly as anxiety weighed on his mind. Across the world in Amsterdam, the city had already become a battlefield. Buildings lay shattered, streets were covered with rubble, and the undead continued their relentless assault. Maria had been overwhelmed and now lay motionless after exhausting herself in battle, while Teresa remained the last line of defense. She continuously exchanged blows with the towering Death Knight, each collision of their swords sending violent shockwaves through the ruined streets. Teresa activated her Divine Blade ability, summoning countless radiant swords that rained down upon her opponent. However, to her horror, the holy weapons barely managed to scratch the knight's heavily fortified armor. Instead of weakening, the undead warrior only grew more aggressive. Spotting the brief opening left after her attack, he swung his enormous sword with overwhelming force. Teresa realized too late that there was no escape. The strike exploded across the battlefield, burying everything beneath smoke and debris. When the dust finally settled, the Death Knight searched calmly through the haze before spotting Teresa lying battered on the ground. Her armor had been almost completely destroyed, yet she had somehow survived the devastating blow. The knight admitted that she had endured longer than most paladins ever could before turning toward his master for further instructions. Nearby stood the Lich Ram, his body surrounded by dense waves of sinister mana. Without acknowledging the Death Knight, he gazed down at the fallen paladin with quiet interest. At first, he recognized the extraordinary holy power flowing within her body, the very reason Miram had wanted her eliminated. But as he examined her more closely, he sensed another mysterious energy hidden deep inside her. That unexpected discovery immediately changed his plans. Straightening up, he declared that Teresa would not be killed. She would be taken alive instead. He then ordered his subordinates to capture Maria as well. Not far from the battlefield, Casey secretly recorded everything on her phone while hiding with her brother Jadello. Looking at the terrifying strength of the undead commanders, Jadello wondered if they had any chance of helping. Casey immediately dismissed the idea. Facing those monsters head-on would be suicide. Rather than throwing their lives away, she snapped several photos of the battlefield and sent them directly to Jinhyuk. A notification vibrated in Jinhyuk's hand. As soon as he opened the message and saw Teresa being captured, his expression darkened. Another message from Casey explained that neither she nor her brother had the strength to stop the enemy. Rage surged through him as he realized exactly what had happened. Meanwhile, another group arrived in Amsterdam. Weibo landed gracefully alongside 4 siblings, all members of Miram's forces. The streets were littered with corpses and marching skeletons, a sight that disgusted Dano as she watched one of the undead brutally impale a survivor. Both she and Gunhyun questioned why Miram had entrusted such an important operation to an army of skeletons instead of sending their own elite warriors. Before Weibo could answer, a calm female voice echoed above them. Standing atop a nearby structure was a woman dressed in elegant robes. Weibo immediately recognized her in surprise. It was Solon, Miram's supreme master and the first martial artist of her era to reach absolute perfection. She greeted him without warmth before reminding him that a true warrior obeys orders instead of questioning them. Her words instantly silenced everyone present. The younger siblings lowered their heads in fear while the elder brothers remained respectfully silent. Moments later, Ram approached the group with a satisfied smile. Spreading his arms, he welcomed them to what he proudly called the new land of the dead. Gesturing toward the countless fallen soldiers scattered across the city, he remarked that although humans were individually weak, they provided an endless supply of corpses from which he could build an unstoppable undead army. The destruction of Europe, in his eyes, was simply an opportunity to create more servants. Solon showed no interest in his enthusiasm. She coldly reminded the Lich that they had only come to ensure he fulfilled the agreement he had made with Miram. Ram merely chuckled, joking that she had no appreciation for romance. Ignoring her disapproval, he bent down, picked up Teresa's abandoned shield, and smiled with an unsettling expression as he admired his newest prize. Ram glanced at Teresa's abandoned shield with open contempt, declaring that the paladin had never stood a chance against him. Gunshin and Danso eagerly accepted that conclusion, celebrating what they believed was her death. Convinced the troublesome Holy Knight had finally been eliminated, the 3 villains openly rejoiced. Solon, however, remained silent. Rather than joining their celebration, she simply watched them with a thoughtful expression, as though questioning whether they were celebrating far too early. Elsewhere, an entire fleet of military helicopters sped toward Amsterdam. Inside one of them, the mission supervisor informed everyone that they would soon enter European airspace. Every major gateway into the continent had already fallen under enemy control, meaning once they landed, retreat would no longer be an option. Standing beside Jinhyuk, Tun asked whether he approved of the strike team that had been assembled for the operation. Jinhyuk remained quiet for a moment before a confident smile spread across his face. He answered that the squad was more than sufficient. With himself, Younghwa, and the others present, he believed only 4 people were needed to turn the situation around. Younghwa's confidence made Tamman noticeably uneasy. He reminded everyone that they had faced desperate battles before, but nothing on this scale. Jinhyuk laughed at his reaction and teased Younghwa for acting so serious, joking that he had practically volunteered to join the mission himself. Younghwa rolled his eyes and told him to stop talking nonsense because he was only doing what he wanted anyway. Using a tactical tablet, Jun asked whether there were any final orders before the assault began. Jinhyuk immediately shifted to strategy. He explained that their true target was the powerful Lich Ram. As long as the Lich continued gathering fresh corpses, his undead army would never stop growing. Pointing across the battlefield map, Jinhyuk ordered everyone to seal every remaining gate leading into the city. Preventing additional civilian casualties was just as important as defeating the Lich, because without fresh bodies, the enemy's forces would eventually stop expanding. After acknowledging the plan, Teton reported that elite rankers from countries around the world were already traveling toward Europe by both land and air to reinforce the defense. Before ending the briefing, he wished Jinhyuk luck. Jinhyuk simply smiled in response. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the pilot's urgent warning. A large formation of flying demons had appeared ahead, rapidly closing in on the helicopters. Radar alarms echoed through the cabin as the pilot announced that the enemy would reach them within moments. Without hesitation, Tamman activated his Machine King ability. Mechanical drones immediately deployed around the aircraft, and powerful magical artillery erupted from their weapons. Explosive mana rounds tore through the sky, destroying several demons before they could reach the helicopters. Even so, Tamman warned that the enemy numbers were overwhelming and a direct collision seemed unavoidable. Before anyone could react, Jinhyuk calmly rose from his seat and walked toward the helicopter hatch. He glanced at Younghwa with a grin before pressing the release button. As the hatch swung open and freezing wind rushed inside, Younghwa stared at him in disbelief. Jinhyuk pointed toward him with a playful smile and told him to watch carefully if he wanted to see how a true master handled impossible situations. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Jinhyuk stepped out of the helicopter and plunged into the open sky. Younghwa could only scream as he watched his teammate freefall toward the battlefield below. In midair, Jinhyuk remained perfectly composed. 2 enormous magic circles instantly materialized around him as the system activated barrier enhancement and enhanced vision, preparing him to confront the swarm of airborne demons head-on. Mana rapidly gathered around Jinhyuk as he plummeted through the sky. The system immediately activated ice creation, and brilliant energy erupted from his body. Before the approaching demons could react, he unleashed the 1,000-year ice prison. Blinding light engulfed the battlefield, and the entire swarm was frozen solid in an instant, their terrified screams silenced as they became lifeless statues of ice. Jinhyuk calmly called for Sil, the wind spirit. She appeared immediately, shifting into her combat form before catching her master in midair and carrying him effortlessly across the battlefield. Watching from the helicopters, Taemin and Younghwa cheered at the flawless rescue, while Yusung clicked his tongue in irritation, refusing to be impressed. Far below, the Lich Ram suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of magical power. He looked toward the sky with narrowed eyes, realizing someone had rewritten a complex spell formula to amplify its effectiveness. Such mastery could belong only to an extraordinary mage. Perched on Sil, Jinhyuk guessed exactly what the Lich was thinking and smirked to himself. His attention quickly shifted toward a nearby gate. The moment he noticed it, he understood Ram's next move. A colossal skeletal leg emerged from the portal, followed by the enormous body of a bone dragon. As the undead beast fully entered the battlefield, its empty eye sockets flared with ghostly light. The system reported the activation of divided sight, allowing Ram to observe the battle directly through the dragon's senses. The bone dragon released an earth-shaking roar that generated a violent shockwave. Immediately afterward, the system announced that it had activated fear. The overwhelming aura spread through the sky, forcing the helicopters off course. Even powerful fighters like Younghwa, Taemin, and Yusung felt their bodies grow heavy under the crushing pressure. Yusung cursed as he struggled against the invisible force. Jinhyuk merely smiled. He lifted Kaga into his arms and told the young dragon it was time to show everyone the strength of the mightiest dragon. Kaga answered with a thunderous roar of his own. The system immediately recognized the activation of fear once again, but this time it declared that the superior being's aura had completely overridden the weaker one. The 2 terrifying waves collided in the sky before Kaga's dominance erased the bone dragon's ability entirely. Watching through his undead servant, Ram was left speechless. The bone dragon instinctively lowered its head before Kaga's overwhelming presence, its massive body trembling as its legs nearly gave out beneath it. Even the undead dragon seemed unable to believe what it was sensing. The Lich stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a human had managed to tame an ancient dragon. A troubling thought crossed his mind as he remembered the warning he had once received about an exceptionally dangerous individual. Looking again at Jinhyuk, he began to wonder if this was the very person he had been warned about. Before Jinhyuk could act again, Yusung suddenly leaped from the helicopter without warning. Furious at being left behind, he ignored the danger entirely and hurled himself into the sky, landing beside Sil with a grin. Jinhyuk laughed, joking that the flight felt like an amusement park ride. Yusung fired back that if Jinhyuk could pull off something so reckless, then he certainly could as well. However, as he glanced toward the airborne bone dragon, he admitted that aerial combat was far from his specialty. Jinhyuk ordered the remaining teammates to continue toward the city while he and Yusung dealt with the dragon. Yonghwa and Taemin immediately obeyed and guided the helicopters away from the confrontation. Meanwhile, the bone dragon unfurled its enormous skeletal wings and launched itself into the air with a deafening roar, charging directly at them. As the undead beast closed the distance, Yusung asked whether just the two of them were enough to bring it down. Jinhyuk answered confidently that victory was possible, but they needed to conserve their mana because the real battle had not even begun. Rather than defeating the dragon immediately, their first objective was to draw its attention away from the helicopters. The two warriors accelerated through the air, streaking past the bone dragon and landing simultaneous attacks that left fresh cracks across its skeletal body. Enraged, the creature briefly glanced toward the escaping helicopters before abandoning them entirely to pursue the pair that had dared to wound it. Watching the gigantic monster chase after them exactly as planned, Jinhyuk smiled in satisfaction. Meanwhile, near Amsterdam's royal palace, countless undead creatures surrounded the area. The system activated a synchronization ability for the twins, allowing Casey and Jadello to share information and coordinate more effectively the better they understood each other's thoughts. Casey sighed in frustration, asking her brother why he always made things so complicated. Jadello, meanwhile, became increasingly nervous when a nearby skeleton refused to stop staring at him. Casey casually told him to ignore it, insisting the creature probably was not thinking about anything at all. A moment later, the skeleton finally turned away, allowing Jadello to breathe a sigh of relief. Elsewhere in the palace square, Teresa remained unconscious. Magical chains tightly bound her to the ground while a heavily armed Death Knight stood guard nearby, making any rescue attempt nearly impossible. Hidden among the ruins, Casey quietly observed the scene with Jadello. Although they had successfully located Teresa, the powerful knight protecting her made any direct approach far too dangerous. When the Death Knight slowly turned its head in their direction, Jadello immediately stiffened, realizing they might already have been discovered. Casey tried to reassure her brother, telling him to stay calm. Before she could finish, the Death Knight suddenly lunged toward their hiding place. Jadello panicked, shouting that the enemy had spotted them, but Casey rolled her eyes and told him to stop overreacting. With a sigh, she remarked that the undead would soon be nothing more than attractive-looking corpses. Her confidence faded, however, when the knight continued marching straight toward them. Raising his massive sword, he declared that spies had infiltrated their ranks. The twins narrowly avoided his strike and immediately fled through the ruined streets. Elsewhere, the bone dragon was still chasing Jinhyuk and Yusung through the skies. Yusung unleashed a powerful aura blade, sending a wave of mana crashing toward the beast. The dragon simply opened its jaws and erased the attack with ease. Jinhyuk shot Yusung an unimpressed look, reminding him not to waste mana recklessly. Irritated, Yusung demanded to know how they were supposed to defeat the creature without fighting it head-on. Jinhyuk calmly explained that strength alone wasn't enough. Victory depended on timing. Without another word, he climbed higher into the sky, signaling Yusung to follow. The bone dragon pursued them without hesitation. As they approached the enormous portal from which the dragon had emerged, Jinhyuk pointed directly at it. He revealed that their destination wasn't the battlefield, it was the portal itself. Yusung quickly caught on, assuming Jinhyuk intended to trap the dragon. The two fighters flew straight through the gateway. The bone dragon charged after them, but its enormous body became wedged inside the opening. It roared furiously, struggling to force itself through. Jinhyuk immediately activated a 2-star acceleration barrier. A glowing magic circle formed in his hand as the spell drastically increased his casting speed. The portal began shrinking at incredible speed. Before the dragon could escape, the closing gateway sliced cleanly through its neck, separating its head from its body. A level-up notification appeared before Jinhyuk's eyes. Nearby, Kaga eagerly stared at the severed dragon head before devouring it with obvious delight. Yusung watched the scene in stunned silence until he finally realized Jinhyuk's true strategy. Smiling awkwardly, he admitted the plan had been far smarter than he expected. Looking around the abandoned streets, Jin-hyuk remarked that they had successfully slipped behind enemy lines. He sighed after realizing they still had to make their way to Amsterdam Palace on foot. Suddenly, both men sensed another presence and turned around. Standing behind them was the Lich himself. He applauded their cleverness, complimenting their tactics. With a nostalgic smile, he admitted that watching them reminded him of his own days as a human. Yusung didn't bother responding. He instantly activated Aura Blade and slashed directly across the Lich's face, ordering him to die instead of talking. The attack accomplished nothing. The Lich's wound regenerated almost immediately. Annoyed, he complained that modern humans had no appreciation for style or drama. While the undead muttered to himself, Jin-hyuk focused on the system window floating before him. Detailed information about the Lich flooded his vision, revealing the enemy's history. Once, the Lich had been a legendary mage who conquered countless floors of the tower before abandoning his humanity. The system also revealed the requirement for copying his abilities. The Lich first had to experience the bitterness of life. After reading everything, Jin-hyuk's eyes glowed brightly. He calmly explained to Yusung that physical attacks were useless because the Lich's body was nothing more than an illusion. Only magical attacks could truly damage him. The Lich's expression immediately changed. He couldn't understand how Jin-hyuk knew such a closely guarded secret. For the first time, fear appeared on his face. He let out a shrill scream, admitting he was at a disadvantage before urgently calling for reinforcements. Jin-hyuk and Yusung looked toward the horizon. 5 warriors from Murim appeared in the distance. Leading them was Solon, who descended gracefully onto the battlefield. She observed the 2 young fighters with cold, contemptuous eyes, her glowing pupils radiating overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, in France, another operation was underway. Baek Jinho pressed the hatch release with a grin. He joked that Yunak joining the battle was unexpected, considering he had always preferred staying surrounded by women rather than fighting. Yunak simply smiled and recalled Caracol's advice. He admitted that it was finally time to grow up and take things seriously. Baek Jinho nodded with satisfaction, pleased to see his companion's change in attitude. Without hesitation, the 2 warriors leaped from the helicopter and landed in the middle of a street crawling with skeletons. Jinho flashed a savage grin as his body began to transform. A deafening roar burst from him, activating his Beast King's roar. Every undead creature within range immediately shifted its attention toward him, while the skill reinforced his defenses for the next 30 seconds. Jinho and Yunak charged straight into the horde, cutting through waves of skeletons without slowing down. Across Europe, humanity launched a desperate counteroffensive. Hunters and players were dispatched to countless cities, fighting to protect lands that were not even their own. The invading monsters threatened the survival of the entire human race, and every capable fighter joined the battle. Despite their efforts, the endless tide of skeletons refused to thin, forcing both sides to fight with everything they had. Back in Amsterdam, Jin-hyuk stood before his enemies while the Lich's body dissolved into drifting dark mana, signaling his departure. Gun Hyen smirked and glanced at Yusung before mocking him, asking if he was the same swordsman defeated on the 4th floor. Yusung's expression darkened, but before he could answer, Jin-hyuk stepped forward with a grin. He mocked Gun Hyen and his brothers, reminding them that they had already lost to him once. To make matters worse, he exaggerated Gun Hyen's previous tantrum, leaving the Murim warriors visibly embarrassed. They protested loudly, accusing Jin-hyuk of winning only because he relied on an enormous beast as backup. Jin-hyuk simply laughed, finding their excuses amusing. He then asked what terrible mistake they had made to deserve constant supervision from their own allies, making the group even more uncomfortable. While provoking them, Jin-hyuk secretly examined Solon's system information. The system revealed the condition required to copy her abilities. Her overwhelming confidence in her own techniques had to be exploited. To satisfy the requirement, he needed to force her to continuously use her skills for at least 5 minutes. Remembering Penheimer's warning that Murim was preparing something significant, Jin-hyuk's smile gradually disappeared. The presence of Solon confirmed that this operation was far more serious than he had expected. Before he could act, Yusung stepped in front of him. He declared that he would hold off the Murim warriors alone while Jin-hyuk pursued the Lich. Lowering his head slightly, he admitted that Jin-hyuk's magical abilities made him the better choice for that mission. Jin-hyuk looked at him carefully and asked whether he truly believed he could handle so many powerful opponents. Yusung answered with nothing more than a confident grin. He rushed forward, shouting for Jin-hyuk to leave the battlefield to him. Trusting his companion, Jin-hyuk wished him luck and immediately sprinted away. Gun Hyen noticed and angrily demanded to know where Jin-hyuk thought he was going. Before he could chase him, Yusung's blade flashed toward him at incredible speed. Gun Hyen barely blocked the strike. In the same motion, Yusung spun around and drove a powerful kick into his opponent's chest, launching him backward. Wayimbo caught his airborne brother before he crashed. Standing between them and Jinhyuk, Yusung pointed his sword forward and warned them that nobody would pursue Jinhyuk while he was still standing. He immediately activated desperate determination, sacrificing part of his defense in exchange for a significant increase in attack power. Gun Hyen and Wango looked toward Solon, clearly unhappy, but she calmly ordered them to attack. Obeying without question, the 4 Miram warriors charged together. Yusung met them head-on. He dashed through their formation, slashing at each opponent without showing the slightest hesitation. Watching from the sidelines, Solon smiled faintly. She recognized the unwavering determination burning within Yusung. Meanwhile, countless undead continued roaming the streets of Amsterdam. Jinhyuk raced through the city at full speed. Flames gathered in his palm before he unleashed a massive blast of fire that engulfed the surrounding skeletons in a violent explosion. He emerged from the smoke completely unharmed and immediately searched for the strongest source of dark energy. The sinister aura pointed him directly toward Teresa. Using walls and rooftops as stepping stones, he crossed the city with incredible speed. Every leap shattered concrete beneath his feet as he rushed to reach her before the corruption consumed her completely. Elsewhere, Teresa was enduring unbearable suffering. A brilliant holy light shone from her chest while dark mana relentlessly attempted to invade her soul. The Lich, cloaked in thick waves of darkness, praised her remarkable endurance. As he inspected the spell taking shape before him, he calmly asked how much longer she intended to resist. Sensing powerful presences rapidly approaching, his patience began to wear thin. Dark mana swirled around him once again as he looked down at Teresa and coldly told her that the struggle was over and that it was finally time for her to surrender. Despite the agony that threatened to tear her apart, Teresa gritted her teeth and refused to give in. The Lich's patience snapped, and he barked an order at the Death Knight. The armored warrior calmly informed him that both of their hidden scouts had already been eliminated. Hearing that, the Lich immediately abandoned his anger. He cancelled the spell he had been casting, realizing their location had been exposed. Instead, he summoned a powerful artifact and handed it to the Death Knight. The system identified the relic as the Black Buffalo Bone, a magical treasure imbued with immense power. Ordering his subordinate to use it against the approaching enemies, the Lich also instructed him to gather more undead soldiers and reinforce the defensive barrier. As Teresa struggled to catch her breath, the Lich ordered his minions to drag Maria before him. Maria looked up in confusion as he stared directly into her eyes. His gaze gleamed ominously before he remarked that every person possessed a weakness. Teresa immediately understood his intentions and was horrified. Elsewhere, Yusung remained locked in battle against 4 Miram warriors. Ganian and Wimbo attacked together, forcing him onto the defensive. Mana surged through his blade as the system announced the activation of the soul-chasing Chi sword. With a single technique, Yusung unleashed a burst of power that drove all 4 opponents backward. Gunhyun stared in disbelief. Yusung had become far stronger than during their previous encounter. At that moment, Solon entered the fight herself. She admired the fact that someone from outside Miram had mastered such a refined sword technique. Their blades collided again and again, and with every exchange, her interest in him grew. A smile spread across Solon's face as she asked whether he wished to perfect his swordsmanship. Yusung remained silent, retreating a few steps before asking what she meant. Placing a hand over her chest, Solon invited him to Miram. She promised that if he followed her, he could forge an even deeper connection with his blade and perhaps even meet the creator of the Chi sword technique. Her offer gave Yusung pause. Becoming stronger was a tempting prospect. For a brief moment, he considered it. Then he smiled. Raising his sword once more, he declared that no opportunity, no matter how attractive, would ever make him abandon Jinhyuk while Teresa's life was still in danger. Gunhyun grew furious at his answer, while Solon found herself respecting Yusung even more. Meanwhile, a massive explosion erupted in the city square. Jinhyuk charged directly toward the Death Knight, cutting through countless skeletons. The knight raised the Black Buffalo Bone, activating its power. A giant beast-shaped emblem appeared overhead, and an overwhelming force of gravity crashed down upon Jinhyuk. The street beneath him collapsed into a huge crater. Grinding his teeth, he realized the crushing pressure came entirely from the relic. Then something caught his attention. 2 helicopters flew overhead. A lone figure leaped from one of them, descending rapidly toward the battlefield. Yunoa arrived like a missile. Her flying kick smashed into the Death Knight, driving him straight into the ground. As the knight struggled back to his feet, the artifact vibrated violently. The oppressive gravity field instantly disappeared. Jinhyuk smiled and praised Yunoa's perfect timing. The enraged Death Knight swung his massive sword without hesitation. Yunoa narrowly avoided the slash, springing backward with incredible agility. The Black Buffalo Bone activated once again. This time, a blazing lion made entirely of fire erupted from the relic and charged directly at Yunoa. Even she admitted that the attack looked overwhelming. Before the flaming beast could reach her, a massive tank crashed down from above, crushing the creature beneath its weight. The system announced the activation of the King of Machines. Taemin looked toward Yunoa with a teasing grin and jokingly asked whether this was her first real battle. She simply smiled, refusing to answer. Taking advantage of the distraction, Jinhyuk rushed deeper into the battlefield. Yunoa shouted for him to keep moving, promising that she and Taemin would handle the Death Knight themselves. As he sprinted forward, endless undead seemed to appear specifically to block his path. Far away, the Lich's empty eye sockets glowed with sinister light. Jinhyuk immediately understood what his enemy was trying to do. Without slowing down, he shouted for the twins to help him, promising that he would grant their request if they assisted him now. The twins immediately removed their masks and exchanged delighted smiles. Joining hands, they asked him to swear that he would keep his promise. The moment he agreed, they spun across the battlefield together, their spears cutting through wave after wave of skeletons with elegant precision. Before disappearing into the horde, they called out to Jinhyuk, reminding him to stay alive. Back at the square, the Lich looked down at Teresa with cold amusement. He dragged Maria forward, binding her tightly with mana. Calmly, he explained that people like Teresa could never endure watching others suffer. The system announced the activation of Lightning Blade. Electricity surged through Maria's body, making her scream in unbearable agony. Unable to watch any longer, Teresa cried out, begging the Lich to stop. The undead mage looked at her with complete contempt. He claimed everything happening was her fault, insisting that if she had possessed greater strength, none of this would have occurred. Maria continued writhing in pain while Teresa could do nothing except watch through tears. Jinhyuk raced toward them as fast as his legs could carry him. Standing before Teresa, the Lich continued tormenting both girls, mocking the paladin by claiming that no one would ever come to save her. Dark tears began streaming down Teresa's face. When she lowered her head, the system detected the first signs of corruption spreading through her body. Maria finally collapsed unconscious. Pointing at the fallen woman, the Lich smiled with satisfaction, believing Teresa's spirit had finally broken. He slowly raised a finger wrapped in dark mana, preparing to make his next move. Seeing what was about to happen, Jinhyuk cursed under his breath. He pushed himself forward with everything he had, but he was too late. The Lich placed a hand on Teresa's head. A painful scream echoed across the battlefield as dark mana engulfed her body. Moments later, the system announced the fall of the nation saint. A towering pillar of black energy descended from the sky, swallowing her completely. From a distance, Yonghwa and Taemin looked toward the disturbance, unable to understand what had happened. The Lich watched the dark cocoon with satisfaction. Then, the black mist slowly dispersed. Teresa stepped out calmly, brushing her hair back and adjusting it as though nothing had happened. She released a relaxed sigh before revealing that another being now occupied her body. The demon smiled, pleased to have finally escaped its confinement. The Lich burst into laughter, delighted that his plan had succeeded beyond expectations. Turning toward Jinhyuk, the demon received its first command. Kill him. Without hesitation, Teresa raised her hand. Darkness condensed into a razor-sharp sword that materialized in her grip. Ignoring the Lich's laughter, she rushed directly toward Jinhyuk. He instantly summoned his twin swords and barely managed to intercept her strike. The impact shook the ground beneath his feet, cracking the earth as the overwhelming force pushed against him. Even while blocking, Jinhyuk struggled to hold his position. With another powerful swing, the possessed Teresa hurled him across the battlefield. He slid backward before forcing himself upright, using one of his swords for support. A grin appeared on his face as he looked at her. I liked the old Teresa a lot better. She answered with a cold smile, asking whether her former weakness had simply been convenient for him. Nearby, Casey and Jadello watched the fierce duel unfold. The possessed Teresa fought with terrifying confidence, and even the twins couldn't help admiring how powerful she had become. Jinhyuk barely defended himself as another strike crashed toward him. Teresa laughed, admitting that she had never felt stronger than she did now. Their battle quickly spread across the city as repeated clashes shattered the streets around them. During another exchange, Teresa accused him of always keeping his distance. Every time she tried to get closer to him, that troublesome vampire was always by his side. She swung her sword with tremendous force, but Jinhyuk slipped past the attack at the last instant. Frustrated, she demanded to know whether he was making fun of her. She claimed she had never even been able to hide her true feelings. Darkness poured into her blade, making it even more destructive. A twisted smile crossed her face as she declared that she would make sure he suffered alongside her. Jinhyuk blocked the incoming strike, but the impact launched him backward. He skidded dozens of meters before crashing straight through the wall of a nearby building. Bracing himself with his swords, he stared at Teresa. He immediately realized the source of her growing strength. The longer the battle continued, the more dark mana she absorbed from the Lich, causing her power to rise continuously. Knowing he couldn't allow the fight to drag on, Jinhyuk activated the sword graveyard. Dark energy gathered around him as he charged forward without hesitation. If he failed to end the battle now, victory would become impossible. Using the dance of the dark blade, he unleashed a storm of sword strikes from every direction. Even Teresa struggled to keep up, barely managing to block each attack. She laughed, openly acknowledging his incredible speed. In the next instant, Jinhyuk's sword rested against her throat. Instead of showing fear, she smiled. She quietly asked why he had stopped. Was he afraid that if he killed her, the innocent Teresa he once knew would disappear forever? Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed in fury as the possessed Teresa mocked him, claiming he was terrified that blessing of the stars might fail, leaving the real Teresa dead forever. She casually pushed his sword away with a finger before driving a powerful strike into his chest. Grabbing his clothes, she sneered that his weak expression disappointed her. Taemin instinctively rushed forward, but Casey quickly covered his mouth, warning him not to interfere. Watching closely, Casey realized that something inside Teresa had awakened. The dark Teresa seized Jinhyuk by the face, unable to understand why her original self had fallen in love with him. After releasing him, she reached into the dark mana surrounding him, compressed it into her hand, and absorbed it. Her eyes widened with satisfaction as she admitted that his darkness was far richer than the Lich's. Jinhyuk simply smiled. The furious Lich ordered her to kill Jinhyuk immediately, but instead she ignored the command and stood beside him. The Lich stared in disbelief as she declared that although his magic was impressive, Jinhyuk's power was far more appealing, so she had no intention of obeying him. She even admitted that she now understood why the original Teresa had liked him. The Lich clenched his jaw in rage. He had manipulated Mirim, sacrificed countless lives, and devoted everything to reviving her, only to be betrayed moments after her resurrection. His anger reached its limit. Suddenly, the relic in the Death Knight's possession shot through the air and returned to the Lich's hand. Raising the black buffalo bone, he swore Jinhyuk would pay for everything he had taken from him. The artifact awakened, and an enormous shadow spread across the battlefield. Teresa smirked and volunteered to handle the Death Knight herself. At that same moment, undead across Europe abruptly changed direction. Jinho, Yunak, and Tekken watched in confusion as every skeleton abandoned its current battle and marched toward Amsterdam. Tekken suddenly remembered Jinhyuk's earlier warning to seal every possible route. Realizing the danger, he shouted for everyone to stop the advancing undead at all costs. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk welcomed the true battle with a confident grin. Dark mana erupted around the Lich as he crossed his arms and completed another spell. Mountains of corpses began glowing before merging into a gigantic skeletal titan. Countless skeletons sacrificed themselves, becoming armor that covered the giant's body until it towered above the city. Yonghwa and Taemin stared in horror at the monstrous undead commander. Jinhyuk immediately understood the situation. As long as skeletons continued reaching the Lich, the Titan would keep growing stronger and the destruction of Amsterdam would only worsen. He ordered his allies to stop the incoming undead while he dealt with the boss himself. Yonghwa and Taemin obeyed without hesitation. The colossal skeleton slowly bowed toward Jinhyuk, preparing to attack. Rather than panic, Jinhyuk smiled confidently and declared that the Lich wouldn't be able to look away from him. Nearby, Kaga sniffed the ground before pointing toward a hidden location. The dwarf immediately began digging. The gigantic titan advanced, crushing buildings beneath its feet. The Death Knight noticed his master's overwhelming rage just as Teresa called out to him with a playful smile. "Uncle," she said, pointing her blade toward him. "This fight will be different." Curious, the knight admitted he wanted to see how powerful she had become. Teresa instantly vanished from sight and crashed into him with tremendous force, shattering the ground beneath them. She laughed, asking how he could still act so arrogantly. The Death Knight blasted her backward with another strike, remarking that although her movements had improved, she still talked too much. Teresa only laughed harder, finding his criticism amusing. Their swords collided again and again, each exchange shaking the battlefield. Frustrated, the knight demanded to know why she had betrayed their master when she could have grown even stronger under his command. Teresa answered with a kick to his head before telling him to stop asking questions he already knew the answer to. Inside her own consciousness, however, another battle was unfolding. The Real Saint Teresa sat quietly with her knees pulled to her chest while her dark counterpart watched over her. The moment the dark version tried to harm Jinhyuk, the true Teresa finally lifted her head. Instead of crying, she smiled with relief after seeing him still fighting. That small reaction made her dark counterpart wonder if there was some way to completely seal away the saint's lingering will. Elsewhere, Casey and Jadella watched Teresa's incredible battle with amazement. As Jinhyuk sprinted across the battlefield, he scolded the twins for treating such a dangerous situation too casually. His thoughts drifted back to an earlier conversation when Teresa had pointed at him and demanded that he never allow anyone to surpass him in magic. She had confessed that as long as he kept growing stronger, the saint inside her would always have a reason to smile. Remembering those words reminded Jinhyuk why he had devoted himself to mastering dark magic. Before he could reflect any further, the gigantic skeletal titan attacked. Its massive fist slammed into the ground with overwhelming force, creating a devastating explosion that launched skeletons and debris into the air. Jinhyuk gathered mana into his palm and unleashed daylight. A brilliant beam tore straight through the giant's skull, leaving a massive hole. Yet moments later, streams of dark energy repaired the damage as fresh skeletons sacrificed themselves to restore the titan. Watching from inside the giant, the Lich laughed. He admitted that Jinhyuk had always been exceptionally talented, but insisted that talent alone was meaningless. The undead army would never stop rebuilding itself. Then the Lich asked a chilling question. What are you willing to sacrifice? He revealed that he had abandoned everything in pursuit of power: his family, his closest companions, the royal mages who had trusted him, his kingdom, his castle, and even his own soul and body. As he shouted those words, countless magic circles filled the sky above Amsterdam. Even Casey and Jadella, who were busy rescuing Maria, froze in shock as they witnessed the terrifying scale of the Lich's magic. Jinhyuk looked up at the countless magic circles covering the sky and smiled confidently. Behind him, enormous bookshelves filled with ancient spellbooks materialized one after another. The system announced the activation of skill fusion. His first attempt was to merge fire element with ice creation, but the fusion failed. Refusing to stop, Jinhyuk immediately cast several spells at once. The system activated the one-star multi-layer perception barrier, then added daylight to the fusion sequence. As he challenged the Lich to witness true magic, the system finally confirmed that the fusion had succeeded. The Lich stared in disbelief. Even Teresa and the Death Knight paused their duel to watch. Above the battlefield, hundreds of glowing magic circles of different colors spread across the sky, creating an incredible spectacle. Using infinity magic, Jinhyuk slowly rose into the air. The system announced that, for a limited time, every spell he cast would consume no mana. However, the unstable fusion could only be maintained for 1 minute. Casey, Jadella, Yonghwa, and Taemin could only watch in amazement. With a wave of his hand, Jinhyuk combined multiple spells into a single attack. Daylight merged with magic red shot, causing countless beams of light to rain down from the floating magic circles. The barrage crashed into the skeletal giant from every direction. Without giving the monster time to recover, Jinhyuk unleashed another spell. Ice rapidly spread over the giant's leg as the breath of the Witch of Cold activated, freezing the massive limb in place. The Lich suddenly realized he could no longer move the giant. Then flames burst beneath the frozen ice. The system announced hellfire. Fire erupted through the frozen surface, creating a violent chain reaction. The Lich immediately understood what Jinhyuk had done. He had deliberately exploited unstable magic to trigger a devastating elemental explosion. Watching the endless magic circles appear one after another, the Lich found it impossible to believe that a human mage had surpassed his own magical abilities. Furious, he shouted that it wasn't fair. At that moment, the system informed Jinhyuk that the copying conditions had been fulfilled. The Lich's corpse creation skill was successfully copied. Jinhyuk smirked. So that's all you've learned after living for so many years? Another series of magic circles appeared overhead. This time, Jinhyuk formed a radiant holy cross before declaring that life had never been fair. The system activated eternal redemption. A massive pillar of holy energy descended from the heavens and pierced straight through the skeletal giant. The Lich let out an agonizing scream as holy power tore through his body. When the attack ended, an enormous cross of light remained carved into the battlefield. Moments later, the system announced that infinity magic had expired. Exhausted, Jinhyuk landed and leaned against a pile of shattered stone, breathing heavily after completely draining himself. Believing the battle was over, Casey confidently celebrated the victory while she and Jadella cautiously emerged from hiding. Then a familiar voice echoed across the battlefield. Dark mana gathered together, slowly reconstructing the Lich's body. He admitted that, for a brief moment, Jinhyuk had wielded magic that exceeded even his own. However, he calmly asked what the young mage intended to do next. Returning to his normal form, the Lich declared that he could not be destroyed so easily. Jadella glanced at Casey, who had celebrated far too soon. Jin-hyuk simply closed his eyes and explained that his previous attack had never been intended to kill the lich. Without destroying the lich's life force vessel, true death was impossible. He even admitted that the vessel had been hidden remarkably well. The lich spread his hands with a smug smile. If you already knew that, then why waste all your mana? Instead of answering directly, Jin-hyuk pointed off into the distance and smiled. Because while you were focused on me, you completely overlooked something else. The lich frowned, unable to understand what Jin-hyuk meant. Suddenly, the ground behind him burst open. Kaga emerged from beneath the earth alongside the exhausted dwarf, both wearing triumphant smiles. Clutched in Kaga's claws was a glowing crystal sphere. The instant the lich saw it, his face turned pale. It was his life force vessel. Only then did he realize Jin-hyuk had never dismissed Kaga after summoning him. Every flashy spell, every exchange of magic, and every attack had simply been a distraction while Kaga secretly tunneled underground to steal the vessel. Jin-hyuk caught the sphere and casually tossed it in his hand. "You really do have an excellent sense for magic," he said with a grin. The lich completely lost his composure. "Don't drop it," he screamed desperately. Jin-hyuk's expression became cold. As he and Kaga casually played with the crystal, the terrified lich abandoned all dignity. He begged for mercy, promising to become Jin-hyuk's servant if only his vessel was spared. Jin-hyuk wasn't moved in the slightest. "You slaughtered countless innocent people," he said, his voice filled with contempt. "You even tortured someone precious to me." Without hesitation, he placed the crystal inside Kaga's mouth. The lich watched in horror, biting his own fingers in panic. Jin-hyuk explained that Kaga would slowly consume the vessel, savoring it like candy. But just as the dragon prepared to bite down, Jin-hyuk sensed a sudden surge of mana racing toward them. Reacting instantly, he grabbed Kaga and pulled him in front of himself as a shield. The incoming attack struck the crystal instead. Crack! The life force vessel split apart before shattering into countless fragments. Both Jin-hyuk and Solon stared at each other in surprise. Solon clearly hadn't intended for that outcome. Meanwhile, the lich let out a horrifying scream. His body began dissolving into dark mana as his existence crumbled away. The system announced that the boss of the 14th floor had been defeated. Moments later, another notification appeared. Special reward obtained, Great Mage's Robe. The system then calculated the battle results. Jin-hyuk had contributed over 90% of the total damage, but because Solon's attack had accidentally destroyed the life force vessel, she was credited with the final blow. Rewards would be distributed according to each participant's contribution. Jin-hyuk clicked his tongue in irritation. Solon calmly admitted she hadn't expected events to unfold that way, but suggested they treat it as an unfortunate accident that voided their previous agreement. Still smiling, she acknowledged Jin-hyuk's strength. "With your current abilities, reaching the middle floors of the tower won't be difficult." With those final words, Solon leaped into the sky and departed. "We'll settle this properly when we're both ready." Jin-hyuk silently watched her disappear into the distance. Only after she was gone did the exhaustion catch up to him. His body trembled violently before he collapsed onto the ground, completely drained after pushing infinity magic beyond its limits. A young woman approached him. Jin-hyuk asked what had become of the Death Knight. She explained that he had escaped through a portal before the battle ended. Looking at her, Jin-hyuk asked for her name. "Call me Nuna," she replied. Nuna quietly explained that there was no reason for her to remain any longer, since staying would only continue draining his magical energy. Before leaving, she gave him one final request. "Please take good care of Teresa." Inside Teresa's inner world, Nuna reached out and pulled the real saint to her feet. She even smacked Teresa lightly on the butt before reminding her of the message she had left for Jin-hyuk. Embarrassed, Teresa lowered her head. Nuna smiled mischievously before teasing her. "If you don't make your move, I'll steal him for myself." Flustered by the playful threat, Teresa blushed brightly before nodding with a shy smile. Back in the real world, Nuna silently said her farewell to Teresa with a warm smile. Teresa suddenly rushed toward Jin-hyuk, tears streaming down her face as she wrapped him in a tight embrace, relieved that he was safe. Watching the scene, Casey and Jadello immediately complained, clearly jealous of the heartfelt reunion. Yusung soon arrived at the scene. Trying to hide the injuries he had suffered, he turned away as though nothing had happened. Jin-hyuk couldn't help but smile, seeing through his friend's attempt to look cool. Yusung simply thought to himself that it had been an exhausting day. Elsewhere, several mysterious figures observed everything from a distance. One of the warriors raised 2 fingers and volunteered to move ahead with the woman beside him, instructing the others to stay behind and block any pursuers. She smirked, remarking that he was surprisingly dependable now. Looking away, he admitted that he had changed. News quickly spread across the world that the ruler responsible for Europe's catastrophe had finally been defeated. Even so, countless undead remained scattered throughout the continent. Hunters from nations around the globe united to hunt down the surviving monsters, and although victory eventually came, clearing every last undead creature took a long time. Far away, a young woman hiding beneath a cap gazed at the outside world with curiosity, asking if it had always looked like this. Her companion smiled and explained that the world had once been much more beautiful, but the recent disasters had left countless cities in ruins that now needed to be rebuilt. Saddened, she wondered if all of the destruction had been caused by the tower's boss. The young man gently rested a hand on her head and told her not to blame herself. He assured her that none of it was her fault and reminded her that she was now fighting on humanity's side. His comforting words caught her completely off guard. Their conversation was interrupted when another voice agreed. Alice calmly stated that someone destined to conquer the tower could never allow weakness to cloud their judgment and must always remain clear-headed. Another companion nodded in agreement. Watching the exchange, the young man realized that Bellis's arrival had made his ally considerably more sarcastic than before. Jin-hyuk then turned his attention toward the tower itself. He remembered that when it had first appeared, he decided to approach everything like a game. But after everything he had witnessed, the destruction, the deaths, and the sacrifices, that mindset no longer felt so simple. Even if he someday cleared every floor, would it truly matter if nothing remained afterward? Lost in thought, he noticed someone approaching. His companion sat beside him and expressed relief that he had recovered, then asked what had happened during the recent battle. Yusung lowered his head and explained that defeating the 5 great clans hadn't been the difficult part. During the fight, however, an unknown warrior appeared and overwhelmed him with a single attack. He admitted that the stranger possessed strength on an entirely different level from the Miram warriors they had fought before. Remembering the terrifying encounter, he revealed the man's title, the Dragon of Heavenly Power, the Dark Emperor. Jin-hyuk's eyes widened in shock. He finally understood why all contact with Volin had suddenly been severed. It seemed their deception had already been exposed. Noticing Jin-hyuk's troubled expression, Yusung asked what was bothering him. After a brief silence, he changed the subject and asked about Teresa. Jin-hyuk replied that she was recovering in the hospital and would soon regain her health. He added that someone trustworthy was staying by her side to look after her. With that, Yusung stood up, saying he still had work to do before leaving. Alice folded her arms and asked whether Teresa had suffered permanent damage after everything that had happened. Jin-hyuk calmly explained that she was physically fine, but now lived with 2 distinct personalities. When Alice raised an eyebrow, he elaborated that Teresa's darker personality had chosen to remain inside her subconscious instead of disappearing. As long as the 2 sides continued to coexist peacefully, there should be no serious problems. Alice turned away and told him to let her know if the situation ever changed. As Jin-hyuk continued walking, he reflected on his dark demonic emperor art. Since the technique relied on demonic energy, he realized the Demon King's curse had unexpectedly become the perfect solution for Teresa's condition. Smiling to himself, he concluded that perhaps these unforeseen changes weren't entirely negative. In fact, Teresa had earned far more trust than he had ever expected. Just then, his phone vibrated. Looking at the unfamiliar number, he wondered if it belonged to a high-level security line before answering the call. The voice on the other end introduced himself as the president of the Hunters Association. After apologizing for contacting him without warning, he politely asked Jin-hyuk if he could come to the association headquarters immediately. At the Hunters Association headquarters, the association president explained that several important guests had requested a meeting with Jin-hyuk. According to them, the discussion involved the balance of power between the major factions inside the tower and couldn't be delayed. To make the trip easier, the association arranged a private jet for him. As everyone prepared to depart, Andrea stared at the aircraft with sparkling eyes, asking if that enormous machine was really called an airplane. Her companion laughed, admitting she had reacted the exact same way the first time she saw one. Unable to resist teasing her, Alice claimed there was a special ritual every first-time passenger had to perform. She spoke with a completely serious face, insisting that if Andrea failed to do it, the giant metal machine would fall from the sky. According to Alice, the ritual required taking off your shoes, standing on the seat, stomping your feet, clapping your hands, and then keeping your eyes shut until takeoff. Andrea looked ready to believe every word. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk experimented with his newly acquired necromancy ability. Activating the skill, he summoned a tiny skeleton from a nearby object and casually gave it a name. Examining his creation, he concluded that the ability wasn't particularly useful yet. However, he knew that once he had the resources to build an army of undead, it would become one of his strongest assets. Stretching out in his seat, he reflected on the battle with the Lich. Solon had stolen the final hit, costing him some rewards, but he had still obtained the Great Mage's robe, making the outcome worthwhile. Satisfied with the results, he closed his eyes for a short nap while the little skeleton quietly stood guard near the cabin door. Later, at the Awakening Association building, representatives from several foreign organizations impatiently waited for Jinhyuk's arrival. One of them complained about how long they had been kept waiting. The association president calmly reassured them that Jinhyuk would arrive shortly and asked them to be patient. Instead of calming down, one foreign representative mocked the Korean Hunters Association, sarcastically claiming they were powerless if they couldn't summon a hunter immediately. The president frowned but maintained his composure, reminding them that they had already been provided with luxurious accommodations and every convenience during their stay. Just then, someone lightly tapped the rude guest on the shoulder. The man froze. Both visitors slowly turned around, stunned to find Jinhyuk standing behind them without anyone noticing his arrival. The association president quietly excused himself, closed the meeting room door, and left them alone. Jinhyuk calmly took a seat across from the visitors and leaned back. "You asked to meet me," he said. "So let's hear what you have to say." One of the guests instinctively broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't understand how Jinhyuk had entered the room without making the slightest sound. Until now, he had assumed the incredible feats shown in the battle footage were exaggerated, but standing face to face with Jinhyuk, he could sense an overwhelming and unfamiliar aura unlike anything he had experienced before. Even as an S-rank hunter himself, he decided it would be wiser to remain cautious. After a brief silence, one of the representatives finally explained the reason for the meeting. As the strongest hunters focused on climbing the tower, future conflicts would inevitably revolve around which faction each player chose to support. Higher floors would force every powerful hunter to take sides in a massive war that no one could avoid. The foreign envoy then made his proposal. He asked Jinhyuk to ally himself with the faction that maintained friendly relations with Mirim. Jinhyuk gave him a skeptical look and calmly asked why he should support them. It seemed that, once again, the conversation had returned to Mirim. In response, the woman accompanying the delegation activated a magical map displaying the military camps and strategic positions within the tower. She explained that, in exchange for his cooperation, they were prepared to share valuable intelligence about the current state of the battlefield and the forces operating within it. The woman projected a detailed map filled with marked military positions. She explained that it contained the locations and troop deployments of Mirim forces, information known only to a select few. According to her, access to such intelligence could provide a tremendous advantage on future battlefields. Jinhyuk studied the map before calmly asking what benefit it would actually bring him. More importantly, he wanted to know how they had managed to gather information that should have been impossible to obtain. The representative smiled confidently and hinted that the map was only a small sample of what they possessed. If Jinhyuk found this impressive, they had far more valuable secrets waiting for him. Another envoy leaned forward and revealed their biggest bargaining chip. If Jinhyuk agreed to work with them, they would reveal the identity of the spy hidden inside Mirim, the very person responsible for leaking all of this confidential information. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. If they truly knew the spy's identity, then their influence within Mirim ran far deeper than he had imagined. The woman continued her pitch, explaining that once the spy's identity was exposed, Jinhyuk could extract every useful secret from them. That knowledge could become an enormous advantage once the inevitable war began. Her partner clenched his fist confidently, declaring that together they could ensure Mirim's victory and stand among the eventual winners. Instead of answering, Jinhyuk quietly covered his mouth as if suppressing laughter. The two representatives exchanged puzzled looks and asked what was so amusing. Without saying a word, Jinhyuk activated the Eye of Gluttony. His irises glowed crimson as the skill began reading the thoughts of everyone in the room. The sudden change in his aura startled the visitors. One of them immediately realized something was wrong. Judging by Jinhyuk's expression, he feared the hunter had already discovered the identity of their secret informant. Trying to recover, the foreign representative spread his hands and insisted that all they wanted was to exchange information. Jinhyuk simply replied that he wasn't interested. The association president entered the room just as Jinhyuk remarked that the guests had been disrespectful from the moment they arrived. He questioned whether they truly believed they could behave that way while visiting another country. Jinhyuk spread his arms with a smile and declared that he had no intention of letting the matter end there. Before either representative could react, his hands were already resting on top of their heads. A brilliant light burst from the room, shining through the windows. Meanwhile, on the 21st floor inside Mirim's territory, an elderly master walked along a mountain path while discussing Jinhyuk. He remarked that someone had boldly proclaimed himself his greatest disciple, and even the Black Sky Demon King had been deceived by that man's reputation. The old master admitted he couldn't decide whether to call it remarkable talent or unbelievable audacity. The Murim king turned toward one of his disciples and ordered him to describe Jinhyuk. The disciple respectfully bowed before answering. He described Jinhyuk as a ruthless individual who would use any method necessary to accomplish his goals. Unlike ordinary villains who sought power for its own sake, Jinhyuk viewed strength merely as a tool. As he spoke, memory surfaced of Jinhyuk promising his companions that as long as they trusted and followed him, he would never allow harm to come to them. Remembering those words, the disciple fell silent. The old master noticed the hesitation and realized Jinhyuk had earned the loyalty and admiration of everyone around him. Turning away, he quietly asked whether his disciple had become attached to the man. The Murim king continued walking and declared that Jinhyuk remained a dangerous criminal who had stained countless names with his actions. Such a person could not simply be ignored. Calling one of his subordinates forward, the king ordered him to bring Jinhyuk to the Murim headquarters. The messenger bowed deeply before vanishing to carry out the command. Back at the Hunters Association, the door to Jinhyuk's residence suddenly opened. Several familiar players wandered inside as though they owned the place. One rolled across the bed, praising how comfortable it was, while another bounced excitedly on the sofa, laughing that Jinhyuk would be completely shocked when he found them there. At that exact moment, Jinhyuk opened the front door. He stared silently at the scene before immediately closing it again. Rubbing his forehead with a sigh, he realized the troublesome twins had somehow broken into his home. Ignoring them for the moment, he turned his attention to his summoned companions. A swarm of giant ants gathered before him. The other beasts stared at them with visible disgust, asking why he had summoned them on the 12th floor Ant Queen's colony. Jinhyuk smiled and lifted a tiny skeleton into his hands. "This is our newest member," he explained. He admitted the little skeleton was still weak because it had only recently joined them, then asked everyone to help train it until it became stronger. The monsters asked how they were supposed to do that. Jinhyuk answered by kicking the little skeleton straight toward them. The tiny undead looked completely horrified. Seeing its terrified expression, Jinhyuk scratched his head and admitted that perhaps his method wasn't the best. He then ordered the oldest member of the group, the dragon, to join the training as well. The dragon immediately flew down into the crowd. Watching everything unfold, Jinhyuk smiled with satisfaction. As the dragon struck one of the ants, the little skeleton began gaining experience at an incredible pace. Notifications announcing repeated level-ups appeared one after another. Jinhyuk nodded approvingly. If T-Bones was going to become one of his strongest undead in the future, rigorous training had to start now. Jinhyuk looked down at the tiny skeleton and decided to leave its training in Kodama's hands. By the next time they met, he expected the little undead to be completely transformed. As they prepared to leave, one of his companions asked what their next destination would be. "We're heading to the Tower Administration," Jinhyuk replied. He explained that Murim had begun making its moves much sooner than expected. If no one intervened, the administration would eventually fall under Murim's influence. His companion reminded him that the state was the very faction he had rejected when choosing his allegiance, wondering why he would bother helping them now. Jinhyuk casually held up the royal ring Penheimeimer had given him. "He wouldn't have entrusted this to me without a reason," he said. A system notification appeared, explaining that the ring could instantly transport its bearer to a designated location within the state's territory. His companion frowned as Jinhyuk admitted he wasn't acting out of kindness. He simply intended to maximize his own gains by building relationships with every major faction before the inevitable conflict. Activating the ring, brilliant light surrounded him. The system confirmed that he had accepted an invitation from a resident of the current floor. Moments later, the scenery changed completely. Jinhyuk found himself kneeling inside an enormous royal palace. Sitting before him was an elderly emperor who silently observed the unexpected visitor. The surrounding guards immediately reacted. "Intruder!" Within seconds, soldiers rushed in from every direction and surrounded Jinhyuk with weapons drawn. Looking around with a relaxed smile, he remarked that the welcome certainly wasn't bad. Before him sat Emperor Reinhardt III, once the legendary monarch who had led the state to the height of its glory. After the mysterious death of his only heir, however, the ruler had fallen into despair. The once proud lion of the empire had become nothing more than an exhausted old man waiting for death. The royal guards lowered their spears toward Jinhyuk. He effortlessly knocked the weapons aside with his bare hands while keeping his attention fixed on another figure escorting the emperor away. It was Penheimeimer. One of the knights shouted that the intruder couldn't be restrained. Jinhyuk frowned and demanded an explanation from Penheimeimer, but by the time he looked again, the old man had already disappeared. Realizing this was likely another test, Jinhyuk sprinted through the palace while avoiding the guards. He knew he couldn't afford to kill even one soldier. If he shed royal blood now, earning the state's trust later would become nearly impossible. Instead, he disabled each guard with precise, non-lethal strikes, sending them crashing harmlessly into nearby walls. Just then, a commanding voice echoed through the palace. "Everyone stand back." The ordinary soldiers immediately retreated as two powerful figures stepped forward. Someone whispered their names in shock. The great swordmaster Abraham. And the legendary knight Mackenzie. Jinhyuk activated the Eye of Gluttony, and his crimson eyes scanned the two warriors. Instantly, detailed status windows displaying their abilities appeared before him. When he focused on Mackenzie, another system notification appeared. To copy one of Mackenzie's sword techniques, Jinhyuk first had to discover the location of a hidden place known only to him. Jinhyuk smiled bitterly. That's an incredibly troublesome condition. At the same time, he couldn't understand why two of the state's greatest swordmasters, warriors who should have been leading the front lines against Mirim, were instead guarding the imperial palace. One of them calmly explained that protecting His Majesty had become their highest priority. Drawing his blade, the swordmaster warned Jinhyuk to stop resisting and surrender peacefully. The surrounding guards immediately recognized the weapon. The Aurora blade. They watched in astonishment as the legendary swordmaster prepared to attack. Jinhyuk simply smiled. "I can use that technique too." The declaration stunned everyone present. Even the veteran warriors couldn't hide their surprise. Activating the Song of the Sword, Jinhyuk formed an enormous blade of energy in his hand. The two swordsmen stood facing one another as the spectators watched in disbelief. Many couldn't believe that Jinhyuk's version of the Aurora blade appeared even larger and more overwhelming than the original. Jinhyuk sensed the tension in the room and realized the battle was no longer about strength, it was about keeping everyone distracted long enough to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Before anyone could attack again, a nobleman stepped forward and loudly declared that everyone had misunderstood the situation. According to him, the intruder was obviously a barbarian. He pointed at Jinhyuk's sword and mocked its muddy purple aura, claiming that a true swordsman's blade would glow a brilliant blue. The prince sneered, insisting that the strange color proved Jinhyuk was nothing more than a savage outsider. Jinhyuk barely paid attention to the insults. Without even looking behind him, he effortlessly dodged a surprise strike. The attacking swordsman stared in disbelief, unable to understand how his attack had been avoided. Activating the Demon King's treasure sword technique, Jinhyuk vanished in an instant. The guards frantically searched for him until one of them realized he was already standing behind Mackenzie. Before anyone could react, Jinhyuk casually removed Mackenzie's helmet. The man's perfectly bald head reflected the sunlight throughout the hall. Several soldiers instinctively stepped backward. Adjusting his glasses, Jinhyuk joked that the room had suddenly become far too bright. He immediately activated daylight, then used flash directly above Mackenzie's shining scalp. The overwhelming burst of light blinded everyone nearby. Mackenzie collapsed to the floor while his helmet rolled across the stone tiles. The count shouted in frustration, demanding that every soldier find the so-called barbarian immediately. Another knight rushed over to check on Mackenzie, asking whether he was seriously injured. Still rubbing his eyes, Mackenzie admitted he would recover but complained that if his companion had not acted so recklessly, the situation would never have escalated. A system notification suddenly appeared before Jinhyuk. Copy condition complete. Skill successfully copied, superfast sword. Satisfied with the result, Jinhyuk smiled to himself. Elsewhere, notices bearing Jinhyuk's portrait were being posted throughout the capital. Citizens gathered around the wanted posters, whispering that the mysterious barbarian responsible for invading the royal palace had become the kingdom's most wanted criminal. Many couldn't help laughing because the sketch looked almost nothing like the real person. Alice glanced at Jinhyuk and asked whether being declared a wanted criminal bothered him. He simply shrugged. According to Jinhyuk, attracting attention was actually useful. After defeating several great swordmasters inside the palace and disappearing without a trace, everyone would now focus on him instead of his true objective. Stopping before an old mansion, he reached for the door. "If anyone owes me an explanation," he muttered, "it's the one who started this whole mess." Inside, Penheimeimer calmly greeted him as though nothing unusual had happened. A table had already been prepared with refreshments. Alice looked around the aging house and remarked that it hardly seemed like a secure hideout. Taking a seat, Jinhyuk immediately questioned Penheimeimer. He sarcastically thanked the old man for pretending not to recognize him while simultaneously announcing a barbarian invasion loudly enough to turn him into the kingdom's newest criminal. Penheimeimer smiled without embarrassment. He explained that creating confusion had been intentional. More importantly, he wanted to test how Jinhyuk would react when faced with an unexpected crisis. Closing his eyes for a moment, Jinhyuk asked whether the old man was finally satisfied. Penheimeimer nodded. He admitted he was genuinely impressed that Jinhyuk had escaped the royal palace so quickly, remarking that every encounter seemed to exceed his expectations. Jinhyuk waved away the compliments and urged him to get to the point. They still needed to locate the spy, and he wanted to know whether the fastest route to the tower administration had already been prepared. Penheimeimer confirmed that everything was ready. However, he revealed an important condition. Before anyone could reach the tower administration, the state faction first had to reclaim control of it. Hearing this, Jinhyuk realized the old man had finally revealed his true objective. Calmly, he asked what this changed. Penheimeimer explained that the tower administration was currently centered around a massive fortress known as the Giant Citadel, where fierce battles against Murim forces were already underway. To make matters worse, Emperor Reinhardt III was gravely weakened. With the ruler nearing the end of his life, ambitious nobles had begun competing for political power instead of defending the kingdom. Their internal conflicts were tearing the nation apart while enemies closed in from every direction. Clenching his fist, Penheimeimer expressed his frustration. Instead of standing together against foreign threats, the aristocracy had become consumed by greed and infighting. At this rate, he warned, the kingdom would eventually lose everything, including the route to the tower administration. Jinhyuk frowned, recognizing that the situation was even worse than he had expected. So, he asked, what exactly do you want from me? Penheimeimer extended his hand. As payment in advance, he offered Jinhyuk the right to choose one of the kingdom's royal treasures. In exchange, he wanted Jinhyuk to lead the campaign to capture the Giant Citadel and return it to the state faction. Jinhyuk smiled slightly. Accepting a royal treasure as an outsider would place enormous political pressure on Penheimeimer. The old man simply closed his eyes and replied that he was prepared to sacrifice even his own life if it meant protecting both the emperor and the kingdom. At that moment, the system interrupted their conversation. A new third special quest had been issued. Objective: earn the king's complete trust by assisting the state faction, capture the Giant Citadel, and guide the kingdom toward lasting prosperity. Reward: unlock the third special equipment upon successful completion. A satisfied grin spread across Jinhyuk's face the moment the system revealed the reward. Unlocking another piece of special equipment was more than enough motivation. Without hesitation, he shook Penheimeimer's hand and accepted the proposal. Looking the old man in the eye, Jinhyuk promised that he would help secure the Giant Citadel, not only for Penheimeimer's sake, but for the future of the entire kingdom. As Alice finished her meal and wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, Jinhyuk casually mentioned that he had already uncovered information about the hidden spy. Penheimeimer let out an impressed sigh, admitting that Jinhyuk never failed to exceed his expectations. Alice suddenly looked toward the entrance. Someone was approaching. The newcomer carried an unsettling magical aura that made the air feel heavy. Jinhyuk slipped on one of his gloves while Alice stood up and warned everyone that an unknown visitor was closing in. Penheimeimer frowned. Whoever it was had bypassed every magical barrier protecting the hideout, something only an exceptionally powerful swordsman should have been capable of doing. Jinhyuk asked whether someone had been tracking him. The old man sighed and admitted that perhaps age had finally dulled his senses. Before anyone could prepare, the front door exploded inward. Several black, monstrous creatures burst into the room. Alice instinctively attacked the nearest one while shouting in disgust at the hideous creatures. Two more lunged toward her from opposite directions. A blur flashed across the room. Penheimeimer drew his sword and sliced through the monsters before they could reach his guests. The creatures collapsed into lifeless remains scattered across the floor. Examining the corpses, Jinhyuk concluded that the attackers had been created through necromancy, a forbidden art despised throughout the state. Only one group would dare use such magic. Without another word, he activated the power of the Black Sky Demon King. A pillar of violet energy erupted through the roof. Penheimeimer cried out in horror as his carefully hidden safe house was nearly destroyed. Jinhyuk launched himself into the sky. More shadow creatures waited outside. Drawing his weapon, he activated red magic bullets and unleashed a volley of magical arrows. Two monsters were pierced instantly and dissolved where they stood. Landing lightly on the ground, he turned toward the final opponent. "Can we stop playing games now?" he asked. The stranger walked forward with a relaxed smile. He apologized that Jinhyuk hadn't enjoyed himself more, explaining that he had hoped to make a better first impression. Raising one hand, the mysterious man introduced himself. Far away, on the 21st floor within Murim's territory, another scene unfolded. A young woman waited quietly in the middle of a forest as a blue portal opened before her. A figure stepped out. It was Yusung. She smiled, asking whether he was surprised to arrive inside Murim, the governing power of the Test Tower. Yusung slowly surveyed his surroundings, admitting he had never expected to reach this place so quickly. The woman tilted her head with a playful smile. "You should be thanking me." She explained that she had personally stopped the Dark Emperor from killing him. Yusung remembered the encounter. Blood had run down his face as Solon knelt before the king, pleading for Jinhyuk's life. The king had questioned why he should spare an outsider after Solon dared to block his path. With her hands respectfully folded, she begged the ruler to show the mercy that Mirim prided itself upon. She even claimed that Yusung was a disciple temporarily guided by soul-chasing Seong and that today's events would help him grow stronger. Thinking back on it, Yusung shook his head. He never imagined Solon would fabricate such an outrageous story. The woman then mentioned an ancient swordmaster whose legend had endured for generations. Though revered throughout Mirim, the master had died long ago. Yusung jokingly remarked that if she were still alive today, she would simply be an ordinary old grandmother. The woman frowned, saying that if he insisted on visiting Mirim, he should at least behave with more respect. Then she smiled. She admitted she admired how calmly he handled unfamiliar situations. Stopping beneath the trees, she suddenly asked which grandmother he had been talking about. Yusung blinked in surprise. At that moment, a small bird landed gently on a woman's hand. Nearby, she sat on a large stone while Yusung clarified that the legendary swordmaster had once been in the prime of her life. The master then asked whether he was truly wielding soul-chasing sword art. Meanwhile, back in the state, Penheimeimer led Alice down into an underground cellar. He explained that the next destination would be the royal treasury. Standing before the mysterious visitor, Jinhyuk quietly remarked that everyone should first hear what this unexpected guest had come to say. With that, the heavy cellar door slammed shut behind them. Penheimeimer glanced at Alice and asked whether she was truly comfortable leaving Jinhyuk alone with the unexpected visitor. Alice simply closed her eyes and smiled. "If my master isn't worried," she replied, "then neither am I." The two quietly moved to another room and sat at a table. Alice explained that if Jinhyuk had asked them to leave, it meant he already had a plan in mind. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk faced the mysterious guest inside the ruined hideout. The stranger lifted a finger and remarked that sending the others away had been the correct choice. He added that he had been looking forward to meeting Jinhyuk in person. Jinhyuk glanced around at the remains of the shadow creatures scattered across the floor before asking the visitor to get to the point now that everyone else had left. Before the man could speak, Jinhyuk interrupted him. "If you're here to invite me into the main force again," he said calmly, "you're wasting your time. We'd be better off fighting as allies instead." The visitor chuckled. "So you really don't understand our relationship?" He introduced himself as Gain and explained that people like them could shake hands one moment and have blades at each other's throats the next. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes but remained silent. Gain looked toward the broken entrance and estimated that the state's guards would storm the building within 10 minutes after noticing the disturbance. He proposed using that short window to exchange information honestly before anyone interrupted them. Jinhyuk remembered a past conversation with Malina. She tilted her head. She admitted she had been assigned to Hosenwald's faction and therefore knew very little about Gain himself. Activating the slave brand, she revealed information about Gain before Jinhyuk. The records described Gain as one of the main team's strongest knights. Unlike Hosenwald, who preferred commanding from behind the lines, Gain personally led charges on the battlefield. He was renowned for both his swordsmanship and his tactical leadership. More importantly, he possessed a frightening talent for extracting information from others. A smile crossed Gain's face as he activated a special ability. System notification. Trust scales activated. Chains suddenly wrapped around one of his wrists, fastening it securely to the table. The system explained the rules. Both participants would take turns asking questions, and every answer had to be completely truthful. Remaining silent or attempting to lie would trigger punishment from the trust scales. A massive enchanted blade materialized nearby, serving as a warning of the consequences. Raising his free hand, Gain emphasized that the rules applied equally to both of them. Grinning, he suggested they enjoy a little game before the guards arrived, claiming they probably each had plenty of questions for the other. Jinhyuk lowered his head with a faint smile. "You're bolder than I expected." He accepted the challenge. Chains immediately locked around his own wrist as the agreement was confirmed. Outside the building, state soldiers rushed toward the damaged hideout. Before entering, they received new orders and stopped in place. Seeing the destroyed entrance, the commander concluded that the wanted barbarian had already escaped. He ordered every squad to split up and search the surrounding area. Back inside, the interrogation had already begun. Blood dripped onto the floor as the magical restraints tightened around Gain's arm. He admitted that Jinhyuk had nearly forced him to sacrifice his hand with that opening question. Without wasting another second, Jinhyuk asked, "How many Black Apostles are currently serving within the main team?" Gain's eyes widened. He stared at Jinhyuk in complete disbelief, unable to understand how an outsider even knew the Black Apostles existed. Information that sensitive was normally known only to high-ranking association officials and elite magicians. The trust scales reacted immediately. The enchanted blade began spinning, signaling that the question had to be answered truthfully. Unable to resist the contract, Gain gave a reluctant smile. There are only 3 Black Apostles in the main team, for now. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.